I slay 1,000,000 beasts every day, yet not a single soul shows gratitude.
Instead, 10,000 blood-signed petitions sent me to the High Criminal Tribunal.
And the reasons they gave were even more abstract. Because I was slaughtering 1,000,000 beasts. A couple of exotic beasts slipped into the city unnoticed, resulting in a large number of civilian casualties.
To this, I could only respond with a silent, cold sneer.
Countless times repelling the siege of monstrous beasts. You turn a blind eye.
A single mistake makes everyone point fingers at you.
Alright, from now on.
I withdrew from the Supernatural Association. They also generally do not get involved in matters concerning strange beasts. Yet the presiding judge responded with a contemptuous smirk.
The association has more than just you as a 3S level member. If you think this is enough to threaten the association, I can only tell you, dead wrong. The crowd below was also seething with excitement. We don't need arrogant superhumans like you to protect us. We can still suppress the beast tide without you. Thus, I became utterly disheartened. Left the city I had guarded for 5 years. But just as I was about to leave, the heart of the beast colony, a white mutated tiger of 3S grade, suddenly opened its fierce and menacing eyes. That powerful human. They actually left their city. That guy. Aren't you afraid we'll take this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack on the city? You should know.
Among humans, there are those with such power.
To this day, there has only been one. And at that very moment, a pitch-black serpent stretching hundreds of feet in length, coiled down from the mountain peak, its vertical slit pupils identical to the white-winged tigers, gazing far into the distance toward the distant new city. This is also a 3S level beast king. He also felt my departure. Whether this is a trap or not. But since that guy gave us this chance, then let's not miss out either. Gathering the beast horde. Test the waters first. Meanwhile, on the other side, the face of Qin Wanshao, the president of the Supernatural Association, was somewhat gloomy. That guy actually dared to quit the association. At first, they just wanted to weaken me a bit. Status within the association. Yet I turned out to be so decisive. Chose to directly withdraw from the Supernatural Association. No one had anticipated this. In the meeting room,
except for Qin Wanshao, there were 3 other people. One of the youths was playing with blue flames in his hand. Just a mere 3S level.
Gone is gone. Could it be that my ability association would cease to function? Hearing this, Qin Wanshao's expression also improved considerably. You're right. Back then, he was all alone. They can easily block those 3S level beast kings. Now the entire association. We already have 3 of you, all 3S level ability users. Dealing with the tide of exotic beasts will only be easier than before. What they didn't expect was, the dampness arrived so swiftly. A staff member from the Supernatural Ability Association with a face full of anxiety burst in. President, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. There's a large batch that got damp. They are heading towards the direction of our new city. There are at least tens of thousands of mutated beasts. Hearing this, the expressions of Qin Wanshao and the others couldn't help but slightly change. What's the panic? It's just damp. Do you really think the 3 of us 3S level are just for show? Yingxian looked at the staff member indifferently and said, perfect timing.
This time, the news of expelling Li Xiao from the Supernatural Association.
It drew reproaches from some small-town folks.
They consider their actions as burning bridges after crossing the river. But taking advantage of this wave of moisture arriving,
this is the perfect opportunity to tell everyone in other small towns.
Even without Li Xiao, their Supernatural Ability Association,
it can still easily withstand the tide of mutated beasts. This time, we must not only repel the tide, we will also publicly livestream the entire process of combating moisture. Hearing this, a glint appeared in the eyes of Yingxian and the other 2.
A hint of excitement also flashed across his face.
Rest assured this time, the 3 of us will undoubtedly dominate the battle with absolute superiority. Give everyone a satisfactory answer. Qin Wanshao couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. In his view,
although the 3 from Yingxian had just become 3S level, individually, their strength might be slightly weaker than Li Xiao's.
But it's also 3S rated. The gap in strength ultimately has its limits. The numerical advantage of Yingxuan's trio, more than enough to easily bridge this gap. The Paranormal Association acted with remarkable speed. Upon learning of the beast tide's onset, the moment of arriving at the new city is imminent.
The news was spread out.
Not only the superhumans from the Superhuman Association learned about the dampness issue, even the ordinary people in the new city.
The news of the arrival of the strange beasts was also learned.
And everyone knows. This time, the scale of moisture damage seems unprecedentedly vast. The emergence of dampness-related news. Many residents in the new city suddenly sensed it. Due to the scale of this moisture exposure, some timid individuals were even beginning to feel a twinge of regret. Back then, I was so decisive in driving Li Xiao away. But soon the voices of others rose up. What's wrong with driving Li Xiao away? A completely irresponsible, From the top-tier S-Class Superpower Forum. I joined the Supernatural Association just for the benefits. What's there to regret even if you leave? Without Li Xiao, our Star City still has 3 S-level superhumans. How bad could it be?
As the live broadcast begins, everyone can access it through their own mobile phones,
or perhaps the images seen on public screens in the new city.
At this moment, one could see the edge of the new city's walls.
Countless figures have already stood tall.
They are superhumans dispatched by the Supernatural Ability Association.
At the same time, 3 figures stood before everyone. These 3 were precisely the current 3 S-level superhumans of the new city. They are Yingxian, Wang Kong, and Huang Sang. The 3 of them had originally been on the path to becoming 3S-level ability users. Was already an SS-level superhuman.
A high-level strategy belonging to the Extraordinary Abilities Association.
Back then, Li Xiao was the only, a first-class 3S-level pressure on the head. Their fame among the residents of the new city wasn't as great as it is now.
And now Li Xiao has been expelled from the Supernatural Ability Association.
The 3 of them have already become S-rank ability users.
He is the most powerful combat force of the new city Supernatural Association.
Worshipped and revered by countless people. Gazing into the distance, the faint sounds of the colossal aberrant beast stirred by the tide could already be heard. The tremor from sprinting across the ground. The residents watching the livestream in the new city. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. So much dampness.
The quantity seems to be several times greater than before.
The originally damp area was only the size of a black dot, rapidly enlarging in everyone's eyes.
The distance to the stars grows ever closer.
It's time to take action. To prevent these from getting damp when the time comes. Harder to handle. Yingxian and the other 2 watched indifferently at the dampness not far away. The next moment, a terrifying aura of supernatural power emanated from Yingxuan's body. Pale blue flames wrapped his entire body within it.
His entire body surged violently into the sky.
Immediately afterward, a pale blue flame centered around Yingxian.
It crashed towards the direction of the dampness with a thunderous force,
like a small bomb exploding, raising towering waves into the sky. Many of the strange beasts were directly blown away. The agonized cries of countless low-level mutated beasts echoed through the air. Although the beast's size is enormous,
the smallest ones are at least several dozen meters in size. But in front of Yingxian, a level 3S superhuman,
just one of his attacks, it caused quite a few casualties. Slightly more powerful SS-class or S-class mutated beasts. It was also under Yingxuan's attack that, feeling terrified, slowed down the charging behavior. Through live streaming, countless residents of the new city witnessed the scene. Their eyes all gleamed with fervent excitement. Feels incredibly powerful.
Lord Yingxian truly lives up to being a 3S level superpower user. I knew my earlier worries were unnecessary supernatural abilities.
The association would still be fine without Li Xiao. It can still easily block moisture. Countless residents roared with excitement.
Under the leadership of Yingxian and the other 2S3 level ability users,
facing this bout of dampness,
the supernaturals from the Supernatural Association,
it displayed an utterly overwhelming dominance. A massive tide of monstrous beasts. Not even getting within 1,000 miles of the stars is remotely possible.
Many were killed by the superhumans of the Superhuman Association.
Roar! Roar! The deafening roars of countless strange beasts echoed through the sky.
Amidst the swarm of beasts, a significant number of powerful creatures broke through the ranks, attempting to force their way through the defensive line of the Association of Psionic Abilities.
But alas! Among the psychics, there were several SS-ranked psychics who could match them. Some beasts, even those that the 3 SSS-ranked psychics hadn't managed to deal with. But those that had just begun to attempt to break through the psychics' defense line were left behind by the remaining SS-ranked psychics.
Seeing the psychics overwhelming the beasts, the residents of Xingqiang grew even more excited.
However, no one noticed.
At the rear of the massive beast horde, 2 strange beasts were moving in an unusual manner. They did not charge mindlessly like the other beasts. Instead, they remained hidden at the rear of the horde, making no moves. If Li Xiao were here at this moment, he would be startled to discover that these 2 beasts were none other than the white tiger and the black python. However, their size was now several times smaller than normal, allowing them to blend into the beast horde and go unnoticed.
Chapter 14, has Li Xiao really left? The Beast King strikes.
At the rear of the beast horde, the 2 white beasts and black serpent, their sizes reduced by several times, gazed eerily at the numerous beasts engaged in fierce combat with the psychics at the front. At that moment, under the attacks of the psychics from Star City, the beast horde was suffering casualties at an extremely terrifying rate. However, the 2 beast kings paid no heed to the casualties among the beast horde. For them, the beast tide could be summoned again with just a little time. The reason they had remained hidden within the beast horde all this time, refraining from acting. The reason was not out of fear of these psychics, nor was it to rely on the sheer numbers of the beast horde to wear down the psychics' combat strength. It appears that there are currently 3 SSS-ranked psychics remaining in Star City.
In reality, these three SSS ranked psychics are no match for the two Beast Kings.
They are merely at the initial stage of SSS rank, and may not even have fully mastered their own abilities yet. They are not worth mentioning. Only Li Xiao is the one they truly fear. Had it not been for Li Xiao's existence, they could have summoned the Beast Horde to completely destroy Star City years ago. However, it was precisely because of Li Xiao that they were forced to withstand the Beast Tide, and even when multiple Beast Kings joined forces, they were unable to defeat him. By now, many Beast Kings have completely given up on Star City and moved on to other places. Only the two of them remain here.
And now,
that guy named Li Xiao seems to have truly left. The eyes of the white-furred tiger and the black-scaled python flickered with a faint glow. The Beast Horde has been at Star City for some time now. If things were normal, Li Xiao would have already intervened to block them by now. But now, Li Xiao has yet to appear, and not even the slightest trace of his presence has been detected.
That can only mean one thing. That is,
Li Xiao is truly not in Star City. He has left this place. At least, in the short term, Li Xiao cannot return.
This is the perfect opportunity for them to act.
Even if they cannot completely destroy Star City, causing severe damage to it would be no problem at all. The white demon tiger, which had been crawling at the rear of the Beast Horde, slowly straightened its body. Its ferocious tiger eyes glanced at the psychics at the front of the Beast Horde before turning toward the black giant serpent.
It's our turn to act. The black giant serpent nodded its head slightly. Its vertical snake eyes fixed on the three SSS ranked psychics, Ying Xian, who were currently engaged in fierce combat at the front of all the psychics. Its snake tongue flickered in and out, revealing a cold, menacing glint. Earlier, to test whether Li Xiao was still in Qingqing, these psychics had killed so many of their beasts in front of them. Now it was their turn. Alright, today, we'll kill these bastards and destroy this city.
As the words fell, the black giant python prepared to charge into the sky, charging up from the rear of the Beast Horde. But just then, one of the white tiger's claws blocked its path.
Wait, let me go first. Stay by my side and wait.
Hearing this, the black giant serpent's cold snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, but it quickly understood the white tiger's intentions.
That man named Li Xiao was no ordinary individual. He already possessed SS rank strength beyond the ordinary.
If he had obtained some method to completely conceal his presence, even these beast kings of the same rank would be unable to detect him, which would be entirely normal.
Alright. I understand.
The black giant python, which had been coiling upward, lowered its body once more and hid behind the Beast Horde.
The white nodded slightly. The next moment,
the white strange tiger, which had been the size of an ordinary strange beast, began to swell explosively. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from the white beast, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. At the same time, the white beast's form had already transformed back to its original 100-foot size. For a moment, all the beasts and psychics trembled under the sudden surge of powerful psychic energy.
This energy fluctuation far surpassed that of ordinary S rank, let alone SS rank. This is the Beast King. Many psychic beings wore expressions of sheer terror on their faces. Their gazes turned toward the white beast that had suddenly emerged from behind the Beast Horde. Its terrifying 100-foot-tall form stood out prominently amidst the Beast Horde. Moreover, at that moment, the white beast was charging toward the front lines of the battle between the beasts and the psychics at an incredibly terrifying speed. At the same time, the white beast's appearance was also synchronized with the live broadcast feed in Star City. Though far away, the residents within the city could not sense the powerful psychic energy fluctuations emanating from the white beast. However, among the beasts, there were few beast kings. Most of the residents of Star City had previously witnessed the white tiger's appearance. However, in previous instances, the white demonic tiger had always been driven back by Li Xiao. This time, Li Xiao had already left. Many residents of Star City couldn't help but show a hint of fear in their eyes. But the next moment, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a beast king. With the three elders of Ying Xian here, how difficult could it be to deal with it?
Upon hearing this, the fear that had been evident in many people's eyes began to fade. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true.
3 SSS ranked psychics, no matter what, they didn't think they couldn't handle a beast king of the same rank.
Ying Xian, Wang Kong, and Huang Sang all released powerful surges of. When it came to dealing with beasts, they had no intention of engaging in a fair fight. The three instantly surrounded the white beast. Substantial energy light began to emanate from their bodies. Led by Ying Xian, terrifying pale blue flames erupted from his body and surged toward the white beast. Wang Kong and Huang Sang did not hesitate, launching their own attacks. The combined attacks of 3 SSS-ranked psychics would likely obliterate any opponent, leaving not even a trace behind. But at that moment, a hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the white tiger. It slowly raised its massive claw and gently tapped the attacks of the three. Boom! 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 3 dull thuds echoed through the air. Yet, the attacks of Ying Xian and the others were effortlessly shattered by the white tiger. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 15, is this even worthy of an SSS-ranked psionic? The contempt of the Beast King. Contempt? Impossible. Watching the white beast effortlessly shatter their attacks, even Ing Xian and his two companions couldn't help but reveal a look of shock in their eyes. They were all SSS-ranked beings. But why could this white so easily shatter their attacks? But at that moment, before the three could continue their thoughts, the white tiger's contemptuous eyes had already locked onto the three of them. The next moment, the white mutant tiger's form had vanished from its original position. It appeared behind Wang Kong, one of the three SSS-ranked psychics. In an instant, a thick aura of danger surged forth from Wang Kong's heart. Without hesitation, Wang Kong activated his abilities, forming a crimson-red barrier behind him. This energy barrier was over 10 meters thick. Moreover, this barrier was not merely defensive in nature. As the crimson barrier took shape, crimson flames continuously erupted from its surface. Formed by Wang Kong's SSS-tier supernatural abilities, this barrier would be nearly impossible to shatter even by an SS-tier or lower supernatural user, and there was a high chance of being counterattacked by the terrifying power emanating from the crimson barrier. However, at this moment, as the user of this crimson barrier, Wang Kong did not feel that the sense of danger in his heart had diminished in the slightest. In fact, within less than a few milliseconds, he could sense that the sense of danger surrounding him had grown even more intense. At the same time, the white demon tiger's sharp claws struck directly at the crimson barrier, which was over 10 meters thick. For a human size, the barrier already appeared extremely massive. However, as an SSS-ranked beast king, the white tiger's true form was over 100 zhang away. Even though the attack was focused on just one of its claws, its sheer size was already beyond imagination. Under this massive, terrifying claw, the over 10-meter thick crimson barrier appeared utterly insignificant. Behind the barrier, Wang Kong appeared even smaller, like an ant. The next moment, the terrifying claw collided with the crimson barrier with a thunderous crash. However, the expected energy explosion did not occur. The claw and the barrier collided. Yet it felt as though a steel blade had met tofu. Even though the tofu was extremely thick, under the steel blade, it had no ability to resist and was sliced in two. The crimson barrier was no exception. Terrifying claws have already carved several deep gashes into the crimson barrier. 10 meters of thickness were silently penetrated. What seemed like an extremely prolonged action actually occurred in less than a second. The white-clawed beast's massive claws had already broken through the crimson barrier and were heading toward Wang Kong. However, as an SSS-ranked psychic, Wang Kong finally reacted at this moment. As the white mutant tiger's claws tore through the barrier he had solidified, Wang Kong's crimson-colored ability erupted from his body, forcing him to change direction. But even so, the energy fluctuations carried by the white tiger's claws had already turned Wang Kong's face pale. Just now, if his reaction had been even a moment slower, he might have been sliced in half by the white tiger's claws. Li Xiao had faced such terrifying beings before? What happened to the supposed minimal difference in strength between SSS-ranked opponents? Meanwhile, Ing Xian and Huang Sang's expressions also grew grim. Although the white tiger's attack had not targeted them. But all three of them had recently become SSS-ranked psychics, with their strengths being roughly on par with one another. Even Wang Kong, facing the white strange tigeress attack, looked like he was in dire straits. If it were them, they probably wouldn't fare much better than Wang Kong. For a moment, due to the white mutant tiger's single move, the three SSS-ranked psychics at the scene all froze in place, dared not move. However, aside from the three SSS-ranked individuals, the others hadn't even noticed the danger that had just passed. Especially for the residents of Xingcheng. As ordinary people, they could only see the three SSS-ranked psychics from the Psychic Association fighting the White Tiger Beast King for a moment before they scattered in different directions, completely unaware of the danger. Many residents of Star City couldn't help but feel confused. Many still harbored the subconscious belief that one cannot defeat four. While psychics are indeed much stronger than ordinary people. But if they were of the same rank, even if one were exceptionally strong, they couldn't possibly fight two of the same rank, could they? And now there were three of the same rank. Why aren't Lord Ing Xian and the others moving? Now there's a Beast King coming to its doom. With their strength, if they all attack together, this Beast King might not survive this time. Lord Ing Xian, act quickly and slay this Beast King. Glory to our Star City. Some residents shouted excitedly, as if trying to spread their voices so that the three involved, including Lord Ing Xian, could hear them. Ing Xian. You three, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. Take care of that Beast King. At the same time, at the outskirts of Star City, Qin Wanxiao, who was stationed on the city walls, saw that Ing Xian and the others had suddenly stopped fighting and was taken aback for a moment before shouting loudly. But upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly began to trickle down the foreheads of the three of them. The confidence and composure that had once been on their faces had vanished. The true strength of the Beast King far exceeded their expectations. Even at this moment, regrets began to surface in their hearts. Regret for having boasted about killing the Beast King. Or perhaps they should not have conspired with Qin Wanxiao to expel Li Xiao from the Psionic Association? If Li Xiao were still here, would they even have to face the Beast King? Alas, regret was now useless. The white beast's senses had already locked onto Ying Xian and the others, showing no intention of letting them escape.
They felt the white beast's perception locking onto them. Ying Xian and his two companions' expressions changed repeatedly.
But at this moment, they also realized that all regret was already too late.
The three of them couldn't help but exchange glances, then clenched their teeth.
This Beast King may be powerful, but we have three of us. What is there to fear?
How much stronger could it be? Could it possibly be stronger than the three of us, all at the same cultivation level?
With this thought, the grim expressions on Ying Xian and the others gradually eased. The three of them fixed their icy gazes on the white beast. Today, the three of us will kill you and avenge the humans who died at your hands. As the words fell, terrifying energy fluctuations once again surged around the three of them. However, the white-furred beast only grew more contemptuous.
Kill me? You're not worthy. Bring out that human named Li Xiao. Maybe there's still a chance. Chapter 16. At this point, would they regret their decisions? Hearing the wide-eyed tiger's mocking and derisive voice, Ying Xian and the other two couldn't help but lower their heads even further.
The white tiger before them seemed so casual in the face of the three of them, but according to its own words,
the three of them combined weren't even a match for a single Li Xiao?
Kill! Ying Xian and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. They spoke in low, menacing voices. The three of them immediately charged toward the white-colored tiger. Countless people who witnessed their actions, whether they were psychics on the beast-tide battlefield or ordinary citizens in Star City, couldn't help but flush red in the face, their expressions filled with excitement. With the white-colored strange tiger and the three of them at the center, the psychic abilities of the four SSS-ranked beings nearly turned the center of the battlefield into a vacuum. All the beasts and psychics who sensed the battle between the four SSS-ranked psychics and the Beast King hurriedly retreated. With their strength, if they were caught up in such a terrifying battle, even the aftereffects of the fight could easily tear lower-tier psychics into pieces. Meanwhile, outside the beast-tide battlefield, countless psychic beings and residents of Star City were cheering for Ying Xian and his two companions. As expected, with Lord Ying Xian and his companions here, even the Beast King couldn't dare to set foot in our Star City. Ha, without Li Xiao, Lord Ying Xian and his group can still block the Beast King outside Star City. Watching the live broadcast of the battle, many Star City residents laughed heartily. However, with the ordinary perspective of Star City residents, they did not notice. Although Ying Xian and his two companions had only fought the white-haired beast for a moment. However, their faces were already drenched in sweat, and their complexions had grown pale from the rapid depletion of their abilities. On the other hand, the White Beast King, despite being the only one of its kind to engage in battle, it had remained completely at ease from start to finish. Though both were SSS-ranked beings, the White seemed like a completely different entity compared to the three of them. With your measly strength, you dare to call yourselves SSS-ranked? Just then, the White's fierce eyes widened, its terrifying claws raised, and it charged toward Ying Xian and the others. At the same time, the White's surrounding energy fluctuations surged wildly, enveloping Ying Xian and the others within its grasp. A thick sense of danger descended, causing Ying Xian and his two companions' expressions to change drastically. They tried to retreat. But they suddenly realized that the white tiger's energy fluctuations had already sealed off the entire area within 100 meters. If they had been at the peak of their abilities, they might have managed to escape with great effort. But now, after battling the white tiger for some time, their abilities had been depleted by more than half. At that moment, a look of sheer terror finally flashed across the three of their eyes. This feeling was exactly the same as when they were still low-tier psychic beings, not yet SSS-ranked, facing a Beast King. At that time, Li Xiao had been alone at the outskirts of Star City, repelling all the Beast Kings. They had believed that with their current strength, they should be able to confront the Beast King. But reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Li Xiao could effortlessly repel 1, 2, or even more Beast King-level creatures at the same time. But now, even with three of them teaming up, they looked utterly helpless in the face of a single Beast King. Carrying terrifying energy fluctuations, the white beast's massive claws crashed down on Ying Xian and the others. At the same time, within Xingqiang, everyone who had been cheering excitedly froze in place. Because this time, Ying Xian and his three companions were unable to withstand the white beast's attack once again. Instead, they were sent flying backward by the white beast's attack. Their bodies crashed directly into the sturdy walls of Star City, causing the entire city wall to tremble. A deathly silence fell. Immediately afterward, everyone in the city was filled with terror. Through the live broadcast, the beast tide that Star City was facing was not only visible to the residents within the city. Under the deliberate public release by the Psionic Association, even smaller cities could also watch the live broadcast. At that moment, Chen Xian, the guardian of Qiqing, is also one of the viewers watching this live stream. Before the SSS-ranked Beast King had appeared in the Beast Horde. Upon seeing Ying Xian and the others slaughtering the beasts as easily as killing chickens or dogs, Chen Xian disapproved of the Psionic Association's decision to expel Li Xiao. He couldn't help but acknowledge their strength from the bottom of his heart. He even believed that, with their strength, they could easily block or even kill a Beast King if one were to appear. But the result was a shock to Chen Xian. Simply the appearance of the White Beast King alone. With the power of a single Beast King, it managed to reduce Ying Xian and his group to this state.
Even against 3 SSS-ranked psychics, it was still holding its own. Could it be that Ying Xian and the others really can't defeat that Beast King? Chen Xian thought this was the worst possible outcome. But when the live stream showed Ying Xian and his 2 companions being truly driven back by the White Beast, Chen Xian could no longer hide his shock. Even as an SS-class psychic, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. 3 SSS-ranked psychics teaming up were still no match for a Beast King, and they were even defeated head-on. This was something no one dared to imagine. Chen Xian's heart grew even more despairing. He had once believed that as long as he could become an SSS-ranked psychic, he would have the qualifications to go head-to-head with a Beast King. Even if Li Xiao were to leave Qi City one day, Chen Xian believed he could protect the city alone. But this live broadcast had completely shattered Chen Xian's hopes. Ordinary SSS-ranked psychics were no match for the Beast King. At that moment, watching the live stream showing Ying Xian and the others defeated and coughing up blood, as well as the other psychics on the city wall showing unimaginable fear, Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly complex. He wondered if those in the Psionic Association had ever considered the consequences of expelling Li Xiao back then. Li Xiao had the strength to defend Star City for 5 years, repeatedly repelling the Beast King and eventually developing Star City and the Psionic Association to their current peak. But this did not mean that ordinary SSS-ranked psychics could achieve what Li Xiao had accomplished. The current trio of Ying Xian is a perfect example. When they actually faced the Beast King, the gap between them and Li Xiao was already evident. But now, even if the members of the Psionic Association wanted to regret their decisions, it would be too late. After all, Li Xiao had already withdrawn from the Psionic Association. A sudden thought unconsciously crossed Chen Xian's mind. Xingqing this time. It's probably truly doomed. Chapter 17, Chen Xian's shock. Will it boost his power? No one could have anticipated this. The first beast-tied Star City faced after Li Xiao's departure was already beyond its ability to withstand. There were no psychics capable of dealing with an SSS-ranked Beast King. Even if there were more psychics remaining, they would only end up as targets for one-sided slaughter. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's expression changed slightly. A surge of psychic energy rippled around him as he rose and vanished from the spot, heading toward the small courtyard where Li Xiao was staying in Qi City. At that moment, the small courtyard where Li Xiao was staying. It was completely different from the chaotic mess it had been when Li Xiao first arrived. As soon as Chen Xian stepped into the courtyard, his gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 saplings planted on the northern side of the courtyard. Chen Xian's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the 3 saplings. As an SS-ranked psychic, he knew that these 3 saplings were still in their juvenile stage. However, Chen Xian immediately sensed the special energy fluctuations hidden within them, accompanied by occasional flashes of purple glow. Such energy fluctuations were something Chen Xian had only ever felt on celestial treasures that could benefit even top-tier psychics. Moreover, those treasures were already in their mature state. However, the 3 small trees before him were clearly planted by Li Xiao after he arrived here. They already possessed energy fluctuations that were no weaker than those of the celestial treasures. It was hard to imagine what level of heavenly treasure these 3 saplings would become once they fully matured. Chen Xian, what are you doing here? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed behind Chen Xian, snapping him back to reality. Turning around, Li Xiao had somehow already appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard house. Li Xiao was holding a fruit platter in his hands. Inside the tray lay a slice of a purple fruit, emitting a crystalline purple glow, already cut into pieces. Chen Xian's nose twitched involuntarily as a sweet aroma filled his nostrils. At the same time, Chen Xian felt his mind grow clear and focused. The fatigue he had accumulated from long-term duty in Qi City vanished in an instant. The extraordinary ability, which had been stagnant at the SS level intensity for an extended period, suddenly began to slowly activate. What is this? Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock. Li Xiao, however, did not notice any of this and smiled as he walked toward Chen Xian. As Li Xiao drew nearer, the sweet scent grew increasingly intense, causing the previously sluggish supernatural ability within Chen Xian's body to accelerate its rotation. Chen Xian's gaze immediately fell on the fruit platter in Li Xiao's hands. At this point, even someone as slow as Chen Xian could sense that the true cause of all this was the fruit platter in Li Xiao's hands. This was just from smelling it from a distance. How could it have such an effect? If he actually ate it, wouldn't he go straight to heaven? Li Xiao watched Chen Xian's reaction and couldn't help but smile. The items in the fruit platter were naturally the ability-enhancing fruits he had obtained earlier. If he were to consume all the ability-enhancing fruits in a single day, his body's tolerance would cause much of their effects to be wasted. Therefore, Li Xiao had planned to eat one per day. Just as he finished cutting the fruit, Chen Xian arrived. Want a piece? Li Xiao pointed at the fruit platter in his hand and said to Chen Xian, having already sliced the ability-enhancing fruit into 8 equal pieces. Gulp! Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. This isn't really appropriate, is it? Although he had never seen the purple fruit in Li Xiao's hand before.
But as an SS rank psychic, even the scent alone had such an effect on him, so Chen Xian knew how precious this item must be. Such a rare and precious item must be extremely valuable to Li Xiao.
Eat it. I have plenty more on me.
Plus, once these 3 saplings grow up, the number of ability-enhancing fruits will only increase. Li Xiao pointed at the 3 saplings. According to the system as previous explanation, these ability-enhancing fruits seem to originate from the fruits these 3 saplings would bear in the future. As for the growth of the fruit trees, Li Xiao didn't care at all.
He looked at his system interface at the items obtained from yesterday's daily tasks. Ability Spring.
He could instruct the system to generate a spring at a designated location. The water from the spring had the primary effect of accelerating the growth rate of plants. Upon hearing Chen Xian and Li Xiao's words, he couldn't help but shift his gaze back to the 3 saplings, his eyes growing increasingly astonished.
He had just realized that these 3 saplings were probably quite extraordinary. But he never imagined they would be this extraordinary. This special fruit was actually produced by these 3 saplings once they matured?
Then I won't hesitate to try it. Chen Xian spoke, then picked up a slice of the smallest fruit and ate it in one bite.
The moment Chen Xian ate the fruit,
he felt his supernatural abilities explode within him, surging wildly. Centered around Chen Xian, terrifying supernatural abilities erupted violently in all directions, unleashing a whirlwind. But before the chaotic supernatural abilities within Chen Xian could cause any damage to the surroundings, Li Xiao glanced at Chen Xian, and his mind flickered slightly. A barrier of supernatural abilities formed around Chen Xian, blocking his chaotic abilities. At the same time, the supernatural abilities within Chen Xian's body began to surge rapidly. After a while, Chen Xian finally opened his eyes. However, at that moment, Chen Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Beneath the strange fruits, Chen Xian suddenly realized that his strength had already reached the limit of SS class.
With just a little more time, breaking through to become an SSS rank psychic would no longer be a problem. The thought of becoming an SSS rank psychic sent Chen Xian's excitement soaring even higher.
Similarly, Li Xiao also sensed the increase in Chen Xian's ability strength and furrowed his brows slightly.
Not yet at the SSS rank level?
Originally, Li Xiao had assumed that the 8-tier ability enhancement fruits should be sufficient to directly boost Chen Xian's ability to SSS rank.
But now it seemed that the quantity was still insufficient? After all, he had planned to settle down in Qi City for the long term. And Chen Xian was the strongest psychic in Qi City besides himself. If anything were to happen in the future, Li Xiao would have to handle it himself, which would be too troublesome. The reason Li Xiao had invited Chen Xian to eat the ability-enhancing fruits was precisely to enhance Chen Xian's strength. If he could truly elevate Chen Xian's strength to SSS rank, although it would only be on par with the 3 members of the Psionic Association who have just entered the SSS rank, it would still be sufficient. At least, in the future, when dealing with most beast hordes, he wouldn't have to get involved personally. Chen Xian could handle it on his own. Chapter 18, The Fall of an SSS ranked supernatural being, The Fall of Star City? Chen Xian, eat another piece. Li Xiao handed the fruit platter to Chen Xian once more.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's breathing became even more. Because he had already eaten one before, Chen Xian now truly understood the immense value of the ability-enhancing fruit. But what did he hear? Li Xiao hadn't just invited him to eat once, he had invited him to eat again to help him break through to SSS rank? Is this for real? At that moment, Chen Xian could only feel his knees go weak, wanting to kneel before Li Xiao and cheer. 2 small pieces of fruit could effortlessly help someone like him, an SS rank, break through to SSS rank. Li Xiao's strength isn't just powerful. Even with such precious treasures, he was not the least bit stingy toward others. It's hard to imagine what the members of the Psionic Association were thinking. Were they crazy or something? How could they have driven Li Xiao away? Speaking of the Psionic Association. Suddenly, Chen Xian remembered the reason he had come to find Li Xiao. Lord Li Xiao, the Star City Psionic Association has been attacked by a beast tide. Among the beasts, there is a beast king, and the 3 SSS-ranked members of the Psionic Association seem to have been defeated. Soon, Star City may fall completely. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao showed no sign of surprise in his eyes. Earlier, when the massive beast tide passed through Qi City, Li Xiao had actually sensed the presence of a beast king hidden within the tide. However, why was there only one? If he remembered correctly. Earlier, he had sensed the presence of 2 beast kings within the horde. But whether it was 1 beast king or 2, neither could be matched by the 3 SSS-ranked psychics from Mingxian. Being defeated by the beast king was within Li Xiao's expectations. As for whether the entire Star City had fallen, that was no longer of any concern to Li Xiao. If there was anyone in the entire Star City that he still cared about, it was. Speaking of which, any news about Yi Xue? Li Xiao suddenly asked. Before the beast tide reached Star City, Li Xiao had entrusted Chen Xian to contact Yi Xue on his behalf, informing her of his current whereabouts, and also expressing his desire for Yi Xue to come to Qiqing as well. By now, quite some time had passed. Yi Xue should have replied by now. Chen Xian shook his head. The message was sent out long ago, but Miss Yi Xue has not responded. This was also the reason why Qin Xian came to find Li Xiao this time. After all, from Li Xiao's previous remarks, he could tell that the relationship between the two was far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's eyes couldn't help but darken slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xingcheng. In the instant after Ring Xian and the others were defeated and driven back, the entire Star City had fallen into a deathly silence. No one had anticipated that facing a single SSS-ranked Beast King, Ying Xian and the other two SSS-ranked psychics, even when they joined forces, were unable to withstand it, suffering such an easy defeat. Everyone's faces betrayed their disbelief. However, after the White Beast Tiger defeated Ying Xian and the others, it did not stop. You're not worth a single blow. You scum don't deserve to be called SSS-ranked. A deep sense of contempt surged from its fierce tiger-like eyes. Their combined strength was far weaker than that of the man named Li Xiao from before. Immediately, a hint of murderous intent flickered in the White Tiger's eyes. At the same time, Ying Xian and the others felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping them. They were truly going to die. This time, even as SSS-ranked psychics, they couldn't hide their fear. Despite joining forces, the three of them were easily defeated by the White Mutant Tiger, their mental defenses on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the massive form of the White Tiger flickered and appeared on one of the three psychics, Wang Kong. A pair of massive claws plummeted down from the sky, aiming straight for Wang Kong. Wang Kong's eyes filled with the terror of death as he screamed, "No, I don't want to die." He tried to activate his psychic abilities and continue fleeing. However, in the previous battle, Wang Kong's supernatural abilities had already been depleted, leaving little remaining. A faint ripple of supernatural energy emerged from Wang Kong's body, but it was quickly shattered by the terrifying pressure of the white supernatural tiger. This faint energy fluctuation was completely torn apart. Boom! The white demon tiger's massive claws finally crashed down onto the ground. Like an earthquake, intense tremors echoed throughout the area, even reaching the residents of Star City, who could feel the powerful vibrations. This time, Wang Kong, trapped beneath the claws, had no chance to escape and was firmly pinned beneath them. When the white demonic tiger's massive claw lifted off the ground, all that could be seen was that the center where the claw had struck was now empty, with no trace of Wang Kong remaining. In its place was a mangled, bloodied mass on the ground. No. It wasn't even a corpse anymore. Calling it meat paste would be more appropriate. Bright red blood spread out from the center of the bloodied, mangled mass. SSS-ranked psychic warrior Wang Kong. Dead. Complete death, with no hope of survival. Beside them, Ying Xian and Huang Sang's bodies trembled in terror. Compared to the death of an ordinary person, the fact that Wang Kong, another SSS-ranked psychic, met such an end before their eyes left them utterly devastated. On the walls of Xingqing City, Qin Wanxiao's originally excited expression froze completely at the moment Wang Kong died. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao felt his mind go completely blank. The three SSS-ranked psychics he had placed so much hope in Diana. Now, they were utterly helpless even against a single Beast King. Not only had they failed to kill or drive back the Beast King, but in a matter of moments, one of them had been killed by the Beast King? What about the supposed minimal difference in strength between SSS-ranked psychics? But why? Their three SSS-ranked psychics are no match for a single Beast King. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the air, reaching everyone's ears, accompanied by the frenzied roars of the white-furred beasts. At that moment, the beast tide, which had already calmed down, erupted once again. Terrifying roars of monstrous beasts echoed from within the tide, overlapping and shaking the very souls of everyone present. Immediately afterward, it seemed as though the death of the SSS-ranked psychic had triggered all the beasts. All the beasts outside Star City seemed to have fallen into complete madness, charging toward Star City. However, this time, no psychic dared to confront the beast horde head-on. The live broadcast feed began to violently shake and grow increasingly blurry. Boom, boom. The trembling sound suddenly reached the ears of the residents of Star City. But this time, the sound did not originate from the live broadcast feed. In Star City, everyone's gaze turned toward the distant city walls. All they could see was the once imposing, sturdy city wall. One by one, cracks began to appear, and soon the entire wall shattered completely. Chapter 19. If Li Xiao were still in Star City, this would never have happened. Countless massive fragments of the city walls shattered and crashed to the ground, causing intense tremors. For a moment, the entire Star City seemed to be engulfed in a small earthquake. Many residents of Star City frantically clung to anything nearby that could serve as a support. However, the tremors beneath their feet were not their primary concern at that moment. They were staring at the city wall at the edge of the city, the massive wall constructed after the arrival of the beasts, which had stood undamaged for 5 years. At that moment, the wall had completely collapsed. The live streaming equipment originally set up outside Star City had been shattered by the beast horde's impact, leaving the footage blurred and indistinguishable. However, all the residents of Star City could clearly recall the final scene they had witnessed moments earlier. The death of SSS-ranked psychic warrior Wang Kong. The psychics had been completely defeated. The beast horde had truly breached the city walls.
The shattered city walls serve as undeniable proof that everything they had witnessed earlier was indeed true. A sense of panic immediately spread among all the residents of Star City. They no longer had the confidence they once had in Ying Xian and the other two SSS-ranked individuals. Instead, they were overcome by sheer terror. Damn it! Didn't they say that even if the Beast King himself arrived, he wouldn't be a match for Lord Ying Xian and the others? But why? This time, the Beast King had indeed arrived. But the outcome was not what they had initially claimed. The Beast King was easily slain by Ying Xian and the other two psychics. Everything had turned upside down. Ying Xian and the other three SSS-ranked psychics teamed up, yet they couldn't even defeat a single Beast King and were even killed in return? If this were in a game, people would probably mock them with "Can't you play?" But this is reality. This is reality. A massive wave of beasts had already broken through the Psychic Warriors' defenses and charged into Star City. The terrifying roars no longer came through the live broadcast, but instead echoed directly into the ears of every resident of Star City, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Many residents of Xingqing who were closer to the edge of the city walls could already see the massive beasts charging in from beyond the shattered walls. As they watched the beasts charging toward them, their faces were already filled with expressions of sheer terror. Initially, they were among the most ardent supporters of Ying Xian and the other three SSS-ranked psychics. They were also the first to join the procession when Li Xiao was put on trial. Having been informed by the Ability Association of an approaching beast tide, they had originally intended to watch the ability users battle up close and witness how they would crush and repel this beast tide. But the result? The beast tide had already broken through the Psychic Warriors' defenses, and even one SSS-ranked Psychic Warrior had been killed. Those who had come to gawk were the ones who had the worst luck. No! Save me, someone save me! They screamed in terror, trying to flee back into the city. But alas! At their ordinary speed, they had only managed to run a few steps. Behind them, the strange beasts that had charged in from beyond the city walls were already closing in. Even the smallest of these beasts were over 10 meters in size, making human bodies seem like toys in comparison. Even the accidental trampling and collisions from their limbs caused countless screams to echo through Star City. These screams faded away quickly after a short while. Before long, the beasts that had entered the city charged deeper into its interior. Along the way, countless skyscrapers collapsed under the beasts' collisions, plunging the entire city into complete chaos. Those traitors from the Psionic Association. They promised they could handle the beast tide with ease. Why is this happening? Those useless psychics shouldn't have been trusted. Wail, wail, who will save us? Cries and curses echoed endlessly, but soon, the voices of their owners were silenced under the beasts' trampling. Without the protection of psychics, ordinary people were as helpless as ants before the beasts, easily killed with a single kick. At that very moment, in a certain area of Star City, a faint blue energy suddenly streaked across the sky, unleashing powerful energy fluctuations. Two massive beasts charging toward the residents of Star City collapsed with a thunderous crash, their life force extinguished. A young woman with a delicate face, a slender figure, and dressed in a blue robe emerged. Ishua's expression was solemn and heavy. Following the complete collapse of the Psychic Warriors earlier, she had also returned to Star City along with most of the other psychics. Ishua looked around at the collapsed buildings and the crying crowd, all of which bore witness to the devastation caused by the beast tide to Star City. However, at this point, the beast horde's invasion of Star City was already an irreversible situation. Even the three SSS-ranked psychics led by Ying Xian couldn't stop it. Let alone her, who was merely an SS-ranked psychic. If Li Xiao were still in Star City, this wouldn't have happened, would it? Ishua's beautiful eyes fluttered, and her stunning face couldn't help but reveal a complex expression. But alas! Who could blame Li Xiao for leaving? Back then, Li Xiao was forced to withdraw from the Psionic Association. In the entire Star City, whether it was members of the Psionic Association or ordinary residents, how many were willing to speak up for Li Xiao? Even more so, that day, because Ishua stepped forward to defend Li Xiao. Afterward, she faced retaliation from the Supernatural Abilities Association and insults from the residents of Star City. Ishua couldn't help but feel a hint of fatigue in her eyes. For some reason, her longing for Li Xiao grew even stronger. But since Li Xiao left that day, she had lost track of his whereabouts. Once this disaster is over, I'll leave the association and go find him, Ishua thought to herself. Just then, help! Save me! A terrified voice rang out once more from the distance. Ishua turned her gaze in that direction. A monstrous beast, at least 10 meters tall and resembling a rhinoceros, was charging toward a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was an ordinary person, and under the creature's attack, his chances of survival were virtually zero. Ishua's body was once again enveloped in a faint blue aura, which surged toward the rhinoceros-like beast. However, this time, when her attack struck the rhinoceros-like creature, it did not kill it outright. Instead, the rhino-like creature's body trembled violently, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from its body. Could this rhinoceros-like beast also be a hidden SS-ranked being?
At the same time, the rhino-like beast abandoned the middle-aged man, turned its body, and fixed its gaze intently on Ishue.
Feeling the rhinoceros-like beast's lock on, Ishue's exquisite features remained unchanged as she prepared for battle.
But the next moment, her heart suddenly trembled. It was because Ishue suddenly noticed that, at the moment the rhinoceros-like beast had locked onto her. Several different directions around her. Several other beasts with SS-level ability strength also locked onto her simultaneously.
Chapter 20. Before arriving, her aura already subdues a tide of beasts. Earlier, Ishue's rescue operation in Star City had attracted the attention of numerous SS-ranked beasts. Now, these SS-ranked beasts were preparing to eliminate Ishue first. Ishue's heart couldn't help but sink slightly. Through her senses, she could clearly feel that there were at least 6 SS-ranked beasts currently targeting her. Given Ishue's strength, if there were only 1 or 2, she might still have a chance to handle them. However, facing 6 at once, unless Ishue was also an SSS-class mutant, she might not even be able to ensure her own safety. Suddenly, roar! The rhinoceros-like beast that had locked onto Ishue suddenly let out a deafening roar. Terrifying psychic energy fluctuations surged around the rhino-like beast. Under the influence of the psychic abilities, the rhino-like beast's skin seemed to harden further, glowing with a silver-black luster. Along the way, the rhino-like beast effortlessly smashed everything in its path with its body. Ishue's eyes flickered. A pale blue energy spread out, creating ripples like water waves. Those ripples spread out from Ishue's pale white palms, forming a barrier between her and the rhinoceros-like creature. The next moment, the rhinoceros-like creature collided with the ripples of water. Strangely, despite appearing as fragile as water ripples, they firmly held the rhinoceros-like beast at bay. However, Ishue's exquisite face showed no sign of joy. Instead, her expression grew even more somber. As the rhinoceros-like beast charged toward her, several other massive figures were charging toward Ishue from different directions. As SS-ranked beasts, their intelligence was already on par with humans. The combined efforts of several SS-ranked beasts left Ishue no room to escape. This is bad. Ishue's expression turned grim. Not only were there beasts nearby, there were also numerous psychics like her, rescuing the residents of Star City. When they saw the numerous SS-ranked beasts heading toward Ishue, the psychics' eyes also betrayed their anxiety. However, their strength was weaker than Ishue's. The strongest among them were only 2 S-class psychics. Against these SS-ranked beasts, they were no match. However, given Ishue's current situation, if she were to directly confront the frontal assault of these beasts, even as an SS-class individual, she would likely suffer severe injuries. At that point, forget about continuing the rescue operation within the city. It seems that whether Ishue can survive is still in question. A hint of reluctance flashed in Ishue's eyes. She hadn't even had the chance to find Li Xiao. How could she possibly die here so easily? At this thought, a resolute expression flashed across Ishue's eyes, as if she were preparing to do something. But just then, a terrifying, yet eerily familiar psychic pressure suddenly emerged from beyond the city walls. That psychic pressure entered Star City at an extremely terrifying speed. Immediately afterward, the SS-class beasts that had already charged toward Ishue's vicinity all revealed terror in their eyes, their bodies freezing in place instantly. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. The bodies of those SS-class beasts swelled without hesitation, then suddenly exploded. Their massive bodies, spanning tens of meters, exploded, staining the surrounding area hundreds of meters in diameter with bright red. What's happening? In that instant, the psychics surrounding Ishue were completely stunned. They felt their minds go completely blank. To effortlessly cause SS-class beasts, and several of them at once, to explode and die. How was this possible? A powerful psychic? But even someone like Ying Xian, an SSS-class psychic, wouldn't be able to do that, right? After all, SS-ranked beasts aren't just commonplace, they can hold their ground against an SSS-ranked psychic for a while. Yet at this moment, feeling that familiar psychic pressure, Ishue's lips curled into a stunning smile. She looked toward the sky outside Xingcheng. All she could see was a tiny black dot-like figure heading toward Xingcheng. But what Ishue didn't know was that as the black dot grew larger, outside the city, 2 massive figures suddenly opened their eyes. These 2 were none other than the white demon tiger and the black giant serpent still lurking in the shadows. Their gazes fixed on the black dot. As the black dot drew nearer, its human form became increasingly discernible. They sensed the powerful aura growing ever closer. The eyes of the 2 beast kings, the white strange tiger and the black giant serpent, both revealed a solemn expression. Such an expression had not been seen even when the white-faced 3 SSS-ranked psychics alone. This aura was far beyond what a newly ascended SSS-ranked psychic like Ying Xian could compare to. In this world, the only human capable of such power. The 2 beast kings could only think of one person. Li Xiao. Roar. Roar. Wail. Just as Li Xiao grew closer to Xingcheng, countless distinct cries of various beasts rang out simultaneously. However, without exception, every cry was filled with tension and anxiety.
These beasts, whose strength had not yet reached that of a beast king, also sensed the presence of something incredibly terrifying approaching. In an instant, the beasts rampaging through Xingqing in a frenzy of slaughter all cowered in fear, dared not move, and could only whimper softly. All because of a person who had not yet arrived. The entire beast horde had been terrified into this state. Upon witnessing the sudden change in the beasts, everyone in Star City, including Qin Wanchao and the two remaining SSS-ranked survivors, Ying Xian and Huang Sang, were all left speechless.
None of them knew what was happening. Roar! The white beast's tiger roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Within the roar, the overwhelming aura of a beast king spread out. The terrified beasts, which had been cowering and crawling on the ground, finally regained some of their mobility and settled down once more. Not long after, Li Xiao's figure reappeared at the edge of Star City. Before him, a massive white beast stood before him, its terrifying aura clashing with Li Xiao's own. But in just a moment, the white beast's fierce eyes changed. In just a few breaths, its Beast King level pressure had already fallen into a significant disadvantage before Li Xiao. It seemed to have sensed the difficulty the white beast was facing in opposing Li Xiao's supernatural pressure. SSSS. The sound of a giant snake flickering its tongue echoed through the air. At the rear of the beast horde, a black giant serpent suddenly swelled in size, transforming from its original dozens of meters into a winding hundreds of zhang in length. The terrifying aura of a beast king emanated from the black serpent's body, joining forces with the white tiger to collectively resist Li Xiao's psychic pressure. Chapter 21. After repelling the beast horde, will Li Xiao be allowed to rejoin the psychic alliance? Unfortunately, even the black python emerged from the beast tide, releasing its own psychic pressure. But facing Li Xiao, who was gradually approaching Xingqiang, the two beast kings' pressure remained at a disadvantage. Recalling their previous encounter with Li Xiao's aura of power didn't seem this terrifying. This guy? Has his strength grown even stronger? Thinking this, the two beast kings couldn't help but look at Li Xiao with a mix of fear and respect. They were all SSS-ranked psychics. Earlier, the three SSS-ranked individuals from Ying Xian couldn't even match a single beast king like the white-furred tiger. But when faced with Li Xiao, in their previous encounters, even when the two beast kings joined forces, they might not have been able to gain the upper hand against Li Xiao. This was a stark difference. On the other side, Li Xiao was unaware of the thoughts of the white beast king and the black giant serpent. His return to Star City was not because the city was under attack by a beast horde. The Xingqing Psionic Association had once deemed him useless and discarded him without a second thought. Li Xiao would naturally not return to face rejection. He would have been better off staying in Qi City, going about his daily tasks in peace. The psychics there spoke so politely, and whenever he had even the slightest request, countless psychics would rush to help him. Earlier, he had merely mentioned his desire to renovate his small courtyard. Immediately, a bunch of psychics showed up with all sorts of materials, making Li Xiao feel a bit embarrassed. This time, he returned to Xingqing because of the previous live broadcast of the Beast Tide in Xingqiang. Li Xiao learned from Chen Xian that the Beast Tide had breached Star City. And Yi Shui, who was closely connected to Li Xiao, was still in Star City. As for the others, whether they lived or died was no longer Li Xiao's concern. Thankfully, my strength has improved significantly. Otherwise, returning here so quickly would have been quite challenging. Li Xiao ignored the two beast kings staring intently at him. For Li Xiao, these two beast kings had never been able to overpower him before, and now that his strength had grown, they posed no threat to him at all. From outside the Star City, Li Xiao's gaze stretched toward a certain direction within the city. There stood a slender young woman dressed in a blue robe, none other than Yi Shui. Earlier, from a great distance, Li had noticed several SS-ranked beasts attempting to surround and attack Yi Shui. Fortunately, at that time, the distance between the two was already within the range of Li Xiao's abilities. Li Xiao sighed in relief. If Yi Shui was still unharmed, it meant he had returned in time. But just then, Li Xiao, you're back just in time. Hurry up and drive those two beast kings back. A voice with a commanding tone rang out from within the Star City. Li Xiao followed the direction of the voice with his gaze. At just a glance, his brows furrowed. The person speaking was someone he knew all too well. It was Qin Wanchao. At that moment, Qin Wanchao looked utterly disheveled. By his side stood several other psychics from the Psychic Association. Among them were Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS-ranked psychics. However, everyone's expressions were grim. During the previous Beast Tide, they had clearly suffered significant setbacks. Especially Ying Xian and Huang Sang. The arrogance that once belonged to SSS-ranked individuals was no longer visible on their faces. In their battle against the white-colored abnormal tiger, both of them had come to realize just how weak they truly were. Their expressions appeared dazed, clearly still in shock. Qin Wanchao, standing at the forefront of the psychics, noticed that Li Xiao had turned his gaze toward him. Li Xiao, quickly drive back those two beast kings. As long as you drive back both of them, we will forgive you for the mistakes you made at the Psionic Association. At that time, I will arrange for you to rejoin the Psionic Association, and all the benefits and your original status will be restored to you. Qin Wanchao shouted at Li Xiao. As he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Qin Wanchao's face. In Qin Wanchao's view,
At this moment, since Li Xiao had returned, he must not want Xingqing to be attacked by the beast horde. As long as he offered to let Li Xiao rejoin the Association of the Gifted, Li Xiao would have no reason to refuse.
But unfortunately, after hearing Qin Wanxiao's words,
Li Xiao remained standing in place. His eyes flickered with an odd expression as he stared at Qin Wanxiao, seeming extremely curious.
Li Xiao really wanted to ask. From start to finish, when had he ever shown any concern for his identity as a member of the Psionic Association? Defeating these two beasts and restoring his status as a member of the Supernatural Abilities Association? When had the status of a member of the Psionic Association become so valuable? So valuable that it was worth defeating these two beast kings? For a moment, Li Xiao felt like laughing. He looked at Qin Wanxiao as if he were looking at a fool. How could this guy seriously propose such a thing? It was he who had expelled him from the association after it had cultivated him into an SSS-ranked psychic. Now, upon realizing that even newly promoted SSS-ranked psychics were no match for the true Beast Kings, he was trying to drag him back in? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, he had finally managed to retire from the exhausting daily task of guarding the beasts. Now that he's living comfortably in Qi City, only a fool would want to go back to the Psionic Association. At that moment, Li Xiao didn't even feel like talking to Qin Wanxiao. Turning his head, he headed toward the direction of Yixue and Xingcheng. But what Li Xiao didn't know was, Qin Wanxiao's words were also being transmitted in real time throughout Star City via the live streaming equipment installed there. During the previous Beast Tide attack, although many live streaming devices were destroyed, however, many were still operational. The residents of Star City who were currently under attack by the Beast Horde lit up upon hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, their eyes fixated on the damaged live broadcast screens. Li Xiao? That traitor Li Xiao has actually returned? Ha, I knew that guy had nowhere to go and would eventually have to return to Star City. I remember Li Xiao was able to repel the Beast King before. Now that he's back, he must know about the Beast Horde attacking Star City. But I think just repelling this one Beast Horde and restoring his membership in the Li Xiao Supernatural Abilities Association is too lenient. That's right. At the very least, we should make Li Xiao defend Xingqing for at least another year after repelling this Beast Tide. Then, all the residents of Xingqing can vote again, and only with permission can he rejoin the association. No! Even if he manages to suppress and repel this Beast Tide again, we absolutely cannot allow Li Xiao to rejoin the association so easily. If it weren't for Li Xiao leaving in a huff, the Beast Tide wouldn't have caused such massive damage to Star City. After this is all over, we must bring him back to the trial court and give the deceased a proper accounting. Under the threat of the Beast's death, some people vented all their negative emotions from the previous ordeal onto Li Xiao, once again imposing unfounded charges upon him. But at that moment, it seemed as though something had been discovered. The voices of the Star City residents engaged in conversation suddenly fell silent. Because at that moment, everyone saw the same scene on the live broadcast. Li Xiao had completely ignored everyone's words, not even bothering to acknowledge Qin Wanxiao. He simply flew into Star City on his own. Chapter 22. Wait, you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve? Are you really going to threaten me with your psychic abilities? To threaten me? For a moment, everyone felt as though their throats were being choked by an invisible hand. Earlier, they had been considering what to do after Li Xiao had backed down and returned. Once the Beast Tide ended, what kind of punishment should they impose on Li Xiao? Should they completely seal off his abilities, send him to a prison for severe offenders with abilities, or impose a series of other punitive measures? Then vote to allow Li Xiao to rejoin the Ability Association. But the result? Li Xiao didn't even acknowledge their intentions at all? On the other side, Qin Wanxiao's smile suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Li Xiao, who was heading toward Xingcheng, unable to comprehend Li Xiao's actions. By the time Qin Wanxiao came to his senses, he realized that in the blink of an eye, Li Xiao had already vanished from his sight. Somewhere in Star City. Around Yixue, the once standing buildings had been reduced to countless ruins. Under the massive bodies of the strange beasts, no structure could withstand their passage. However, at that moment, the SS-class beasts that had been attempting to surround Yixue had all vanished. In their place, within a radius of hundreds of meters, the ground was covered in blood and this was caused by the SS-class beasts exploding their bodies, with blood nearly staining the entire area red. And Yixue was right in the middle of it all. Fortunately, with Yixue's strength, when the SS-class beasts' bodies exploded, she had already formed a barrier around herself, preventing the exploding flesh from sticking to her body. As for the recent incident of the beasts exploding around her, although the culprit behind it all had yet to appear, but Yixue knew. In this world, there was only one person capable of effortlessly obliterating several SS-rank beasts from across countless distances. At the same time, a young figure suddenly appeared before Yixue. When Yixue saw the young figure before her, her eyes couldn't help but flash with joy. This young figure was none other than Li Xiao. Yixue never expected that she hadn't even gone to look for Li Xiao. Li Xiao had actually returned to Xingqing on his own to find her. Was it because he knew that Star City was under attack by a beast horde and feared for her safety? Thinking of this,
For some reason, Yishue felt her heart racing even faster, and a faint blush crept across her face.
Xiao Shui, did those beasts hurt you?
Li Xiao glanced up and down at Yishue. Her body still emitted chaotic energy fluctuations, clear signs of a recent battle. Earlier, his sensory range had just covered Xingcheng.
He had just discovered that Yishue was about to be surrounded and attacked by several SS-ranked beasts. He immediately intervened and eliminated those SS-ranked beasts.
As for whether Yishue had encountered any danger earlier, Li Xiao was unaware. However, Yishue shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Li Xiao saw this and felt relieved. He scanned the area around him, within his line of sight.
There were still numerous traces of strange beasts. Among them were several S-rank and even SS-rank beasts. However, this time, as Li Zhao's gaze swept over them, all the beasts that met his gaze cowered on the ground in terror, emitting low whimpers and daring not to move an inch. On Li Zhao's body, these beasts sensed a terrifying pressure that they had only ever felt from a beast king. It seemed that with just a single thought, Li Xiao could easily eradicate them. Li Xiao let out a cold snort and withdrew his gaze from the beasts. His sole purpose for coming here was to take Yishue away. If these beasts didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't bother killing them one by one. Shui, I am currently residing in Qi City. Would you be willing to leave with me? Li Xiao asked Yishue.
Upon hearing Li Zhao's question, Yishue hesitated not a moment and nodded immediately. Earlier, on the day of Li Zhao's trial, because she had stood up for him, Yishue had also faced immense pressure from both the Psionic Association and Star City's inner circles. Had she not been an SS-ranked psychic herself, others would not have dared to act against her, and her situation might have been even worse. At that time, Yishue had already considered leaving to find Li Xiao. However, the Beast Tide's arrival disrupted Yishue's plans. After the beast horde invaded the city, Yishue did not stand idly by. During this beast tide, she killed many beasts and saved numerous Star City residents. In total, what she had done for the Psionic Association was more than enough.
I'm willing, Yishue said. Alright, let's go then. Li Xiao nodded and took Yishue's hand.
With Li Xiao holding her small hand, Yishue's face flushed again, but she did not resist. Under Li Xiao's supernatural abilities, the two flew toward the sky. Meanwhile, many residents of Star City who witnessed this scene were left speechless.
Li Xiao, how could he leave? He promised to return to rescue Star City and suppress the beasts. No. The beast problem hasn't been resolved yet. Li Xiao, you can't leave.
For a moment, the residents who had been discussing waiting for Li Xiao to deal with the beast tide before holding him accountable for the damage caused by his delayed arrival were suddenly thrown into panic. Li Xiao's actions seemed to indicate that he truly had no intention of intervening to resolve the beast tide.
Could it be that he wasn't here to redeem himself and regain his position in the association?
Meanwhile, watching Li Xiao soar into the sky, Qin Wanshou's expression also darkened. Li Xiao, accompanied by Yishue, was moving faster and faster.
In just a moment, they might be able to leave the city's boundaries entirely.
Meanwhile, the beasts that had been cowering on the ground, trembling in fear due to Li Xiao's arrival. Now that Li Xiao was moving away, a savage gleam once again appeared in their eyes. It seemed that the extreme fear they had experienced from Li Xiao had left a lasting impression. Terrifying roars echoed nonstop throughout Star City, deafening the ears of all who heard them. At that moment, sensing that the beasts around them were about to erupt once more, Qin Wanshou could no longer contain himself. He shouted, "Li Xiao! If you dare to leave now, no matter what happens, the Psionic Association will never accept you as a member." Li Xiao, who was in the sky, paused and stopped. Qin Wanshou couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face, thinking that his threat had worked. However, upon hearing Qin Wanshou's words, this time, Li Xiao truly found it amusing.
This guy has no other tricks up his sleeve? He's still threatening me with joining the Psionic Association? Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Ah, Mr. Qin, I think you've forgotten something. I'm no longer a member of the Supernatural Abilities Association. Your threats are useless to me. As he finished speaking, he ignored Qin Wanshou's utterly humiliated expression. Li Xiao turned around and continued flying toward the outskirts of Star City. Chapter 23. If Li Xiao had suffered massive casualties that time, then this time. What about the beast horde? Li Xiao! Li Xiao, come back here! Qin Wanshou's furious voice echoed. But Li Xiao, who was soaring through the sky toward the outskirts of Star City, paid no heed. Qin Wanshou's face was dark and grim, filled with intense anger. The last time he had felt this way, it was when Li Xiao had announced in front of everyone that he was withdrawing from the Psionic Association. This time, before Qin Wanshou's anger could escalate further, the city was once again shaken by violent tremors. The terrifying roars of the beasts echoed once more. Due to Li Xiao's departure, the beasts that had been cowed by his presence and dared not move freely began to stir once more. They rampaged through Xingcheng, causing widespread destruction. No. No. Don't kill me, I really don't want to die. Save me. Someone, please save me. The terrified and desperate screams of countless people echoed through the air.
Before this terrifying wave of beasts, the ordinary residents of Star City were no different from ants, able only to face death in fear and despair. Li Xiao watched the scenes of despair unfold before him with a blank expression. His heart remained unmoved, and he had no intention of intervening. Some people, once they've made a decision, must accept the consequences of that decision. They had once believed that Li Xiao had failed in his duties and that it was his fault that Star City had suffered casualties. Now that Li Xiao has withdrawn from the Psionic Association, the consequences should naturally fall on them.
The events unfolding in Star City
were captured by the few remaining live streaming devices in Star City and transmitted to other cities. In Xicheng, Chen Xian is also watching the live stream from Xingcheng. At this moment, Xingcheng no longer resembled its once prosperous and peaceful self, but had been reduced to a scene resembling a fiery hell on earth under the onslaught of the beast tide. Every moment, residents of Star City were dying in the beast tide.
Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions.
If Chen Xian remembered correctly, the reason the Psionic Association had sent Li Xiao to trial. The official reason was that Li Xiao's negligence had led to the deaths of approximately 500 people in Star City.
Massive casualties?
Chen Xian couldn't help but mutter those 4 words under his breath, his eyes fixed on the bloody scene unfolding on the live broadcast. If 500 casualties were considered massive casualties, then what Star City was currently experiencing was likely a massive casualty every single second. And the true cause of all this was simply that they had expelled Li Xiao from the Psionic Association. Just then, it seemed as though he had discovered something. Chen Xian, who was watching the live feed of Xingcheng, his expression slightly changing.
But at that moment,
in the live stream, Li Xiao had already brought Yi Shui to the outskirts of Star City. But just as Li Xiao was about to leave Star City, 2 massive figures suddenly appeared, blocking Li Xiao's path. These 2 massive figures were none other than the 2 Beast Kings, the White and the Black. As the White Tiger and Black Python appeared, Li Xiao, who had been preparing to leave with Yi Shui, suddenly halted his movements and froze in mid-air. At the same time, the terrifying pressure emanating from the 2 Beast Kings began to spread outwards. The entire Star City was shrouded in this terrifying aura of the Beast Kings.
At that moment,
countless psychics or beasts, regardless of their strength or power, all felt a sense of panic welling up within them.
We need again. A terrifying sound accompanied by a massive tremor suddenly echoed through the air, reaching everyone's ears. The White Demon Tiger and the Black Giant Python locked their fierce and icy eyes on Li Xiao. By Li Xiao's side, under the gaze of the 2 Beast Kings, Yi Shui's face grew slightly pale. However, Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the 2 Beast Kings with his usual calm gaze. What? Are you trying to stop me from leaving?
Meanwhile, within Xingcheng.
Li Xiao, you bastard.
You refuse to help our Psionic Association resolve this. I'll see how you handle these 2 Beast Kings. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao also witnessed the 2 Beast Kings blocking Li Xiao's departure.
The anger in Qin Wanxiao's eyes vanished instantly, and he burst into laughter.
Qin Wanxiao had already witnessed the power of these 2 Beast Kings.
A single white could easily defeat 3 SSS-ranked psychics like Ying Xian.
As for Li Xiao, back when he was still in the Psionic Association, he had also fought the White Tiger numerous times. However, the reason Li Xiao was able to repeatedly repel the Beast Kings back then, the primary reason was that many other psychics from the Psychic Association were assisting him from the sidelines. Otherwise, Qin Wanxiao didn't think Li Xiao could have so easily repelled the massive beast horde and the powerful Beast King level beings. Let alone this time, where Li Xiao isn't facing a single Beast King, but 2 Beast Kings teaming up. Qin Wanxiao didn't think these 2 Beast Kings would follow the rules and engage in a one-on-one fair duel with Li Xiao. Since they refused to cooperate with the Psionic Association to resolve the Beast Tide and achieve a mutually beneficial outcome, then they absolutely couldn't let Li Xiao leave so easily. I'll see for myself when the 2 Beast Kings team up to suppress you. Will you finally beg my Psychic Association to come to your aid? At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Qin Wanxiao's eyes.
But Qin Wanxiao didn't notice at all.
At the same time Li Xiao's words fell. A surge of psychic pressure, no weaker than that of the Beast Kings and even stronger, began to spread from Li Xiao's body. As this psychic pressure appeared, the pupils of the 2 Beast Kings trembled violently. The eyes of the 2 Beast Kings were filled with intense fear. If anyone else had dared to speak so boldly in the presence of the 2 Beast Kings, the 2 Beast Kings would likely not even bother to speak a single word, instead casually crushing them to death. But the one speaking was Li Xiao, a being that even the 2 Beast Kings, when joining forces, might not have been able to defeat. And now, both Beast Kings could sense it. Li Xiao's strength has grown significantly since their last encounter. Although the 2 Beast Kings hadn't been standing still during this time.
But when it came down to it, the gap between Li Xiao and them seems to have widened even further than before.
In the past, when the 2 Beast Kings joined forces, they could still fight Li Xiao to a standstill. But now, even if they join forces, they might not be a match for Li Xiao. At this thought, a hint of retreat flashed in the eyes of the 2 Beast Kings.
The next moment,
under the stunned gazes of everyone present, The two Beast Kings who had been blocking Li Xiao's path suddenly retracted their supernatural pressure and stepped aside in unison, clearing a path for Li Xiao to leave.
Chapter 24. A single word retreats the Beast Kings, Li Xiao's intimidation.
From the words Li Xiao had spoken earlier, it was clear that Li Xiao had come this time merely to take one person away, with no intention of getting involved in the matters of Xingqiang.
The White Beast Tiger and Black Giant Python, the two Beast Kings, were also fully aware of this. Given the current situation, if the two of them were to join forces and attempt to forcibly detain Li Xiao, the more likely outcome would be that they would suffer a crushing defeat at Li Xiao's hands. Li Xiao's strength has already surpassed his former self by a vast margin. Even before the battle has begun, their instincts as SSS-ranked Beast Kings have already sensed just how terrifying Li Xiao truly is. If it comes to a fight, there's a high chance they'll die. Given that, it would be better to simply let Li Xiao go. Thus, the two Beast Kings who had come to this realization did not hesitate for a moment, abandoning their plan to keep Li Xiao and clearing a path wide enough for him to escape. At that moment,
upon witnessing the White Tiger and Black Python retreating, whether it was through the live broadcast showing the situation in Xingqiang, people from other cities, or the psychics and residents within Xingqiang, everyone's eyes widened in shock.
Shi City.
Chen Xian stared in shock at the live footage being displayed in real time on the screen before him. At that moment, he felt his mind go completely blank.
What had he seen?
Two Beast Kings had parted the way for Li Xiao to leave.
Am I going crazy, or is the world going crazy?
These two were Beast Kings.
Even a single one of them was SSS ranked, capable of effortlessly defeating ordinary SSS ranked psychics.
Earlier, when Li Xiao mentioned he was going back to Star City, Chen Xian had been worried that with these two Beast Kings around, Li Xiao would have a hard time leaving Star City safely.
But the outcome was something Chen Xian never could have imagined.
These two Beast Kings actually chose to back down and let Li Xiao leave just because of his words, not even daring to stop him. Just how powerful is Li Xiao's strength? This question suddenly arose in Chen Xian's mind. At that moment, Chen Xian finally understood why Xingqiang had managed to survive the beast tide over the past few years. This was definitely not something an ordinary SSS-ranked individual could achieve. Li Xiao's strength had long since surpassed that of ordinary SSS-ranked psychics. Could it be that Li Xiao's strength has already surpassed the SSS rank? A thought flashed through Chen Xian's mind. Chen Xian could feel his heart growing increasingly excited. But on the other side, compared to the excitement in Chen Xian's heart, Qin Wanxiao's eyes had fallen into a state of complete stupor. His face was filled with disbelief.
Qin Wanxiao had considered countless possibilities.
But he had never considered this one possibility that the Beast King might have chosen to step aside.
Why? Two such powerful SSS-ranked Beast Kings were behaving this way in front of Li Xiao.
Similarly, countless residents in Xingqiang were also stunned by the scene.
Even though they were ordinary people, they could still tell. The behavior of these two Beast Kings seemed to be out of fear toward Li Xiao, which is why they dared not attack him and instead made way for him. This isn't good. If Li Xiao really leaves, what will we do?
Li Xiao, drive these beasts away first before leaving.
Someone shouted again, unwilling to give up.
But from such a great distance, the voices of these ordinary people were as good as dead in Li Xiao's ears. Let alone if Li Xiao did hear them, he probably wouldn't bother to respond. Li Xiao looked at the two Beast Kings who had forced their way through and cleared a path for him, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Whether these two Beast Kings were blocking his path was not a major issue for Li Xiao. With Li Xiao's current strength, if he wanted to,
dealing with these two Beast Kings would not waste any time.
But since these two Beast Kings understood the gap between themselves and him and chose to back down directly, this was the best outcome possible.
Xiao Shui, it's time to go.
Li Xiao turned to look at Yi Shui, who was following closely behind him.
Yi Shui's face flushed slightly as she looked at Li Xiao and nodded slightly. A strong sense of security welled up within her. By now, if there was anyone who dared to act this way in front of the Beast Kings, it was likely only Li Xiao. As they spoke, the two prepared to leave. But just then, dong dong dong.
The ground, which had returned to calm due to Li Xiao's arrival, suddenly trembled once more. This time, however, the tremor did not originate from the oncoming beast horde. The source of the tremor was not in Star City, but from a much farther direction. Everyone, including the psychics within Star City, turned their gaze toward the direction from which the tremor originated.
Just a single glance.
A sense of dread flickered in their eyes.
In their line of sight,
a massive black gorilla, no smaller than the White Tiger and Black Python, was charging toward the direction of Star City.
As the black ape drew nearer, everyone felt an overwhelmingly terrifying psychic pressure closing in.
Within Star City, countless ability users with insufficient strength felt their breathing growing increasingly labored.
Those with S rank, and even SS rank abilities, revealed deep terror in their eyes. Another SSS class Beast King. A terrified scream suddenly rang out. At that moment, despair filled the eyes of everyone present. The presence of two Beast Kings was already a catastrophe for Star City. If another Beast King were to arrive at this moment, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Dong 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 dong. The tremors on the ground grew louder and louder.
Standing on the ground, countless people felt their bodies trembling in sync with the vibrations. The massive black gorilla charging toward them from the distance had already reached the outskirts of Star City. Its massive form loomed outside the city walls, casting an overwhelming sense of oppression over everyone. The black colossal ape turned its gaze toward the white strange tiger and the black colossal serpent, and its voice boomed. "Ha ha, you two fools, you're getting worse with age. You're actually afraid of a human? This guy is the one you mentioned earlier, the extremely troublesome human?" The black giant ape's enormous pupils fixed on Li Xiao's direction, filled with nothing but contempt. Compared to the black giant ape's terrifying form, Li Xiao's tiny form was no larger than one of its little fingers. So insignificant that even if it were to pass by, it would be crushed underfoot without a second glance. But the result? This human had actually frightened the white tiger and the black python so much that they dared not even think of attacking. Such cowardice. No wonder, after all this time, these two creatures hadn't been able to eliminate the humans in this area and instead lost quite a few low-tier beasts. But now things are different. It has arrived here, and it won't make the same mistake as those two. The black giant ape's gaze toward Li Xiao grew increasingly terrifying. Chapter 25, A single blow to shatter your Beast King's arrogance. Please subscribe. The black giant ape's terrifying gaze fixed intently on Li Xiao. The gaze of a powerful Beast King is enough to instill fear in any creature from the depths of their soul. Those with weak willpower might even collapse mentally under the gaze of a powerful Beast King. But at that moment, Li Xiao felt no discomfort whatsoever from the black giant ape's gaze, not even a flicker of emotion on his face. "If you're wise enough, you shouldn't block my path." Li Xiao remained composed, gazing at the black colossal ape before him as he spoke slowly. His tone was utterly calm, as if the creature blocking his path was not a powerful Beast King at all. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, the massive form of the black gorilla remained motionless where it stood. "Humph, human, do you think I'm the same two worthless fools you dealt with before?" The black giant ape's icy voice rang out, its terrifying gaze fixed on Li Xiao, showing no intention of yielding. Beside them, upon hearing the black giant ape's words, the white tiger and black python, the two beast kings, flashed a hint of anger in their eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Black gorilla, you're too arrogant. This guy isn't as easy to deal with as you think." The black giant ape didn't even bother to lift an eyelid at the words of the two beast kings, choosing to ignore them. This behavior only served to fuel the anger in the two beast kings' eyes. But the black gorilla didn't care. After all, it was just a human. How strong could it possibly be? It had already killed countless so-called human warriors in the past. No one in this city can escape today, humans included. The black giant ape spoke coldly, its voice filled with murderous intent. The next moment, a terrifying psychic pressure surged forth from the black giant ape's body. As the energy pressure appeared, the white clouds drifting in the sky were instantly torn into fragments by the terrifying aura. Howling winds swept through the air, which seemed to grow oppressive. Countless psychics could barely breathe. Within Star City, Ying Xian and Huang Sang, who were standing beside Qin Wanxiao, suddenly widened their eyes. As SSS-ranked psychics? From the black giant ape, they sensed a supernatural pressure far more terrifying than that of the white tiger and the black python. This was a beast king even more powerful than the white tiger and the black python. Earlier, a single beast king of the white tiger had been able to kill one of them in a 1-on-3 battle. But if they were facing this black giant ape, it might not just be one person who dies. At this thought, Ying Xian and the others felt their hearts tremble even more intensely. As for Li Xiao, who was directly ing the black giant ape's supernatural pressure, Li Xiao's reaction was worlds apart from that of Ying Xian and the others. The pressure from the Beast King's abilities was nothing new to Li Xiao. At the same time, Li Xiao's attention was drawn to something else. Before him, the daily system task suddenly appeared. Ding, new task activated. You have learned that your friend may be in danger in the wilderness. Out of kindness, you decide to go out and bring your friend home as a guest. However, on the way home, you encounter some unfriendly beasts. Please eliminate the hostile beasts and safely escort your friend home for a visit. Task item, 10,000 beast repelling staff temporary. Mission reward, Wani beast repelling staff permanent. This can actually appear as a daily task again? Looking at the daily quest that appeared before him, Li Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise. However, when he saw the details of this task, his expression grew peculiar. Drive away wild beasts and bring friends home as guests. The phrase felt a bit off. But upon closer inspection, it seemed to fit the current situation perfectly. However, referring to an SSS-ranked Beast King as a wild beast in this daily system, was that really appropriate? Although this black giant ape wasn't much of a threat to Li Xiao, it was still a Beast King. They didn't even give it any respect. This is exactly what I love. A smile couldn't help but appear on Li Xiao's face. Well, let's just stretch our legs and drive away the beasts. His voice carried clearly, and the black giant ape heard the words wild beasts in Li Xiao's statement. You're asking for death. The black giant ape's expression darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the black giant ape's massive hand, covered in black fur, lunged toward Li Xiao, creating a series of air explosions along the way, an utterly terrifying sight. In an instant, the light around Li Xiao was completely obscured by the massive black-haired hand. Yi Shui, standing beside him, felt her heart race to her throat. However, Li Xiao merely smiled, patting Yi Shui's shoulder reassuringly. Immediately afterward, Li Xiao reached out and gently grasped the void. In the next instant, a black iron rod made of a special metal suddenly appeared in his hand. The black iron rod was engraved with countless strange patterns. Every pattern occasionally flickered with a dark, eerie glow. This was the temporary item the daily system had given Li Xiao, the 10,000 abnormalities beast repelling staff. However, this time, when Li Xiao gripped the 10,000 beasts driving rod, even he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. His gaze fixed intently on the black iron rod in his hand. This is ridiculous. This isn't some beast driving staff. It was clearly a weapon for an ability user, crafted from extremely high-grade ability materials. Even with Li Xiao's expertise, he couldn't discern the specific materials used to craft the black iron rod. The only thing he could confirm was that the materials used to craft this beast driving staff were absolutely no lower than 8th tier, which was on par with his current SSS tier level. At that moment, even Li Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "The system is amazing. How could it call this thing a beast repelling staff?" Snapping back to reality, Li Xiao looked at the massive hand of the black gorilla reaching out toward him. However, there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered there. Gripping the Wani beast repelling staff tightly in his hands. The next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was above the black giant ape's head, holding the beast driving staff high, ready to strike it down. However, his tiny form looked utterly harmless. "Is this your resistance?" The black giant ape's disdainful voice echoed. It slightly withdrew its palm, preparing to casually swat Li Xiao away. But the next moment, the black giant ape's palm made contact with Li Xiao's beast driving staff, the black giant ape's expression changed instantly. Terrifying blue-purple electrical arcs erupted violently from the beast driving staff, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Screams echoed through the air. Amidst the flickering lightning, accompanied by the black giant ape's screams, its already black palm turned even more charred, and the faint smell of burning could be detected. "You!" A flash of terror flickered in the black giant ape's eyes. But before it could finish its sentence, its pupils revealed the reflection of Li Xiao, who had once again raised the beast repelling staff and was swinging it toward itself. As Li Xiao brought the staff down toward himself, behind him, a black giant staff phantom, over 100 feet long, appeared simultaneously and crashed down as well. Boom! A dull sound suddenly echoed. As the 100-foot-long staff struck its head, the black giant ape felt stars before its eyes, as if struck by a heavy blow. The next moment, the black giant ape discovered that the light before its eyes suddenly dimmed, then plunged into complete darkness. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the massive form of the black gorilla suddenly stiffened. It then toppled backward, its gaze fixed straight ahead. Chapter 26, You're grabbing them. Why should I step aside? Please. Subscribe. Boom. As the black giant ape's body crashed to the ground, dust and debris flew everywhere, and the entire ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Countless people's eyes were filled with horror. Chi City. At that moment, due to the battle between Li Xiao and the black giant ape, the surveillance cameras deployed by the Psionic Association were no longer capturing clear footage. However, despite the slightly blurred footage, Chen Xin could still clearly see everything that had just happened. His expression was blank. A beast of the Beast King class. And this Beast King's strength was clearly far superior to that of the White Beast Tiger and the Black Giant Python. Yet, in front of Li Xiao, it was knocked down with just 2 blows. This battle between Li Xiao and the Black Giant Ape was hardly worthy of being called a fight. It was a one-sided instant kill. And the one who was killed was a SSS-ranked Beast King of extraordinary strength. Coming to his senses from his daze, Chen Shen looked at the blurry figure of Li Xiao on the livestream. The admiration in his eyes grew even more intense. Meanwhile, outside Xingcheng, the massive black ape lying on the ground remained motionless. At that moment, the black giant ape lay motionless on the ground, its eyes tightly closed, its expression appearing remarkably serene. It seemed as though it was sleeping, but in reality, it had been unconscious for quite some time. The Beast King's body is truly remarkable even at such a young age, he can fall asleep so easily. Li Xiao looked at the unconscious Beast King and nodded in approval. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the White Tiger and Black Python, who had witnessed the entire scene earlier, twitched their lips slightly. They wanted to say, "Isn't this black gorilla the one you knocked out?" But after thinking it over, they wisely chose to keep quiet. At the same time, the 2 Beast Kings looked at Li Xiao with growing apprehension in their eyes. Deep within that fear, a portion of their emotions began to transform into sheer terror. Earlier, they had still believed that even if they were no match for Li Xiao in terms of strength, but if Li Xiao wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be that easy. But now, even the black giant ape, whose strength surpassed theirs, was no match for Li Xiao and was defeated in an instant. If they were to face him, their fate would likely be even more dire. Meanwhile, the black giant ape lying unconscious on the ground twitched its eyelids slightly, showing signs of waking up. As it slowly regained consciousness, intense pain surged through its mind.
At that moment, the black giant ape felt nothing but pain and a blank void in its mind.
But the next moment, the memories from before it had fainted flooded back into its mind. It remembered being knocked unconscious by Li Xiao with 2 blows. The black gorilla suddenly sprang to its feet, glaring at Li Xiao with a mix of anger and fear. Earlier, it had confidently declared in front of the other 2 beast kings that it could handle Li Xiao. But in the end, it was he who had been defeated.
Human, you've successfully angered me. The black giant ape's deep, suppressed voice echoed.
In response, Li Xiao remained calm, staring at the black gorilla.
It seems I haven't beaten you into submission yet.
As he spoke, Li Xiao tightened his grip on the beast driving staff in his hand. The beast driving staff swung in Li Xiao's hands, emitting a faint black glow. Upon seeing this, the black giant ape's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. It recognized this was the same black iron staff that Li Xiao had used to knock it unconscious earlier.
The next moment, Li Xiao's figure had already vanished from his original position.
When Li Xiao reappeared, his figure was once again reflected in the black giant ape's pupils, extremely close in distance.
At the same time, intense blue-purple lightning arcs completely engulfed the black gorilla's field of vision.
100-foot-long black giant club appeared once again behind Li Xiao, swinging violently toward the black giant ape's body.
Boom!
Under the force of the strike, the black giant ape's entire body was sent flying straight backward, crashing into the ground like a torn sack of rags. Many of the fleeing beasts were directly crushed into a pulp by the black gorilla, unable even to utter a scream. The black giant ape tried to rise and fight back, but Li Xiao gave it no chance. The overwhelming energy aura completely sealed off the black giant ape. The 100-foot-long black club-like shadow, under Li Xiao's control, continuously struck the black giant ape's body. It was a one-sided beating, and even the black giant ape, the king of beasts, had no ability to fight back. Soon, the black giant ape's body was covered in numerous wounds.
As its injuries worsened, the black giant ape's psychic pressure gradually weakened.
The battle between Li Xiao and the black giant ape was being broadcast live to countless dilapidated small cities through the live streaming equipment. Countless guardians and psychics in these small cities watched the livestream, their spirits running high. The Beast King can't hold on much longer. Lord Li Xiao is about to slay another Beast King level creature.
Lord Li Xiao is invincible. Everyone's expressions grew excited.
The existence of the Beast King posed a massive threat to all cities. If Li Xiao were to slay another Beast King, the Beast Tide would likely remain relatively calm for a considerable period afterward, effectively alleviating the pressure on all cities.
Hurry! Lord Li Xiao! Kill this Beast King! Although their voices couldn't be transmitted back to Li Xiao through the live broadcast,
many psychics in smaller cities still clenched their fists and shouted.
At that moment, outside Star City, feeling the growing weight of his injuries, the black giant ape finally felt a sense of fear. It was the fear of death. Even a Beast King was no exception. It wanted to flee immediately. But the moment that thought entered its mind, it was immediately rejected. In the previous battle, the black gorilla fully understood how terrifying Li Xiao's strength truly was, and his speed far surpassed its own. If it fled, its fate would be certain death at Li Xiao's hands. At this thought, despair couldn't help but flash across the black giant ape's eyes. But the next moment,
as if it had thought of something, a cold, ruthless expression flashed across its eyes. The black giant ape's gaze turned toward the direction of Star City. Terrifying psychic pressure erupted from the black giant ape's body, forcing it to break free from Li Xiao's attack. Taking advantage of the brief moment of opportunity, the black giant ape had already reached the outskirts of Star City. In the next instant, one of the black giant ape's palms reached toward the city, generating a terrifying suction force. Many residents and psychics near the edge of Star City suddenly looked terrified. They realized their bodies were being pulled toward the black giant ape against their will. The black gorilla reached out and grabbed them all in its hands. Immediately afterward, the black colossus turned around and looked at Li Xiao, who was approaching it, its threatening voice echoing through the air.
Human, if you don't want these people to die, then get out of my way and let me leave. In its eyes, since Li Xiao was a powerful human with special abilities, he would certainly not abandon these weak humans in the city. The black giant ape slightly opened its palm, positioning the terrified residents of Xingqing and the psychics within Li Xiao's line of sight. Li Xiao's movements paused slightly. Seeing this, the black giant ape sighed in relief, believing its threat had worked. But at that moment, a cold smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. You're holding them. Why should I step aside? Chapter 27, Saving you is the responsibility of the Psionic Association. What does it have to do with me? Recalling the black gorilla's threat moments ago, Li Xiao couldn't help but find it amusing. This guy, what kind of brain does he have, thinking he could threaten me with these people? If they were in any other small city instead of Star City, the black giant ape had kidnapped the residents and psychics from that city, Li Xiao might have considered how to rescue them from its clutches. But the black giant ape had made the worst possible mistake by using the people of Star City to threaten him. Li Xiao looked at the people being held in the black gorilla's palm. Among them were psychics from the Psychic Association and ordinary residents of Star City. But without exception, those held by the black gorilla had terrified expressions and pale faces. Although Li Xiao couldn't recall their specific names.
But seeing these faces, Li Xiao recognized them all too well.
As an SSS-ranked psychic with extraordinary mental strength, he couldn't possibly forget. Back when he was sent to the trial by the Psionic Association,
he had personally seen these faces among the crowd carrying banners in a procession. And what is even more ridiculous is that this black giant ape actually tried to use these people to threaten him. One couldn't tell if the black giant ape was being clever or just plain stupid. With that thought, Li Xiao raised his beast banishing staff high.
His actions showed no hesitation despite the threat.
The 100-foot-long black staff appeared behind him, descending toward the black giant ape. The black giant ape's expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly dodged to the side in a panic. In the next instant, the black staff's illusory form followed suit, crashing down on the spot where the black gorilla had previously stood, slamming heavily into the ground.
Boom!
Dust and debris flew into the sky, reaching the clouds. However, where the black giant ape had stood moments ago, there was now a circular crater with a diameter exceeding a kilometer. Seeing this, the black gorilla, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but twitch its eyelids.
A flash of panic crossed its eyes. Was it an illusion?
It sensed that it might be because it was holding these human hostages in its hands. Li Xiao's methods against itself showed no signs of mercy but instead grew even more brutal.
This guy really doesn't fear killing these people. Human! Don't you care about the lives of your own kind? Don't you fear that I might kill these people? The enraged voice of the black giant ape echoed.
Terrifying psychic energy rippled out from the palms of its hands. It seemed that with just a single thought, it could kill all the hostages in its grasp. Feeling the terrifying psychic pressure from the black giant ape, the faces of the people grew even paler as they desperately cried out for help.
No, please don't. Save me. I don't want to die. Li Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please save me.
Hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, coldly gazing at the people being held by the black giant ape.
Now they know to come begging for help? Where were you earlier? When he was sent to the Psychic Association's trial bench, where were you with that kind of face? Don't come to me. I can't save you.
Saving you is the responsibility of the Psionic Association.
I'm not a member of the Psionic Association. But don't worry.
Once you're dead, I'll kill this Beast King too, as a way of avenging you.
No need to thank me.
As he spoke, Li Xiao paid no attention to the people being held by the black giant ape.
He raised the beast riding staff high and once again brought it down on the black giant ape's head. But this time, the black giant ape wasn't so lucky this time.
The 100-foot-long black staff's shadow descended, followed by a dull thud.
The black giant ape's head was struck with tremendous force. Thick blood dripped from its skull.
At that moment, the black giant ape felt its thoughts slowing down, growing increasingly heavy. The true sensation of death descended. At that moment, the black giant ape sensed that it might truly be dying.
No!
A terrifying aura of Beast King-level supernatural power radiated outward from the massive black gorilla.
The black giant ape was completely consumed by the madness of its final moments, struggling desperately. Ah!
At the same time, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the black giant ape's palm. However, under the unrestrained pressure of the black giant ape's Beast King-level power, the skin on the hostages it had grabbed to threaten Li Xiao, inch by inch, could not withstand the terrifying pressure and burst open, spurting out thick, dark blood. Before long, these people had turned into blood-soaked corpses. Their blood-soaked faces bore a pair of eyes filled with terror, clearly visible. Reaching out, they seemed to be trying to crawl out of the black giant ape's grasp.
What use are you to me? The black giant ape snarled, its eyes wild with madness. In the next instant, its massive, hairy hand clenched tightly. With a loud splash, blood spattered everywhere. More desperate and agonizing screams echoed. But the screams lasted only an instant before fading away. When the black giant ape's palm opened again, the people in its palm had already lost all signs of life. Their bodies had been twisted into grotesque shapes from the previous compression. Only in their final moments did their eyes betray intense fear and unwillingness. Watching all this, Li Xiao's eyes remained utterly calm, showing no emotional reaction to the deaths of these people. After all, these people had sided with the Psionic Association during his trial. Now, he naturally had no intention of going to great lengths to save them. In the past, Li Xiao had saved Star City countless times and defended it fiercely. It was no exaggeration to say that every person in Star City owed Li Xiao more than one life. Setting aside all past grievances, even if Li Xiao chose to stand by and do nothing, he would merely be reclaiming the lives he had once spared. It is only fair. Enough. You've killed all the hostages. Now, it's time for your final struggle. Li Xiao's calm gaze fixed on the state of the black giant ape, appearing utterly composed. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the black giant ape's mouth. Its eyes turned blood red, and its massive body charged toward Li Xiao. At that moment, if there were any S-rank, let alone SS-rank, psychic warriors standing in front of the black giant ape, under the gorilla's charge, the only outcome would be their bodies exploding into pieces, leaving no remains. At that moment, in the blink of an eye, the black gorilla was mere inches away from Li Xiao. Another step forward, and it seemed as though it could crush Li Xiao's tiny body to pieces. But at that very moment, Li Xiao finally moved.
One of his hands slowly raised, pointing forward, making an intercepting gesture.
At the same time, the black colossal ape had already arrived.
On one side was a hand no larger than 20 centimeters, while on the other stood a terrifying figure over 100 meters tall.
This scene.
It was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, but even more absurd. But when the two made contact, contrary to expectations, the scene of Li Xiao's body being completely shattered into a blood mist did not occur. The sky seemed to grow dimmer at that moment, with thick black clouds gathering in the distance. Centered around Li Xiao, terrifying psychic fluctuations erupted suddenly, seeming to take on a tangible form as they surged toward the sky. At the same time, under the influence of this terrifying psychic energy fluctuation, the gaze of the black giant ape regained a hint of clarity, and a look of deep horror appeared on its face.
The next moment. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. In everyone's line of sight, Li Xiao remained motionless in his original position. However, the massive black gorilla that had been charging toward Li Xiao had been sent flying backward with a thunderous crash, its blood spraying everywhere like a rain of rain. Finally, the black giant ape crashed heavily to the ground, lying motionless. At the same time, the black gorilla's Beast King's special ability pressure began to fade rapidly, along with its life force. Thus, the Beast King, the black giant ape, was dead. The entire crowd was stunned. Chapter 28. Everyone in Star City was stunned. Li Xiao had actually left. He's dead. The Beast King is really dead. Wonderful. Lord Li Xiao. Another Beast King has been slain. As the black giant ape's life force faded away, all the psychics from other cities who had been watching the live broadcast of the scene were filled with excitement. Although it wasn't them who killed the Beast King. But the death of a Beast King was still a thrilling piece of news for everyone. With the death of a Beast King serving as a deterrent for a long time to come. Unless another Beast King issued an order, the beast hordes would likely dare not launch an attack on human cities. Meanwhile, at the scene, as the life force of the black giant ape faded away, countless beasts, both within and outside Star City, felt a deep-seated fear, becoming restless and uneasy. The death of a Beast King near the beast horde was an extremely dangerous signal for all the beasts. Here, there exists a powerful entity capable of easily killing them. Even Beast Kings are no exception. Had it not been for the presence of two other Beast Kings at the scene, some of the beasts might have already begun to flee. But in reality, the moment they sensed the death of the black giant ape, the white strange tiger and the black giant python's gazes trembled violently as well. The bodies of the two Beast Kings grew stiff, and their gazes fixed on a certain direction. There, lying on the ground, was the corpse of an enormous gorilla. Before the corpse, Li Xiao stood quietly. His expression appeared utterly calm. It was as though, moments ago, he had not slain a powerful Beast King, but merely an insignificant creature amidst the vast beast horde. At that moment, even the gazes of the two Beast Kings toward Li Xiao underwent a drastic change, filled with fear. They had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiao dealing with the black giant ape. The entire process was complete, with the black giant ape unable to even put up a fight. Li Xiao's strength had far surpassed theirs. Could it be he had already surpassed the SSS rank? The two Beast Kings were utterly shocked. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from within Star City. Li Xiao, well done. Take advantage of this opportunity and kill the other two Beast Kings as well. The moment they heard the voice, the expressions of the two Beast Kings froze. Immediately, they fixed their highly alert gazes on Li Xiao, daring not to move an inch. Li Xiao had managed to kill a Beast King stronger than them with such ease earlier. If Li Xiao were to actually attack them, their fate would likely be no better. At that moment, the two Beast Kings began to feel the fluctuations of Li Xiao's abilities within their bodies. If Li Xiao made any aggressive moves, they could split up and flee in two directions, leaving him no chance to catch up. As for fighting head-on, the two Beast Kings weren't that foolish. They wanted to live a little longer. But soon, the white tiger and the black python both sighed in relief. Because they realized that Li Xiao did not seem to have any intention of attacking them, he stood motionless in his original position. However, Li Xiao's gaze followed the source of the previous voice toward the city of Xingcheng. The one who had just spoken was none other than Qin Wanxiao. He never expected Li Xiao to actually be able to take down a Beast King single-handedly. Thinking about the pressure Star City was currently facing from two Beast Kings, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but speak up, intending to have Li Xiao step in and help deal with the current beast tide in Star City. However, at that moment, Qin Wanxiao noticed that Li Xiao seemed to have ignored his orders and had no intention of acting. Li Xiao, what are you waiting for? Quickly deal with those two Beast Kings. Don't you want to watch these beasts invade Star City, causing the entire city to fall and everyone to suffer and die at the hands of the beasts? Qin Wanxiao frowned and shouted at Li Xiao once more. Within Xingcheng, many residents had also heard Qin Wanxiao's words. That's right. Li Xiao, since you have the ability to eliminate the Beast Kings, why not eliminate the other two as well? Are you really planning to stand by and watch Star City fall to the Beast Horde? Li Xiao, if Star City falls to the Beast Tide today, as an SSS rank psychic with the power to stop this, you will bear an inescapable responsibility. If you don't act now to deal with that Beast King, countless people in Star City will die because of you.
They looked at Li Xiao and shouted excitedly. It was as though, if Li Xiao did not act to save Star City this time, he would be the most heinous criminal imaginable. Hearing these passionate words, Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the people speaking, as if they were all fools. At that moment, Li Xiao desperately wanted to ask, when did I gain the power to defeat the Beast King, yet now I must rely on others to defeat it and the Beast Horde? If he didn't help resolve it, then those who died in the Beast Tide would all be dead because of him? What kind of nonsense logic was that? Moral blackmail has even been turned against him? But in response, Li Xiao not only felt no anger, but couldn't help but burst into laughter. He looked at the countless angry faces in Xingqing and smiled with a hint of amusement. So, if I don't help you, what can you do to me? For a moment, the residents of Xingqing who had been speaking fell silent. They seemed completely unprepared for Li Xiao's response. But soon, their expressions returned to excitement as they turned to Li Xiao, intending to say something else. However, this time, Li Xiao had no intention of giving them the chance. After all, he hadn't returned this time to rescue Xingqiang. All of this had always been nothing more than their own misplaced affection. Apart from Yi Shui, whom he had planned to take with him, did the lives of the others matter to him? As for these people insisting on blaming him for not driving away the Beast Tide, which had already claimed the lives of everyone in the Beast Tide, Li Xiao could only say sorry. If they have the ability, they should go seek revenge on the Beast Horde themselves. Besides, doesn't T-Star City have its own organization of psychics? If the Psionic Association couldn't handle it, why should he, an outsider, be expected to do it? Turning around, Li Xiao waved at Yi Shui, who was waiting for him nearby. Shui, it's time to go. Yi Shui nodded slightly and walked over to Li Xiao's side. Li Xiao naturally took Yi Shui's small hand and prepared to leave. Beside them, upon seeing Li Xiao preparing to leave, the White Demon Tiger and Black Giant Python, the two Beast Kings, quickly stepped aside. They feared that obstructing Li Xiao's departure might give him an excuse to kill them as well. Everything Li Xiao had done earlier had already made the two Beast Kings lose any desire to confront him. Seeing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, but he didn't say anything else. Within Li Xiao's body, a faint surge of supernatural energy slowly emerged, enveloping the two of them. In the next instant, their figures vanished completely. Li Xiao's decisive departure had also caught everyone off guard. It took a while before everyone finally came to their senses. They looked toward the spot where Li Xiao had last been, which was now empty. Immediately afterward, including Qin Wanxiao, the disbelief in everyone's eyes grew increasingly intense. Li Xiao had actually just left. Chapter 29, regretting it now? Everyone froze in place at that moment. No one could have imagined that Li Xiao would leave so decisively, without even bothering to say another word. Qin Wanxiao stood amidst the crowd of psychics from the Psychic Association. His expression had also frozen, staring blankly at the spot where Li Xiao had last been before disappearing. At that moment, he finally felt that Li Xiao had completely slipped beyond his control. Back when Li Xiao was still a member of the Psionic Association, whenever a Beast Tide arrived, Li Xiao would always charge to the front lines to fight against the tide, even if he had been injured in previous beast waves. As long as he went to find Li Xiao and used the safety of all the people of Xingqing as a reason, Li Xiao would disregard his injuries and force himself to intervene, driving the Beast Horde back. But just now, Qin Wanxiao used the same method, citing the lives of all the people of Xingqing as his reason, demanding that Li Xiao intervene to repel the Beast Horde. Li Xiao didn't even bother to acknowledge him, simply walking away. Why? How could Li Xiao just leave? How dare he leave? Does he really not care about the lives of everyone in Star City? Qin Wanxiao's voice rang out angrily. Though he claimed to be angry, it seemed more like he was using his anger to mask his inner panic. In the presence of the Beast King, the remaining two SSS-ranked psychics of the Psychic Association were no match for him. Qin Wanxiao couldn't think of any way to drive the Beast King back. Before Qin Wanxiao could think further, a terrifying roar echoed through the air, and a colossal pressure from a monstrous beast engulfed Qin Wanxiao. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic in his eyes. Although he was the president of the Psionic Association, his actual strength was not strong. Over the years, he had utilized a significant amount of the association's resources to elevate his ability strength to a rank, still far short of S rank. However, the power of this beast had already reached SS level strength. If he were to come into direct contact with it, Qin Wanxiao would likely be crushed to death in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Wanxiao was not alone. Two SSS rank psychics, Ying Xian and Huang Sang, were by his side. When facing the Beast King, their strength falls short. However, dealing with an SS level beast is not particularly challenging. The terrifying energy fluctuations around the two of them flashed briefly, appearing in front of the SS-ranked beast that was charging toward Qin Wanxiao, and struck it with a thunderous blow. The SS-ranked beast let out an agonizing scream as its massive body was sent flying backward. "President, are you okay?" Ying Xian and Huang Sang spoke simultaneously. Qin Wanxiao's face looked pale, but he was unharmed. However, the powerful psychics from the association were present, able to rescue him from the beast's grasp. However, most of the residents in Star City were not so fortunate. With Li Xiao having already left Star City, The previously subdued beast tide once again erupted into chaos. The beasts already inside Star City were charging toward the residents nearby. Get away! Don't kill me! Save me! Someone, please help me! I really don't want to die. Someone, please save me! The terrified screams of countless Star City residents echoed through the air. Facing the terrifying wave of alien beasts, these ordinary people had no chance of fighting back. Under the massive bodies of the beasts, which could easily reach tens of meters in length, even fleeing had become a distant hope. Meanwhile, the psychics from the Psychic Association. Even with their numbers, they couldn't possibly protect everyone. In fact, many of the psychics themselves were already struggling to survive. After all, amidst the beast horde, there were no shortage of powerful beasts of S rank and even SS rank beasts that ordinary psychics could not hope to oppose. The entire Star City was plunged into a sea of blood and despair at that moment. No, 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 don't come closer. Near the outskirts of Star City, amidst the ruins, a man with a terrified expression, wearing glasses, huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. He had originally come here to watch the battle between the Psionic Association and the beasts up close. However, after the Beast King intervened, the Psionic Association's defenses were breached in an instant, and the beast horde surged into the city. Upon realizing something was wrong, he tried to flee back to Star City. But as an ordinary person, how fast could he run? After only a short while, the beast tide had already breached the city walls and entered the city. Many people around him were killed the moment the beast horde entered. He was luckier and hadn't been spotted by the beasts yet. But given the increasing number of beasts entering Star City, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Someone, please save me! The man in glasses cried out in despair. But no one responded. Everyone was already struggling to survive, including the Psychic Association members he had pinned his hopes on. Rumbling. The ground trembled suddenly near the man in glasses, growing closer and closer. Turning his head, he saw that not far behind him, a terrifying beast over 10 meters in length had appeared out of nowhere. A pair of blood-red beastly eyes locked onto him. Seeing this, the man in glasses was filled with terror and tried to get up and run away. But alas, as an ordinary human, he had barely begun to move. The terrifying beast behind him had already arrived, appearing before him. Its sharp claws flashed by, aiming to strike. No! The man in glasses screamed in terror, trying to dodge. But alas, with the reaction speed of an ordinary person, how could he possibly match that of a beast? The next moment, the man in glasses felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. A hideous claw mark appeared on his chest, nearly severing him in half. His fleeing body crashed to the ground, and blood gushed out, gurgling. The man in glasses felt his body growing colder and colder. This was the harbinger of death. And at that moment, death drew even closer. In his mind, a figure slowly emerged. That figure's name was Li Xiao, the strongest psychic in the former Psychic Association. Though he was just an ordinary person, he was well aware of Li Xiao's glorious deeds in repelling countless waves of monstrous beasts. Yet this extraordinary individual, who had made immense contributions to Star City, had recently withdrawn from the association. The reason behind all of this was a single incident that resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people. Everyone demanded that Li Xiao's abilities be sealed and that he be imprisoned in the psionic prison. On that day, he was among the crowd in the procession. He vaguely remembered holding a banner that read, "We don't need a self-important psychic like Li Xiao to protect us." Now, as death approached, a look of deep regret finally emerged in the glasses-wearing man's eyes. He admitted that he truly regretted it. If only he had not joined the protest march back then, but instead chosen to others to show leniency toward Li Xiao, would today's events have unfolded differently? If Li Xiao were still alive, how could such a large-scale incident involving strange beasts have occurred in Xingcheng? Alas, it was now too late. The man's vision gradually darkened, and his consciousness finally faded into nothingness. Chapter 30, Daily Task Completed, Ishu's Request. Similar scenes are unfolding in countless locations across Xingcheng. Under the threat of death from the beasts, many Star City residents who were about to face death finally felt deep regret. Regretting that so many people had agreed to force Li Xiao out of the Supernatural Association. But if Li Xiao were still here and knew what these people were thinking, he would only find it amusing. Their so-called regret is nothing more than realizing they are about to die and feeling afraid. Why regret it now, when it's too late? Why wait until the moment of death to feel remorse? Who would believe them now? Moreover, even if they truly felt remorse from the bottom of their hearts, Li Xiao would only think, what does this have to do with me? Does that mean he should save them just because they know they were wrong? If apologies were effective, what would laws be for? It seems to be because the two beast kings, the white tiger and the black python, led the beast horde to Star City. The number of beasts in other areas has decreased significantly. Even if they encounter any, they're just lone beasts foraging on their own. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and Yu Shui, who had been away from Star City for quite some time, saw a city gradually taking shape before their eyes. The scale and appearance of that city were incomparable to Star City. Whether it was the city's area or the completeness of Star City's walls. That's the city I was talking about, Xi City. Li Xiao said to Yixue. During their previous journey, he had already given Yixue a general overview of Qi City. Therefore, Yixue was not entirely unfamiliar with Qi City at this point. However, earlier, when Yixue heard that the Guardian of Qi City was only an SS-ranked ability user, roughly the same level as herself, she was also quite surprised. It wasn't that she thought SS-class abilities were too weak. It was just that Yixue felt that with SS-level strength and only one SS-level individual to single-handedly defend a city for several years, the hardships involved must be beyond anyone's imagination. After all, as a guardian, the mental and physical effort required was countless times greater than that of other psychics. Other psychics can take turns resting, but the guardian of a city must remain vigilant at all times, ready to fend off beast hordes. The psychic you mentioned, Chen Xian, must have had a tough time these past few years. Yixue's stunning face couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. If it were her in his place, she might have already broken down. Li Xiao nodded slightly in agreement. He had once defended Xingqing for 5 years and knew firsthand the hardships involved. We're almost there. Suddenly, Li Xiao slowed down his flight. As the two chatted, the distance to Qi City had grown to just a stone's throw away. On the city walls, many patrolling psychics spotted Li Xiao returning, and their eyes lit up with excitement. Lord Li Xiao! It's Lord Li Xiao returning! Numerous psychics gazed at Li Xiao with a mix of reverence and admiration. As psychics of Qi City, they had patrol duties to fulfill earlier. However, this did not prevent them from watching the live stream from Xingqing earlier. In the live stream, they had all witnessed it with their own eyes. Li Xiao had killed another beast king. At the same time, due to Li Xiao's return, Chen Xian's figure also appeared on the city walls. He looked at Li Xiao standing on the city walls and hurried over excitedly. Lord Li Xiao! You're back! Li Xiao nodded slightly and introduced the woman beside him, Yixue. Yixue exchanged greetings with Chen Xian. However, she soon seemed to notice something. Yixue looked at Chen Xian, and a look of confusion slowly appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. If she remembered correctly, Li Xiao had previously told her that Chen Xian's strength was only SS rank. However, now, from Chen Xian's body, Yixue could clearly sense that the intensity of the supernatural abilities emanating from Chen Xian was at least SSS level. Though she couldn't compare to Li Xiao, it was at least on par with the SSS level members of the Supernatural Ability Association. It seemed as though he had noticed the surprise in Yixue's eyes. Li Xiao's face couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. Originally, Chen Xian's strength was only SS class. However, before leaving Qi City for Xing City, he had left Chen Xian 2 pieces of 8th tier supernatural ability enhancement fruit. With the effects of those 2 8th tier ability enhancement fruits, it would be odd if Chen Xian didn't reach SSS rank. However, even though Chen Xian had now reached SSS rank, his attitude toward Li Xiao remained just as respectful as before, with not a hint of change. This is all thanks to Lord Li Xiao. Without his help, I would have wasted who knows how much time trying to reach SSS rank. Beside him, Chen Xian's voice also rang out. Hearing this, Yixue looked at Li Xiao with an increasingly curious expression, as if hoping to get an answer from him. However, facing Yixue's gaze, Li Xiao merely smiled and did not explain everything in detail. After all, he had just returned to Qi City, and there were many things that couldn't be explained all at once. I plan to take Xiao Shui around to familiarize her with the environment of Qi City first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. Li Xiao turned to Chen Xian and spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded hurriedly. Of course. After traveling for so long, Lord Li Xiao and Miss Yixue must be exhausted. You should return to Qi City first and rest properly. After speaking, Chen Xian waved his hand, signaling the squad of psychics patrolling the city walls to disperse quickly, so as not to disturb Li Xiao's affairs. At this point, Li Xiao finally set off toward the city with Yixue. At the same time, as Li Xiao entered Qi City, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. You have successfully dealt with the hostile beasts and escorted your friend home safely. Reward, 10,000 beast repelling staff permanent has been distributed and stored in the system space. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao glanced at his system space and, as expected, found a black metal staff lying there quietly. His expression remained unchanged as he withdrew his gaze from the system space. He turned to look at Yixue beside him. Not far away was a small courtyard. He pointed and said, "That's the courtyard where I'm currently staying. Since you've also come to Qi City, you should find a place to stay as well. What kind of place are you looking for? I can ask someone to help you find one." Upon hearing this, Yixue glanced at Li Xiao discreetly. For her, the environment of the residence wasn't an issue. Having followed Li Xiao to Qi City, Yixue naturally hoped to stay near him. "As long as I can stay near you, that's fine," Yixue said, her face slightly red. Upon hearing Yixue's request, Li Xiao nodded slightly. The population of Qi City wasn't as large as one might imagine, and the area where he lived was particularly quiet. He had also noticed several vacant rooms there before. Once Su Qing arrives, he could also ask him to find a suitable place for Yixue to stay. For now, since Yixue had no place to stay, Li Xiao planned to invite her to his small courtyard for a visit. Yixue naturally agreed without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, it seemed that Li Xiao had already returned to Qi City. A figure appeared outside Li Xiao's small courtyard. This person was none other than Su Qing, who had been assigned by Chen Xian to look after Li Xiao. Chapter 31, News from Xingqing, Chen Xian's complex feelings. Lord Li Xiao, I heard you had something to discuss with me. Looking at Li Xiao, who was currently inside the small courtyard, Su Qing, who had already arrived at the courtyard gate, asked respectfully. Seeing that Su Qing had finally arrived, Li Xiao's face also showed a hint of a smile. He pushed open the courtyard gate and invited Su Qing inside. He pointed to Yixue beside him and introduced her. After listening to Li Xiao's introduction, Su Qing greeted Yixue with great respect. In response, Yixue's stunning face broke into a polite smile, and she returned the greeting to Su Qing. I didn't come here for any particular reason. Yixue plans to settle in Xiqing, but she hasn't found a place to live yet. I was hoping you could help her find a suitable residence. I see. Mr. Li Xiao, leave this matter to me. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Su Qing nodded in agreement without hesitation. At the same time, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. During the introduction, Su Qing had learned of Yixue's abilities. An SS-ranked psychic. Such power was already among the top ranks in their entire city of Qi. In fact, given Yixue's status as an SS-ranked psychic, even without Li Xiao's intervention, if Yixue were to speak a single word, Su Qing would immediately scramble to find her a suitable residence. After all, having an SS-ranked psychic like Yixue stay in Qi City is a huge boon for the entire city. Of course, Su Qing also understood that Yixue had left Xingqing and come to Qiqing solely because of Li Xiao's influence. I wonder what kind of accommodation Miss Yixue prefers. Thinking this, Su Qing asked Yixue enthusiastically. Yixue stated her requirements. Similar to what she had previously discussed with Li Xiao, she did not have specific requirements for the residence. As long as it was close to Li Xiao's place, that would be sufficient. After listening, Su Qing thought for a moment and quickly replied. Is that so, Miss Yixue? I recall there's a vacant residence not too far ahead that seems suitable for your needs. If you're available now, I could take you there to have a look. Upon hearing this, Yixue glanced at Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go take a look together. Immediately, both of their gazes turned toward Su Qing. Su Qing understood and began to lead the way. Lord Li Xiao, Miss Yixue, please follow me. Meanwhile, at Chen Xian's residence, Chen Xian was alone in the room. His eyes were tightly closed. Around him, SSS-level psychic energy fluctuations flickered faintly. Earlier, with Li Xiao's assistance, Chen Xian's ability had reached SSS class strength. However, it had only been less than a day since he had attained this level. Therefore, after bringing Li Xiao and Yixue back to Qi City, Chen Xian returned to his room to further stabilize his abilities. Just then, it seemed as though he had sensed something. Chen Xian, who had been stabilizing his psychic abilities, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside Chen Xian's residence. Lord Chen Xian, there is the latest news from Xingqing. At first, psychics in other cities could still see the exact situation in Star City through the livestream that Star City had opened. However, due to the Beast Tide having truly entered Star City, shortly after Li Xiao left Star City, all live streaming devices were completely destroyed, and they lost the ability to observe the situation in real time. Upon hearing the sounds outside the door, Chen Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Come in. As he spoke, a faint surge of psychic energy emanated from Chen Xian, and the previously closed door suddenly swung open. The psychic who had come to report on the situation in Star City did not waste any time and hurried into the room. What's the current situation in Star City? Chen Xian's voice rang out first, though his tone was one of inquiry. But deep in Chen Xian's eyes, there seemed to be a hint of suspicion. After all, this time, Star City was not facing an ordinary beast tide. It was a beast tide led by two SSS-ranked beast kings. Such a scale was something Star City absolutely could not handle after Li Xiao had left. Or perhaps, apart from that, Xingqing had only one possible method to deal with this beast tide. That is, Lord Chen Xian, according to reports, Star City has suffered severe losses and has chosen to bomb certain urban areas. The voice of the psychic who had come to report the news rang out. Upon hearing those words, Chen Xian's fists clenched involuntarily. At the same time, his eyes betrayed a sense of heaviness. So they've resorted to this method after all. Before the arrival of the alien beasts, the technology on Blue Star was not particularly advanced. It also possessed missiles capable of easily destroying cities. However, after the arrival of the alien beasts, humans did not immediately resort to using psychics to combat the alien beasts. Initially, relying on their powerful thermal weapons, humans managed to kill a significant number of alien beasts. However, as time went on, increasingly powerful alien creatures began to emerge among them. S-class and above alien beasts even developed crisis detection abilities, allowing them to evade danger in advance. While the power of heat weapons was great, if they couldn't hit their targets, they were useless. It wasn't until the emergence of SSS-class beast kings that humanity truly faced a crisis. Even most powerful heat weapons were rendered ineffective against the Beast Kings.
As a result, numerous human cities fell.
Within most of these cities, the strongest psychics were only SS class.
Against SSS class Beast Kings, they were utterly helpless, unable to put up any resistance.
Shi City had also been attacked by a Beast King. On that occasion, facing an SSS-ranked Beast King leading a horde of beasts to assault Shi City, the casualties among Shi City's psychics and ordinary citizens were too numerous to count. In that instance, after realizing that the beast tide was unstoppable, they chose to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy while suffering significant losses themselves. Shi City chose this as the only way to drive back the beasts. Under the saturation bombing, even the Beast King couldn't dodge or evade, and could only escape while injured. However, the price Shi City paid was that part of the city was reduced to ruins.
This is the true reason why Chi City is much smaller than Xing City.
Because the current Chi City is merely a portion of the original Chi City that existed before the beasts arrived.
In fact, it's not just Chi City.
Other smaller cities also managed to survive the beast tide using this method. By the end, even the Beast Kings had grown indifferent to these half-dead small cities. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly complex. Originally, he believed that such a desperate measure would only occur in cities like theirs, which lacked SSS ranked capable of opposing the Beast Kings. Yet now, Xingcheng, which had been protected by Li Xiao, had also followed in their footsteps.
Chapter 32, is it all Li Xiao's fault? Blame it on Li Xiao again? Chen Xian sighed deeply. For a moment,
he didn't know what to say to Star City or the Psionic Association. After all, if they hadn't driven Li Xiao away, he wouldn't be living in their city of Qi now. Xingcheng should have continued to enjoy Li Xiao's protection. But now, everything had been ruined by the Psionic Association themselves. This time, even though Xingcheng managed to survive the beast tide using such methods and avoid total destruction.
But from now on, Xingcheng is likely doomed.
Without Li Xiao, the psychic capable of standing up to the Beast King, to protect it.
Xingcheng is now no different from these dilapidated small cities. Or perhaps even worse off.
After all, over the past 5 years, they had already grown accustomed to life battling against the beasts. The psychics and ordinary people of Star City have grown accustomed to their lives under Li Xiao's protection. This recent beast tide may not have destroyed Star City, but it is merely the beginning. In the future, they might end up like these small cities, facing beast attacks every few days, with no peace in sight.
I wonder if the residents and psychics of Star City will be able to hold on in the future. Chen Xian's expression grew complex as he couldn't help but think this to himself. On the other side, Star City. The beast tide that had originally entered Star City had vanished without a trace. However, the city was no longer the bustling metropolis it had once been, with its towering skyscrapers now in ruins. If someone were to look down from above,
they would discover that a vast area, starting from the outskirts of Star City and expanding inward, had been completely reduced to ruins. Flames shot into the sky, and the scene was in complete disarray. According to logic, after the beast tide had ended,
there should have been numerous traces of destruction left by the beasts.
However, at this moment, the stones and bricks scattered across the ruins resemble particles of dust, as if they had been reduced to smaller fragments in an extremely terrifying explosion.
Not even a single building over 3 meters tall can be seen amidst the ruins. Such ruins now covered half of the original Star City. The remaining half has also suffered varying degrees of damage under the terrifying aftereffects. At the same time,
some psychics with remaining combat strength began rescue operations, pulling out Star City residents with dazed expressions from the rubble.
At that moment,
Qin Wanxiao stood atop a completely flattened ruin, surrounded by numerous psychics from the Psychic Association. Some of the psychics beside him, their appearances disheveled and covered in dust, looked around at the scene of complete ruin. They couldn't understand how Xingcheng, once a bustling city teeming with psychics and residents, could have been reduced to this in a single day. If we hadn't forced Li Xiao to leave back then, would this have happened? Suddenly, this voice echoed in Qin Wanxiao's ears.
At that very moment,
the sounds of breathing around him seemed to cease abruptly. The next moment, a flash of anger crossed Qin Wanxiao's face as he turned to look at the person who had spoken. But the person speaking was none other than one of the psychics from the Psychic Association gathered around him.
What did you just say? Qin Wanxiao blared at the psychic with anger on his face. As an A-ranked psychic within the Psychic Association,
his status within the association was neither high nor low, placing him in the middle ranks. At that moment, feeling the furious gaze from Qin Wanxiao, the psychic's face paled slightly, and the words on his lips stopped midway.
He lowered his head and dared not speak.
At the same time, it seemed that the A-rank psychic's previous words had stirred something. The expressions of many other psychics from the Psychic Association began to change, as if they were starting to waver and consider agreeing with him. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao's angry expression grew even redder, and he shouted harshly.
What are you talking about? When have I ever forced Li Xiao to leave? Have you all forgotten that during Li Xiao's trial, I merely wanted him to face the punishment he deserved for his dereliction of duty?
I never once said I wanted to expel Li Xiao from the Psionic Association.
The reason our city is in this situation today is because Li Xiao refused to accept his punishment and withdrew from the association on a whim, isn't that right?
If Li Xiao had accepted his punishment and waited for it to end, he would still be a member of our association.
Then our city wouldn't be in this predicament today.
Qin Wanxiao's face was filled with anger as he looked at everyone and spoke loudly. The reason our city is in this state today is Li Xiao's fault. The Psionic Association is also a victim. Hearing this, the psychics whose eyes had shown signs of wavering paused for a moment. Recalling the trial of Li Xiao, it seemed that Qin Wanxiao was indeed telling the truth. They had never said they wanted to expel Li Xiao from the association. If Li Xiao had simply followed the association's instructions and accepted its punishment, none of this would have happened. All of this was because Li Xiao had failed in his duties, refused to admit his mistakes, and instead, in a fit of anger, withdrew from the association.
Qin Wanxiao is right. That Li Xiao is so irresponsible. If Li Xiao had been in charge, such a tragedy would never have occurred.
Qin Wanxiao's voice caused many of the surviving residents of Xingqing nearby to look angry.
One of them spoke angrily. At this moment, he was covered in numerous wounds, all sustained during his earlier encounter with the monstrous beasts. Fortunately, he was rescued by a psychic, otherwise he might have already died. Having narrowly escaped death, his resentment toward Li Xiao grew even stronger. If only Li Xiao had been willing to take responsibility for his mistakes instead of choosing to flee. Today, none of the people who should have died in Star City would have perished. And Xingqing wouldn't have ended up in this state. Seeing the indignant expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Wanxiao's originally angry face finally softened. His flushed face relaxed once more, and he spoke in a solemn tone. Enough about that irresponsible fool Li Xiao. We'll deal with Li Xiao later. For now, our top priority is to carry out the rescue operation. As Qin Wanxiao gave the order, the surrounding psychics immediately scattered and joined the rescue efforts. Only the A-class psychic who had been there from the beginning was slightly different. Though he too joined the rescue efforts. He occasionally turned his head to glance at Qin Wanxiao, whose anger still lingered, and the Star City residents who had narrowly escaped death. Many of them were still muttering curses under their breath about Li Xiao's irresponsibility. But at that very moment, a look of doubt flashed once more in the depths of his eyes. Is Li Xiao really to blame for what happened to Xingqing today? Chapter 33, 8th Tier Mental Enhancement Fruit. Both mental and supernatural abilities complete? Lord Li Xiao, Miss Ishue, what do you think of this residence? Su Qing was highly efficient. At that moment, he had already brought Li Xiao and Ishue to the entrance of a courtyard. The architecture of the courtyard was very similar to the small courtyard where Li Xiao had been staying. However, its land area and the size of the buildings were all significantly smaller than Li Xiao's small courtyard. Moreover, the front yard of this small courtyard did not have any land suitable for planting, unlike Li Xiao's small courtyard. Instead, the sides of the front yard are covered with lawns, and in the middle of the lawns is a paved stone path leading directly from the courtyard gate to the houses inside. It seems pretty nice. Ishue glanced at the surroundings of the courtyard and said. Most importantly, the small courtyard that Su Qing had arranged for her was very close to Li Xiao's residence. Upon seeing Ishue's reaction, Li Xiao nodded slightly and then looked at Su Qing. Let's go with this place then. As long as Miss Ishue likes it. Since that's the case, this will be Miss Ishue's residence from now on. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled broadly and said. Ding, daily task activated. After visiting your home, your friend has decided to settle in Qi City. However, the residence they found is somewhat messy due to being uninhabited for a long time. Without using your supernatural abilities, please help your friend clean up the environment. Task reward, 9x 8th tier mental enhancement fruits. Just as they confirmed Ishue's residence, Li Xiao's vision was greeted by the familiar daily task prompt from the routine system. Another task? Upon seeing the daily task appear, Li Xiao's eyes couldn't help but brighten slightly. He glanced at the task requirements and rewards. This time, even Li Xiao, upon seeing the task reward, couldn't help but fix his gaze on it. The task reward, an 8th tier mental enhancement fruit. For psychics, the strength of their abilities is undoubtedly important. However, to use abilities more effectively, mental strength is also a significant challenge for psychics. A powerful psychic cannot do without either mental strength or psychic abilities. The ability enhancement fruit had only appeared once before, significantly boosting Li Xiao's ability strength. Li Xiao, however, felt that his mental strength was slightly weaker than his ability strength. Now, the system has conveniently rewarded him with a mental enhancement fruit. This is truly amazing. Once he has elevated both his mental strength and supernatural ability to the pinnacle of SSS rank. Perhaps that will be the day he becomes an ability user surpassing the SSS rank level? Li Xiao thought to himself, then snapped back to reality and looked at Su Qing, who was about to speak. Although Su Qing hadn't spoken yet, Li Xiao could tell that Su Qing seemed to be planning to find someone to clean up this small courtyard. We'll handle the cleaning ourselves, there's no need to trouble others. Alright, then. Hearing this, Su Qing held back the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. However, recalling that when Li Xiao first arrived in Qi City, he had also taken care of his own living arrangements, Su Qing decided not to say anything further. After resolving the issue of Ishue's residence, Su Qing's task was now complete.
After confirming that Li Xiao had no further requests, Su Qing bid farewell and prepared to leave. From start to finish, Su Qing had shown Li Xiao the utmost respect throughout the entire process. Yi Shui, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance at Su Qing's departing figure with a complex expression in her eyes. In the past, when they were in Xingcheng, Li Xiao had helped suppress countless beast waves for the town. However, from start to finish, the Psionic Association and the residents of Xingcheng had never truly respected Li Xiao, and had even considered punishing him for a minor mistake. Yet now, since arriving in Qicheng, Yi Shui had seen many psychics from Qicheng along the way. Especially Su Qing just now. Despite Li Xiao having only recently arrived in Qi City, Yi Shui could sense that the psychics of Qi City were all genuinely respecting Li Xiao. If it weren't for her familiarity with Li Xiao, Yi Shui would even suspect that the city Li Xiao had previously defended was not Xingcheng but Qi City. However, Li Xiao was unaware of what Yi Shui was thinking. Because of the reward for this routine task, Li Xiao was eager to get started. He had already gathered quite a few cleaning tools. An hour later. Ding, congratulations, host. The task has been completed. 8-tier mental enhancement fruit 9 has been distributed. The moment the small courtyard was cleaned up, the daily system's task completion notification sounded in Li Xiao's ears. Li Xiao's heart stirred slightly. In his hand, a palm-sized fruit suddenly appeared. This was an 8th-tier mental enhancement fruit. Li Xiao looked at the spirit enhancement fruit in his hand. Its appearance and size were similar to the ability enhancement fruits he had obtained before. However, unlike the others, its surface was not crystal clear purple. Instead, it was a pale yellow color, with a faint yellow glow swirling around its skin. Holding the fruit in his hand, the fragrance of the mental enhancement fruit unconsciously drifted into his nostrils. At that moment, even Li Xiao, an SSS-ranked ability user, he felt his mind become clearer and more relaxed than usual. This sensation was identical to the first time he had ever taken out an ability-enhancing fruit. Meanwhile, Yi Shui, who had finished cleaning up with Li Xiao, caught the sweet scent of the mental enhancement fruit in his hand and couldn't help but glance over. The next moment, as if sensing something, Yi Shui's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the 8th-tier mental enhancement fruit in Li Xiao's hand. Just a moment ago, the instant she had caught the scent of the fruit, Yi Shui could clearly feel her mental strength growing. The intensity of her psychic abilities remained unchanged. However, if she were to use her mental power to control her abilities again, Yi Shui's combat power would be at least 1% stronger than before. Because the enhanced mental power allows for more precise control of her abilities. And this is merely the effect of smelling the fragrance. If she were to actually consume it, Yi Shui dares not imagine how much her mental power would surge in an instant. At the same time, Li Xiao also noticed the expression on Yi Shui's face. Looking at her stunningly beautiful yet surprised little face, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, finding it quite amusing. Back when he was still at the Psychic Association, he had never seen Yi Shui look like this before. Suddenly, Li Xiao's gaze flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. Oh, right, Shui, I forgot to give you something. As he spoke, Li Xiao raised his hand. The next moment, a fruit shimmering with a crystal and purple glow appeared in his hand. The intense aromas of two different fruits, the Psionic Enhancement Fruit and the Mental Enhancement Fruit, filled Yi Shui's nostrils. She felt the subtle yet steady increase in both her spiritual and supernatural powers within her body. The astonishment on Yi Shui's stunning face turned to shock. Chapter 34. If Li Xiao were still here, the Psionic Association wouldn't just have 3 S-rank members. SS. What is this? Yi Shui stared in shock at the 2 enhanced fruits Li Xiao held in his hands. But before Yi Shui could say anything else, Li Xiao's voice rang out first. Xiao Shui, if I'm not mistaken, you're almost ready to become an SSS-class psychic, right? These 2 fruits, one enhances psychic power, and the other boosts mental strength. They're perfect for you. After speaking, Li Xiao extended both enhanced fruits toward Yi Shui. However, contrary to her expectations, Yi Shui did not reach out to take the 2 enhanced fruits as her body instinctively desired. She could sense the special energy contained within the 2 enhancement fruits. Such high-grade treasures were likely impossible to find even if one searched the entire Psionic Association from top to bottom. Now that Li Xiao was giving both of them to her, how could Yi Shui possibly accept them so easily? Even though she knew that if she consumed these 2 enhanced fruits, she would quickly ascend to SSS rank. No, I can't accept them. They're too precious. Yi Shui's eyes still showed a resolute expression as she shook her head and said. Seeing Yi Shui's reaction, Li Xiao could guess the reason for her refusal. He shook his head slightly and smiled. Don't worry, I'm willing to give you these 2 enhanced fruits because I have more. Hearing Li Xiao's words, Yi Shui looked at him with disbelief. But the next moment, as if to prove that his words were not false, Li Xiao's mind flickered slightly and he raised his hand. In his hand, several ability-enhancing fruits and mental enhancement fruits were taken out all at once. This. Yi Shui's words stopped midway, and she stared in shock at the fruits in Li Xiao's hand. If these were anywhere else, there would undoubtedly be countless psychic users vying for them. Because any single fruit in Li Xiao's hand represented the potential for an SS-ranked ability user to break through to SSS rank.
No one could resist such temptation. And Li Xiao had so many of them in his hands? They were all real. Li Xiao hadn't been lying to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Yixue recalled the first time she arrived in Qiqing and saw Chen Xian on the city walls. At that time, Yixue had heard Chen Xian mention that he had broken through to SSS rank with Li Xiao's help. Earlier, Yixue had wanted to ask more, but hadn't found the time. Now, seeing the enhancement fruits in Li Xiao's hands, Yixue immediately understood. The reason Chen Xian had become an SSS rank was simply because he had eaten one of the enhancement fruits Li Xiao had given him. However, what Yixue didn't know was that the fruit Chen Xian had eaten back then wasn't a whole one. It was just 2 pieces out of 8, a quarter of the fruit. In fact, a single ability-enhancing fruit was more than enough for 4 SSS-ranked ability users to break through their limits. But even without knowing that, all of this was already enough to astonish Yixue. Immediately afterward, a complex expression slowly appeared in Yixue's eyes. She thought of the 3 SSS-ranked ability users from the Ability Association. The reason Li Xiao was forced to leave was precisely because the association had cultivated 3 SSS-ranked psychics who belonged to the association. This led the association to mistakenly believe that they could easily repel the beast tide without Li Xiao. But now, with the enhanced fruit, Li Xiao could easily turn many psychics stuck at the SS rank bottleneck into SSS rank psychics if he wanted to. If Li Xiao were still a member of the Psionic Association. Given Li Xiao's nature, he would never keep such an item that could enhance the association's combat power to himself. Back when the beasts first appeared on Blue Star, Li Xiao not only took on the responsibility of suppressing them but also frequently sought out rare treasures to enhance the abilities of the association's psychics. If the association hadn't forced Li Xiao to leave. With the resources Li Xiao possesses, he wouldn't have limited himself to cultivating just 3 SSS rank psychics for the association. Even doubling the number of SSS ranked psychics in the association would likely not pose a significant challenge. Not to mention, there was Li Xiao, a powerful SSS ranked psychic capable of effortlessly killing a Beast King, stationed there. The Beast disaster should never have had any impact on Star City. In fact, at that time, the association could have become the only city with the ability to launch a proactive offensive against the Beast Tide. But now. Yixue sighed deeply and didn't dare to think further. This time, she knew that Li Xiao still had several ability-enhancing fruits. She did not refuse Li Xiao's kindness again and took both fruits. Immediately afterward, Yixue bit into each of the 2 enhancement fruits in her hands. The moment the fruit entered her mouth, Yixue felt her mental energy and supernatural ability intensity begin to expand at an extremely terrifying speed. The next moment, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from within Yixue's body, forming a terrifying vortex centered around her. Originally, Yixue's supernatural ability fluctuations were only at the SS rank level. Began to expand wildly, drawing ever closer to SSS rank intensity. Xingqing, the sky gradually grew dark. Tonight, the stars were hidden, and no light could be seen in the sky above. The flames in the ruins burned out and eventually died down. The darkness engulfs the area of Star City that has been reduced to ruins. And on this desolate wasteland, there are no longer any traces of psychics or Star City residents. In another part of Star City that had not yet been affected, Qin Wanxiao's expression was as dark as water. During the day, the surviving psychics and Star City residents had already been evacuated to the remaining areas untouched by the Beast Tide. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao held several sheets of white paper filled with various data in his hands. He focused on the most critical entries. They were the area of Star City that had been destroyed, the current tally of casualties among Star City residents, the number of casualties among the psychics. As he looked at the blood-soaked numbers, at that moment, even Qin Wanxiao's body couldn't help but tremble. He had anticipated that the losses in Xingqing would be significant, but he never imagined it would be this severe. According to preliminary statistics, in this Beast Tide, the number of casualties among ordinary Star City residents alone had already exceeded 300,000. And half of the city's inner regions had been completely destroyed. As for the casualty rate among psychics, it was no lower than the other figures. Among the psychics from the Psychic Association this time, 1 SSS-ranked individual has died. Additionally, the remaining psychics suffered heavy casualties. The number of deaths even reached 1/3 of the total membership of the Psionic Association. Those who survived were also in dire condition, either injured or unable to fight. Since Li Xiao left, everything that has befallen Star City seems to be heading in the wrong direction. The onslaught of the Beast Horde, the casualties among the psychics and residents, all these factors compounding. In the darkness, Qin Wanxiao clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 35, I gave you enough time, but you're no better than Li Xiao. The relocation of disaster victims. The city's repairs. Constant Beast Horde attacks. All these problems came crashing down at once. At this moment, although Qin Wanxiao didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that back when Li Xiao was still at the Psionic Association, with Li Xiao defending Star City against the beasts, he didn't have to worry about these matters. But now, Li Xiao had left without a word. A flash of anger crossed Qin Wanxiao's eyes. That Li Xiao Zhang.
If he had been willing to follow the Association's arrangements, how could Star City have ended up in this mess today? If he had known this would happen, Qin Wanxiao would never have let Li Xiao leave the association so easily. But he never considered the reason why Li Xiao had left the association in the first place. It was precisely because of their relentless pressure, fearing that Li Xiao might gain too much power within the association, that they had resorted to underhanded tactics to suppress him. However, their tactics backfired, and Li Xiao simply ignored them and left. Moreover, Qin Wanxiao had no idea from the very beginning that Li Xiao had never been interested in the power of the Supernatural Abilities Association. The notion of curbing power was nothing but nonsense. After muttering a few more curses under his breath, Qin Wanxiao turned his gaze to the two SSS-ranked individuals beside him, Ing Xian and Huang Sang. Since their humiliating defeat at the hands of the White Tiger earlier, they had maintained a dejected demeanor throughout the day. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao felt an urge to curse them out. But in the end, he suppressed the urge, furrowed his brows, and spoke slowly.
It was just one defeat. You two have only recently become SSS ranked, so your control over your abilities is indeed lacking. But give it some time. Once you adapt to the power of SSS ranked, the next time you face the Beast King, things might not turn out the same way. His voice paused briefly as he looked at the two of them and spoke earnestly. The gap between you and Li Xiao is merely a matter of time. If given the same amount of time, you might not be any worse than him. Hearing this, Ing Xian and Huang Sang, whose expressions had been gloomy and seemed to have lost their resolve after the battle with the Beast King, finally brightened up. Seeing the two recover their composure, Qin Wanxiao finally let a smile appear on his face. There was one thing he had to admit: Qin Wanxiao had underestimated the Beast King's strength this time. He hadn't expected the Beast King to be so powerful. However, his words to Ing Xian and Huang Sang were not meant as comfort. After all, in his view, the reason Li Xiao was so much stronger than Ing Xian and Huang Sang was simply because they had only recently attained SSS rank status. If Ing Xian and the others had also become SSS ranked for several years like Li Xiao, their strength would definitely not be much weaker than Li Xiao's. Thinking this, Qin Wanxiao patted the two on the shoulder. Don't worry. It will take some time for the Beast Horde to regroup. During this period, the association will allocate all its resources to you, striving to enhance your strength as much as possible. By then, even if the Beast King returns, he may not be able to do much to our Star City. Those two Beast Kings had sensed the threat of hot weapons in advance and fled, but the remaining Beast Tide couldn't escape the range of the hot weapon bombardment. Most of the beasts that entered the city were killed. Even if the two Beast Kings wanted to regroup the Beast Horde, it would take time. After all, without the Beast Horde to draw fire, the two Beast Kings couldn't possibly stand at the front themselves. Upon hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, Ing Xian and Huang Sang's eyes lit up, and their previous dejection vanished completely. As SSS-ranked psychics of the association, they were well aware of how vast the association's resources truly were. If the association were truly willing to allocate all its resources to them, they could definitely use those resources to make up for the lost time. Li Xiao's whereabouts were no secret to them. He was currently staying in a small city called Qi City. They didn't think that Qi City, a small town where people had to deal with monsters every day, had enough resources to support Li Xiao. In the end, they might even have a chance to overtake Li Xiao. That guy Li Xiao will eventually realize how wrong it was to leave the Supernatural Association. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Xingqing, in what was once a city in ruins and is now a gathering place for beasts, dull footsteps echoed, causing the ground to tremble once more. Under the faint light streaming down from the sky, two massive figures of supernatural beasts slowly emerged from the darkness. Following behind them were a vast horde of other supernatural beasts. These two were none other than the white beastly tiger and the black giant serpent. The swarm of beasts following them were naturally part of the same group that had returned from Star City. However, compared to their initial massive numbers, the number of beasts in this returning horde had significantly decreased. But the two Beast Kings paid no heed to this. In the darkness, the white tiger turned its head, its proud head gazing toward the direction of Star City. Its eyes still gleamed with savage intent, and a low, ominous voice echoed slowly. That city called Star City has finally resorted to that method. It's merely the final struggle of prey before death. The black giant serpent flickered its tongue, coiling its body, its vertical snake eyes cold and icy. What they were referring to, of course, was the Star City's final desperate measure to repel the Beast Horde, a saturation bombardment with heat weapons. This tactic was no stranger to the two Beast Kings. In the past, when they led the Beast Horde to attack other cities, they had already witnessed such tactics in other cities. This time, the Star City's use of this tactic was well within the two Beast Kings' expectations. On the surface, it seemed that the Star City Psionic Association had successfully driven back the two Beast Kings. However, in reality, the association had only managed to inflict significant casualties on the ordinary Beast Horde. As for the two Beast Kings, having foreseen the danger and avoided it, they only sustained minor injuries. For the two Beast Kings, the low-tier Beast Horde was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. They could easily regroup in no time. Once they gather enough beasts again, they will still be able to lead the horde to attack Star City. If Star City wishes to repel a Beast Horde led by the Beast Kings, without the emergence of psychics capable of countering the Beast Kings,
They would have no choice but to continue using this mutually destructive method.
But, as long as the Beast Kings themselves remain alive,
the Beast Horde is an endless supply for the Beast Kings. Once one batch is wiped out, they can regroup. But the areas of Star City that have been destroyed are truly ruined, and even repairing them would be extremely difficult. The deceased psychics are no different. The death of each psychic is a real loss to the Psychic Association.
Chapter 36, The Preciousness of the Enhancement Fruit. Ishue breaks through to SSS rank.
As long as that human powerhouse named Li Xiao doesn't interfere, that city called Star City won't last much longer.
The deep voice of the white-furred beast echoed in the darkness.
However, it seemed to be because the name Li Xiao was mentioned.
The atmosphere between the two Beast Kings grew icy.
The ferocity in the white demon tiger's eyes vanished, and the icy coldness in the black giant serpent's vertical pupils disappeared as well. The two Beast Kings' eyes betrayed a primal sense of fear. Although Li Xiao was not present, but recalling the events that had unfolded earlier, the two Beast Kings could not help but admit that they had indeed developed a deep-seated fear of Li Xiao. Especially after Li Xiao had killed the black giant ape.
They couldn't even bring themselves to think about fighting Li Xiao.
It was like the Beast Kings facing a dimensional attack from a lower-tiered beast. They felt the same way when facing Li Xiao.
Although they could sense that Li Xiao's current strength was still at the SSS level and had not yet entered the next tier. However, the current Li Xiao was clearly no longer someone an ordinary Beast King could match.
Even if they wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to compensate, at least 5 or more Beast Kings would need to attack Li Xiao simultaneously to stand a chance. If possible, they truly did not want to face Li Xiao.
But the white-furred tiger and the black giant python exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of bitterness. They may not want to, but they have no choice. If they leave this area without permission and enter the territory of other Beast Kings may not be so kind to them.
Among the beasts, there is also internal competition. If we had known this, we should never have come to this area in the first place. Regret flashed in the eyes of the two Beast Kings. They regretted that the region they had descended upon was home to a human with extraordinary abilities like Li Xiao, who seemed like a monster.
Roar! The white beast let out a light roar.
Under the tiger's roar, the surrounding beast horde seemed to receive an order and finally disperse temporarily.
Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dark city of Qi,
Li Xiao was unaware of the sudden halt of the beast tide or the various thoughts of Qin Wanxiao and the others in Xingqing. At that moment, Li Xiao remained in Ishue's home. Since Ishue had previously consumed the ability enhancement fruit and the mental power enhancement fruit, she had been continuously attempting to break through to the SSS rank. By now, the time she had spent in the breakthrough phase had exceeded 3 full hours.
It seems to be taking a bit longer than expected.
Li Xiao murmured beside her, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion as he looked at Ishue.
If he remembered correctly,
earlier he had given Chen Xian 2 pieces of ability-enhancing fruit. After Chen Xian consumed them, he didn't take this long to break through to the SSS rank.
But this time, it was Ishue. She was clearly just as close to SSS rank as Chen Xian, yet her breakthrough was so much slower. Could it be that the energy intensity of these two enhancement fruits is too strong to be absorbed all at once?
Li Xiao muttered to himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head in self-doubt. The 2 different enhancement fruits had both been used by Li Xiao himself. The effects of the mental strength enhancement fruit and the psionic enhancement fruit were roughly the same. While their energy intensity was indeed very high, however, the energy within was not chaotic but rather gentle. It does not result in low-level psychic users exploding and dying from being unable to withstand the massive energy. The excess energy that cannot be consumed can be stored within the body and absorbed gradually over time. At that moment, Li Xiao, who had been deep in thought, suddenly shifted his gaze to Ishue, only to see that Ishue, whose psychic ability had already reached an intensity infinitely close to SSS class. The fluctuations of her supernatural abilities finally reached a critical point, and the barrier shattered completely.
Terrifying SSS-level psychic fluctuations erupted from the room, spreading outward with terrifying force.
With a slight flick of his thoughts, Li Xiao effortlessly intercepted the spreading energy fluctuations. However, this time, when he sensed the intensity of Ishue's abilities, Li Xiao's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. The power difference between SSS-ranked psychics was enormous. In Li Xiao's perception, Ishue's current psychic energy strength did not seem like that of someone who had just become an SSS-ranked psychic. This psychic power was even on par with that of the Beast King. Even if Ishue were to encounter the Beast King alone in the future, the Beast King would likely find it difficult to do much against her. At the same time, Ishue's previously closed eyes slowly opened. Feeling the powerful fluctuations of her supernatural abilities within her body, a look of surprise also flashed across Ishue's eyes. Although she had only just broken through. But Ishue could already sense that the strength of her supernatural ability far surpassed that of the SSS-ranked supernatural beings from the Star City Supernatural Association. If it came to a fight, even the newly breakthrough Ishue could easily handle them. But why is her ability so strong? Is it because of those 2 enhancement fruits? A look of astonishment flashed across Ishue's stunningly beautiful face. After all, she had also broken through to the SSS rank.
Ishue didn't think she had any special talent.
The only difference was that when she had previously broken through her ability level, she had consumed the 2 enhancement fruits given to her by Li Xiao. At this very moment, Ishue felt no signs of the usual ability chaos or instability that should accompany a rank breakthrough. Under her powerful mental control, every thread of her abilities was pure and under her complete command, granting her strength that rivaled even the Beast King's. At this moment, Ishue became curious about the grade of the 2 enhancement fruits Li Xiao had given her.
What level were those 2 enhancement fruits? Ishue couldn't help but look at Li Xiao, eager to ask him about this mystery. Back when she was still at the Ability Association, there was only one SSS-ranked ability user, Li Xiao. However, given Ishue's former status within the association, the advanced natural treasures carefully preserved in the association's resource repository. These were gathered through the combined efforts of countless psychics from the association. Even SS-ranked psychics could only apply for a very small portion of them. However, even so, the few high-grade rare treasures stored in the association's database, they don't even compare to the 2 enhancement fruits Li Xiao had casually given her. After all, the rare treasures collected by the Psionic Association are not merely for smelling. They can actually enhance a psionic's abilities and mental state. If I recall correctly, those few rare treasures stored in the association's repository were roughly 8th-tier spiritual artifacts. At the same time, upon hearing Ishue's question, Li Xiao's response also rang out. The grade of the enhancement fruits? Probably 8th grade. Huh? Only 8th grade? Upon hearing this answer, Ishue's expression froze in surprise.
Chapter 37, Li Xiao's Daily Life, Chen Xin arrives. The few 8th grade heavenly treasures stored in the Ability Association's resource repository.
Ishue had seen them before.
But even though they were all 8th tier, the few heavenly treasures in the association's repository were completely incomparable to the 2 ability-enhancing fruits Li Xiao had given her.
They weren't even worthy of comparison.
If it weren't for the fact that Ishue had known Li Xiao for a long time and knew that he hadn't been lying to her earlier, she would have thought Li Xiao was intentionally downplaying the grade of those 2 ability-enhancing fruits to spare her feelings.
Is something wrong?
Standing beside her, Li Xiao casually asked, noticing the strange expression on Ishue's face. Nothing, I just find it odd that those 2 enhancement fruits with such powerful effects are only ranked at level 8?
That level is indeed a bit low.
Hearing this, Li Xiao smiled.
System-produced items are always top-notch. That wasn't a joke. Just like psychics. They're both SSS rank. Even if you combine all of Ying Xian's SSS ranked psychics, they'd still be no match for the Beast King. Yet the Beast King, in front of Li Xiao, didn't even have the courage to move. Ordinary 8th tier celestial treasures collected cannot possibly compare to the premium items produced by the system. Otherwise, if all 8th grade celestial treasures could easily allow SS ranked psychics to break through to SSS rank, then the Psionic Association wouldn't have taken so long to cultivate just 3 SSS ranked psionic warriors, one of whom was killed by the Beast King during the last Beast Tide. Is it because the Psionic Association doesn't want to cultivate more SSS rank psionic users? It's simply because the association lacks the capability to cultivate more. Even if the association's resource repository contains a few 8th tier celestial treasures, they would likely only provide minimal assistance. To achieve the same effect as the 2 enhancement fruits given by Li Xiao, and help an SS rank psychic break through to the next level, that's nothing but a pipe dream. It's getting late.
Since you've successfully broken through now, I'll head back first. Coming to his senses, Li Xiao looked at Ishue, who had successfully broken through, and said. Upon hearing this, Ishue nodded slightly, making no attempt to retain Li Xiao. After all, their residences were quite close, and Li Xiao no longer had the busy schedule he once had at the Psionic Association, requiring him to guard the city every day. She could find Li Xiao in no time. After bidding farewell to Li Xiao, Ishue escorted him to the door.
Immediately afterward, she returned to her room and began to familiarize herself with her newly attained SSS-level psychic ability. As for Li Xiao, he followed the same street he had come from, walking slowly toward his home. Soon, the familiar small courtyard came into view, and he walked in slowly. Standing at the front of the courtyard, Li Xiao did not immediately head back to his room. He looked at the 3 mutated tree saplings planted in the front yard and the spot where he had previously sown the seeds of ability-enhancing vegetables. Although the 3 saplings and the psychic ability-enhanced vegetable seeds had only been planted by Li Xiao a short while ago, compared to when they were first planted, they had grown significantly. The ability-enhancing vegetable seeds buried in the soil had begun to sprout. Li Xiao's gaze fell on the small plot of land where the ability-enhancing vegetable seeds were planted. He already knew what kind of fruit the 3 mutated tree saplings would bear once they matured. However, the vegetable seeds were different. These seeds were randomly given to him by the system, and even after they fully grow, Li Xiao has no idea what they will become. I wonder if the effects of eating these enhanced vegetables will be different once they mature. Li Xiao muttered to himself. He walked over to the small plot of land. There, a brand new well stood, seeming out of place in this small courtyard. Or perhaps it was simply that a well in the middle of a city was an inherently incongruous sight. This well was naturally the reward Li Xiao had obtained earlier, the Heavenly Spring ability, which he had temporarily placed here. As for why it was temporary, this was because the Heavenly Spring was a system-bound item linked to Li Xiao's system, allowing him to freely summon or store it at will. In the future, even if Li Xiao leaves this place, he need not worry about taking the Celestial Spring with him. He casually drew a bucket of water from the Divine Spring and poured it over the mutated seedling and the enhanced vegetable seeds. As the spring water from the Celestial Spring flowed down, the sapling and vegetable seeds began to emit faint fluctuations of supernatural energy. Immediately afterward, the sapling of the mutated seed suddenly grew several centimeters taller. The tender sprouts on the enhanced vegetable seeds also fully emerged. The ripening effect of the mystical spring was immediate. Li Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. It looks like we won't have to wait much longer before we can harvest the vegetables. After finishing everything, Li Xiao finally returned to his room satisfied, ready to rest. Before he knew it, several days had passed. During these days, Qi City remained calm, with no reports of stray beasts attacking the city. Even on the few occasions when beasts did attack, their levels were not high, and they were quickly dealt with by Qi City's ability user teams. As for Li Xiao, he spent the past few days focusing on caring for the saplings and vegetables in his courtyard. Compared to the previous few days, the saplings and vegetables had grown significantly larger. Especially the vegetables, which have begun to take shape. Worth mentioning is that these vegetables, which were planted from random seeds, are not all of the same variety. If we categorize them roughly, some of the vegetables closely resemble Chinese cabbage in appearance, while others resemble carrots and scallions. The only difference is, the ordinary vegetables can only serve as food for ordinary people. However, over the past few days, intense energy fluctuations have begun to manifest on the vegetables grown from these special seeds. Once they fully mature, they should provide significant assistance to those with special abilities. This is really starting to feel like everyday life. Li Xiao watered the saplings and vegetables in the courtyard as he had done the previous days. Just then, as if noticing something, Li Xiao suddenly turned his gaze toward the area outside the small courtyard. Chen Xian had appeared outside the courtyard without anyone noticing. At that moment, Chen Xian's face was filled with joy. Over the past few days, Chen Xian had been busy consolidating his newly attained SSS rank cultivation base and had not made an appearance. It wasn't until today that Chen Xian had finally gained complete control over the current strength of his abilities and decided to emerge from seclusion. Now, Chen Xian could finally be considered a true SSS rank psychic. Although he might still be no match for a Beast King. However, against any other beasts below the Beast King's level. With Chen Xian's current strength, he now has the ability to ensure that Qi City will not face any danger. Chapter 38 Daily Task, Hunt 10A rank or higher beasts? At the same time, Li Xiao also saw Chen Xian walking toward his residence. He set aside the watering can he had been using. He smiled cheerfully at Chen Xian. Chen Xian, how come you have time to come here today? As he entered Li Xiao's small courtyard, Chen Xian watched Li Xiao watering the vegetable seedlings in the courtyard like an ordinary person. If he didn't know Li Xiao's identity, he might have thought Li Xiao was truly an ordinary person. Lord Li Xiao, I came today to express my gratitude. Without the 2 exotic fruits you gave me that day, I wouldn't have been able to break through to SSS rank so quickly. Chen Xian spoke earnestly, bowing deeply to Li Xiao. Although Li Xiao had only been in Qi City for a few days and had no intention of joining the Qi City Psionic Organization. However, Li Xiao's casual act had already brought immense benefits to the entire city of Qi. After all, having an SS ranked and an SSS ranked ability user guarding a city were 2 entirely different concepts. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, Li Xiao's face betrayed a hint of helplessness. He waved his hand slightly. It's no big deal. After all, now that he was residing in Qi City, he didn't want to have to constantly worry about the beast tide. Li Xiao naturally needed to consider how to enhance his own strength. This was also a good thing for Li Xiao himself, who was bound to the daily task system. Seeing Li Xiao's casual wave, Chen Xian's face couldn't help but show a hint of a wry smile. Although Li Xiao felt that what he had done was merely a small favor. But this small gesture had significantly reduced the pressure on the entire city of Qi. By the way, where's Su Qing? I haven't seen him around these past few days. Suddenly, Li Xiao's voice rang out, snapping Chen Xian back to reality. Su Qing? If I recall correctly, Su Qing has been out hunting strange beasts with his team these past few days. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian paused for a moment before responding. Hunting beasts? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Chen Xian. Lord Li Xiao, you didn't know? Seeing Li Xiao's expression, Chen Xian couldn't help but pause for a moment. While strange beasts were indeed a disaster for humanity. But the beasts themselves are not. On the contrary, for psychics, every part of a beast is a treasure. Whether it be their flesh and blood or their bones and tendons, they are of great assistance to psychics. The flesh can be consumed by psychics to enhance their abilities. Meanwhile, the bones of mythical beasts can sometimes be crafted into effective weapons for combat. Therefore, in every city, including the Star City of the Supernatural Association, there are undoubtedly specialized supernatural teams tasked with hunting down supernatural beasts and bringing their corpses back. Previously, Su Cheng and his team had been able to meet Li Xiao outside the city of Qi, about 10 miles away. It was precisely because it was their team's turn to go out and hunt supernatural beasts that day. However, Qin Xian soon seemed to realize something. Of course, given your status in Star City back then, there was no need for you to personally hunt monsters. After all, back then, if Li Xiao dared to leave Star City without permission, those two Beast Kings wouldn't have taken it lightly, summoning a beast tide at will, just like the one that had struck Xingqing a few days earlier. At this point, Chen Xian couldn't help but glance at Li Xiao with a look of hesitation. The matter of the monster hunting squad was not a secret, but Li Xiao acted as if he knew nothing about it, even seeming unaware of the matter altogether. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, the Psionic Association had never intended to make Li Xiao a core member? Now that you mention it, I seem to recall something. Li Xiao didn't know what Qin Xian was thinking, but after hearing his explanation, he finally recalled from his memories that, back when he was still in Star City, there had indeed been instances where teams of psychics would go out to hunt down beasts and bring back their corpses. So, the body of that Beast King from a few days ago was a bit of a waste, wasn't it? A hint of regret flashed across Li Xiao's face. The corpse of that black giant ape might not have much effect on Li Xiao. But if it had been brought back, the effects it could have produced would have been entirely different. But now, the corpse of the black giant ape had likely already been taken away by the other two Beast Kings. After all, those two Beast Kings wouldn't be unaware of how valuable a Beast King's corpse is to human psychics. Ding, daily task activated. Under your careful nurturing, the vegetables in your small courtyard have begun to grow. But what good are vegetables without meat? Without using your abilities, please find and hunt 10A rank or higher beasts. Temporary item, God tier beast slaying sword already distributed. Reward, permanent divine beast slaying sword. Current hunt count, 0-10. Seeing the sudden appearance of the daily task, Li Xiao couldn't help but pause for a moment. In the past few days, the daily system had indeed assigned tasks to Li Xiao. However, all of those daily tasks were the same, caring for saplings and vegetable seeds. The rewards were more random vegetable seeds. Today, the daily system finally seemed ready to mix things up and assign a new task. A hint of excitement flashed across Li Xiao's face as he looked at the specifics of the daily task. Hunt 10A rank or higher beasts? But, still no use of abilities? Li Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. A rank or higher beasts if he could use his abilities. Then, starting now, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for Li Xiao to easily complete the task. But if he couldn't use his abilities, that would be a bit troublesome. It's not that Li Xiao was worried about not being able to defeat the beasts without using his abilities. As the top-tier SSS class ability user, under the effects of one ability enhancement fruit and one mental strength enhancement fruit every day over the past few days, Li Xiao's strength has already reached a level close to SSS rank, and he might even break through to the next tier at any moment. Even without using his abilities, with his physical strength, defeating beasts below the level of a Beast King wouldn't be too difficult. What Li Xiao was primarily concerned about was that without using his abilities, finding the beasts might be more troublesome. But soon, it seemed like he had thought of something. Li Xiao suddenly turned to look at Chen Xian. Chen Xian, are there any special ability teams planning to go out and hunt beasts in the near future? If so, could you add me to the team? Lord Li Xiao, are you planning to go hunt beasts? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression immediately grew peculiar. If he hadn't heard wrong, Li Xiao had just mentioned going to hunt down strange beasts? And he was planning to go with the special abilities team? But the issue was that the reason the psychic squad had formed a team was simply because acting alone was unsafe. And given Li Xiao's strength, if he really wanted to hunt down a strange beast, he could probably even hunt down a Beast King, right? If he were to act with the team, wouldn't the entire team end up being a liability to Li Xiao? Thinking of this, Chen Xian's expression grew even more peculiar. Chapter 39, Lord Li Xiao is joining the beast hunt? I've been staying in Qi City for too long and am feeling a bit restless, so I plan to go out and stretch my legs. Looking at Chen Xian's peculiar expression, Li Xiao casually remarked, then immediately asked in return. But you haven't told me yet if there are any monster hunting squads in Qi City right now. If there weren't any, then Li Xiao would have to go out on his own. There wouldn't be any other issues, but it would be more troublesome to search for beasts alone without using his abilities. Yes, of course there are. Upon hearing Li Xiao's question, Chen Xian hurriedly nodded in agreement this time. After all, this was Li Xiao's request. Not to mention that Qi City always had several monster hunting squads rotating on missions. Simply spreading the news that Li Xiao wanted to go out and hunt beasts would be enough. The idle psychics in Qi City would probably be scrambling to form a team for Li Xiao. Just a few days ago, a monster hunting squad returned and has been resting for a few days. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, that squad would likely be heading out again in the next couple of days. It's perfect timing you can join that squad, Li Xiao. Are you planning to leave today, Lord Li Xiao?
Chen Xian asked Li Xiao. In response, Li Xiao nodded. If possible, I plan to leave immediately. After all, the daily tasks assigned by the system don't have any penalties. But for Li Xiao, completing them as soon as possible was naturally the best option. In that case, Lord Li Xiao, please follow me. Chen Xian said, then turned around to lead the way for Li Xiao. Li Xiao followed Chen Xian and soon arrived at the outskirts of Qi City. Unlike the Psionic Association in Xingcheng, the headquarters of the Xingcheng Supernatural Abilities Association was located at the center of Xingcheng. However, Qi City does not have as many psychics as Star City. Therefore, to ensure that psychics could respond promptly during monster attacks, the headquarters of the Qi City Supernatural Abilities Association was established on the outskirts of the city. Most of the supernatural ability users spent their days there, with only a small number remaining in the city center to maintain order. Chen Xian led Li Xiao into the psychic headquarters. Upon entering the Qi City Supernatural Abilities headquarters, Li Xiao glanced at the interior environment. Compared to the opulent Star City Psionic Association headquarters, the Qi City Psionic headquarters appeared much simpler and more practical, designed solely to allow psionic beings to engage in combat as quickly as possible during a beast-tide attack on Qi City. At that moment, there were few psychics present in the main hall of the Qi City Psychic headquarters. Only 2A-ranked psychics were present, seemingly serving as alarms, stationed in the hall. When Chen Xian entered the hall with Li Xiao, the expressions of the 2A-class psychics immediately turned reverent, and their eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. Their reverence was directed toward Chen Xian. As for the excitement, it was naturally directed at Li Xiao. In recent days, the news of Li Zhao's arrival in Qi City had already spread like wildfire among the psychics in the city. Unfortunately, very few psychics had actually seen Li Xiao, and Chen Xian had strictly forbidden anyone from disturbing him. And now, Chen Xian had brought Li Xiao to appear before them in person. This left the 2A-ranked psychics unable to contain their excitement. They ran over to the two of them. Lord Chen Xian. Lord Li Xiao. Seeing this scene, the 2A-ranked psychics who had already approached them couldn't hide their excitement. Chen Xian's lips twitched slightly. Although the psychics in Qi City had always held Chen Xian in high regard. But now, looking at the expressions on the faces of these two psychics as they face Li Xiao, this is no longer a matter of respect. It was more like the behavior of fans of a celebrity before the arrival of the beasts. Fortunately, the two of them didn't go so far as to ask Li Xiao for an autograph. Cough cough. To prevent these two psychics from continuing in this fanatical state, Chen Xian clenched his fist and placed it in front of his mouth, coughing slightly. Upon hearing Chen Xian's loud cough, the two psychics, who had been in a state of continuous excitement upon seeing Li Xiao, finally snapped back to their senses. Their faces showed a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, Chen Xian didn't let the awkwardness linger for too long. He looked at the two psychics guarding the hall. Is Wu Qi's team still at headquarters? Go get them out. The mission to hunt beasts tomorrow has been moved up to today. Is Chen Xian looking for Wu Qi and his team? They're here. Please wait a moment, I'll go fetch them right away. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, one of the psychics hurriedly replied and ran toward the staircase leading to the rear of the headquarters hall. Li Xiao and Chen Xian remained in the headquarters hall, waiting. Not long after. At the staircase leading to the upper floors at the rear of the headquarters hall, several footsteps suddenly echoed, descending from above. Shortly after, several figures followed behind the A-class psychic who had gone to fetch them, descending the stairs. There were 5 of them in total. And all 5 of them emitted powerful psychic energy fluctuations. The one leading the group was an S-class power user, while the remaining 4 were all A-class. 1 S rank and 4 A ranks. In the former Star City, this might not be particularly remarkable. But this is Qi City, and without Li Zhao's assistance, Chen Xian, the sole SS-ranked individual, is already the strongest in Qi City. An S rank is still considered the second strongest combat force in Qi City. This team is already much stronger than the one Li Xiao saw earlier, where all members were only A-rank ability users. Meanwhile, the voice of the S-rank ability user Wu Qi, who was leading the way, rang out, sounding somewhat complaining. Chen Xian, what is going on? We were supposed to leave tomorrow, why are we being asked to leave a day early? I haven't had enough rest yet. As he spoke, Wu Qi and the others also descended the stairs, turning their gaze toward Chen Xian. And as they looked over, Wu Qi and the others froze in shock. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, Wu Qi and the others forced their eyes open, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The next moment, they confirmed that it was Li Xiao standing beside Chen Xian. Their expressions immediately became excited. Li Xiao. At that moment, as the leader of the S-class psychics, Wu Qi's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Li Xiao with excitement. But before Wu Qi could say anything else, Chen Xian's voice rang out. Wu Qi, you and the others prepare yourselves. When the time comes, Lord Li Xiao will join your squad to hunt down the abnormal beasts together. The moment Chen Xian finished speaking, the 5 members of Wu Qi's team felt their minds go blank in an instant. Chapter 40, Wu Qi, no bragging, our team of 6 can hunt the Beast King. Please vote for us. Wu Qi and the others stood frozen in place. If they hadn't heard incorrectly, what Qin Xian had just said seemed to imply.
The reason they were sent out a day early to hunt the strange beasts was because Li Xiao was joining them? Li Xiao, the Great One, was joining his small hunting squad led by an S-rank ability user? Is this for real? Chen Xian, you must be joking.
Coming to his senses, Wu Qi looked at Qin Xian and couldn't help but speak up. He couldn't even begin to imagine how such a small hunting team could possibly be worthy of Li Xiao's participation. In response, Chen Xian glared at Wu Qi and said, "Do I look like I'm joking? Lord Li Xiao has been feeling bored in Qi City lately. He just heard that your hunting squad is still around and wants to go out for some activity. Are you unwilling? If you don't want to, then I'll find another." Before Qin Xian could finish, Wu Qi's expression turned urgent and he quickly interrupted him. "We're willing. We don't need to find another team. Our hunting squad can perfectly complete this task." Wu Qi spoke rapidly, as if afraid that Chen Xian would finish his sentence and immediately call another team. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After all, this was a rare opportunity to get close to Li Xiao, the senior officer. If others found out, even without a hunting team, they could quickly assemble a hunter team. At that point, the chance to go out on a mission with Li Xiao might not come their way again. Meanwhile, the 2A-rank psychic stationed in the headquarters lobby heard that Chen Xian had called Wu Qi and the others to start the hunting mission early, and they couldn't help but look envious. They had originally thought it was some menial task. But now it was clear that Chen Xian had found them a top-tier ally. With Li Xiao as their backup, Wu Qi and the others would have the upper hand in their hunt for the beasts. With Li Xiao taking the lead, even the Beast King would have to endure a slap from the two of them if he happened to pass by. Qin Xian, seeing Wu Qi's sudden change in attitude, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Earlier, he had been thinking of complaining to him about being asked to go out a day early, but now that he saw Li Xiao joining the team, his attitude had completely changed. At that moment, Wu Qi's voice rang out again, sounding extremely eager. "Lord Qin Xian, are we leaving immediately? If so, we'll start preparing right away. At most, we can be ready in half an hour, no, 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian didn't respond, instead glancing at Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao nodded slightly. With Li Xiao's confirmation, Chen Xian finally spoke. "All right, go prepare immediately. Once ready, we'll leave the city together with Lord Li Xiao." But before Qin Xian could finish speaking, Wu Qi and the others had already rushed back in a hurry. It was clear that they had gone to make preparations. During the waiting period, neither Li Xiao nor Qin Xian showed the slightest sign of impatience. But it seemed to be because of Li Xiao's reputation. Wu Qi and the others had said they would give them 15 minutes to prepare. In reality, less than 10 minutes later, Wu Qi and the others had already changed into their combat gear, and each of them was holding their own hunting weapons. Seeing that Wu Qi and the others were almost ready, Chen Xian did not say much or give any further instructions. If Wu Qi's team could still encounter any unexpected issues with Li Xiao present, then even if Chen Xian had given instructions, it would have been meaningless. Moments later, outside Qi City. At that moment, Li Xiao and Wu Qi's 5-person team had already left Qi City. "Lord Li Xiao, we'll be relying on you for protection during this outing." As the captain of the beast hunting squad in everyday life, Wu Qi had lost all traces of his usual demeanor as a leader. Instead, he looked at Li Xiao with great respect and spoke cautiously. "There is no need for that. I'm just taking this opportunity to stretch my legs. As for the hunting squad, you'll need to make decisions as the captain." Li Xiao spoke, showing no trace of arrogance despite his SSS rank status. After all, his current routine task required him to kill 10A rank or higher beasts without using his abilities. In this area outside the city, where could he find beasts that met his requirements? It was clear that Wu Qi and the others were more familiar with the area than he was. In any case, he also needed their assistance in certain areas. As for Li Xiao's words, Wu Qi and the others had already heard Qin Xian's instructions earlier. They didn't say much about who should make decisions within the team, but in their hearts, their admiration for Li Xiao grew even stronger because of his calm demeanor. "I wonder what level of beasts Li Xiao plans to hunt this time?" As if thinking of something, Wu Qi asked. If it were just the 5 of them in the squad, the level of the beasts they hunted would generally be a rank or below. As for S-rank beasts, the entire squad only has one S-rank member, Wu Qi, while the rest are all A rank. Unless they had an exceptionally good opportunity, Wu Qi and his team wouldn't even consider targeting an S-rank beast. The risk was simply too high. As for higher tier beasts, that's out of the question. The entire team combined wouldn't even be enough for one of them to eat. But this time, their team is different with Li Xiao joining them. Wu Qi isn't bragging. Now, with 6 members combined, their combat power is sufficient to hunt a beast king. This is amazing. Just thinking about it gets me excited. But upon regaining his composure, Wu Qi realized that given Li Xiao's purpose for this outing, they couldn't possibly go looking for trouble with the Beast King. But with Li Xiao around, targeting S-rank beasts should be reasonable, right? Meanwhile, in response to Wu Qi's question, Li Xiao replied. "A rank or above, but if the beasts are even stronger, that's fine too, no upper limit. After all, any A rank or higher beast would meet the requirements for the daily mission. If they encountered any beasts with overwhelming strength along the way, Li Xiao wouldn't mind hunting them down to complete this daily task. Hearing Li Xiao's casual words, Wu Qi and the others' bodies trembled slightly once more.
No upper limit. How damn domineering.
Even if Chen Xian were here, he wouldn't dare say that. Yet now, hearing these words come from Li Xiao's mouth, they felt no sense of incongruity. Thinking of this, the excitement in their hearts grew even stronger. Unrestricted hunting of mythical beasts, this was something they had never even dared to dream of before. But now, with Li Xiao's arrival, such an unrealistic idea could immediately become a reality. Chapter 41, For Lord Li Xiao, a SSS-ranked escort, what can we possibly do? How unworthy are we? The trees were lush and leafy. The farther one moves from the city, the more one can see the countless ancient trees that have undergone similar transformations after the arrival of the strange beasts. Over 5 years, the plants have grown wildly, and the beasts have already erased all traces of human presence in countless regions. At the same time, some relatively smaller strange beasts are hiding beneath the ancient trees to avoid the midday sun. These beasts are not at peace with one another, they remain vigilant toward each other. Some are even more aggressive, roaming the area with violent hostility, seeking a better resting spot. However, these creatures remain completely unaware. In the dense foliage not far away, 6 figures moved silently, making no sound. These 6 individuals were none other than Li Xiao and his 5 companions who had departed from Qi City. At this moment, the 6 were already more than 5 kilometers away from Qi City. Although the 5 years since the beast's arrival had seen most humans confined to cities. However, in areas closer to human cities, the number of beasts was not particularly high. Therefore, hunting teams like Wu Qi's would always venture a safe distance away from their cities when hunting. Otherwise, finding suitable beasts would be quite troublesome. However, although their primary objective is to hunt and kill beasts, they do not blindly choose their targets. Compared to higher-level strange beasts, the energy content in the meat of lower-level strange beasts is much smaller. Even if ability users consume them, the effects are minimal. Therefore, overhunting lower-level beasts. For their ability team itself, it is a futile endeavor that yields no benefits, making it not worth the effort. At that moment, as they looked at the strange beasts resting in the distance, Wu Qi, who was hiding his ability aura in the bushes, shook his head slightly. These beasts are all too low-level, they're not worth the effort. Saying this, Wu Qi and the others prepared to leave and head in another direction. Just then, boom! A sudden tremor erupted. Wu Qi and the others felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. A deep, terrifying growl echoed in their ears. Not far away, the beasts that were resting or searching for a better resting spot suddenly began to tremble. In their perception, a much more powerful beast, far superior to them, was approaching their location. Feeling the growing sense of terror and pressure, the beasts' eyes filled with fear, and they dropped to their knees. At the same time, in the distance, a massive creature with stone-gray skin, a single horn on its head, and a body resembling a rhinoceros appeared. Its sheer mass was far greater than that of any other creature of its kind. With each step it took, the ground trembled. As the rhinoceros-like creature approached, the eyes of Wu Qi and his companions, who were hiding in the dense forest nearby and preparing to leave, suddenly lit up. From the rhinoceros-like creature, they could sense an exceptionally powerful energy fluctuation. A class. And it wasn't an ordinary A-rank beast. With more time, this rhinoceros-like creature might even advance further, reaching S rank. It seems like today's luck isn't too bad. Among the team, an A-rank ability user's eyes lit up slightly. In the past, when their team went out to search for a suitable target beast, it would take them quite some time. But this time, they had only been out for a short while and had already encountered it. With that in mind, led by Wu Qi, the 5-member team decided to take action, spreading out to surround the A-rank mutant beast. But just then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. "What are you all planning to do?" Hearing this, Wu Qi and the others were taken aback and were about to speak. But at that moment, a savage beast-slaying long sword emitting a black metallic glow suddenly appeared in Li Xiao's hand. At the same time, a chilling aura of slaughter appeared around Li Xiao. Li Xiao's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. He looked at the black metal beast-slaying sword in his hand and murmured softly. This beast-slaying sword seems to be crafted using the same method as the beast-driving staff. However, compared to the beast-driving staff, this beast-slaying sword carried an even more terrifying aura of menace. We agreed, didn't we? The beast hunting is my responsibility. Lifting his head, Li Xiao gripped the beast-slaying sword and looked at Wu Qi and the others. What? Lord Li Xiao, are you really going to do this? Hearing this, Wu Qi and the others, who had just snapped out of their daze, froze again. They looked at Li Xiao, unsure of what to say. To be honest, earlier, Wu Qi and the others had genuinely believed that Li Xiao's purpose this time was simply to go out and relax, and perhaps hunt some beasts along the way. But surely he wouldn't attack any of the beasts, would he? Now, seeing Li Xiao like this, it seemed he was genuinely intent on joining the team and taking on every beast they encountered. Didn't I already say that? My purpose for going out this time was to hunt beasts. Seeing Wu Qi and the others looking flustered, Li Xiao couldn't help but let a look of helplessness show on his face. But he understood what they were thinking. After all, his strength was evident, so it was understandable that they had misunderstood. After all, Li Xiao wouldn't tell them the specifics of the daily tasks assigned by the system, which required him to hunt down 10A rank or higher beasts without using his abilities.
Stop wasting time. You guys just stay here and provide backup,
Li Xiao said. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, the corners of Wu Qi and the others' mouths twitched involuntarily.
Act as backup for him? They were just low-level psychics. What qualifications did they have to act as backup for an SSS-ranked psychic? But soon, Wu Qi and the others wore expressions of deep gratitude. This is unbelievable. Li Xiao, you're being way too considerate of our feelings. However, at that moment, Li Xiao did not say anything else. In his hands, he clutched a long beast-slaying sword. Li Xiao's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, when Li Xiao's figure reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Seeing Li Xiao's terrifying speed, Wu Qi and the others couldn't help but look on in awe. Just as they were about to praise this as the speed of an SSS-ranked psychic. But soon, they seemed to notice something. Wu Qi's words halted abruptly, and a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Wait, did any of you notice that Li Xiao didn't seem to use his ability? Chapter 42, the gap between us and powerful psychics isn't just supernatural abilities. Please vote for me.
Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, the other members of the beast hunting squad also exchanged glances.
They carefully sensed. Sure enough, from the moment Li Xiao had acted until now, there seemed to be not even the slightest trace of psychic energy fluctuations emanating from Li Xiao's body.
A sudden thought crossed their minds.
Could it be that Lord Li Xiao was planning to kill the beast without using his abilities? Roar! A deep, muffled growl echoed in Wu Qi and the others' ears. It was shortly after Li Xiao had taken action. The beast resembling a rhinoceros also detected Li Xiao's presence. The rhinoceros-like beast fixed its fierce gaze on Li Xiao, though it had no idea why a human had appeared here. But this did not prevent it from attacking. Amidst the muffled growls, the ferocity in the rhinoceros-like beast's eyes grew even more intense. In its understanding, these creatures called humans usually hid in cities, and the beasts like it couldn't find an opportunity to attack them. Now, encountering a human in the wild was a rare opportunity. With that thought, the rhinoceros beast growled again. One of its massive hooves, far larger than a normal human body, rose up and crashed down toward Li Xiao, intending to crush this mysterious human to death. But the next moment, before its massive foot could land, Li Xiao, who had been within its range of trampling, suddenly vanished from the spot. This left the rhinoceros-like beast utterly bewildered. Although Li Xiao hadn't used any supernatural abilities, relying solely on his physical strength. However, the speed he could achieve was far beyond what an A-class beast could detect. When the rhinoceros-like beast saw Li Xiao's figure reappear in its vision, it was startled to discover that it no longer needed to lower its head to search for Li Xiao. With a single leap, Li Xiao had already appeared directly in front of it, at eye level, in the open air. In the next instant, the rhino-like beast saw a black beast-slaying knife in Li Xiao's hand, a blade that, to it, was not particularly large, and could even be described as thin as a needle. Immediately afterward, Li Xiao violently threw the beast-slaying blade toward the rhino-like beast's head. With a sharp whistling sound, the blade sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the rhinoceros-like beast felt the black blade, which had seemed like a needle, growing larger and larger in its pupils. Finally, it plunged into the center of its eyes and pierced through the skin. Immediately afterward, the rhinoceros-like beast felt an excruciating pain at the back of its head. Only Wu Qi and the others, who were at a sufficient distance to witness the entire process, could see clearly. The black beast-slaying blade that Li Xiao had thrown at the rhinoceros-like beast's head had already sliced through its skull, piercing it cleanly. Boom! In the next instant, the massive body crashed to the ground, and the life force of the rhinoceros-like beast vanished at an incredibly terrifying speed. Beside them, Wu Qi and the others stared wide-eyed. In their memories, they had indeed seen powerful psychics kill beasts before. But they had always relied on their abilities to overwhelm their opponents. But Li Xiao, this time, did not use a single ounce of his abilities. Everything he used was the raw physical strength and speed derived from his own body. Back then, even their small team needed to prepare thoroughly to hunt down an A-rank beast. Yet Li Xiao? He had merely relied on the most plain and unadorned strength and speed? Is this what an SSS-ranked supernatural being is capable of? Even his physical strength alone already far surpasses that of low-tier psychics. At that moment, Wu Qi and the others seemed to understand even more clearly the gap between themselves and powerful ability users. It wasn't just about their abilities. At the same time, Li Xiao, who had leaped from the sky, landed back on the ground with the force of gravity. He glanced at the lifeless body of the A-rank beast lying before him. He shook his head in self-disappointment. I've relied too much on my abilities in battle lately. Without them, I've grown a bit rusty. If he had used his abilities before, such an A-rank beast wouldn't have lasted even a moment in front of him. But now, without using his abilities, it took him several seconds to dispose of it. I need to practice more. He then glanced at his daily system panel.
But the taskbar had already changed.
Hunt 10 A rank or higher beasts, 110. 9 more to go.
As he spoke, Li Xiao walked toward the spot where the beast-slaying longsword had landed, picked it up, and gripped it firmly in his hand. Wu Qi and the others finally reacted several seconds after Li Xiao had killed the A-rank rhinoceros-like beast, rushing toward him at full speed. The lower-tier beasts that had been resting nearby fled in panic upon the death of the A-rank rhinoceros beast. Wu Qi and the others did not bother to stop them. They looked at the massive corpse of the A-rank rhino beast before Li Xiao and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although they hadn't exerted any effort to kill this A-rank beast, at least today's outing had started off on the right foot. By the way, what are you planning to do with this beast's corpse? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Li Xiao turned to Wu Qi and asked. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi hurriedly replied. Lord Li Xiao, there's no need for us to worry about the beast's corpse. We just need to install the locator device, and specialized personnel will come to retrieve it. As he spoke, Wu Qi took out a device resembling a locator from his robe. He pressed a red button on the locator, and a screen that had previously been blank began to display a rapidly flashing red dot. He then placed the locator next to the carcass of the rhinoceros-like beast. Seeing this, Li Xiao understood and did not ask any further questions. Li Xiao said, since this beast has been dealt with, let's continue with the operation. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Wu Qi and the others looked at Li Xiao with even more respect. Having just dealt with one beast, they didn't even take a moment to rest before setting out to find the next one. Li Xiao's attitude was even more dedicated than that of these seasoned beast hunters. However, Wu Qi and the others did not say much in response to Li Xiao's request. Besides, they hadn't exerted much effort earlier and didn't need to recover their abilities. They continued moving toward a direction farther from Qi City. Unfortunately, the A-rank beast they had encountered earlier seemed to have drained most of their team's luck. Normally, without the summoning of a beast king to gather a beast horde, A-rank or higher beasts weren't as numerous as imagined, and they weren't easy to encounter. Instead, they had encountered quite a few scattered low-tier beasts. However, since these beasts were not their hunting targets, Li Xiao and the others did not bother with them. As Li Xiao and the others continued their search for A-rank or higher beasts, suddenly, they seemed to sense something. Li Xiao and the others all turned their gaze toward a certain direction. More than 10 energy fluctuations of a class ability suddenly appeared from the distance. Terrifying sounds of battle erupted from the area where the psychic energy fluctuations originated, growing louder and louder. When they sensed the area where numerous A-rank and above ability fluctuations were present, Wu Qi and the others' expressions changed slightly. But Li Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. With Li Xiao's SSS level perception, he could sense. Among those psychic energy fluctuations, there were not only beasts, but also a portion belonging to human psychics. Chapter 43, The Surrounding Monsters, Other Hunting Teams. Over there are so many A-rank and above psychic energy signatures. Are they all beasts? Seeing over 10 A-rank psychic fluctuations in that direction, Wu Qi and the others grew tense. Under normal circumstances, they would never linger in such a situation. After all, with such a large number, even with an S-rank member like Wu Qi leading their team, they wouldn't stand a chance. But just then, Li Xiao's voice rang out. He looked toward the direction where intense combat was taking place. No, over there it's not all beasts. There are human psychics too. Ability users? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately turned their gaze toward Li Xiao. Of course, they had no doubt about Li Xiao's words. Given Li Xiao's status as a top-tier SSS class psychic, it was impossible for him to make such a mistake. However, Li Xiao's words had indeed surprised them. However, Wu Qi and the others soon seemed to think of something. Could it be another beast hunting squad? But Li Xiao remained silent. He refocused his attention on the battlefield in the distance, where over 10 A-rank psychic energy auras were present. In fact, with Li Xiao's perception, he could not only discern the presence of beasts and psychics within the psychic fluctuations, he could even determine their exact numbers. 5 A-rank human psychics. 8 A-rank. Let's go take a look, Li Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded immediately. After all, Li Xiao was now part of their team. They didn't need to worry about drawing danger toward themselves by getting too close. Moreover, since they knew there were also psychics there and they had been attacked by beasts, they had to go. With that thought, the 6-member team, including Li Xiao, headed toward the battle zone where numerous A-class psychic energy fluctuations were present. With all 6 of them rushing at full speed, it took only 3 minutes for them to reach the edge of the battle zone. However, to be precise, only Wu Qi and the other 5 were truly rushing at full speed. After all, with Li Xiao's strength, even without using his abilities, he could outrun them all just by relying on his physical strength alone. Therefore, Li Xiao deliberately slowed down considerably, allowing Wu Qi and the others to barely keep up with him. Coming to a halt, the 6 of them turned their gaze toward the center of the battle. Exactly as Li Xiao had sensed. 5 A-rank psychic users. 8 A-rank supernatural beasts. At that moment, the 8 A-rank beasts had formed Aang formation, trapping the 5 A-rank psychics inside and blocking all their escape routes.
The battle between the A-rank psychics and the beasts, though not as earth-shattering as that of SSS rank beings. However, the surrounding environment had already been reduced to chaos in the previous battle, with the lush giant trees nearby shattered and lying in disarray. The 5 A-rank psychics at the center of the encirclement had clearly sustained significant injuries in the previous battle, their bodies covered in wounds, their psychic energy severely depleted, and they were gasping for breath. Judging by the situation, this seemed to be a beast hunting squad, but for some reason, they had unfortunately encountered an overwhelming number of A-rank beasts and were now engaged in a fierce battle. Do you know them? Li Xiao turned his head to look at Wu Qi and the others beside him. Wu Qi and the others had also expended a significant amount of their abilities during the intense rush earlier. They all gasped for breath, glancing up at the 5 members of the beast hunting squad surrounded by numerous beasts, then furrowed their brows slightly. Because they noticed that the appearance of that hunting team looked unfamiliar, as if they were not the psychics from their city. They don't seem to be psychics from our city of Qi, Wu Qi stated honestly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the few people surrounded by the beasts. Not from Qi City? So, they must be a beast hunting squad from another city? Unconsciously, Li Xiao thought of the Psionic Association's Star City. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Li Xiao had spent 5 years stationed in Xingcheng. While there might be many Star City psychics whose names he didn't know, he had at least some impression of what a rank and above psychics look like, and none of these people fit the description. At the same time, Wu Qi, standing beside him, cleared up Li Xiao's confusion. Wu Qi said, Lord Li Xiao, they are not psychics from our Qi City, but I suspect they are highly likely to be from Yun City? Yuncheng? Li Xiao looked at Wu Qi. Yes, Cloud City. Wu Qi nodded slightly. Cloud City isn't far from Qi City. The only unfamiliar psychics we'd encounter here are likely from Cloud City. After all, if they were from even farther cities, even if they were here to hunt beasts, they wouldn't have come this far. Upon hearing Wu Qi's affirmative response, Li Xiao finally shifted his gaze back to the group of hunters surrounded by beasts, their situation growing increasingly perilous. If those few were psychics from Star City, Li Xiao wouldn't mind turning around and leaving. But if they weren't from Star City, that would be a different story. Those few A-rank beasts were precisely the targets Li Xiao needed to complete his daily task. As he watched the hunters from the Cloud City team struggle to hold their ground, Li Xiao no longer hesitated. The beast-slaying longsword in his hand was drawn once more. Wu Qi and the others saw this and understood Li Xiao's intentions, preparing to act. But just as they began to move, they noticed that Li Xiao's gaze had turned toward them. You all stay put and continue to flank them. What the hell are we supposed to do? We're not going to just stand around. Seeing Li Xiao acting even more anxious than they were, the corners of Wu Qi and the others' mouths twitched slightly. They were beginning to suspect that Li Xiao had been stuck in Qi City for too long and had grown restless. This time they had come out to kill beasts and satisfy their craving for excitement. But just as Wu Qi and the others were thinking this, Li Xiao had already charged forward with his beast-slaying longsword. In just a few breaths, Li Xiao's figure had already appeared within 100 meters of the beasts and the hunting squad. As Li Xiao approached, the members of the hunting squad surrounded by the beasts also spotted Li Xiao's figure. Originally trapped by the beasts and unable to escape, their eyes, which had been filled with despair, now flickered with a hint of surprise. One of them couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Captain, look, there's someone. But unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the person approaching them was alone. But with only one person, even if he came to help them, it would likely be of no use. The hope that had just begun to rise in their hearts once again faded away. Roar! A furious beastly roar echoed through the air. When the psychic squad discovered Li Xiao, the beasts also noticed his presence. One of the beasts roared angrily and turned toward Li Xiao, intending to crush him under its hooves. But before the strange beast could make a move, not even its front limbs had fully risen. The next moment, a piercing sound suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, all members of the psychic squad saw a black flash dart through the air. The black beam entered the creature's head at an extremely fast speed and then shot out from the back of its skull at an equally rapid pace. As the black beam emerged, the enormous body of the terrifying A-class beast suddenly froze in place. Chapter 44, Are you Mr. Li Xiao? Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 44, Are you Lord Li Xiao? Please vote for me. Boom! The lifeless body of the beast lay stiffly on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. At that moment, the beast hunting squad, or rather the 7 remaining A-rank beasts that were still alive, were all stunned. Even at this moment, they had no idea how the beast had died. It was fine one moment, then suddenly collapsed to the ground and then lost its life? Roar! A low growl echoed once more. But this time, the roars of the few remaining beasts carried a hint of fear toward the unknown. Unfortunately, as these beasts let out their slightly panicked growls, the familiar black glow flashed once more, appearing within their line of sight. At the same time, they sensed a thick aura of death. One of the beasts let out a piercing scream, realizing it was the target of the black beam this time. It tried to flee, but it was too late to act.
The black beam had already pierced its head, passing right through it. Boom! As expected, the body of the beast with its head pierced became rigid, crashing heavily to the ground and remaining motionless. What? The terrifying and eerie scene left the entire beast hunting squad wide-eyed, looking dazed and at a loss.
In less than 10 seconds, the two A-class beasts that had nearly killed them moments ago were now dead? Captain, it's him.
Suddenly, one of the members of the beast hunting squad seemed to realize something and pointed excitedly in the direction of Li Xiao. At that moment, even the most foolish among them could tell that the one who had killed the two A-rank beasts was none other than Li Xiao, who had just appeared. It seems like we're not meant to die. The instant deaths of the two beasts reignited the spirits of the hunting squad, which had been on the brink of despair. One of the A-rank mutated beasts with the least visible injuries couldn't help but smile, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. He was the captain of this hunting team, named Fong Jun. Earlier, he and his hunting team had found a lone A-rank beast. However, they never imagined that the A-class beast's isolation was merely a ruse. In an area not far from them, there were still numerous A-rank mutant beasts resting. Therefore, shortly after they began their attack, the sounds of battle awoke the other beasts, ultimately leading to their being surrounded and unable to escape. Fortunately, their luck wasn't too bad. Just as they were on the brink of disaster, they unexpectedly encountered other psychics. Recalling how that psychic had effortlessly killed an A-rank beast, as the captain of this hunting team, Fong Jun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Although his own strength was only A-class. But Fong Jun could tell that the technique used to instantly kill an A-rank beast was not something an ordinary S-rank psychic could accomplish. To achieve such a feat, the individual must at least be an S-class P-tier psychic, or even have reached the true SS class. Just as Fong Jun was deep in thought, another terrified scream of a beast echoed through the air. Out of the corner of his eye, the familiar black glow reappeared. As the black glow swept past, another A-rank monster was stripped of its life and fell to the ground. At the same time, Li Xiao walked over calmly. As Li Xiao drew nearer, the remaining beasts that were still alive grew increasingly terrified. These beasts weren't stupid, they had witnessed the deaths of their companions and knew how effortlessly Li Xiao could kill them. Such ease left them with no desire to resist. In fact, at this moment, these beasts would rather the human psychic before them be an S-rank. At least, facing an S-rank human psychic, they would have some chance of fighting back given their current numbers. But the person before them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a black glow swept past, and another A-rank beast's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground without a sign of life. Li Xiao had appeared less than 20 seconds ago. For A-rank beasts had already fallen under his hands, and the speed of their deaths was so swift that even the beasts themselves couldn't react. At the same time, the black beast slaying long sword that Li Xiao had thrown flew back at an incredible speed, returning to his hand. This was not Li Xiao using his abilities. Rather, it was a built-in function of the beast-slaying longsword that Li Xiao had just discovered. Otherwise, killing a single beast would require him to run out and retrieve the sword himself, which would be quite troublesome. Meanwhile, with the death of the fourth companion, the remaining four beasts could no longer withstand the panic driven by their instincts. Their massive bodies trembled, and they let out fearful growls before turning and scattering like birds, fleeing madly from Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao watched the four A-rank beasts attempting to flee, his face showing no signs of urgency. Instead, a faint smile curved his lips. Even without using my abilities, a mere A-rank creature trying to escape from me is a bit of a pipe dream, isn't it? With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Xiao found a highly precise angle. The black decapitation blade in his hand suddenly flew out, slicing through space once more. But this time, the target of the decapitating blade was no longer just a single beast. Following the angle at which Li Xiao had released it, the beast-slaying blade pierced the skull of a beast in mid-air. Without stopping, the blade continued its momentum, shooting out from the side of the beast's skull. With another thud, it pierced the body of another beast fleeing in front of it. If one were to describe it with an extremely apt phrase, it would be a string of candied hawthorn. The beast-slaying long sword, which was no larger than a needle tip to the beasts, had pierced through the bodies of four fleeing beasts, stringing them together. The interval between the two strikes was no more than a second. The four fleeing beasts all stiffened their bodies and collapsed to the ground. Li Xiao glanced at the taskbar on his daily interface. Hunt 10 A rank or higher beasts, 9-10. What a pity. If only there had been one more beast, I could have completed the task directly. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a hint of regret. He raised his hand slightly, and the long sword that had been fired toward the beasts returned to his hand, disappearing into his palm. At the same time, behind Li Xiao, a voice filled with shock and uncertainty suddenly rang out. You're Li Xiao, the great warrior? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao turned his head. But all he saw were the 5 psychic warriors of the beast hunting squad, staring at him with expressions of utter disbelief. At the same time, when they saw Li Xiao's face after he turned around, the 5 members of the hunting squad trembled violently. Chapter 45, It's really Li Xiao. The envy and jealousy of the Yunqing beast hunting squad. Beast hunting squad. If they had only seen Li Xiao's profile just now, they still couldn't be certain. But at that moment, when Fang Jun and the others saw Li Xiao turn around and reveal his full face, there was no longer any possibility of mistaking him. After all, not long ago, they had just watched a live stream from Xingcheng. The features of Li Xiao's face were etched clearly in their memories. There was no way they could have mistaken him. You're really Lord Li Xiao. Looking at Li Xiao, who had turned around, Fang Jun was completely stunned. It's me. Having been called by his own name, Li Xiao had no intention of hiding his identity. He nodded slightly and acknowledged it. Seeing Li Xiao confirm it himself, the shock in Fang Jun and the others' eyes grew even more intense. Amidst the shock, a hint of excitement unconsciously flashed in their eyes. They never expected that this outing to hunt beasts would end in danger. Not only had they been fortunate enough to be rescued by other psychics, but the psychic who had rescued them was none other than Li Xiao. As everyone knew, over the past 5 years, aside from Star City, which had been safely protected by Li Xiao, all other cities had suffered greatly under the Beast Tide's attacks. For smaller cities like theirs, every attempt to repel the Beast Tide came at a significant cost. The injuries or deaths of psychics had long since become commonplace for them. It was precisely because of this that when they heard about the city called Xingcheng, where there was an SSS-rank psychic named Li Xiao who could single-handedly defend a city and suppress the Beast King, all that arose was envy toward Star City and deep admiration for Li Xiao. Whether they were ordinary people or psychics, they had all fantasized about their own city one day producing a psychic like Li Xiao. But alas, if such a powerful psychic like Li Xiao could appear at will, the beast disaster would likely not have been so severe. And now, the very person they had long admired was appearing before them in this extraordinary manner. How could Fang Jun and the others not be overjoyed and exhilarated? At this moment, they even felt that enduring so many rank beast hordes and nearly dying was well worth it. After all, it was precisely because of this that they had the opportunity to meet Li Xiao. Just as Fang Jun and the others were caught up in their excitement at seeing Li Xiao. After seeing that Li Xiao had already disposed of all the A-rank beasts, Wu Qi and the others realized it was time for them to emerge. They activated their abilities and swiftly teleported to Li Xiao's side. You must be the beast hunting squad from Yun City, right? Wu Qi looked at Fang Jun and the others and asked. Hearing Wu Qi's voice from the side, Fang Jun and the others finally snapped out of their excitement. They looked at Wu Qi and his group standing beside Li Xiao, sizing them up from head to toe. Though they seemed unfamiliar. However, they vaguely sensed that Wu Qi and his group were also part of a beast hunting squad. Yes, we are indeed the beast hunting squad from Yuncheng. May I ask who you are? We are from Qi City. We just set out today and saw some commotion over here, so we decided to come take a look. That's when we discovered you were under attack by the beasts. I see. Upon hearing this, Fang Jun nodded slightly, understanding Wu Qi and the others' identities. But soon, it seemed as though he had thought of something. They glanced at Li Xiao, then at Wu Qi and the others, and a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, Li Xiao used to be a psychic from Xingcheng. Although he had left Xingcheng, he should have no connection to Qi City, right? Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Jun asked the question aloud. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others slowly revealed a smile on their faces. You're talking about that? A few days ago, when Li Xiao left Star City, some psychics from Qi City had the honor of meeting him, so we invited him to come live in Qi City. Today, Lord Li Xiao happened to be planning to go out for a stroll, so we joined our hunting squad. Fortunately, we had Lord Li Xiao with us. Without him, it would have been quite challenging for our hunting squad alone to rescue you safely. After saying this, Wu Qi and the others couldn't help but show a hint of pride on their faces. However, Fang Jun and the others paid no attention, as they hadn't heard a word of what Wu Qi had said afterward. When Fang Jun and the others heard Wu Qi mention that Li Xiao was currently residing in Qi City, their minds went blank. Lord Li Xiao is currently residing in Qi City? Their faces looked dazed as they repeated the words. Immediately afterward, when Fang Jun and the others looked at Wu Qi and his group, their expressions turned envious. After all, their city, Yun City, wasn't that far from Qi City. But why had such good fortune fallen upon the people of Qi City? For a moment, feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment echoed in the eyes of Fang Jun and the others. In the end, Fang Jun and the others accepted reality and sighed regretfully. Thank you. If it weren't for your timely rescue, our entire hunting party might have been wiped out here today, he said gratefully to Wu Qi and the others. Seeing this, Wu Qi waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need to thank us. It was all thanks to Li Xiao. Fang Jun and the others turned their grateful gazes toward Li Xiao. Li Xiao also smiled and shook his head. No need. Finding 8 rank beasts here today was a great help to me. Fang Jun and the others were puzzled by Li Xiao's words. Wu Qi and the others beside them couldn't help but twitch their lips again, thinking to themselves that Li Xiao was truly addicted to killing beasts. What they didn't know was that when Li Xiao said it was a big help, he simply meant that Fang Jun and the others had managed to attract 8 A-rank beasts at once, allowing him to complete 90% of his task in one go. If they could find one more A-rank or higher beast, today's daily task would be completed. Since the matter is settled, let's head out, Li Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others understood Li Xiao's intentions and bid farewell to Fang Jun and the others. However, Fang Jun and the others didn't expect Li Xiao and the others to leave so abruptly. They opened their mouths but couldn't think of what to say. After much consideration, they couldn't think of any reason to ask Li Xiao to stay, so they reluctantly bid farewell. Before Li Xiao and his group departed. Since all the strange beasts in the area had been killed by Li Xiao, Fang Jun and the others had no intention of sharing the spoils. After all, they were well aware that without Li Xiao, they would have lost their lives there today. With that, Wu Qi and the others placed a tracking device on each of the beasts before finally deciding to leave. Chapter 46, The True Form of the God-tier Beast-Slaying Sword. Please vote for me. Watching Li Xiao and his 6 companions depart, the 5 members of Fang Jun's team all wore expressions of reluctance. Soon, the 6 figures of Li Xiao and his group finally disappeared from sight, and they finally withdrew their gaze. I never expected that Lord Li Xiao had been residing in Qi City all this time. How envious I am of Qi City's luck. One of the team members spoke enviously. If only Lord Li Xiao were in our Yin City, that would be wonderful. If they had Li Xiao in their city, they wouldn't have to worry about the beast hide anymore. Recalling the encounter with the beast hunting squad from Qi City. With Li Xiao leading the way, there was no need to worry about any dangers. Poor city, even the powerful psychics had to stay behind to defend it from beast attacks, dare not venture out. They can only send these second-rate psychics out to hunt beasts. Just as the few of them were envying them. Suddenly, one of the team members' faces turned pained, and he let out a groan. Seeing this, Fang Jun and the others' expressions changed slightly as they looked at the team member. They saw that the team member had a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. Blood was flowing freely from the wound. His face had also turned pale from the blood flowing down his body. Although the previous battle had not resulted in any casualties within the squad, everyone was still injured to varying degrees. However, at least in their current condition, they were unable to continue hunting beasts. Fang Jun sighed softly. It looks like we'll have to end this hunting mission early. The only silver lining was that, before being ambushed by the beasts, Fang Jun and his team had already hunted down 2 A-rank beasts and 4 B-rank beasts. Judging by the time, the corpses of those beasts should have already been retrieved by other teams from Yun City based on their locations. At this point, Fang Jun and the others finally decided not to linger any longer. They helped the severely injured team member and headed back toward the direction of Yun City. However, the closer they got to Yun City, the more turbulent their emotions became. Because this time, their greatest gain from their outing was not the hunting of strange beasts. It was bringing back news that was infinitely more valuable than hunting down several A-rank beasts. They had seen Li Xiao hunt 10 A-rank or higher beasts, 10-10. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the beast hunting mission. Reward, Divine Beast Slaying Sword Permanent already distributed. Boom. In a dense forest of towering trees, a colossal beast, at least dozens of zhang tall, crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. As it lay dying, a low, unwilling growl echoed from its massive mouth, slowly fading away until its final breath was gone. At that moment, Li Xiao and his 5 companions appeared before the colossal beast. Though the beast before them had already begun to stiffen and turn into a corpse. However, Wu Qi and the others could still sense terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from its lifeless body. Far surpassing A rank. This was an S-class beast. If this were any other time, even with Wu Qi, an S-class expert, leading the team, they would have fled as far as possible upon encountering such a creature. After all, the wilderness is not the outskirts of a city. In the outskirts of a city, encountering a powerful beast could still allow them to wait for reinforcements or retreat if outmatched. But in the wilderness, if you're trapped by such a terrifying beast, there is a high likelihood that during the battle, more beasts would be drawn to the area, ultimately leading to the same fate as the Yun City beast hunting squad that encountered it earlier. At that point, the entire beast hunting squad might not be able to escape. Looking at the dead beast before them, Wu Qi and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Because just moments ago, when they entered this giant tree forest alongside Li Xiao, the S-rank beast hiding in the woods launched a brutal attack on them. Its speed was so fast that even Wu Qi couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Li Xiao was even faster. The beast hadn't even had time to touch any of them. Li Xiao's beast-slaying longsword had already pierced it through. Thank goodness Li Xiao was here. Otherwise, we might have fallen into its clutches. Wu Qi took a deep breath, feeling relieved. That's right. If it weren't for Lord Li Xiao, under that attack just now, besides you, the captain, the rest of us 4 would have been killed instantly. One of the team members couldn't help but pale and nod in agreement. As they spoke, they couldn't help but fix their gaze on Li Xiao, only to discover in astonishment that his attention seemed to be elsewhere, not on them, nor on the dead S-rank beast. At that moment, Li Xiao was instead staring intently at the beast-slaying sword in his hand. The moment Li Xiao completed his task, the divine-grade beast-slaying sword, which had previously been nothing more than a temporary prop, had already become permanent. But that wasn't the most important thing. What was most important was the moment the divine-grade beast-slaying sword became permanent. A faint, eerie glow suddenly flickered on the blade's originally pitch-black metallic surface. Within the faint glow, The beast-slaying sword itself, which had previously been a pitch-black metallic sheen, began to change color, turning crimson. A searing heat surged from the blade. However, this crimson quickly changed, and the crimson on the beast-slaying sword suddenly turned into a deep blue. The air around it seemed to freeze, growing icy cold. Immediately afterward, the blade alternated between blue and red. Extreme heat and extreme cold continuously emanated from the beast-slaying sword in Li Xiao's hands. Beside him, Wu Qi and the others, who had been talking, also noticed the changes in their surroundings and stared in astonishment at the beast-slaying sword in Li Xiao's hand. Even at a distance of several body lengths, with their A-rank and even S-rank psychic abilities, they could still feel the uncomfortable sensation of extreme cold and intense heat emanating from the beast-slaying sword. Only Li Xiao's gaze grew even brighter at that moment. Because only Li Xiao knew just how terrifying the beast-slaying sword was in its current state. Originally, he had assumed that this divine-grade beast-slaying sword was of the same tier as the Wan Yichu Shogun he had previously received as a system reward. But now it was clear he had been completely wrong. The rank of this beast-slaying sword was far superior to that of the 10,000 mutant beast repelling staff by an unimaginable margin. When compared directly, the 10,000 variations beast driving staff was nothing more than a toy stick. This is the true weapon the system had rewarded Li Xiao for combat. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the blade of the divine-tier beast-slaying sword, Li Xiao's mood grew increasingly joyful. In the past, he had always dismissed his weapons as inadequate. Because there were simply no special materials available to craft a weapon capable of withstanding Li Xiao's SSS rank abilities at full power. So, later on, Li Xiao simply gave up using weapons and tools. But now, Li Xiao could feel that his strength had truly surpassed the SSS rank and reached the 9th tier. This beast-slaying sword could still serve as his weapon, perfectly adapted to the intensity of his abilities. Chapter 47, Return to Qi City, Heaven shadowing monsters as prey. If this beast-slaying sword were in someone else's hands, even an ordinary SSS rank would have the capital to confront a beast king, wouldn't they? Looking at the divine-grade beast-slaying sword in his hand, which alternated between blue and red, Li Xiao thought to himself, a faint smile slowly spreading across his lips. Although, with Li Xiao's current strength, whether or not he had a suitable weapon, defeating the beast king would not be too difficult. However, obtaining such a suitable weapon was in itself a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, without Li Xiao's psychic energy infused into it, the blue and red hues on the beast-slaying sword began to fade gradually, and the blade returned to its original metallic black color. The extreme cold and intense heat emanating from the beast-slaying sword also vanished. Beside him, as their skin once again came into contact with the cool air, the discomfort on their bodies slowly subsided, and Wu Qi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the beast-slaying sword had returned to its original state, Wu Qi and the others still looked at it with lingering fear in their eyes. The pressure they had felt from the beast-slaying sword in its fully activated state was simply overwhelming. That pressure was even comparable to facing an invincible, powerful beast. Even now, though the beast-slaying sword had returned to its most primitive state, they could still sense a faint, lingering pressure, though not as intense as before. Upon seeing Wu Qi and the others' reactions, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile, understanding what was going on. Although he had said earlier, if the system reward for his divine-tier beast-slaying sword were given to an ordinary SSS-tier psychic, that SSS-tier psychic would immediately possess strength rivaling that of a beast king. However, from another perspective, only those who had reached the SSS rank level could barely qualify to use the beast-slaying sword. If one were below this rank, not only would they be unable to use it, but they might even feel immense pressure just standing nearby. Wu Qi and the others' reactions earlier were the best example. Thinking of this, Li Xiao did not continue to hold the beast-slaying sword in his hand and put it away. At that moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Wu Qi and the others finally dissipated completely. With the pressure relieved, Wu Qi finally remembered his task. He looked at the lifeless S-rank beast corpse before him and spoke. I'll go place the locator. But before Wu Qi could act, Li Xiao reached out to stop him, shaking his head and saying, no need. This beast hunt ends here. Since the daily task had been completed, Li Xiao saw no need to continue searching for a rank or higher beasts to hunt. Is that it? Hearing Li Xiao's words, Wu Qi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Xiao to be ready to leave so soon. But upon further reflection, in just half a day, they had already hunted 9 A-rank beasts and 1 S-rank beast. In terms of loot alone, it had already far surpassed what their small team had ever achieved during their previous solo missions. What's next? Wu Qi asked. Let's go back, Li Xiao said. Alright, we'll follow Li Xiao's orders. Wu Qi nodded and began arranging for the team members to carry the S-rank beast's corpse back. After all, they were already preparing to return, so there was no need to go through the trouble of installing a tracking device. Li Xiao waved his hand. No need to go through all that trouble. I'll just take you back myself. As he spoke, Li Xiao's fingers gently lifted. A surge of psychic energy erupted from his fingertips. The energy wave quickly enveloped Wu Qi and the others. Also enveloped was the lifeless corpse of the S-rank beast. Immediately afterward, Li Xiao's figure shot toward the sky. Before Wu Qi and the others could say a word, they only saw the scene before them begin to rapidly shift. In the blink of an eye, they had already left the giant tree forest. However, Li Xiao's figure suddenly came to a halt. Wu Qi and the others were also startled by Li Xiao's sudden halt. As if they had discovered something, Wu Qi and the others turned their gaze toward the ground. From their vantage point in the sky, they could clearly see the bodies of 8 beasts lying on the ground, none other than the 8A rank beasts Li Xiao had just slain. Since Li Xiao's decision to return had been so sudden, the corpses of the 8A rank beasts had not yet been retrieved and still lay on the ground.
Since we're returning, I'll bring them along as well. It should be fine, right?
Li Xiao turned his head and glanced at Wu Qi, who was being carried behind him.
Wu Qi shook his head. That's naturally fine. If Lord Li Xiao can bring these beast corpses back, it'll save others from making an extra trip. Just cancel the location tracking.
That's good. Li Xiao nodded slightly and reached out toward the ground. In the next moment, the corpses of the 8A rank beasts were directly grabbed by Li Xiao and placed behind him. As for the location tracking on the 8A rank beasts, Li Xiao casually deactivated it and returned it to Wu Qi. With that, Li Xiao finally led Wu Qi and the others, along with the numerous beast corpses on his back, toward Qi City.
At the same time, at Qi City, a team of 10 psychics was heading toward the outskirts of the city.
This small team was not particularly strong, consisting of 2A rank and 8B rank psychics. Their mission was to respond to a detected location signal from a beast hunting squad and retrieve the beast corpses. However, just then, one of the A rank psychics at the front of the squad suddenly came to a halt.
Captain, why have you stopped?
The question came from the rear of the squad, but the A rank psychic holding the tracking device froze in place. Just moments ago, the location coordinates that should have appeared on the map suddenly vanished.
At that very moment,
the once bright sky suddenly turned pitch black.
The sky seemed to be obscured by some enormous object.
The members of the squad instinctively looked up at the sky. But all they could see in the sky ahead was several human figures were approaching Qi City at an extremely terrifying speed. Behind them, 9 massive corpses of strange beasts hung high in the air. Although the beasts were already dead, their corpses still emitted a powerful surge of supernatural energy.
At least A rank. No. There are even S-class beast corpses?
At the same time, the figures in the distant sky had already approached Qi City. The corpses of the beasts suspended in the sky suddenly plummeted toward the ground.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Soon, all the alien beast corpses crashed onto the open ground outside Qi City, covering a vast area.
Chapter 48. In the future, do not forget the gift from Lord Li Xiao. Please vote for me. So many beast corpses? A rank? All a rank. No, there are even S-rank beasts? When did our Qi City beast hunting squad become so powerful? They can even hunt S-rank beasts now?
When the 9 beasts' corpses fell outside Qi City, the patrolling psychics on the city walls were all stunned. If my memory serves me correctly, on ordinary days, the beast hunting squads that ventured out could barely manage to hunt A-rank beasts, with B-rank beasts being the norm. After all, to guard against beast attacks on the city, most psychics dared not venture too far from Qi City, so they could only send out psychics of a lower rank. If they remembered correctly, the last time a hunting squad brought back the corpse of an S-rank beast was half a year ago, and that was only because they had the good fortune to encounter an injured S-rank beast.
At that moment, on the city walls, Chen Xian's figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Li Xiao and the others, who were getting closer to Qi City, and smiled. Lord Li Xiao, you're back. How was your hunting trip?
Li Xiao and his group had not announced their departure from Qi City beforehand, and now, with Chen Xian's words, the patrolmen with special abilities who were still confused finally looked enlightened.
Is that Lord Li Xiao? So Li Xiao went out to hunt beasts? No wonder he brought back so many. Put. What do you mean Lord Li Xiao hunted beasts? Didn't you hear what Lord Chen Xian said?
Lord Li Xiao just got bored in Qi City and went out for a stroll.
Hunting beasts was just a side activity.
At this point, the awe in the eyes of the many patrolling psychics on the surrounding city walls grew even more intense. Just going out for a casual outing and bringing back so many exotic beasts far exceeded the numbers their hunting squads could manage. This was the power of a powerful psychic. Even his casual actions were achievements that these low-tier psychics could never hope to match, even if they gave their all. Meanwhile, back on the city walls of Qi City, Li Xiao let go of Wu Qi and the others he had been carrying. He glanced at Chen Xian, nodded slightly, and smiled.
This outing was quite an experience. Wu Qi and the others were very responsible.
Without Wu Qi and the others leading the way to find the beasts, Li Xiao would have needed much more time to complete today's daily tasks. Beside him, upon hearing Li Xiao's praise, Wu Qi and the others blushed with embarrassment. To be strict, they hadn't actually done anything, they had simply followed behind Li Xiao, holding him back. The patrolling psychics around them seemed to have figured out what was going on, glaring at Wu Qi's team of 5 with envy, wishing they had been the ones accompanying Li Xiao on this outing. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's gaze fell on the beasts Li Xiao had left outside Qi City.
However, Chen Xian showed no signs of lingering interest. He turned back and looked at Li Xiao. Since Lord Li Xiao has returned, shall I arrange for someone to transport these beasts to your residence shortly?
Upon hearing this, Li Xiao smiled and shook his head.
No need. There are so many exotic beasts we couldn't possibly eat them all. Why not do this instead, have your men butcher them later and take the best cuts of meat from each one to send to my home. The rest can be your reward for butchering them. The exotic beasts Li Xiao had brought back. The smallest ones were over 10 meters tall. If Li Xiao were to eat them all alone, it would take him until the year of the monkey and the year of the horse. Moreover, these beasts were, after all, beasts. Since they're beasts, they're no different from the pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry we raise at home. Different parts of their bodies have varying degrees of tastiness. As for the energy contained in the meat of these exotic beasts that could benefit psychics, that's only beneficial for ordinary psychics. Li Xiao is naturally exempt from that. Upon hearing Li Xiao's generous words, Chen Xian couldn't help but flash a look of excitement in his eyes. The batch of game Li Xiao had brought back were all A rank or even S rank. It would be impossible for Chen Xian to have no thoughts about them. However, since these beasts were all hunted by Li Xiao, ownership naturally belonged to him and had nothing to do with them. Yet now, all Li Xiao asked for was the best cuts of meat from these beasts, with the rest all given to them. What's wrong? You don't want it? Li Xiao teased with a smile. Coming to his senses, Chen Xian hurriedly nodded vigorously. Of course I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. I'll arrange for someone to dissect these beasts right away and select the best cuts for Lord Li Xiao. Suddenly, Chen Xian paused for a moment. He continued, there's also the one that was sent back earlier today. We'll also dissect it and select the best parts and send them over together later. Li Xiao smiled and nodded. That's good. Since that's the case, I'll head back to the city first. I'll wait for your good news. After saying this, Li Xiao did not linger and headed toward the inner part of Qi City. Watching Li Xiao's figure disappear, Chen Xian finally withdrew his gaze and hurriedly arranged for the city's supernatural beings to exit the city and begin dissecting the beasts' corpses left outside the city walls. The psychics assigned by Chen Xian to dissect the beasts were clearly not newcomers. They had done this many times before and were highly skilled. Before long, the 9 beast corpses outside the city had been dismembered into countless pieces of meat, neatly arranged. Looking at the neatly arranged pieces of beast meat outside the city walls, many of the psychics on the walls couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The quantity of beast meat was enough to sustain all the psychics in the city for a considerable period of time. Everyone remember, these beasts today are all a gift from Lord Li Xiao. Do not forget this in the future. At the same time, Chen Xian activated his abilities, speaking in a serious tone, his voice echoing throughout the entire city walls. Upon hearing Chen Xian's voice, the expressions of the psychics grew solemn, and they nodded earnestly. Lord Chen Xian, rest assured. We will never forget Lord Li Xiao's kindness. That's right. Thanks to Lord Li Xiao, we have the chance to eat S-rank beast meat again. If we were to forget such kindness, we would be no better than beasts. Some psychics responded loudly, their words coming from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen Xian finally nodded in satisfaction. He did not want to see anyone in Qi City act as ungrateful as those in Xing City. Waving his hand, Chen Xian signaled for everyone to carry the dissected beast meat into the city and personally selected the best cuts for Li Xiao, instructing someone to deliver them. While Chen Xian was handling the beast meat, far away on the other side, the situation in Xingqing was completely different from that in Qi City at that moment. Chapter 49, The Matter of Defending Xingqing Isn't there Li Xiao? It had been nearly a week since the Beast King led the beast horde to attack Xingqing. The only thing worth celebrating was, during the following period, it seemed as though the calm after the large-scale beast tide had brought temporary respite. Star City has not been attacked by organized beast hordes again. Taking advantage of these few days of relative peace, everyone in Star City has thrown themselves into the task of rebuilding the city. Although half of the city's area was destroyed in the beast tide a week ago. However, with the efforts of the psychics, many of the destroyed areas have already been rebuilt. In a short while, order in our city will be restored to its former state. Looking at the buildings being rebuilt one after another, Qin Wanshao finally let a smile appear on his face. The restoration of Star City was the best news he had heard in recent times. This time, although Star City suffered significant damage from the beast tide's assault, but at least Star City had not been completely destroyed. As long as Xingqing hadn't been completely destroyed. Under his leadership, the Psionic Association would eventually make up for all the losses. Qin Wanshao was confident that, in the near future, the overall strength of the Psionic Association will undoubtedly surpass what it was before the beast tide struck. As for Li Xiao, a guy who rose to SSS rank early on purely by luck, his current strength is nothing more than an advantage of timing. Once some time has passed, the association will open its resource database to enhance the abilities of its SSS ranked members. It won't be long before Ing Xian and Huang Sang's strength will be on par with Li Xiao's. That is the difference between having an organization and not having one. Without the resources and training provided by the Ability Association, Qin Wanshao has no idea how difficult it will be for Li Xiao to improve his abilities in the future. How laughable that those in Qi City would even consider flattering someone like Li Xiao, who relies solely on luck. Qin Wanshao couldn't help but sneer. A man who could abandon his own city so coldly, leaving without a second thought.
The people of Qi City actually believed that Li Xiao would risk his life to fight the Beast King for them. Qin Wanxiao couldn't wait to see the expressions on the faces of those in Qi City when the beast tide descended upon their city and Li Xiao simply walked away. Abnormal beings, after all, must be personally cultivated by the association to be trustworthy. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. President, the stockpile of beast meat is almost depleted. A psychic wearing the association's uniform approached Qin Wanxiao from behind and spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly relaxed and casually replied. I was wondering what the matter was. It's just a shortage of monster meat? Just send out a hunting squad to go hunt some. Qin Wanxiao didn't understand why such a minor matter needed to be reported to him. However, this time, upon hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, the member of the Psionic Association behind him did not leave. Instead, the worry on his face grew even more pronounced. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao's brows furrowed again as he turned to look at him. What else is there? Upon hearing this, the association member shook his head. He lowered his head, unsure of how to begin. After a moment, he finally spoke with a look of reluctance. President, that's not what I meant. In fact, over the past few days, the association has already dispatched several beast hunting teams, but the results of their hunts have been unsatisfactory. As a result, we've had to resort to using the stored beast meat. However, over the past 2 days, the stored beast meat is almost depleted. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's expression suddenly darkened. He glared at the psychic who had come to report, disbelievingly. Impossible. Our city has so many powerful psychics. How could we not be able to hunt enough monster meat? Although their city had recently suffered an attack by a beast horde. But even so, Qin Wanxiao was absolutely confident. The number of psychics in Star City, as well as their strength, was undoubtedly greater than that of any other city. While it was true that more psychics would consume more monster meat than other cities. However, in reality, Star City has never faced a shortage of beast meat. After all, with the number of psychics in Star City, forming one or even several powerful beast hunting squads is no problem at all. Once these hunting teams venture out on a hunt, the beasts they bring back would be more than enough to feed all the psychics in Star City for an extended period. Under such circumstances, how could Star City ever face a shortage of monster meat? If one team's harvest is unsatisfactory, does that mean every team's harvest is unsatisfactory? Qin Wanxiao didn't believe such a low probability event would occur in Star City, let alone persist for so long that it depleted the stockpile. This is simply impossible. Where are the Association-S experts? Are they just eating for nothing? What about Ying Xian and Huang Sang? They were once captains of a hunter squad. With them around, how could there be a shortage of exotic beast meat? Qin Wanxiao's face couldn't help but show anger. But the next moment, the words of this association psychic caused the anger that had just begun to surface on Qin Wanxiao's face to dissipate instantly. The psychic's face was filled with caution. President, have you forgotten that Ying Xian and Huang Sang are currently tasked with defending Star City and cannot continue participating in the hunting mission? How is that possible? Are they the only ones who can't? Defending Star City isn't something Li. Qin Wanxiao was about to speak further. But before he could finish, he seemed to think of something and suddenly swallowed the words back. Qin Wanxiao's expression grew slightly grim. He remembered. In the past, Ying Xian, Huang Sang, and the other psychics from the Psychic Association could leave Star City to hunt beasts without any restrictions because Li Xiao was tasked with defending Star City. But now, Li Xiao had left Star City. The responsibility for defending the city naturally fell on the shoulders of Ying Xian and Huang Sang, the two SSS-ranked psychics. Though there hadn't been any large-scale beast attacks on Star City in recent days. But if Ying Xian and Huang Sang were to leave, anything could happen. Who knows if there are any strange beasts still lurking near Star City, keeping an eye on its condition. And precisely because of this, without Ying Xian and Huang Sang leading the beast hunting squad, plus some of the psychics in Star City having other tasks to attend to. As a result, there are actually very few psychics available to be assigned to hunting missions. Various factors have converged. This has led to the current severe shortage of monster meat in Star City, making it difficult to meet the daily needs of the association's psychics. Chapter 50, Li Xiao. It's all because of Li Xiao. Please vote for me. Li Xiao. It's Li Xiao again. Qin Wanxiao's expression grew grim. He never expected that Li Xiao, that guy, would leave Star City and still cause trouble for them. If it weren't for Li Xiao leaving Star City without permission, Ying Xian and Huang Sang wouldn't have had to stay behind in Star City. Otherwise, with the strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang leading a small beast hunting squad, obtaining enough exotic beast meat would have been no trouble at all. Now, without Ying Xian and Huang Sang leading the team, the beast hunting task can only be entrusted to the second-tier psychics within Star City. With a significant drop in strength, those hunting squads, whether in terms of the number of beasts they can hunt or the quality of the beasts they obtain, simply cannot meet the needs of all the psychics in Star City. Damn it! Qin Wanxiao clenched his fist tightly and slammed it into the nearby ruins of a wall that had yet to be rebuilt. The already cracked wall crumbled completely under Qin Wanchao's punch, causing the association's psychic who had come to report to turn pale with fear. The association's psychic cautiously watched Qin Wanchao. Over the past few days, all matters in the city had been reported directly to Qin Wanchao by him. And over the past few days, he had clearly noticed that Qin Wanchao's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Especially whenever Li Xiao's name was mentioned, Qin Wanchao's temper would flare up several times more than usual. After venting for a while, the association member who had come to report the news dared not speak at that moment, standing cautiously by the side. After a while, Qin Wanchao's heavy breathing gradually eased, and the anger on his face faded considerably. His gaze shifted back to the association's psychic standing beside him. Speaking of which, how are Ying Xian and Huang Sang doing lately? After the beast tide had receded that day, Qin Wanchao had stated that he would open the association's resource repository to accelerate their two individual strength enhancement. Over the past few days, Ying Xian and Huang Sang had not disappointed Qin Wanchao, working diligently to enhance their abilities using the association's resources. I went to check on Ying Xian and Huang Sang yesterday. The results are promising. According to the two of them, their strength has already improved by at least one tier compared to when they first started. If they were to face that White Beast King again, they would certainly not repeat the mistakes of that day. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanchao's expression finally eased slightly. That's good. The association has plenty of resources, let them use them freely. As long as their strength continues to improve, once the threat of the Beast King is gone, everything will be manageable. As for now, let the psychics endure a little longer. Qin Wanchao's gaze grew somber as he slowly uttered those words. After saying this, he remained silent. However, his eyes were filled with hatred toward Li Xiao. Currently, Li Xiao could still boast about becoming an SSS-rank psychic earlier than him. But in the future, once Li Xiao realized he no longer had the resources of the Psionic Association to rely on, his strength would stagnate, and he would eventually be surpassed by Ying Xian and Huang Sang. At that point, even if Li Xiao wanted to rejoin the Ability Association, it wouldn't be so easy. Blame yourself for your own mistake back then. Qin Wanchao spoke in a cold tone. Lord Li Xiao, as promised earlier, I have brought you the best cuts of meat from the beast. Qiqing, in front of Li Xiao's small courtyard. After careful consideration, in order to show his respect for Li Xiao, Chen Xian ultimately decided to personally deliver the best cuts of meat from the exotic beast, as previously agreed with Li Xiao. Although the quantity Li Xiao requested was not large. However, due to the enormous size of the beasts themselves, the meat Chen Xian brought this time still weighed a full several dozen pounds. Each piece was carefully separated from the beasts by professional psychics according to Li Xiao's specifications. From tenderloin to sirloin, every cut was available. Each piece was the best part of the meat from every different part of the beasts. These meat pieces were then separated by Chen Xian, neatly arranged, and placed into individual small wooden boxes. Using his supernatural abilities, Chen Xian arranged the small wooden boxes containing the exotic beast meat in an open area of Li Xiao's courtyard. By this time, Li Xiao had already returned to his courtyard for some time. He held a water scoop in his hand, scooping some water from the supernatural spring and pouring it over the 3 saplings and the supernaturally enhanced vegetables. The saplings would still require considerable time to mature. However, after just a few days, the randomly planted vegetable seeds in that small plot of land had already grown quite a bit. The leaves were fresh, tender, and green, hinting that they were ready to be picked. Additionally, pure energy fluctuations were emanating from the nearly mature vegetables. Though this pure energy fluctuation couldn't yet compare to the enhancement fruits rewarded by the system, it far surpassed ordinary heavenly treasures. At that moment, as Chen Xian brought the exotic beast meat they had agreed upon, Li Xiao's face also broke into a smile, setting aside the water scoop in his hand. He casually glanced at the neatly arranged pieces of exotic beast meat in the small wooden boxes Chen Xian had brought over. Although Li Xiao was not skilled in cooking, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell how perfect the pieces of exotic beast meat Chen Xian had brought were. Apart from the knife marks where they had been cut, the other surfaces of the meat were flawless. No cooking method was needed, all that was required was to boil these exotic beast meat chunks in plain water. The superior quality of the meat itself was a rare delicacy. Alright, thank you. Li Xiao withdrew his gaze and smiled at Chen Xian. Seeing Li Xiao's satisfied expression, Chen Xian finally relaxed. He had been worried that Li Xiao might not be satisfied with the exotic beast meat he had brought. But fortunately, Li Xiao was satisfied. With that, Chen Xian spoke again. Since that's the case, the exotic beast meat has been delivered to Lord Li Xiao. There are still many matters I need to attend to in Qi City, so I shall not linger any longer. Li Xiao had originally planned to invite Chen Xian to stay for a meal, but upon hearing Chen Xian's words, he did not pursue the idea further. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Chen Xian nodded, bid farewell, and left Li Xiao's small courtyard. Just as Chen Xian had left the courtyard, suddenly, Chen Xian pulled out a communication device resembling a smartphone from his robe. The screen of the communication device displayed incoming messages from the outside world. Additionally, the screen was labeled Yuncheng. Seeing this, Chen Xian was somewhat puzzled but still answered the communication message.
However, the moment Chen Xian answered,
a voice filled with jealousy erupted from the communication device in his hand.
Chen Xian, you deserve to die. Hurry up and tell me. Is Li Xiao the elder in your city? Chapter 51, Jealousy is making my teeth grind. Yunqing.
This was a small city similar in structure to Qi City, having also endured 5 years of monster invasions. At that moment, within the headquarters of the psychic abilities users in Yunqing, a man roughly the same age as Chen Xian wore a face brimming with envy and hatred.
His name is Su Yang, an SS-ranked individual and currently the strongest supernatural being in Yun City.
Over the past 5 years, he has been defending Yun City and leading its supernatural beings in battles against the beast waves. According to logic, after the beast tide attack in Star City a few days ago, the beast tide should have dispersed. In recent days, other cities have experienced fewer instances of beasts attacking their cities. Su Yang took advantage of this period of relative calm to rest and recover from the mental exhaustion caused by the battles.
But just now, a small hunting party that had ventured out from Yunqing returned, bringing back a piece of news. A piece of news that was enough to shock Su Yang to the core. The news concerned Li Xiao's whereabouts. Upon hearing this news, Su Yang was stunned and even confirmed the identity of the hunting squad multiple times. After all, during the live stream in Xingcheng, everyone who had watched the live stream knew that Li Xiao had indeed left Star City. However, no one knew exactly where he had gone. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from wanting to find Li Xiao and invite him to settle in their city. Whether it was because of Li Xiao's strength or their admiration for his immense contributions to defending Star City single-handedly, they all felt that Li Xiao should not be left alone, wandering without a home. And just moments ago, from the mouth of that hunting squad, Su Yang learned that Li Xiao was actually in Qi City. In Qi City, not far from their own city of Yun City? Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but pick up his communication device and dial Chen Xian's number. The call was quickly answered. Recalling the information he had just received from the beast hunting squad, Su Yang's face grew even more envious and jealous, his teeth clenched so tightly they nearly broke. Chen Xian, you bastard. Li Xiao is staying in your city of Qi, and you kept it so secret from me. Are we even friends anymore? On the other end, Su Yang, the garrison commander from the neighboring city of Yunqing, heard the barrage of accusations coming from his communication device. Chen Xian was slightly taken aback, but quickly remembered something. Earlier, after Wu Qi's team returned with Li Xiao, Wu Qi and the others had recounted the entire details of their outing to him. According to Wu Qi, midway through their journey, they had encountered a beast hunting squad from Yunqing and had rescued them from a group of beasts. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that the Cloud City beast hunters had already returned to Cloud City and reported the incident involving Li Xiao to Su Yang. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment and began to explain. Old Su, it wasn't my intention to keep this from you. It's just that after Li Xiao left Xingcheng, he wanted some peace and quiet. Therefore, without Li Xiao's permission, I dared not reveal his whereabouts. However, as he explained, Chen Xian's face betrayed a hint of guilt. Although it was true that Li Xiao had indeed wanted some peace and quiet after arriving in Qi City. However, aside from that, Chen Xian had not mentioned Li Xiao's affairs in Qi City during this time, as he also harbored a small personal motive. Su Yang did not know what Chen Xian was thinking. However, upon hearing Chen Xian say that Li Xiao had chosen to keep his whereabouts secret because he sought solitude, Su Yang's reproachful expression vanished and his tone softened as well. Ah, is that so? Then I was a bit too hasty. At that moment, it was Su Yang's tone that carried a hint of embarrassment. After all, Li Xiao's ordeal in Xingcheng was no secret. If Li Xiao had come to Yunqing, Su Yang might have done the same as Chen Xian to provide Li Xiao with a peaceful environment. In that case, it wasn't entirely Chen Xian's fault for deliberately withholding information about Li Xiao. Gradually, the jealousy in Su Yang's eyes faded away. All that remained was admiration. To put it bluntly, the fact that Li Xiao was living in Xiqing was already enough to make Su Yang envious. Su Yang envied him and said, "Old Chen, you're really lucky to be in Xiqing." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but nod slightly, showing no intention of refuting it. Recalling the drastic changes Qi City had undergone since Li Xiao arrived, even Chen Xian's ability level had broken through to SSS rank with Li Xiao's help, though it was merely a casual act on Li Xiao's part. But all of this was already beyond what the former Chen Xian had ever dared to dream of. Su Yang, who was currently in Yunqing, had no idea what Chen Xian was thinking, nor did he know that Chen Xian had already become an SSS rank psychic. After the initial envy, Su Yang suddenly said, "Old Chen, what do you think? Yun City isn't too far from your Qi City. What if we were to relocate the entire city to the vicinity of your Qi City?" "What? You want to relocate Yunqing to my city?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Chen Xian's tone immediately turned surprised, and he gripped the communication device in his hand even tighter. However, Su Yang did not respond immediately to Chen Xian's surprised tone. He was currently standing inside the headquarters building of the psychics in Yunqing, slowly walking toward the window of the building. Su Yang gazed into the distance.
From Su Yang's current vantage point, he could clearly see teams of psychics patrolling the high walls of Yunqing, on guard against the beast tide. Over the past 5 years of resisting the beasts, the situation in Yunqing was no better than that in Xiqing, and in some ways even worse. At that moment, Su Yang could clearly see the exhaustion in the eyes of the patrolling teams of psychics on the city walls.
Who knows when their endurance might reach its limit?
Such a weary appearance would have been familiar to Chen Xian had he arrived in Yun City at this moment, as the psychics in Qi City had been in the same state before Li Xiao arrived. However, the psychic warriors of Qi City were now in a completely different mental state compared to before. The idea of relocating Yun City had actually crossed Su Yang's mind long ago. Unfortunately, Su Yang had not acted on it at the time. Although the distance between Yunqing and Xiqing is not too great. However, relocating a large population still posed significant risks. Moreover, even if the relocation to Qi City were to occur, without the presence of powerful individuals with abilities capable of opposing the Beast King, merging with Xiqing would hold no meaning. On the contrary, the merger of the two cities would increase the population base, making them even more attractive to the beast hordes. At that point, their fate might end up being even worse than before. The reason why Xiqing has been targeted as the primary objective by the Beast King and the Beast Horde in recent times is precisely due to this reason. However, now that Su Yang knows that Li Xiao is also in Qi City, the situation is different. Chapter 52, Star City in Trouble. Are the supernatural abilities users on strike? Please vote for the monthly ticket. Li Xiao's presence alone is enough for Su Yang to risk relocating the entire Yun City to Qi City. Although there may be significant casualties caused by the beasts along the way. But as long as they can successfully relocate to Xiqing, those who survive will face greatly reduced pressure from the beast tide. What do you think, Chen Xian? Do you believe we can relocate Yun City here? Su Yang spoke solemnly, even addressing Chen Xian by his full name. But this time, hearing Su Yang's serious proposal, Chen Xian's expression also grew solemn. He naturally knew that Su Yang had made the decision to relocate the entire Yun City because of Li Xiao. But, precisely because this matter involved Li Xiao, Chen Xian dared not agree lightly. I'm sorry, but this matter involves Lord Li Xiao. I cannot make that decision. Chen Xian's tone was filled with apology. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes couldn't help but fill with disappointment. But the next moment, Chen Xian's voice rang out again. However, I can go ask Lord Li Xiao for his opinion. If he has no objections, we can prepare for the relocation of Yunqing at a later date. After all, relocating an entire city like Yunqing isn't something that can be prepared overnight. Upon hearing this, the disappointment in Su Yang's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a look of surprise. He nodded repeatedly. Right, old Chen, please help me ask Lord Li Xiao for his opinion on this matter. Of course. I'll go ask Lord Li Xiao for his opinion right away, but I can't guarantee he'll agree to it. Chen Xian spoke up. Thank you. I understand. Su Yang nodded, having already prepared himself mentally. After discussing the relocation of Yunqing, Chen Xian and Su Yang exchanged a few more words about the current situation in the two cities. After learning that there had been few recent sightings of the beast tide, they finally ended the communication. Standing in place, Chen Xian ended the communication and recalled his recent conversation with Su Yang. A hint of anticipation slowly appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. In truth, Chen Xian also deeply hoped that Yunqing and Xiqing could be relocated and merged into one city. By then, when the psychics from both cities join forces, the overall strength of Qi City will be significantly enhanced. Since the beasts first appeared, the only city that has willingly surrendered to another city seems to be Xingqing, Chen Xian muttered to himself, his expression unchanged. After all, back then, Xingqing was renowned as the only city capable of standing against the Beast King, attracting countless refugees and psychics. This was also why Xingqing had continued to develop unabated despite the crisis posed by the beast tide over the past few years. Now, however, Qi City is also showing signs of other cities wanting to merge with it. Xingqing. Chen Xian couldn't help but mutter, his tone filled with complex emotions. Turning his head, Chen Xian looked at Li Xiao's small courtyard not far behind him, a wry smile appearing on his face. He had just agreed with Li Xiao that he needed to leave for other matters, but he hadn't gone far. Due to Su Yang's message, he now had to make another trip to Li Xiao's courtyard. With that thought, Chen Xian didn't linger any longer and headed back toward Li Xiao's courtyard. He hoped that this time, Lord Li Xiao would agree to relocate Yun City. Chen Xian thought to himself. Meanwhile, in Xingcheng, at the headquarters of the Psionic Association, in Qin Wanxiao's room, Qin Wanxiao was resting in his room. Several days of fatigue, coupled with various pieces of bad news, had left Qin Wanxiao in a state of exhaustion for the past few days. Especially not long ago. He had believed that everything in Star City was finally beginning to move in the right direction. However, the report from his subordinates about the severe shortage of monster meat had instantly plunged his previously decent mood into despair. Even now, as he rested in his room, not a single trace of a smile could be seen on Qin Wanxiao's face. Instead, as time passed, his expression grew increasingly somber. The shortage of exotic beast meat, though temporarily suppressed by Qin Wanxiao, who had ordered the association's psychics to endure for a while,
However, unfortunately, the role of monster meat for psychics was irreplaceable. The reconstruction of Xingqing over the past few days, as well as various other tasks, all required the efforts of the psychics. An ability user's abilities were not limitless. Every time they use their abilities, it takes a toll on their bodies. Therefore, high-grade monster meat is often the most effective way for psychics to quickly restore their abilities. But currently, the supply of monster meat in Star City is severely insufficient, and without top-tier psychics like Ying Xian and Huang Sang stepping in, the current harvests of the hunting teams venturing out are far from sufficient to meet the city's consumption. Additionally, such a shortage of high-quality monster meat has never occurred in Star City before. The sudden shortage of exotic beast meat has left the psychics of Star City utterly unable to endure the situation. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Those guys must not know how difficult our situation is right now. We pampered them with good food and drink, and now they can't even endure a little hardship. Qin Wanshao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Although he was only the president of the Star City Psionic Association. But that didn't mean he was unaware of the situation of psychics in smaller cities. If Qin Wanshao remembered correctly, aside from Star City, the psychics in those cities had never enjoyed the same treatment as those in Star City, with unlimited supplies of beast meat, and had always been in a half-dead state. Especially Qi City, which had taken in Li Xiao. At the time, Qi City was severely lacking in psychics, and the number of hunting teams they could send out was pitifully small. As a result, the amount of monster meat they obtained was far from enough to meet the daily needs of the psychics in Qi City. There were even instances where Qin Xian, a man from Qi City, had to humbly contact them in Xingqing, offering to trade resources for some monster meat. Qin Wanshao was thinking about this when, at that moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pounded urgently from the outside. Upon hearing the urgent knocking, Qin Wanshao's heart skipped a beat. This familiar scene had occurred numerous times over the past few days. And every time someone knocked on the door, he would receive some bad news. Listening to the persistent knocking outside the door, Qin Wanshao's expression darkened, but he still got up to open the door. To his surprise, standing outside the door was none other than the association psychic who had been reporting on the latest developments in Xingqing over the past few days. At that moment, the association psychic still looked extremely anxious. "Chairman, it's bad news. Many psychics are unable to replenish their psychic energy due to insufficient consumption and have been forced to stop working." Chapter 53, Relocation of Yunqing, Li Zhao's opinion. What did you say? The psychics have forcibly stopped working? With a loud thud, Qin Wanshao's palm slammed heavily against the wall beside him. Had the headquarters of the association not been constructed from special metal capable of withstanding psychic attacks, an ordinary building would have had its entire wall shattered by the impact. Even so, the wall struck by Qin Wanshao began to tremble slightly. Qin Wanshao's face was filled with intense anger. He had just told the psychics to hold on a little longer. As long as they could hold on for this period, once Ying Xian and Huang Sang, the two SSS-rank psychics, had their abilities enhanced to the next level, all problems would be easily resolved. Those bastards, don't they even obey the orders of the chairman? All we had to do was endure this period, and everything would have been fine. But in the end, those bastards chose to halt operations forcefully. Thinking of this, Qin Wanshao's body began to tremble with anger. Looking at Qin Wanshao's furious expression, the association psychic reporting the news also looked pale. "No, President, it's not like that. If it's not like that, then what could it be?" Qin Wanshao, still seething with anger, demanded an explanation. Hearing this, the association's psychic remained pale but explained in a trembling voice. "No. President, as per your instructions, we have already reduced the daily ration of beast meat for the psychics by half. However, based on the efficiency of the hunting teams, we can't even maintain a third of the original daily ration, let alone half. This has already exceeded the psychic's endurance limit. After all, the psychic's abilities are not limitless. Without the sustenance of monster meat, relying solely on the psychic's own recovery abilities, it would take at least several times longer than consuming monster meat to restore their abilities. Reducing the original share of monster meat to half has already reached the limit of what the psychics can endure. Now, we can't even maintain half of that. The amount of abilities consumed by the psychics no longer balances with the amount they can recover. If we persist any further, there is a risk that psychics will be worked to death. We can't even maintain half the original portion of monster meat?" Upon hearing this, the anger on Qin Wanshao's face began to fade. However, it was quickly replaced by an even more grim expression. "President, what should we do next? Should we slow down the reconstruction of Star City?" The association's psychic suggested cautiously. At this critical juncture, maintaining the normal ratio of energy consumption and recovery among the psychics was essential. Seemed to be the only option. However, as soon as the suggestion was made, Qin Wanshao shook his head firmly. "No, we cannot slow down. What about the matter of the beast meat?" The atmosphere between the two fell into a brief silence. Qin Wanshao furrowed his brows deeply. After a long moment, he seemed to have finally made a difficult decision and spoke.
Excluding the resources allocated to Yingxian and Huangsang, there should still be quite a bit left in the association's resource repository. Help me contact other cities and inquire if they have any excess monster meat. We can trade other resources for it. After saying this, Qin Wanxiao twitched his face, looking as though he found it difficult to speak. Once upon a time, it was only the smaller cities that lacked exotic beast meat and had to trade other resources with their city for it. Qin Wanxiao never imagined that his own city would one day find itself in such a situation, needing to seek out other cities for an exchange due to a shortage of exotic beast meat. After saying this, Qin Wanxiao looked utterly dejected. He waved his hand, signaling the psychic at the door to leave. He waited until the psychic at the door had walked away. Qin Wanxiao finally relaxed, closing the door behind him. On the other side, in Li Zhao's small courtyard, due to the relocation of Yun City, Chen Xian returned once again to Li Zhao's small courtyard. Earlier, Chen Xian had already repeated everything he had discussed with Su Yang in front of Li Xiao. Li Xiao listened quietly to everything Chen Xian said. After Chen Xian finished speaking, Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully. So you're saying that Yunqing wants to relocate to Qiqing and merge with it? Yes. However, Lord Li Xiao, I am undecided about the relocation of Yunqing, so I came to seek your opinion. Chen Xian looked at Li Xiao and asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao smiled lightly. During their earlier conversation, when facing Li Xiao, Chen Xian had not hidden anything about the relocation of Yunqing. This included the fact that Su Yang had made this decision after learning that Li Xiao was in Qi City. As for Yunqing, based on the small hunting squad he had seen during his previous outing, Li Xiao's impression of it wasn't too bad. If Yun City is willing to relocate, I have no objections, as long as it doesn't disrupt my daily life. Li Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Of course, Lord Li Xiao, rest assured. Even if Yunqing relocates and merges with Qiqing in the future, we will never disturb your current way of life. After all, not all cities are like those in Xingqing, who could ignore Li Xiao's achievements. Once Yunqing is truly relocated here, if any psychics dare to disturb Li Xiao, not only would Qi City not spare them, but even the people from Yun City themselves wouldn't let them off lightly. That's good. Li Xiao nodded and did not dwell on the topic further. Having received Li Xiao's approval, Chen Xian didn't linger any longer. He bid farewell to Li Xiao once more and left his small courtyard. At the same time, Chen Xian used his portable communication device to send a communication request to Su Yang and Yunqing. Within just a few seconds, Su Yang answered Chen Xian's communication. Before Chen Xian could speak, Su Yang's impatient voice rang out first. Old Chen, what did Li Xiao say? Hearing the tone in Su Yang's voice, which was filled with anticipation yet also a hint of fear that Li Xiao might refuse, Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ha, old Su, don't worry. Lord Li Xiao has already agreed to your relocation to Yunqing. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up with excitement within the headquarters of the Yun City Psychics. Old Chen, thank you so much. Su Yang said sincerely, unable to hide the joy in his voice. In response, Chen Xian smiled, there's no need for thanks between us. Now, you should focus on preparing for the collective relocation of Yunqing. Right, I'll notify everyone immediately and start preparing for the relocation. Su Yang snapped back to reality, realizing what the urgent matter at hand was. The two did not continue their conversation and quickly ended the communication. After hanging up, Chen Xian's face still bore a broad smile. After all, the relocation of Yunqing and its merger with Qiqing was also a good thing for Qiqing itself. Just then, suddenly, it seemed as though he noticed something. Chen Xian looked at the communication device in his hand and saw a new message suddenly appear at the top of the screen. The message was from Xingqing. However, when Chen Xian finished reading the message, his expression grew peculiar. What's going on in Star City? Why do they suddenly need to replace the alien beast meat? Chapter 54, is Star City in such a mess? They can't even afford monster meat anymore? Please vote for me. That's right. The information Chen Xian saw. It was clearly posted by the headquarters of the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association, announcing a resource exchange for monster meat. At that moment, upon seeing this message, Chen Xian's first reaction was, could he have misread it? After all, based on Chen Xian's previous understanding, exchanging monster meat and Star City were two terms that clearly shouldn't appear together. Although Qi City had begun to develop upward, the former strength and prosperity of Star City still left a deep impression on Chen Xian. Back when the beasts first appeared, during those early days, even small cities like theirs struggled to sustain themselves. They had no choice but to trade other resources for monster meat in Star City. Especially meat from S rank or higher beasts. Most of the time, their small-town beast hunting teams lacked the strength to hunt such beasts and had to rely on exchanging resources with Star City. No matter how much Chen Xian thought about it, he couldn't believe that the Star City had fallen so far that it now needed to trade resources for monster meat. With this in mind, Chen Xian couldn't help but read the message again, word for word. However, the content of the message was exactly the same as what he had just seen, with no errors. What's going on in Star City? Chen Xian's expression grew peculiar. although Li Xiao had already left Star City.
Xingqing shouldn't have fallen so quickly that it couldn't even supply enough monster meat and had to trade resources with other cities, right? Compared to their small city, which was constantly on edge under the daily onslaught of beast waves. Even without Li Xiao, the combined strength of the other psychics in Star City should still be far superior to that of a small city like theirs, shouldn't it? Could it be that, aside from Lord Li Xiao, all the other psychics in Xingqing are useless? Chun Xian couldn't help but think to himself. Turning his head, he looked toward Li Xiao in the small courtyard not far away. At that moment, Li Xiao was crouched beside a small patch of land where vegetable seeds had grown into edible plants. Li Xiao reached out his hand, seemingly plucking a few vegetable plants resembling Chinese cabbage from the soil. He then stood up, selected a few pieces of suitable beast meat from the wooden boxes nearby, and quickly walked toward the room, as if preparing to cook. Only when Li Xiao's figure had completely disappeared into the room did Chen Xian finally take his gaze off him. He glanced again at the top message on his communication device from Star City. Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly complex, and he didn't know what to say. He shook his head slightly, deleted the top message, and stuffed the communication device back into his pocket. Chen Xian vanished in a flash, finally disappearing outside Li Xiao's small courtyard. Shortly after Chen Xian left, a slender figure approached from the distance, heading toward Li Xiao's small courtyard. Yi Shui looked in the direction Chen Xian had just left, her eyes filled with confusion. Shui, you're here? Just then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rang out from within the courtyard. Only to see that Li Xiao had already emerged from the room at some point. However, the exotic vegetables and beast meat he had been holding earlier had vanished. Li Xiao smiled at Yi Shui, who had appeared at the door. If I'm not mistaken, it's been several days since I last saw you. Earlier, due to Yi Shui's breakthrough to the SSS rank, Yi Shui had been staying at home to adapt to the new strength of her abilities. And now, Shui, it looks like your abilities have stabilized. Li Xiao glanced at Yi Shui again. Today, Yi Shui was wearing a white t-shirt, and beneath it, the distinct curves of her body were visible. It seems to be because Yi Shui's strength has already been firmly established at the SSS level. Although her appearance hasn't changed much, the brilliance in Yi Shui's beautiful eyes seems to be much brighter than before. At this moment, Yi Shui's supernatural energy was subdued. However, this does not prevent Li Xiao from sensing the intensity of her supernatural energy within her body. With her current strength, Yi Shui now possesses the capability to engage in one-on-one combat with a Beast King. That's right, my supernatural abilities are now mostly stable. Upon hearing Li Xiao describe her current state in a single sentence, Yi Shui showed no surprise on her face and nodded slightly. Both are SSS ranked. However, Li Xiao's current strength had already reached a level that ordinary SSS rank individuals could only dream of. If Li Xiao couldn't see through her, that would be the real oddity. Suddenly, she thought of something. Yi Shui curiously asked, I just saw Chen Xian come to your place. Yes, nothing important. Chen Xian came to discuss the relocation and merger of Yunqing into Qiqing with me. Li Xiao nodded and replied casually. Relocating Yunqing? Merging with Qiqing? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Yi Shui's eyes. As a former SS-ranked psychic from the Psychic Association, Yi Shui naturally had some knowledge of various cities. If Yi Shui remembered correctly, Yunqing was the city closest to Qiqing, not far away. But to say that the entire city of Yunqing is being relocated to Qiqing. The relocation of an entire city. If Yi Shui remembered correctly. In the past, it seemed that only Xingqing had received such treatment. After all, at that time, no other city besides Xingqing possessed the ability to confront the Beast King or withstand the Beast Tide. Therefore, many cities that couldn't fight the Beast Tide on their own chose to relocate collectively to Xingqing for protection. However, the relocation destination Cloud City now has in mind is not Star City, but rather the once obscure Qi City. Seeking refuge in Qi City? This seems more like it's for Li Xiao. Simply because of Li Xiao's reputation in Qi City, it is enough to make an entire city risk their lives to seek refuge there. Yi Shui looked at Li Xiao before her, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. Have you agreed? Yi Shui pressed. Li Xiao nodded and smiled at Yi Shui. What's wrong? Do you think this is a bad idea? No, that's not it. Yi Shui shook her head, her eyes flickering with a hint of reminiscence. Once upon a time, Yi Shui was not one of the original residents of Xingqiang. Back then, after the city where Yi Shui lived was destroyed by a beast tide, she was fortunately rescued by Li Xiao. Afterward, she and everyone from her city relocated to Star City under Li Xiao's protection, merging with the city. However, despite this, many people encountered accidents along the way and ultimately perished. Yi Shui fully understood how difficult it was for an entire city to relocate to another city. In the past, her city was able to successfully relocate to Star City thanks to Li Xiao's protection. Now, Yi Shui herself had also gained sufficient ability. When the day comes for Yunqing to relocate, I also plan to participate. Yi Shui said. Chapter 55, Is Yunqing relocating to Xingqiang? Are you also planning to participate in the relocation of Yunqing? Upon hearing Yi Shui's sudden words, Li Xiao's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. Yi Shui nodded slightly. My current supernatural ability has reached SSS rank, but I haven't engaged in a single real battle yet. This relocation of Yun City to merge with Qi City might be a chance to encounter some Beast Kings and gain some combat experience against SSS rank opponents. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao looked at Yi Shui thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. You have a point. With your current strength, facing a single Beast King alone should be no problem. Fighting a Beast King of equal strength would also be a good opportunity to refine your control over your supernatural abilities. Once the relocation of Yunqing begins, I'll let Qin Xian know, and you should join us as well. Li Xiao said. In reality, with Yishua's current SSS rank strength, there was no need for her to apply to anyone to participate in the relocation of Yun City. As long as Yishui spoke up, Qin Xian would naturally arrange everything for her. However, perhaps out of habit, Yishui still wanted to seek Li Xiao's opinion on such matters. Upon hearing Li Xiao's agreement, a flash of joy crossed Yishua's beautiful eyes, and she nodded slightly. At the same time, the aroma of meat being cooked, mixed with the fresh scent of vegetables, drifted out of Li Xiao's room and into the nostrils of the two. Amidst the lingering aroma of the dishes, a faint trace of pure energy could be detected. As she inhaled the aroma, Yishui felt her supernatural abilities stir involuntarily. What is this? Yishua's beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. Li Xiao turned his head to look at the kitchen where the aroma was coming from and smiled gently. The vegetables I planted a few days ago have grown. I just went out hunting some exotic beasts today, so I decided to cook a meal. Since you're here, why not stay for dinner? Vegetables and meat? Upon hearing this, Yishui instinctively glanced at the high-quality exotic beast meat stored in the wooden boxes in the small courtyard, as well as the green, tender vegetables that had already grown in the small plot of land Li Xiao had cultivated. These two seemingly ordinary ingredients were, in fact, far from ordinary. Although the grade of the exotic beast meat was only A or S, every piece was carefully selected for its superior quality. As for the vegetables Li Xiao had planted, when Yishui first arrived in Qi City, these exotic vegetables hadn't grown this large yet, and their energy fluctuations weren't noticeable. Now that they have matured, Yishui finally noticed. These seemingly ordinary vegetables seem to be anything but ordinary. No. Or rather, every single thing on Li Xiao is extraordinary. Whether it was the two enhancement fruits that had effortlessly elevated her to SSS rank, or everything within Li Xiao's small courtyard. If these were placed in the former Psionic Association, each of these items might have become treasures in the association's resource repository. Yet now, such treasures are merely treated as ordinary ingredients for cooking in Li Xiao's small courtyard. While Li Shui's thoughts wandered far away, Li Xiao had already brought out several dishes he had cooked in the kitchen. He then casually grabbed a small table and placed it in an open area of the courtyard. As Li Xiao and Yi Shui enjoyed their simple yet hearty meal. On the other side, in Yunqing. At that moment, both the psychics and the ordinary residents of Yunqing had begun to mobilize on their own. The reason was simple. Not long ago, at the headquarters of the psychics in Yunqing, Su Yang, the guardian of Yunqing, had announced the decision to relocate the entire city. Of course, this decision was not implemented immediately after Su Yang announced it. Many of the city's psychics, upon hearing of the decision, rushed to find Su Yang to demand an explanation. After all, relocating the entire city is no small matter. Without a city as a base, even the slightest misstep could lead to an ambush by a beast horde, potentially resulting in the annihilation of the entire force. Moreover, what puzzled many of the city's psychics was, if the plan was indeed to relocate the entire city, then the destination couldn't possibly be Qi City, which was similar to Yunqing, could it? A better relocation destination should be Xingqing, shouldn't it? After all, no matter how you look at it, Star City currently has 2 SSS-ranked psychics. However, Su Yang only responded with a single sentence. Li Xiao is in Qi City. With that, all doubts were immediately dispelled. This was the true reason why the entire Cloud City was able to begin preparing for the relocation in such a short time. The mere mention of Li Xiao was enough to unite all the psychics and residents of Yun City. In the following days, Yun City abandoned all unnecessary items and resources to prepare for the relocation. Of course, Su Yang would not allow any resources or items that couldn't be taken along to go to waste. During this relocation preparation phase, Su Yang sent messages to other cities, intending to sell those resources that couldn't be easily transported at discounted prices, with the goal of converting them all into resources usable during the move before the official relocation. The news of Yunqing's bulk sale of certain specific resources was immediately noticed by other cities. Especially when they saw the variety of resources being sold in Yunqing. Many city defenders were shocked. The types of resources being sold by Yunqing, or those recently sought after, were not unfamiliar to them. In the past, when some cities that could no longer withstand the beast tide on their own were preparing to relocate, the resources they sold and planned to purchase were exactly these. The same thought crossed the minds of these city defenders. Could it be that Yunqing is also preparing to relocate? Just as the defenders of other cities began speculating about Yun City's relocation. In the shared communication channels between cities, a message from Star City suddenly appeared. I am Qin Wanxiao, president of the Psionic Association.
Star City and all members of the Psionic Association warmly welcome Yun City's relocation and merger with Star City.
As future residents of Star City, please inform us of the specific time and plan for Yun City's relocation.
At that time, Star City will also dispatch psionic teams to provide protection for Yun City's relocation.
Upon seeing this sudden message,
many city guardians were initially startled, but their expressions quickly returned to normal.
Although the relocation of Yunqing is currently just speculation. However, the destination of Yun City's relocation was obvious. It could only be Star City.
After all, the only city capable of rivaling the Beast Tide capital is Star City.
The relocation of Yun City to Xing City was not unexpected. Just as everyone was thinking this, a message from Yunqing quickly appeared below Qin Wanchao's message.
Sorry, Mr. Qin, this is Su Yang. I don't know if there was a misunderstanding somewhere, but our destination for the relocation is Qi City, not Star City.
Everyone, what? Chapter 56, Qin Wanchao's misplaced affection? Please vote for me. Let's rewind the timeline slightly.
When the guardians of other cities deduced from the resources sold by Yunqing that Yunqing had plans to relocate. In Xingqing, Qin Wanchao, the president of the Psionic Association, naturally received this information as well. In recent days, due to the shortage of beast meat, the psychics in Xingqing had been unable to maintain even the minimum level required for their abilities to recover during daily city reconstruction efforts. Qin Wanchao had been in contact with other cities, planning to trade resources for monster meat. Fortunately, over the past few days, Qin Wanchao managed to secure a significant quantity of monster meat from several small cities not far from Star City. Although the quality of this meat varies, it has temporarily alleviated the current shortage of monster meat in Star City. Once this period is overcome, more psychics in Star City will be able to focus on other tasks.
At that point, they can be deployed to form beast hunting squads.
Replenishing the resources consumed during this period due to the exchange of exotic beast meat will not be overly difficult. And it was precisely for this reason. Qin Wanchao kept a close eye on messages from other cities and immediately noticed the news of Yun City massively selling off its resources. Looking at the list of resources Yun City was preparing to sell off at discounted prices.
Qin Wanchao's gaze suddenly sharpened. The names of these resources.
They were all too familiar to Qin Wanchao.
Back then, the cities that had relocated en masse and were preparing to join Xingqing had done the same. Could it be that Yunqing is also planning to relocate to Xingqing and merge with our city? A look of surprise flashed across Qin Wanchao's face.
Overcome with excitement, he couldn't help but stand up from the sofa he was lying on.
Good news. Great news. Recently, due to the Beast Tide's invasion, the losses suffered by Star City have yet to recover. The reconstruction of Xingqing and many other tasks now require the assistance of psychics.
However, due to the shortage of psychics, many tasks have had to be temporarily postponed. If Yunqing could relocate here at this critical moment and merge with Star City,
with the addition of Yun City's psychics and the resources brought by the relocation,
the recovery of Star City would likely be much faster. This is truly a stroke of luck. At this thought, Qin Wanchao's face lit up with excitement. The relocation of Yunqing could be considered the best news Qin Wanchao had heard in recent times. Although Yun City has not yet explicitly stated its intention to relocate. However, the large-scale sale of these resources cannot be faked. There was no other possible reason for Yun City to sell off so many resources at such a discounted price except that it was preparing for a complete relocation. With this in mind, Qin Wanchao sent out a message on the public frequency welcoming Yun City's relocation. As for why Qin Wanchao believed that the destination of Yun City's relocation was their Star City,
this was naturally due to Qin Wanchao's absolute confidence in the overall strength of their city's psychics.
Although Star City had suffered losses from the Beast Tide. However, there was no doubt that Star City's overall strength still far surpassed that of all other cities.
Apart from their own city, the other cities likely couldn't even find a single SSS-ranked individual. But Star City has a full two.
Only their city possesses the means to confront the Beast Tide. After sending this message, Qin Wanchao's face lit up with a smile. He leaned back into the sofa behind him and hummed a tune. Next, all he had to do was wait for Yun City's response to confirm the relocation schedule and plans. At that point, he would simply dispatch some psychics to provide cover. Just moments after Qin Wanchao sent the message, his communication device suddenly vibrated, signaling a new message. Qin Wanchao couldn't hide the smile on his face as he looked at the new message. But the next moment, after reading the content of the message, the smile that had just begun to appear on his face froze instantly. Sorry, Mr. Qin, the destination for our relocation this time is Qi City, not Xing City.
The relocation destination is not Xingcheng, but Xicheng? Bang!
Qin Wanchao's expression suddenly turned grim, and the communication device in his hand was smashed against the wall in anger, shattering into pieces.
Not Star City? To Qi City? Is Su Yang that guy an idiot? Relocating to Qi City, do they really think Qi City can protect them?
The combined population of the two small cities is nothing more than expanding their own target. When the Beast King finally arrives, all that awaits them is the complete destruction of the city.
Or is it that Li Xiao is behind this again? Qin Wanxiao's expression grew even more furious. That guy Li Xiao, who left without a word, abandoning Star City and still not satisfied. Now, does he even dare to compete with Xingqing for the relocation destination of other cities? Damn it, damn it, damn it. The bones in Qin Wanxiao's palms cracked as he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning bloodshot. Meanwhile, in Yunqing, Su Yang, who was inside the headquarters of the psychics, had no idea. All because of his casual reply, Qin Wanxiao had already been pushed to the brink of losing control. Seeing the message Qin Wanxiao suddenly sent, Su Yang was also puzzled. Though it was clear that his recent actions of selling off resources in Yunqing were preparing to relocate the entire city. But what was wrong with Qin Wanxiao? Acting all high and mighty, he had no idea why he thought Yunqing was moving to Xingcheng. If he wanted to move to Xingqing, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now, when Xingqing is already struggling to deal with the beast tide? Moreover, all the temptations of Xingqing combined couldn't compare to the current allure of Qiqing, where Li Xiao, the Great Lord, resided. Right now, Xingqing is probably in a state of chaos internally. What a mystery. Su Yang muttered to himself, not giving the matter another thought. To him, it was merely a minor inconvenience. His mind was entirely focused on integrating the resources of Yunqing and preparing for the relocation. Just as Su Yang was about to inspect the current progress of the preparations in Yunqing, the communication device in his hand began to vibrate once again. However, this time, when Su Yang looked at the new message on the communication device, the person who had sent him the message was not Qin Wanxiao. The message that had been sent was not on the public frequency either. Instead, it was a private message sent to Su Yang by the defenders of countless small towns. The content of these private messages was more or less the same. Su Yang looked at one of the private messages. The sender of this private message was Fengyan, the town guardian of Fengcheng, with whom he had a decent relationship. At that moment, Fengyan sent Su Yang a message that was only a single sentence. However, his words were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Su Yang, what's the situation over there? Chapter 57, Su Yang's suggestion. The future development of Qi City will far exceed that of the Star City? As the guardian of Fengcheng Town, he had frequent interactions with Su Yang in his daily life. The two cities of Fengcheng and Yunqing frequently engage in resource exchanges. When they go out, the beast hunting ability teams from the two cities often meet and collaborate on various tasks. Seeing Su Yang's sudden decision to relocate the entire city of Yunqing, Fengyan was genuinely puzzled. In Fengyan's memory, Yun City did not seem to have fallen into such a state of decline that it could no longer survive on its own and required a collective relocation. Moreover, if relocation were truly necessary, they should have sought refuge in Xingqing instead. What's the point of going to Qiqing? With these thoughts in mind, Fengyan couldn't wait any longer and dialed Su Yang's contact number to get some answers. Soon, Fengyan's call was answered by Su Yang. The moment the call was answered, Fengyan's voice rang out. Su Yang, are you serious? Are you really planning to relocate to Qi City? In response to Fengyan's question. At the headquarters of the Yun City Psionic Abilities Organization, Su Yang nodded slightly. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie? Hearing Su Yang's confirmation. For a moment, Fengyan's eyes couldn't help but grow more puzzled. His brows furrowed slightly. I'm aware of the situation in Qiqing. Even if you relocate there, it probably won't make much of a difference. On the contrary, merging the cities might attract the Beast King even more. If the Beast King were to arrive one day, two small cities' combined psychic abilities wouldn't stand a chance against him. If it ever came to that, Qi City might end up being forced to choose a desperate, mutually destructive strategy to repel the Beast King. Both in terms of reason and emotion, even if Xingqing is in a dire state now, it's still better than nothing. Fengyan voiced his doubts. Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled. If we were to go by what was said earlier, that would indeed be the case. But now, after Su Yang learned that Li Xiao was in Qi City, things were different. With Li Xiao in Qi City. Even if Li Xiao does not participate in any matters in Qi City. As long as Li Xiao was there. Based on the fear that the two Beast Kings, the White Tiger and the Black Python outside Xingqing, had for Li Xiao, they likely wouldn't dare to even glance at Qi City. As for Xingqing? Those two, no, to be precise, even when the three SSS-ranked psychics of Xingqing joined forces, they were soundly defeated by a single Beast King, with one of them even losing their life. Anyone with a shred of common sense would know whether to head to Qi City or Xingqing. Just as Fengyan was puzzled, Su Yang's voice rang out once more. Old Feng, I have something to say. I hope you'll listen carefully. What? Hearing Su Yang's sudden serious tone, Fengyan's expression grew solemn. Su Yang's gaze flickered for a moment before he spoke slowly. If possible, I suggest that Fengcheng also relocate to Qiqing and merge with it. Qiqing's future development will undoubtedly far surpass that of Xingqing. What? Hearing Su Yang's sudden, out-of-the-blue remark, Fengyan was taken aback at first. However, as Su Yang's old friend, Fengyan quickly noticed the tone in Su Yang's voice. It didn't seem fake. Instead, it carried a sense of extreme confidence. Do you know something? Fengyan's breathing grew, and he instinctively lowered his voice to ask. Su Yang's behavior today was highly unusual.
Whether it was the sudden decision to relocate to Qicheng or the warning he had just given Feng'an, this had already gone beyond mere hints, it was outright explicit. What was so different about Qi City that Su Yang could speak with such confidence, even risking so much to relocate? Feng'an racked his brain trying to figure it out. However, after a short period of contemplation, Feng'an could not fathom what changes had occurred in Qi City to make Su Yang value it so highly, to the point where it might even surpass Xingqiang. However, Su Yang did not continue the conversation in response to Feng'an's inquiry. Earlier, when he had spoken with Chen Xian had specifically instructed him not to reveal any information about Li Xiao. The fact that he had shared so much with Feng'an was already a sign of their long-standing friendship and mutual assistance. Now, it all depended on whether Feng'an was willing to heed his words.
I can only say so much. Old Feng, I hope you'll give it some serious thought. While there aren't many people relocating to Qi City yet, if you're willing to lead the entire Feng City in relocating, this is a good opportunity. If you wait any longer, you might not even be able to come over without asking Qi City for permission first. I need to check on the progress of the preparations in Yun City, so I'll have to hang up now. Su Yang repeated once more.
After saying this, without waiting for Feng'an to respond, Su Yang unilaterally cut off the connection. Left behind in the headquarters of the Fengqing Psychics was Feng'an, deep in thought. After ending the call with Feng'an, Su Yang glanced at his communication device, where private messages from an increasing number of city defenders were piling up. However, compared to his relationship with Feng'an, although Su Yang had worked with the other city guardians on numerous occasions, their relationship was not as close. Su Yang didn't say much, only clearly stating that his destination for this relocation was indeed Qi City, after which he paid no further attention to the matter. This response left all the city guardians in deep thought, yet they could not find any clues. Only Feng'an, who had been subtly hinted at by Su Yang, seemed to have a vague idea of what was going on. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days may seem like a long time. But if one were to prepare an entire city for relocation, it was still rather urgent. Nevertheless, under the joint efforts of the psychics of Yunqing and its countless residents, the preparatory phase of Yun City's relocation is nearly complete. Batches of supplies are being loaded into vehicles made of special metal capable of suppressing supernatural abilities. Within Yunqing, both psychics and ordinary residents are carrying simplified luggage. Additionally, a group of psychics not from Yunqing have also been arriving in Yunqing in recent days, divided into different teams. They are teams of psychics from other cities. The resources that Su Yang had sold off earlier, which could not be taken out of Yun City, have already been dealt with. Their purpose for coming to the Cloud City this time is to take those resources. Soon, the groups of psychics from various cities departed with the agreed-upon resources. Standing at the headquarters of the psychics in Yunqing, Su Yang watched as the psychics gradually faded into the distance. His gaze shifted back to the crowd in Yunqing, who had already made all necessary preparations. Half an hour later, begin the relocation. Chapter 58. Will Su Yang regret choosing Qi City? Before the beast tide descended upon Blue Star, a school with 2,000 students gathered in a square was already a significant scale. Yunqing had already endured 5 years of beast waves. However, when all the people of Yunqing are counted together, their numbers still amount to several 100,000. At this moment, the outskirts of Yunqing City were already teeming with people who had gathered there in preparation. Su Yang stood high above, looking down at the densely packed crowd. Although the decision to relocate had been made and communicated to all residents of Yunqing long ago. However, faced with the actual relocation, many still looked anxious and fearful. There was no other reason. Over the past 5 years, ordinary people had rarely ventured beyond the city limits. Now, what they were about to do was not merely leaving the city. They were about to cross a considerable distance and head to another city. However, compared to the ordinary people filled with anxiety, the pressure faced by the psychics of Yunqing is truly immense. In the past, when defending Yunqing, they at least had the city as a base, and their only task was to prevent the beasts from entering the city. But now, as they are about to leave Yunqing, they must now confront beasts that could emerge from any direction. The slightest mistake could breach the defenses. The beasts would then rush into the evacuation convoy like tigers among sheep, leaving ordinary people with little chance of escape. Even before taking action, many psychics already had sweat beading on their foreheads from tension. I wonder how many casualties there will be this time. A psychic spoke in a low voice, his expression somber. Those around him, many other psychics from Yun City, nodded solemnly in agreement. If it weren't for the information from Su Yang that Li Xiao, the senior official, was residing in Qi City, fear that even if Su Yang had decided to relocate the entire city of Yun, many of them would not have agreed easily. Just as the atmosphere among the psychics grew tense, a surge of psychic energy suddenly appeared, and within the energy, Su Yang's figure materialized before everyone. Compared to the somber-faced psychics, Su Yang's state was much better. Looking at the many psychics before him, Su Yang said, "Rest assured, this relocation isn't just the responsibility of Yunqing. I've already discussed it with Qicheng. Once the relocation begins, Xiqing will also send psychics to provide support. At that time, Chen Xian should also personally intervene.
Chen Xian? Is that the guardian of Qi City? I recall that Chen Xian is also an SS-ranked individual like Su Yang.
If the Chen Xian from Qi City personally comes to assist us, our danger will be significantly reduced. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, many of the psychics around him, who had previously looked gloomy, finally showed a hint of joy on their faces. If a psychic with strength comparable to Su Yang's could come to their aid, even if the beast tide were to appear, the danger would likely be reduced significantly.
Unfortunately, their information was clearly outdated.
They were unaware that Chen Xian was no longer an SS-ranked individual. His psychic power had already been upgraded to SSS. Of course, if they had known that, the confidence of these Yun City psychics would have been even stronger. Su Yang glanced at the time, then looked at the massive crowd of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people gathered at the city's edge, stretching as far as the eye could see. At this moment, everyone in Yun City had gathered here. At the same time, Su Yang turned his gaze toward the outskirts of the city. Within his vision, he could see scattered beasts hiding in the dense forests just outside the city, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The major movements in Yun City over the past few days had not only reached other human cities but seemed to have been faintly sensed by the beasts as well. But at this moment, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Su Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the countless figures before him.
It's time to depart.
On the other side, outside Yunqing, most of the ability user teams that had come to Yunqing earlier had already departed with their supplies.
However, each of those teams had left behind a single psychic. Each of these psychics was holding a set of simple filming equipment. The sudden relocation announcement made by Yunqing City continues to baffle countless cities. Why choose the ordinary Qi City instead of the prosperous Xing City? Su Yang's response was also vague and ambiguous, leaving people puzzled. Therefore, the purpose of these remaining psychics is to document the entire relocation process of Yun City for their own cities. They want to uncover the true reason behind Yun City's decision to relocate to Qi City instead of Xing City. Among this group of psychics, there are naturally those who originally belonged to Star City. However, their purpose differs from that of the others. Qin Wanxiao had already known that Su Yang decided to relocate to Qi City because of Li Xiao. But in Xingqing, at the headquarters of the Psionic Association, they watched the real-time footage of Yunqing displayed on the screen. Qin Wanxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Relocate to Qi City?
I'll see how many of you are left once you've actually moved there. Without the protection of the special abilities team sent by Xingqing,
Qin Wanxiao didn't think Su Yang and his group would be able to make it safely. The beast horde on the road was no joke. Qin Wanxiao didn't think that the massive deployment in Yunqing would go unnoticed by the beast kings and beasts. Given the strength of Yunqing's psychics, even if Qiqing sends psychics to provide cover, what good would that do? Even if Chen Xian, along with Yi Shui who escaped with Li Xiao, were to join forces, it would only add 2 more SS-ranked individuals. A few SS-ranked reinforcements would mean little against those beast waves. Su Yang, I'd love to see if you'll regret choosing to go to Qi City instead of my Xing City once half of your people are killed or injured on the way. Qin Wanxiao's eyes were icy cold and a faint cold smile flashed across his lips. He was eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Yang would reveal a look of regret after most of his Yun City men were killed or injured along the way. However, by then, even if Su Yang wanted to change his mind and seek shelter in their Star City, the Xingqing Supernatural Association would have to carefully consider whether to accept them. Just as Qin Wanxiao was fantasizing about the tragic fate awaiting Yunqing. Under Su Yang's orders, the gates of Yun City, which had remained closed for a long time, were finally opened. Under the guidance of the psychics, batches of Yun City residents followed the main force out of the city gates from within. The endless procession seemed to stretch on forever. Meanwhile, in Qi City, upon receiving the message from Yunqing, Chen Xian stood outside Li Xiao's small courtyard. Lord Li Xiao, Yun City has begun preparations for relocation. To be on the safe side, I plan to take action personally and accompany Miss Yi Shui to provide protection for Qi City. But before Chen Xian could finish speaking, inside the courtyard, a leisurely figure, bent over watering vegetables and saplings, waved his hand and smiled softly. Go ahead. With his approval, Chen Xian was overjoyed, and the last trace of worry vanished from his heart. Bowing slightly to Li Xiao, Chen Xian vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Along with Chen Xian, many other psychics from Qi City also left. However, this time, Chen Xian wasn't the least bit afraid of a beast horde taking advantage of the situation to raid the base. Li Xiao's single word was worth 1,000 promises. Chapter 59, The Migration Journey, Beast Tide Surges, and Qin Wanxiao rejoices in others' misfortune. Please vote for me. The vast, endless procession stretching into the clouds. They had been leaving Cloud City for over an hour. With the coordinated efforts of the psychics, they struggled to keep everyone from falling behind the migration convoy. But just then, in the rear section of the previously calm migration procession, a sudden, urgent warning shout rang out from a psychic. Monsters spotted. All ordinary people retreat. Psionic beings rush to support.
However, all that could be seen was that, on the outer side of the psychic's position, over a kilometer away in a forest, a dozen or so beasts suddenly burst out from within. The strength of these dozen or so strange beasts varies greatly. The strongest among them are several A-rank beasts, while the rest are all between B-rank and D-rank. At this moment, this disparate group of beasts is charging fiercely toward the migrating group. Given their speed, it wouldn't take long for them to cross the 1,000-meter distance and charge into the crowd to begin the battle. However, before these beasts could get within 100 meters of the migrating group, except for the psychic who had issued the warning, several other psychics nearby also sensed the approaching beasts. Without any hesitation, these psychics released powerful psychic energy fluctuations from their bodies. Enveloped by the terrifying energy fluctuations, they charged toward the swarm of beasts. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the beasts and the psychics. Fortunately, among the psychics participating in the battle, there was one whose power had reached the S-rank level. Under the leadership of the S-rank psychic, the group of beasts was quickly subdued. However, after dealing with this group of smaller beasts and returning to their ranks, the expressions of these psychics were far from reassuring. The sudden appearance of the beasts was not the first encounter they had faced since leaving the city. From the time they left the city until now, it had only been an hour, yet they had already encountered more than 5 groups of beasts. Although these 5 beast herds had not caused any harm to their migrating group. However, the frequency of the attacks was still cause for concern. The highest-ranked beasts that had appeared so far were only a class still within their capabilities to handle. But what if stronger ones appear next? How many more times could they withstand such attacks? Given the current migration speed of the entire Yun City group, it would take at least several days to reach Qi City. Several days given the current frequency of beast attacks, could they really hold out that long? At this moment, Su Yang, who was leading the front of the group, also looked somber. The current situation was even more dire than what Su Yang had initially anticipated. I hope Qin Xian and the others can arrive soon. Su Yang took a deep breath, unable to help but think to himself. He then prepared to signal the halted group to resume their march. But just as he spoke, a deafening, terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Boom! 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 The ground seemed to tremble violently at that moment. Looking toward the direction from which the tremors were emanating. In an instant, the expressions of all the psychics in the Yun City team changed drastically. This was entirely different from the scattered groups of beasts that had appeared earlier. This time, the beasts that appeared, no, it was a beast tide. The number exceeded 3 digits, 100 or more beasts. Every beast in this wave seemed far stronger than any they had encountered before. At the same time, 3 beasts with psychic abilities far surpassing S rank were at the forefront of the beast tide, charging forward. The terrifying psychic fluctuations were so intense that even S-rank psychics felt their breathing grow labored. As for ordinary people, many were dizzy and nearly fainting under the terrifying pressure of the abilities. There was no doubt about it, those 3 leading beasts were SS class. Similarly, upon sensing the 3 SS class beasts, Su Yang's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, terrifying psychic energy surged from Su Yang's body, and yellow-red psychic energy blazed into the sky. Su Yang's figure had already blocked the path of the 3 SS rank beasts. Roar, human, die. The 3 SS ranked beasts roared in unison. With their power, they had long since gained the ability to speak the human language. Amidst their roars, their massive hooves charged toward Su Yang, intending to crush him to death. However, Su Yang had spent 5 years defending a small city alone, and he was no ordinary SS class being. The yellow-red surging energy light erupted once more, colliding with the 3 beasts. A terrifying battle was about to erupt, and the sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of yellow-red flames under Su Yang's energy. At the same time, the psychics within the Yun City team also reacted. A small number remained in place to maintain stability. The remaining ability users unleashed their abilities, closing in to block the advance of the beast horde. From the moment the beast horde appeared to the moment all of Yun City's psychics acted, it all happened in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the psychics from various cities who were hiding near the Cloud City migration team were also startled by the scene. By the time they reacted, they too realized the dire situation. The same was true for them. On the other side, the numerous city defenders watching everything unfold on their screens also saw the sudden attack on the Cloud City convoy, and their expressions changed slightly. An SS-ranked beast has intervened? Could it be the Beast King's orders? After all, without the Beast King's command, ordinary SS-ranked beasts wouldn't be able to gather in a group and act together. Could it be that Yun City is already under the Beast King's surveillance? Many felt a chill run down their spines and immediately began to worry about the migration convoy of Yun City. As fellow humans, they certainly did not want Yun City to be completely wiped out during this migration. With these thoughts in mind, the city defenders communicated with the psychics from their respective cities through their communication devices. If the Cloud City psychics are unable to stop them, you must intervene and assist them. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the psychics from various cities exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Being entrusted with the task of documenting the relocation of Yun City. Among them were no shortage of S-rank and A-rank psychics. Combining their forces would form a significant combat unit, and they might be able to work together with the Cloud City Psychics to repel this beast tide. If all else failed, they could always take some people and escape better than letting the entire city be wiped out. With this in mind, the Psychics put down their filming equipment and prepared to act. Among them, however, a single figure remained motionless. This person was none other than an ability user from Star City. He had not heard Qin Wanxiao's order to provide assistance. On the other side, watching the Cloud City forces suddenly attacked by the massive beast horde through the screen, Qin Wanxiao burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. These fools couldn't even hold out halfway and are about to be wiped out. This is the consequence of choosing Qi City. They deserve it. If they had chosen Star City, with their Star City psychics intervening, these Cloud City people wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. With their city strength, even sending a few SS-ranked psychics to protect them wouldn't be difficult. Blame your leader Su Yang for making the wrong decision. Qin Wanxiao's smile grew even more smug and arrogant. But the next moment, before Qin Wanxiao could maintain his smile for long, all he saw on the screen before him, a blue supernatural light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. The appearance of this energy fluctuation caused all the beasts and energy users present to halt their actions. Immediately afterward, the blue energy surged forward at an incredibly terrifying speed, striking an SS-ranked beast that was currently engaged in combat with Su Yang. The beast's body froze instantly. The smile on Qin Wanxiao's face also froze. Chapter 60, Qin Xian has also become SSS ranked. Boom! As the massive corpse of the SS-ranked beast crashed to the ground, sending out a series of violent tremors. Everyone finally snapped out of their frozen state. Those who had been preparing to aid Yun City, as well as the city defenders from various towns watching everything through recording devices. All of them stared in horror at the dead SS-rank beast's corpse. Instantly killing an SS-class beast? What kind of power is that? Could it be that an SSS-class psychic intervened? But SSS-class psychics, it seems, are only currently present in Star City, with 2 known individuals. Except for this moment. The psychics of Yun City, who had been feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, suddenly burst into joy. Unlike the other city's psychics who are still unaware of Li Xiao's existence. They had heard about him from Su Yang. The reason for relocating to Qi City was precisely because Li Xiao was there. And now, an SS-ranked beast has been instantly killed? Could it be that Lord Li Xiao has personally intervened? Besides, they couldn't think of anyone else capable of instantly killing an SS-ranked beast. After all, they didn't think the 2 SSS-ranked psychics from Xingqing would go out of their way to help him. Many people immediately turned their gaze toward the direction where the earlier blue-colored psychic energy fluctuations had originated. Su Yang also looked in that direction. What met their eyes were a group of figures rapidly approaching them from the distant sky. Though their numbers were few, there were less than 20 of them. But without exception. Judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from them, their supernatural abilities were at least A rank. They were none other than the team of psychics sent by Qi City to provide backup. However, when Su Yang and the other Cloud City psychics recognized who this team actually was, they were all stunned. At the forefront was Qin Xian leading the group. But, where was Li Xiao? Isn't Lord Li Xiao here? The SSS-ranked psychic fluctuations that just shook the battlefield couldn't have been fake. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply as he looked toward Qin Xian, the leader of the Qi City psychic squad that had just arrived. From Qin Xian's familiar figure, Su Yang sensed a completely different type of psychic pressure. That terrifying psychic pressure was so intense that even as an SS-class psychic, he felt it was extremely oppressive. This is SSS-class psychic power. At that thought, Su Yang couldn't help but pause his breathing for a moment, staring in shock at Qin Xian at the front. Could it be that the one who just instantly killed an SS-ranked beast was not Li Xiao? But, old Su, I didn't come too late, did I? At the same time, Qin Xian's loud laughter suddenly echoed from the distance, reverberating across the battlefield. As Qin Xian's voice echoed, a terrifying surge of energy surged through the air, intertwined with his voice. Qin Xian looked in the direction of the 2 SS-ranked beasts currently entangled with Su Yang. In the past, even if Qin Xian had teamed up with Su Yang, they might not have been able to handle these 2 SS-ranked beasts. But now, as he looked at the 2 SS-ranked beasts, a trace of contempt flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. Qin Xian raised his finger, and a stream of orange-yellow supernatural energy began to gather at the tip. Though the beam of energy had yet to fully manifest at the tip of Qin Xian's finger. However, the terrifying aura of the energy pressure had already begun to spread unconsciously. In the distance, the 2 SS-rank beasts before Su Yang seemed to sense something. They glanced at the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades and then turned their terrified gazes toward Qin Xian's location. The innate crisis perception of the beasts allowed them to detect the approaching scent of death in an instant. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The 2 SS-ranked beasts hesitated not a moment, turning to flee. This scene was witnessed by Qin Xian, who merely smiled coldly. Come as you please, leave as you wish, but that's not something you get to decide. The orange-yellow energy beam in his hand was released in an instant, resembling the tail of a meteor streaking across the sky. Immediately afterward, the orange-yellow energy beam pursued the two SS-class beasts attempting to escape at an utterly terrifying speed.
The moment it made contact with the two SS-class beasts,
the orange-yellow beam, which had been as thick as a finger, suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping both beasts within its grasp. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, causing all the beasts present to tremble in fear and emit low, whimpering sounds.
Meanwhile, Su Yang and the other psychics nearby, who also felt the residual energy of the psychic ability, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. If before, Su Yang had only speculated about Chen Xian becoming an SSS class. But now, with Chen Xian's single strike, Chen Xian's SSS rank status was now undeniable. Even if one were an SS ranked psychic, no amount of effort could possibly match the effect of Chen Xian's recent strike. Only a true SSS rank. At the same time, the explosion enveloping the two SS ranked beasts finally dissipated. Under the power of the ability explosion, the two SS ranked beasts no longer possessed their initial majestic aura. Their aura had grown weak, and their bodies were covered in blood and flesh. Chen Xian's strike, despite the great distance, ultimately failed to instantly kill the two SS ranked beasts, merely reducing them to severely injured states. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xian's face showed no trace of surprise. Instead, he sighed and shook his head. My strength is still lacking. If that attack had been carried out by Li Xiao, these two SS rank beasts wouldn't have even had a chance to react, they would have been instantly killed. Yet I could only severely wound these two SS rank beasts. I need to train more. Chen Xian sighed inwardly. Without further hesitation, Chen Xian decided not to let the two SS rank beasts escape. Fixing his gaze on the two beasts once more, he flickered and vanished from his original position. When Chen Xian reappeared, he was already in front of the two severely injured SS rank beasts that had fled some distance away. The orange-yellow energy pressure in his hands expanded outward, crushing down and completely enveloping the two SS rank beasts. This time, the two SS rank beasts had no ability to resist. They lost their life force in Chen Xian's hands, their stiff bodies lying motionless on the ground. From the moment Chen Xian appeared until now, only 10 seconds had passed. The two SS-class beasts had been instantly killed. Without these two SS-class beasts leading the way, the remaining beast horde suddenly fell into a state of chaos, panicking and attempting to flee. However, aside from Chen Xian, there were also Yi Shui and the other Qi City psychics who had come with him. This wave of beasts had no chance of escaping. In just a moment, the beast horde that had nearly wiped out the entire Yin City's psychic force was completely annihilated, leaving no survivors. At the same time, Chen Xian led the group of psychics to Su Yang's side. Chapter 61, Qi City's overall strength has now surpassed that of Xing City. Please vote for me. Chen Xian, you have actually become an SSS rank? Recalling the scene where Chen Xian had casually slaughtered those two SS-ranked beasts, Su Yang stared at Chen Xian in shock. If Su Yang remembered correctly, Chen Xian's strength had always been on par with his own. Without some extraordinary luck, they would need at least a long time to reach SSS rank. Yet now, Chen Xian had suddenly become an SSS rank and appeared before him. How could this not shock Su Yang? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Chen Xian's face betrayed a faint smile. He patted Su Yang on the shoulder. SSS rank is nothing special, I only broke through recently. But don't envy me. Once Yun City is relocated to Qi City, you might also have the chance to break through to SSS rank. I have a chance to become SSS rank? SSS rank? What kind of opportunity is that? Isn't it just about the accumulation of an ability user's own power? Hearing this, Su Yang was taken aback. But soon, as if realizing something, Su Yang's gaze once again met Chen Xian's. Then, Su Yang seemed to think of something, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Chen Xian's strength was clearly on par with his own, yet he had broken through to SSS rank without any warning. Add to that the word opportunity that Chen Xian just mentioned. Could it be that Chen Xian's breakthrough wasn't due to his own accumulated efforts? But rather, he has obtained some other opportunity. An opportunity that could be obtained by going to Qi City? A bold idea flashed through Su Yang's mind. The next moment, Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. It was Li Xiao, the nobleman. Feeling Su Yang's changed expression, Chen Xian's smile grew even broader, and he nodded slightly. SSS rank, something others could only dream of. But only Chen Xian knew that for Li Xiao, helping others improve was no trouble at all. If Su Yang were to go to Qi City in the future and truly encounter Li Xiao obtaining some opportunity, breaking through to SSS rank would be as easy as a single thought. Meanwhile, the city defenders watching the live feed of the Yun City team's operations had no idea what Su Yang and Chen Xian were discussing. Due to their duty to defend the city, they were unable to leave. Therefore, they had to settle for this compromise and watch the entire process of Yun City's relocation through this method. Not being present, they naturally couldn't feel the terrifying pressure Chen Xian had previously emitted. But just now, merely witnessing Chen Xian's actions, these city defenders could already sense something. Chen Xian, that guy. He's actually become an SSS rank. Looking at Chen Xian on the other side of the screen, the city defenders were stunned, their eyes filled with excitement and envy. Over the past 5 years since the beast tide descended, Apart from Star City, other small cities have finally produced an SSS-ranked individual. Only in Star City, the Association of Psionic Abilities. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao's expression was extremely grim. It was clear that upon discovering Qin Xian had also become an SSS-ranked individual, Qin Wanxiao was also somewhat taken aback. From long ago, it had become an unconscious belief. Qin Wanxiao had always believed that SSS-ranked psychics should only exist in their Star City. And now, that lucky bastard actually got lucky and became an SSS-ranked ability user. Qin Wanxiao stared intently at the screen displaying Qin Xian, his expression growing dark. Or is this why you're planning to relocate Yun City to Qi City? Just because Qin Xian also became an SSS-ranked individual? But do you really think that having an SSS-ranked individual like Qin Xian will ensure your safety? Qin Wanxiao hadn't forgotten what had happened to Star City earlier. Even the 3 SSS-ranked psychics from Xingqing, when they joined forces, weren't a match for a single Beast King. Even though Qin Xian had become an SSS-ranked individual, he was still only at the initial stage. His strength might even be inferior to that of Ying Xian and the others before Xingqing was hit by the Beast Tide. Now, the Psionic Association has learned from its mistakes and redirected a significant portion of its resources to Ying Xian and his group. Their strength has already surpassed what it was before. As for Qin Xian, even in a small city like Qi City, which occasionally needs to seek help from Xingqing to obtain beast meat, it's unlikely he has sufficient resources to quickly enhance his strength. When the Beast King arrives, Qin Xian will still be no more than an ant easily crushed under its feet. Qin Wanxiao clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening as he thought. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and his group were completely unaware of Qin Wanxiao's thoughts. After quickly organizing the migration group and receiving new orders from Su Yang, the entire group began the migration once more. However, this time, with Qin Xian and the others joining them. The psychics from Yun City and the residents relocating with them visibly relaxed. The other city's psychics who had received orders to rescue Yun City and were preparing to act, upon discovering that the crisis for Yun City's relocation team had been resolved, had no intention of joining the team. They continued to maintain a certain distance from the Yun City migration team, providing the latest information and video feeds to the defenders of their own cities. Wait, you mean Miss Yishua has also become an SSS-ranked individual? At that moment, Su Yang, who was at the front of the Yun City group, heard Qin Xian's words and looked at Yishua beside him in shock. What else could it be? Did you forget about the SS-ranked beast that died at the beginning? That was Miss Yishua's doing. Qin Xian said with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Xian's reminder, Su Yang relaxed and finally recalled everything that had happened earlier. Upon closer inspection, the energy fluctuations emitted by the SS-ranked beast that had been killed earlier did indeed seem vastly different from Qin Xian's. However, the situation had been too tense at the time, and Qin Xian's subsequent performance had been too astonishing, while Li Shui had been working with other psychics to kill the lower-tier beasts. This led Su Yang to subconsciously attribute the killing of the 3 SS-ranked beasts to Qin Xian. As Su Yang shot him a shocked glance, Yi Shui gave a polite smile and nodded slightly, acknowledging Qin Xian's words. However, such behavior only made the shock in Su Yang's eyes grow even more intense. Earlier, Qin Xian alone was SSS rank, which had already shocked Su Yang greatly. But now, not only was Qin Xian in SSS rank, even Miss Yi Shui had reached SSS rank. 2 SSS class beings, and that doesn't even include Li Xiao. If one were to include Lord Li Xiao, wouldn't that mean 3 SSS ranked individuals had gathered in Qi City alone? Su Yang recalled the hint he had given to Fengyan, the defender of Fengqing Town, earlier. At the time, he had told Fengyan that Qi City's future development would inevitably surpass that of Xing City. But now, Su Yang realized he had been completely wrong. There is no need to wait for the future. The overall strength of Qi City is likely already surpassing that of Xingcheng. Chapter 62, Mr. Qin, you wouldn't have been humiliated, so you're just speaking so harshly? Such a thought crossed his mind. Su Yang could feel his emotions growing more and more excited. He felt increasingly fortunate for his decision to relocate to Qi City. Originally, when relocating to Qiqing, Su Yang had already prepared to lead everyone from Yunqing to weather the most challenging period of development alongside Qiqing. But now it seemed. What most challenging period of development? Where were these most challenging times? There are 3 SSS-ranked psychics stationed in Qi City. As long as they don't make any foolish moves and focus on developing Qi City, even the Beast King would have to think twice before launching a Beast Tide attack. After all, Li Xiao is here. They are benefiting from Li Xiao's presence. The combined combat strength of the 3 SSS-ranked psychics in Qi City is significantly stronger than that of the 3 SSS-ranked psychics in Xing City when they first arrived. Time flies, and half a day has already passed. Since Qin Xian and the other Qi City psychics arrived to provide reinforcements and killed the small beast tide led by 2 SS-ranked beasts. The scattered beast clans hiding in the surrounding areas seemed to have sensed that the Yun City migration convoy was no easy target and dared not surface again. As a result, the Yun City migration team did not encounter any more troublesome beast tide attacks. Occasionally, they encountered some
were merely scattered beasts, at most referred to as beast packs, with numbers not exceeding a dozen or two, and their strength was highly uneven. In response, Chen Xian and the others did not even need to intervene. A small contingent of psychics from the migration convoy easily disposed of those beast herds. As the entire migration convoy continued to move steadily toward the location of Qi City, those city defenders who were watching the real-time situation through remote broadcasts from their city's psychics couldn't help but begin discussing the matter on the public channel. It seems like the migration from Yun City should go smoothly from here on out. Yeah, who would have thought? Chen Xian has actually reached SSS rank. No wonder Yun City suddenly decided to relocate to Qi City. The gap between 2S and 3S seems small. Previously, only Xingcheng had SSS-ranked psychics. Psychics in other cities rarely had the opportunity to witness an SSS-ranked psychic in action. But just now, Chen Xian's display finally gave them a deeper understanding of the true power of SSS-ranked psychics. Now that Qi City also has an SSS-ranked individual, its strength is unrecognizable compared to before. Many people seem to have a vague understanding of why Su Yang had decided to relocate the entire city of Yunqing to Qicheng. With this thought in mind, the expressions of the city guardians from various cities gradually relaxed. Although Yunqing and Qicheng had little connection with their own cities, at most they would occasionally collaborate. But they were all human beings. They naturally hoped that the overall strength of humanity would be stronger, even if such powerful individuals did not originate from their own cities. After all, if they ever faced an irreparable crisis in the future, they would have an additional option. Once the relocation of Yunqing is complete, perhaps they could explore further cooperation with Qicheng. Many city guardians were secretly considering this, planning to contact Chen Xian for cooperation once the relocation of Yunqing was complete. But just then, an untimely message suddenly appeared on the public communication channel they were using. That's not necessarily the case. The relocation of Yunqing has only just begun, and the journey ahead is still long. Someone like Chen Xian, even at the SSS level, is merely a novice. If a Beast King level creature were to appear, not even 2 Chen Xians would stand a chance. Moreover, do you really think the Beast Kings won't notice Chen Xian leading so many psychics out in such a grand manner? I predict that not only will the relocation team from Yunqing be annihilated, but even Chen Xian's Qi City will likely be doomed due to his reckless decision. These words seemed to pour cold water on all the city defenders across the public frequency. They turned their gaze toward the person who had sent these 2 messages. Sure enough, the speaker was none other than Qin Wanxiao of Xingcheng. Earlier, upon seeing that the city defenders were all discussing the possibility of Yun City successfully relocating without casualties, this was something Qin Wanxiao could not accept. After all, many cities had previously been unable to withstand the beast tide on their own and had decided to seek refuge in Star City. Even the special ability teams sent by Star City to provide cover couldn't protect everyone, resulting in casualties. However, since Chen Xian and his group arrived in Yun City, not only had the migration teams not suffered any harm, but even the beasts that had just begun to emerge were already completely wiped out. This was tantamount to slapping Star City in the face. Qin Wanxiao couldn't accept this reality. Similarly, upon seeing the 2 statements Qin Wanxiao had made, many city defenders furrowed their brows. Though they acknowledged that Star City's overall strength was indeed formidable. But, we're all human beings. If you don't wish others well, that's one thing, but to deliberately hope for their death? Chairman Qin, at a time like this, making such cold remarks seems inappropriate. Moreover, Chairman Qin, you mentioned that Chen Xian brought so many psychics out of Qi City to provide backup. I assume Chen Xian must have already considered the situation in Qi City and has contingency plans. He wouldn't leave such a huge opening for Qi City. Many city defenders nodded slightly upon seeing this statement. If Chen Xian dared to bring so many people out, he must have already figured out how to handle the situation in Qi City. Even a fool wouldn't leave such a huge opening for the beasts, let alone Chen Xian, who has been defending the city for years. Qin Wanxiao's words were a bit irrational. Qin Chairman, you wouldn't be saying this because Yunqing refused to relocate to Xingqing and rejected your face, would you? A straightforward city guardian couldn't help but speak up. Within the Xingqing Supernatural Association. Boom! Qin Wanxiao smashed the coffee table in front of him into pieces. His eyes were filled with intense anger. It was clear that this statement had angered Qin Wanxiao greatly. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao's face alternated between pale and red. As the president of the Star City Supernatural Abilities Association, when had he ever been treated this way? The last time he had felt such anger was when Li Xiao refused to accept the association's punishment and withdrew from the association. These damned bastards. Qin Wanxiao gasped for breath. In his rage, Qin Wanxiao trembled with his fingers, wanting to say something over the shared frequency. But before Qin Wanxiao could act, on the other side, the Yun City team, which had been steadily migrating, encountered something, plunging the entire group into chaos. Everyone began to panic. In the distance, a dark, terrifying horde of beasts surged forward, charging toward them. At the forefront of the beast tide, a familiar strange beast led the way. A white tiger. Chapter 63, will the Yunqing relocation team be annihilated?
We'll have to build another one. Qiqing? Please vote for me.
From the moment the beast horde appeared until now, only about 10 seconds had passed. At this very moment, the public communication channel previously used by the city defenders had fallen silent. Thud, 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 thud. The terrifying footsteps of the beast horde charging forward echoed through the screen, penetrating the ears of every city defender.
Even through the screen, they could still sense just how terrifying that vast, dark horde of beasts truly was.
But that wasn't the most important thing. What was most important was that they could see clearly. At the very front of the dark, surging tide of beasts. The figure of the Beast King, the white-furred tiger.
Many city defenders' faces turned grim. The Beast King. He actually appeared?
At that very moment, when Qin Wanchao saw the white tiger, the anger on his face vanished instantly, and he began to laugh heartily.
Ha ha ha, I knew it. With all the commotion Chen Xian and his men caused, how could the Beast King not notice? Now it seems that not only will the migration force from Yun City be annihilated, but once Chen Xian and his men die here, Qi City will lose its ability to resist and will also be destroyed along with them. This is the consequence of not choosing their city.
As he watched the sudden silence on the public channel, Qin Wanchao seemed oblivious, a mocking smile curling his lips as he continued to send messages. Everyone, if you ever plan to relocate an entire city, make sure you choose your destination carefully. Consider whether the place you're moving to has the resources to protect you.
Don't follow in Yun City's footsteps. Ha ha ha.
After sending that message, Qin Wanchao couldn't help but burst into laughter.
These fools deserve it.
If they had chosen my star city, they wouldn't have ended up like this.
Chen Xian, you think you're invincible just because you're an SSS-ranked powerhouse? You never imagined that this outing would make you the target of the Beast King, did you?
If Chen Xian had thought things through like they did in Star City and only sent a moderately powerful team of psychics, even if there were losses along the way, they wouldn't have attracted the Beast King's attention.
This Chen Xian is truly a case of being too clever by half. And that guy who just spoke, how could he think that because Yunqing didn't choose Xingqing but instead chose Qiqing, he would feel jealous? Those people in Yunqing are blind.
Qin Wanchao tapped his fingers, sending out one message after another. But this time, facing Qin Wanxiao's messages.
No one in the public channel said a word. The expressions on the faces of these city defenders were all grim. It was clear that the current situation seemed to be exactly as Qin Wanchao had described. Chen Xian personally went out, seemingly to protect the entire Yun City evacuation convoy from any harm. However, the deployment of an SSS-ranked individual also gave the Beast King a clear target. Although Chen Xian had also reached SSS rank, the true strength of the Beast King was beyond doubt. Even if there was only one Beast King, it was absolutely not something Chen Xian could handle alone. Could it be that what Qin Wanchao said is true? Would this relocation of the entire Yun City force be completely annihilated? Would even Qi City itself be sacrificed? However, while the city defenders were weighed down by heavy hearts and Qin Wanchao laughed maniacally, they did not notice. At the forefront of the migration convoy, Chen Xian's expression, which had been tense at first, quickly relaxed. If two Beast Kings were to come together, it might cause some trouble. But if it was just one Beast King? Chen Xian glanced at Yi Shui, who stood beside him with a cold and indifferent expression. In the previous battle, everyone only knew that Chen Xian had reached SSS rank. However, in reality, after Chen Xian learned that Yi Shui had also reached SSS rank, Chen Xian had sought her out multiple times for friendly sparring. Originally, he had assumed that both of them were at the same level as newcomers to the SSS rank, so their strengths shouldn't differ too much. But reality dealt Chen Xian a harsh blow. In their previous encounters with Yi Shui, Chen Xian had suffered humiliating defeats every time. It even made Chen Xian doubt whether he was a genuine SSS-ranked fighter, as the gap between him and Yi Shui seemed so exaggerated. However, despite this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel that during those previous sparring sessions, Yi Shui hadn't even used her full strength. "Miss Yi Shui, please handle the Beast King." Chen Xian spoke up. Yi Shui nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the white beast leading the dark tide of beasts. Her cold, composed face showed no trace of fear, but instead, a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. The previous sparring sessions with Chen Xian had not given Yi Shui the opportunity to truly unleash her full strength. After waiting so long, she had finally encountered a Beast King. "Don't worry. This Beast King is mine to handle," Yi Shui said. As her words fell, a deep blue aura erupted from Yi Shui's body, spreading outward like ripples. As Yi Shui released her energy, the white demon tiger leading the beast horde seemed to sense something, its fierce eyes turning toward Yi Shui, revealing a hint of astonishment. But before the white demon tiger could act, the reflection of Yi Shui in its eyes vanished instantly. When Yi Shui reappeared, her slender, graceful form was already suspended above the white beast's head, crushing countless beasts beneath her. The sudden scene left everyone watching the recorded screen momentarily speechless. Shouldn't Chen Xian be the one facing this white beast? How did it switch to a woman? Wait, everyone, did you notice that person looks familiar? A city guardian seemed to have realized something and suddenly spoke up. The next moment, the city guardian's eyes widened in shock. "I remember now.
She's the one who left with Lord Li Xiao. But before he could finish typing the sentence, a blue terror ability had already filled the sky, shrouding the heavens in a blue hue. Yi Shui's figure plummeted within the ripples of the dark blue energy, colliding violently with the white energy tiger. Terrifying energy fluctuations exploded in all directions, forming terrifying energy tornadoes around them. When the collision between Yi Shui and the white demonic tiger finally ended, it seemed as though they had witnessed an unbelievable scene. Countless people widened their eyes in shock, and Qin Wanxiao even jumped to his feet from his seat. Impossible. On the other side, Qi City, in a dense forest outside the city. A black serpent over 100 feet long coiled and twisted through the trees. This was none other than the other beast king accompanying the white tiger, the black serpent. At this moment, the black serpent was flickering its tongue, and from its current position, one could clearly see the direction of Qi City in the distance. Around the black serpent, a dense horde of beasts had already gathered. The overall scale of the beast horde was no less imposing than that led by the white tiger. Foolish creatures, daring to lead so many away from the city. The black giant serpent's cold voice echoed. After learning of the situation in Qi City and Yun City earlier, the black giant serpent and the white demon tiger had already made their plans. They planned to take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy Yun City and Qi City. They wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away so easily. Let's destroy this city today. In the next instant, accompanied by the black giant serpent's piercing screech, it charged forward, trailing an endless tide of beasts, heading straight for Qi City. Chapter 64. The one who should be afraid is this beast king, right? Led by the black giant serpent, the vast forest of giant trees was instantly swept away and crushed into a vast expanse of flat land under the overwhelming tide of beasts. With the forest no longer obstructing their view, exposed to the sunlight, the beasts behind the black serpent seemed to grow even more excited. Amidst the chaotic roars of countless beasts, led by the black giant serpent, the beast horde approached Qi City at an extremely terrifying speed. However, including the black giant serpent, none of the beasts knew. At that moment, Qi City. The remaining psychics in Qi City did not feel the slightest bit of tension despite Chen Xian's sudden departure and the fact that he had taken many psychics with him. On the contrary, the psychics patrolling the city walls of Qi City had abandoned their usual solemn expressions and now wore relaxed, joyful smiles. If the psychics of Qi City were asked to name the safest and most relaxed time during the 5 years since the beast's arrival, they would undoubtedly say it was now. There was no other reason. Chen Xian's departure, seemingly to assist the relocation of the Yun City contingent, had taken away many of Qi City's top psychics. But precisely because of this, Chen Xian had, for the first time ever, summoned Li Xiao. To put it bluntly, not long ago, when the psychic patrol teams on the city walls saw Li Xiao suddenly appear on the patrol walls, they were all stunned. Although Chen Xian had already instructed them before leaving that if they encountered any trouble, they could make an exception and go to Li Xiao's residence to seek his help. But they never imagined that before they could seek his help, Li Xiao had already come to the patrol walls on his own. Upon arriving at the patrol walls, Li Xiao showed no intention of leaving. He claimed he had grown bored of staying in the courtyard and had come out for a stroll. And so, half a day passed, yet Li Xiao remained on the patrol walls. The rich aroma of grilled meat wafted continuously along the city walls, filling the nostrils of those who caught the scent. The psychic, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked toward a long, rectangular grill set up on the patrol wall. Beside the grill, several psychics who should have been on patrol duty had gathered around. As he looked at the grilling area of the rack, the figure busy grilling skewers caused the psychic's expression to grow complex, tinged with a hint of subtle delight. It was hard to believe. In his mind, this figure held a status even higher than Chen Xian, revered like a true god. Yet here he was, mingling with these lowly psychics, grilling meat, and even taking on the task of cooking. This figure was none other than Li Xiao. Earlier, Li Xiao had felt that staying on the patrol walls doing nothing was rather boring after a while. So he had someone bring over a barbecue grill and sent others to fetch some exotic beast meat and other ingredients from his small courtyard, deciding to set up a barbecue right on the city walls. Barbecuing wasn't something Li Xiao needed to do himself. Although Qi City wasn't very large, it still had hundreds of thousands of people, so finding an experienced barbecue master wasn't difficult, and there were even quite a few psychics who were skilled in barbecue. However, since Li Xiao had brought the barbecue grill along on his city wall patrol, he naturally wasn't just doing it for the sake of eating. The process of cooking food using the barbecue method itself was also a pleasant experience for Li Xiao. For some reason, after recently farming and hunting some exotic beast meat, Li Xiao had developed a newfound interest in cooking. Being able to eat meat skewers personally grilled by Lord Li Xiao in this lifetime is worth dying at the hands of a beast right now. Yeah, those who weren't assigned patrol duty today must be dying of jealousy knowing that Lord Li Xiao brought us here to grill skewers and even cook them himself. Lord Li Xiao's strength is so powerful, I never expected his grilled meat to be so delicious. Before Li Xiao, many ability users holding the large skewers he had personally grilled praised his cooking skills from the bottom of their hearts. As they praised him, their faces lit up with broad smiles, unable to hide their joy. If they could, they would wish Qin Xian had something to do every day and leave Qi City so they might get to spend more time with Li Xiao. After all, the chance to eat Li Xiao's personally grilled skewers might only come once in a lifetime. In response, Li Xiao wore a smile on his face as he skillfully moved the skewers on the grill. At times, he brushed oil over them, and at other times, he sprinkled a specially mixed seasoning blend. There was not a single trace of tension or heaviness in the air as they patrolled the city walls.
Though unspoken, all the psychics subconsciously shared a clear understanding.
As long as Li Xiao was here, the entire city would remain safe, no matter how terrifying the crisis might be.
But just then, roar!
The sudden, frenzied roar of a beast shattered the joyful atmosphere on the city walls of Qi City, plunging it into temporary silence. The next moment, the ground trembled with the sound of footsteps as dense as a stampede of 10,000 beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The tremors quickly spread, even causing the city walls of Qi City to resonate slightly.
Looking into the distance, a dense, dark mass of beasts was already closing in on Qi City.
At the same time, the terrifying form of the black giant serpent, whose very presence struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it, was at the forefront of the beast horde.
That's it. The Beast King.
On the city walls, the expression of a psychic changed slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a startled cry.
However, before his cry could fully echo, another voice rang out. What's there to fear? It's just the Beast King. Have you forgotten that Lord Li Xiao is here?
At those words, the psychics of Qi City, who had instinctively panicked at the sight of the black giant python, instantly regained their composure. That's right, with Lord Li Xiao here, what did they have to fear? After all, back in Xingcheng, when two Beast Kings were present, Li Xiao had simply walked away, and neither of the Beast Kings had dared to stop him. And now, only one Beast King had come to Qi City, facing Li Xiao alone.
It should be the black giant serpent that's afraid, right? Could it be that this Beast King, upon learning that Qin Xian had brought many psychics away, is taking advantage of this opportunity to attack our Qi City? Thinking this, many psychics on the city walls stopped what they were doing. Standing on the patrol walls, they watched the black giant serpent approaching Qi City rapidly, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Their expressions gradually grew strange. At the same time, as its 100-foot-long form flickered once more, the black serpent finally appeared outside the walls of Qi City. Chapter 65. I said I came to Qi City by mistake. Do you believe me? Please vote for me. At the very moment the black serpent reached the outskirts of Qi City, the terrifying pressure of the black serpent's SSS-ranked Beast King's abilities poured out, sweeping toward Qi City. Such unrestrained, terrifying pressure. If this had happened on any other day, it would have been enough to send lower-tier ability users into a panic, their hearts trembling with fear. But at this moment, strangely enough, the black giant python's Beast King's pressure had been present for some time. The walls of Qi City remained eerily quiet, as if no one was there. Even the vertical snake eyes of the black giant serpent couldn't help but flash a hint of confusion. When did the psychic users of Qi City develop such strong mental resilience? Could they really withstand the overwhelming pressure of a Beast King-level psychic ability so effortlessly? Or could it be that the psychic warriors of Qi City had all been so terrified upon first seeing it that they had all gone mad? With this thought, the black serpent's gaze shifted toward the patrols on the city walls. What met its eyes were countless psychics standing on the city walls. At that moment, as the black giant serpent watched the psychics on the city walls, the Qi City psychics on the city walls were also staring at the black giant serpent. Feeling the gazes of so many psychics, the black giant serpent froze once more. From their eyes, it sensed astonishment, confusion, strangeness, and various other emotions, even a hint of excitement. But there was one thing it did not sense: fear. These creatures aren't afraid of me. But before the black giant serpent could finish its thought, it seemed to have caught sight of something utterly terrifying. Its vertical snake eyes suddenly widened, fixating on the center of the city walls of Qi City, where numerous psychics were gathered. There stood a figure that the black giant serpent never wanted to see in its entire life. How is he here? For a moment, the black giant serpent felt its 100-foot-long body stiffen instantly, and a trace of fear involuntarily flashed in its snake eyes. At the same time, behind the black serpent, the main force of the beast horde had already closed in. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed behind the black colossal serpent. A massive rhinoceros with a body nearly 100 meters long and horns on its head appeared behind the black serpent. As the first SS-ranked beast summoned by the Beast King, the horned rhinoceros seemed unaware of the strange atmosphere around it. It turned its gaze toward the black giant python. Beast King, the beast horde is ready. There is no time to waste. Please issue your command to destroy this city and slaughter everyone here. As the words fell, the horned rhinoceros beast cast a gaze filled with intense murderous intent toward the direction of Qi City. Upon hearing this, one could clearly see the scales on the black serpent's body tremble violently. Even the black skin of the serpent could not change color, otherwise, its entire black scales would have turned white from fear. Even so, the trembling form of the black giant serpent betrayed the panic within its heart. Beast King! Crack! The python's tail rose high, before the horned rhinoceros could say another word.
The black giant python's tail had already struck the horned rhinoceros with great force. Before the horned rhinoceros could utter a scream, the tail wrapped around it, binding it tightly, and flung it forcefully toward the distance. The horned rhinoceros was flung through the air, letting out a piercing scream as it crashed into the rear ranks of the beast horde. The Beast King brutally attacked the SS ranked. This sudden magical scene. Both the psychics in Chi City and the beast-tide forces fell completely silent. Especially among the beast horde behind the black giant python, several SS rank beasts that had been about to speak saw the situation and quickly shut their mouths, daring not to make a sound, lest they be suddenly attacked by the black giant python. It was clear that they too had no idea why the black giant serpent had suddenly gone berserk. Earlier, they had agreed to destroy the city and leave no survivors. But now, before any action had been taken, it had already attacked its own kind? However, at that moment, the black giant python cared little about what its subordinate beasts were thinking. Its 100-foot-long body still trembled slightly, and its massive serpent head stiffly turned toward Li Xiao on the city walls. Though the black giant python's head lacked the rich expressions of a human. But whether it was an illusion or not, it was clearly visible that the black serpent's head had forced out a very human-like forced smile. It looked at Li Xiao and spoke in a stiff tone. Ha ha, I'm saying it's all a misunderstanding. I took a wrong turn and accidentally brought the beast tie to Chi City. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao did not rush to act, but simply stared at the black serpent with a half-smile. Upon seeing the black serpent's reaction, the psychics on the city walls were all taken aback. The Beast King is so afraid of Lord Li Xiao? It's already backing down without even fighting? Similarly, due to the black giant serpent's words, the beasts in the beast horde were also confused and at a loss. What's going on with the Beast King? Where did we go wrong? Our original target was Chi City, wasn't it? Beast King, we. A massive ape covered in yellow fur spoke in a deep, booming voice. Slap. Before the yellow-haired giant ape could finish speaking, the black giant python's tail lashed out like a whip, sending the ape flying far away. Even in this dire situation, can't you tell what's going on? These meddling fools just want to see me die. The black giant python couldn't help but curse inwardly. Oomph, ha ha. Coming to his senses, he looked at Li Xiao, and the black giant python forced out another awkward, human-like smile. I remember I have other things to do, so I won't stay here much longer. I'll take my leave now. As it spoke, the black serpent's massive body began to move slowly, steeled for departure. However, just as the black serpent began to move, Li Xiao's light laughter sounded once more. No need to rush off. Since you're already here, we happen to have a barbecue going. Why not join us? Hearing this, even the black serpent felt a chill run down its body. Join the barbecue? What the hell? Is it supposed to be grilling, or is it supposed to be grilled? What the hell kind of barbecue is this? You're trying to roast me. A flash of terror crossed its face. Ignoring the massive wave of beasts nearby, the black giant python's coiling body shot into the sky and fled. Under Li Xiao's words about joining the barbecue, the black giant serpent forced itself to break through its own speed limit. At this moment, its escape speed was at least 2 levels faster than its usual peak speed. However, as he watched the black serpent flee in disarray, Li Xiao showed no intention of chasing after it. He smiled lightly and glanced at the numerous Chi City psychics beside him, who were already in awe. Everyone, get ready. In a moment, we'll be eating snake meat. As he spoke, a black-hued beast-slaying longsword appeared in Li Xiao's hand. As the beast-slaying sword appeared, Li Xiao's figure had already vanished from his original position. Chapter 66, I wonder how the snake soup will taste when we boil it later. The black giant python's mind was filled with a million curses. Who could have imagined? It had merely intended to summon a beast horde to destroy what seemed like an insignificant human city. Instead, in such an unremarkable city, it had the misfortune of encountering the very person it least wanted to see. Now it's all over. The human city has no chance of being destroyed, and instead, the roles have been reversed. It has become the one fleeing for its life. A wave of regret washed over the black serpent's heart. If only it had known, it would have never come to this human city called Chi City, even if it had been beaten to death. Now, should I be safe? The black giant serpent thought to itself. During its recent escape, it had nearly completely channeled all its essence and spirit into increasing its speed. That speed was even faster than when the black giant python was at its peak. In the blink of an eye, the city of Qiqing behind it had already shrunk to a tiny black dot in the black giant serpent's vision. Thinking this, the black giant python finally let out a slow breath of relief. But just then, before it could fully exhale, the black scales covering its skin began to tremble, and a series of faint, electric-like tingling sensations suddenly emerged. An intense sense of danger surged from the depths of its being. This was the most acute danger warning unique to beasts of the Beast King tier. Following the warning signs from its heart, the black giant serpent instinctively turned its head to look behind it once more. But with just a single glance, it felt as though its soul was about to be torn from its body. At its current speed, even an ordinary SSS-ranked creature would have been left in the dust within a few breaths. Yet, at that moment, Li Xiao's figure had already reappeared within the black serpent's field of vision. At that moment, Li Xiao's face was calm and composed, as if chasing the black python had not cost him a single ounce of effort. Yet, despite this, the black serpent noticed that Li Xiao was closing in at an utterly terrifying speed, the distance between them shrinking visibly with each passing moment. You! The black serpent's eyes widened in terror. In response, Li Xiao's face bore the same faint smile as before.
Come when you want, leave when you want, that's not up to you. I said it, today's barbecue, you're coming whether you like it or not.
If Li Xiao had said this in another context, such as when reuniting with old friends, it would have sounded very enthusiastic. But in the mind of the black giant python, the black giant serpent felt its heart plummet to the depths of despair, its body growing ice cold. Because it knew that the barbecue Li Xiao was talking about wasn't anything else, it was talking about itself. A mighty beast king, still alive and well, was being treated as food. If anyone else had said such a thing, the black giant serpent would likely have been enraged and led a beast horde to raid the city. But when it came to Li Xiao, the black giant python understood that Li Xiao truly had the power to do so. A strong sense of danger rose once more. Yet all that could be seen was Li Xiao suddenly raising his hand, gently flicking it, and a sharp black beam suddenly shot out from his hand. Compared to the black giant serpent's 100-foot-long colossal body, this tiny black beam was no different from an inconspicuous needle. Yet for some reason, the black giant serpent sensed a strong sense of impending doom emanating from it. If it were struck by that black beam, even if it survived, it wouldn't be in good shape. Without any hesitation, in an instant, the black serpent made its decision. Its long tail, covered in black scales, suddenly rose upward. In the next instant, the serpent's tail struck out but not to block the sharp black streak. Instead, the black serpent exerted force on itself. Its 100-foot-long body tensed completely. Immediately afterward, in the middle section of the black python's body, the scales in that area seemed to be subjected to an immense pressure, shattering one after another, revealing the black python's skin beneath the scales. Crimson blood seeped out from the shattered black scales. In the next instant, under the black giant python's extreme pulling force, that section of black python's skin was suddenly torn apart, exposing the flesh beneath. Boom! A torrent of blood erupted into a blood mist, shrouding the sky in a crimson veil. Within the thick blood mist, a black shadow flickered in and out of view. Immediately afterward, the black beam of light, formed from the beast-slaying long sword in Li Xiao's hand, sliced through the air and pierced into the black shadow's body. The moment it pierced, the black shadow froze in place. Li Xiao raised his eyes slightly, flickered his fingers, and the black glow swept through the blood mist once more, returning to Li Xiao's hand and transforming back into the beast-slaying long sword, which he toyed with. At the same time, the blood mist covering the sky began to slowly dissipate. The black shadow beneath the blood mist gradually became clearer. But the next moment, as if it had discovered something, Li Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. His gaze fell upon the black shadow. This black silhouette was indeed a massive black serpent. But this figure was not a complete black giant serpent. Is this severing the tail to survive? A look of astonishment couldn't help but flicker in Li Xiao's eyes. This black shadow was none other than the rear half of the black giant serpent. It nearly occupied half the length of the black giant serpent's 100-foot-long body. To call it cutting off its tail to survive was an understatement. To escape, the black giant serpent had effectively abandoned half of its own body. Looking into the distance, Li Xiao could only see the front half of the black giant serpent, which had already shrunk into a tiny black dot in his vision, with a faint trace of red still visible within it. In its desperate attempt to escape, the black serpent had no time to tend to the horrific wounds caused by tearing its own body apart, leaving a trail of the Beast King's blood staining the ground. At least it was decisive. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile. He withdrew the beast-slaying long sword from his space. Watching the black serpent grow increasingly distant until it finally vanished completely, Li Xiao decided not to pursue it further. Li Xiao shifted his gaze back to the half-body of the black giant python that had been left behind on the ground after it severed its tail to survive. Though only half remained, its length was still over 50 meters. The volume of this single section alone was likely greater than the entire bodies of many other beasts. It should be enough to last for a while. Python, I wonder how it will taste when simmered into snake soup. Thinking this, a smile slowly curled the corners of Li Xiao's mouth, as if he were already imagining how he would cook this portion of the black giant python once he returned to Qiqing. In any case, the meat of a Beast King level creature couldn't be too bad, could it? Pausing his train of thought, Li Xiao finally snapped back to reality, staring at the half-severed python's body on the ground. He gently raised his hand, and a streak of supernatural energy emerged from his fingertips, enveloping it. Turning around, Li Xiao carried the half-severed python body back toward Qi City. Meanwhile, on the other side, the black giant python was unaware that Li Xiao had ceased his pursuit. It continued to flee desperately. Chapter 67, Holding His Own Against the Beast King? The City Guardians' Shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, the relocation force of Yunqing was stationed there, watching the outcome of the first clash between Yixue and the White Beast Tiger. Whether at the scene or through the videos transmitted remotely by their city's psychics, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. Before this, The term Beast King was synonymous with invincibility to all cities and all psychics. Among the known psychics, aside from Li Xiao,
including the two SSS-ranked psychics from Star City, none had the strength to confront the Beast King head-on.
But at this moment,
the Beast King's reputation for invincibility was beginning to crack.
All that could be seen was the area where Yixue and the White Beast were battling.
All psychics and beasts have retreated far away, leaving a vacuum zone.
In this clash, it was clearly visible that Yixue's complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of exhaustion. On the other hand, the White Beast seemed taken aback that Yixue had actually taken the initiative to attack. Its body was violently knocked back, retreating a significant distance.
Although this collision did not prove that the White Beast was weaker than Yixue, it did at least count as a genuine setback for the White Beast. However, so far, it seems that the only one who has managed to put the White Tiger at a disadvantage is Li Xiao. Now, there's another one, Yixue. I remember now. She's the same Yixue who left with Lord Li Xiao. How did she end up in the reinforcement team in Qiqing, alongside Chen Xian? If I recall correctly, when Miss Yixue was still in Xingcheng, she was only SS ranked. When did she become SSS ranked, and how could she possibly match the Beast King?
The eyes of countless city defenders were filled with shock.
After recovering from their initial shock, they quickly recognized Yixue's identity.
After all, back when Miss Yixue was at the Xingqing Psionic Association, she was also an SS-ranked psionic. With all attention now focused on Yixue, if they couldn't recognize her now, that would truly be odd. And it was precisely as they were thinking this, a highly improbable thought suddenly crossed their minds. After all, Yixue had left Star City alongside Lord Li Xiao. Yet now, Yixue has suddenly appeared in Chen Xian's support team.
Could it be that Li Xiao, who has been missing for so long, is also in Qi City?
When this thought crossed their minds, the city defenders were all startled by their own idea. But upon closer consideration, whether it was Chen Xian and Yixue suddenly becoming SSS-ranked psychics, or the fact that Yunqing mysteriously chose to relocate to Qiqing and even rejected Xingqing's invitation,
a single strange occurrence might not have raised many eyebrows.
But now, with so many bizarre coincidences converging together,
the answer is clear. Li Xiao, who has been missing for years, is highly likely to be in Qi City. Even if the probability isn't 100%, it's at least 80% or higher. After all, compared to Yixue and Chen Xian suddenly achieving a breakthrough to SSS rank together, they all believed that it was more likely due to Li Xiao's assistance that the two of them had broken through to SSS rank. It's laughable that they previously believed Jun City suddenly chose to relocate en masse because Chen Xian had reached SSS rank. Now it seems that Su Yang of Yunqing must have obtained information about Li Xiao from somewhere and made this decision as a result. Thinking this, many city defenders gritted their teeth as they stared at Chen Xian on the other side of the screen. That guy Chen Xian.
He had kept Li Xiao's information so tightly under wraps that none of them had even heard a whisper about it beforehand. Regardless, once the relocation of Yunqing is complete, they all plan to contact Chen Xian separately for a proper discussion. Meanwhile, the thoughts of some city defenders began to stir. They watched the long, endless line of people relocating from Yun City. A certain idea began to form in their minds. If Yun City can relocate collectively to Qiqing, could their own cities also have the possibility of relocating collectively to Qiqing? Meanwhile, at the scene of the Cloud City migration procession, having regained their composure after the first clash with Yixue, the sharp claws of the white tiger-like creature left several long scratches on the ground. Looking at Yixue, the white tiger's eyes also flickered with a hint of astonishment. The initially disdainful gaze it had directed at Yixue now turned serious.
You are the second strongest human I have ever encountered.
The white tiger's voice echoed slowly. The strongest, of course, referred to Li Xiao. Apart from Li Xiao, the white mutant tiger had never encountered a human with such extraordinary abilities. Even the SSS-ranked psychic from the city of Xingqing, who had been there before, was no more than a slightly larger ant in its presence. However, despite the white tiger's solemn praise, Yixue's expression remained unchanged. Instead, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on the white tiger as she spoke calmly.
If that is the case, then disperse the beast horde and retreat.
As her words fell, a faint blue-colored energy fluctuation began to spread around Yixue, hinting at her intention to act again. Upon hearing this, the white demon tiger's fierce eyes darkened slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in its gaze toward Yixue. Though it acknowledged that Yixue was the second strongest human energy user it had ever encountered. But that did not mean it would obediently retreat.
You think a single word will make me retreat?
With your strength, you don't seem qualified enough. A deep voice echoed from the white tiger's mouth, plunging the atmosphere into a oppressive silence. As the energy fluctuations of the two powerful SSS-ranked psychics collided, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. At that moment, neither the psychics nor the beasts dared to make a move. When Yixue appeared and clashed with the white beast without being overwhelmed, the outcome of the battle between the beast tide and the psychics now rested solely on the two of them.
If Yixue won, the migration team of Yunqing would be safe. If Yixue loses, the entire army will be annihilated.
Chen Xian, who had originally planned to deal with the beasts below SSS rank, also flashed a look of gravity in his eyes. His supernatural abilities were ready to unleash. Though, given Chen Xian's current strength, facing the Beast King alone would still be a challenge. However, if Yi Shui takes the lead and Chen Xian supports her, Chen Xian's current strength would be sufficient. There was no such thing as fairness in the battle between humans and beasts. Just as the tension on the scene reached its peak, on the verge of erupting completely. Suddenly, a strong, pungent smell of blood suddenly filled the air, reaching the nostrils of everyone present. The white beast seemed to have sensed something as well, turning its head. Upon seeing the scene before it, the white beast's gaze trembled violently. But all they saw was the black giant serpent, which should have been leading a portion of the beast horde toward Qi City, was now fleeing at an extremely terrifying speed, as if something terrifying was chasing it from behind. Whether it was an illusion or not, the black giant serpent's body seemed to have shrunk significantly in length. As it fled, a long trail of blood stretched out behind the black giant serpent. Chapter 68, Li Zhao's Intimidation, The Beast Tide retreats 3 extra chapters. Please vote for monthly tickets. The white-furred tiger's gaze trembled. Upon closer inspection, the long blood trail trailing behind the black giant serpent. This was no ordinary blood trail. It was clearly a terrifying, blood-red trail stretching out behind it. The reason it appears to be a blood trail is simply because the black giant python moves too quickly, leaving a continuous trail of blood in the air. Wherever it passed, blood was sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red in large patches. And the black giant serpent's body, which appears to be half its original length, is not an illusion. Now that the black giant serpent has approached this area, the white tiger can clearly see that it is indeed only the front half of its body that remains. Who could have injured it so severely? The white strange tiger's heart trembled violently. On the other side, Yi Shui and the other psychics also saw the black giant serpent in its pitiful state. As if she had understood something, a beautiful smile curved the corners of Yi Shui's lips. However, the city defenders watching all this through the screens were completely stunned. The black giant serpent's current state was even more shocking than when Yi Shui had clashed with the white demon tiger earlier, leaving them speechless. After all, being evenly matched and being utterly overwhelmed are two entirely different concepts. Although Yi Shui now possessed the strength to match a beast king, that didn't mean she could defeat a beast king so thoroughly, leaving it with not even half its body intact. If she were to push it that far, her condition would likely be dire, and she might end up in a mutual destruction scenario. No wonder. I wondered why Chen Xian dared to bring so many psychics out of Qi City. Now I understand. Coming to their senses, many city defenders couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Their final doubts were resolved. Chen Xian was able to bring out so many psychics without caring about the safety of Qi City. The most likely reason was that Chen Xian knew that even if he wasn't there, Qi City would definitely be safe. And the only one who could give Chen Xian such confidence was Li Xiao. The only white-furred beast that had attacked the migrating group in Yunqing earlier was this one. And unless something unexpected happened, the black giant python that had been absent for so long had gone to Qi City, only to encounter Li Xiao. Previously, their speculation about Li Xiao's presence in Qi City was only 80%. Now, that 80% probability has been confirmed as 100% due to the black giant python's pitiful appearance. That man named Li Xiao is in Qi City. Hurry! Run! At that moment, the black giant python, overcome with extreme fear, also charged into the battlefield. The countless beasts swarming around it did nothing to ease its fear. Instead, due to the fear of the black giant python, the beast horde around it began to grow restless and agitated under its influence. Upon hearing the black giant serpent's terrified words, the white tiger confirmed its suspicions. It was exactly as it had imagined. The only one capable of inflicting such severe injuries on the black colossal serpent was none other than the human named Li Xiao. At that moment, the white strange tiger's eyes flickered with an emotion it had never felt before, fear. Unlike when facing Yi Shui, it might not necessarily lose in a direct confrontation. But if Li Xiao were to arrive, that wouldn't be a matter of winning or losing. It would be a matter of whether its life would end at Li Xiao's hands. Look at the black giant python, which was roughly its equal. It ended up like that. But the white tiger didn't know. The black giant python faced far greater danger in Li Xiao's hands this time. It managed to escape only because of its own decisiveness. Thanks to the black giant ape that had come from another region back in Star City, it had learned from its predecessor's mistake. They had come to understand that Li Xiao was not someone to be underestimated. Back then, the black giant ape had believed itself to be the king of beasts, thinking that even if it couldn't defeat Li Xiao, leaving wasn't a problem. However, by the time it truly realized Li Xiao's power, it was already too late. It didn't even have a chance to escape. But the black giant python was different. When it was in Qi City, the moment it sensed Li Xiao's intent to kill it, it immediately chose to sever its tail and self-destruct to survive, narrowly escaping Li Xiao's grasp. The entire process was carried out without a single moment of hesitation. Quick, run! The black giant python's weak voice rang out once more. The severe injuries it had sustained earlier, combined with the prolonged escape, had weakened its supernatural abilities to the point where they were barely detectable.
At this point, the black giant serpent wasn't even a match for a newly ascended SSS-ranked expert.
Even if several SS-ranked opponents were to attack it without regard for their own lives, there was a chance they could kill it on the spot.
Hearing the black giant python's urgent call once more,
the white demon tiger remained silent, but its increasingly heavy gaze seemed to have made a decision. It glanced once more at the black giant serpent, whose body was barely half intact. Roar! A tiger's roar, belonging to the white strange tiger, suddenly echoed through the air, reaching the ears of every strange beast present. In the next instant, with the black giant python in tow, the white strange tiger turned and sprinted away in the direction they had come from. The countless beasts in the surrounding beast tide also retreated. The tremors on the ground grew increasingly distant. Soon, as the last strange beast vanished from sight, everyone finally snapped out of their initial shock. These beast waves? They actually retreated on their own? Chen Xian looked astonished at the direction the beast tide had departed, as he had originally thought they would have to fight a fierce battle next.
Yishua's surrounding blue-colored energy fluctuations gradually retracted into her body.
The departure of the Beast King caused her expression to gradually relax. Though she hadn't had the chance to fight the white-furred beast properly, Yishua didn't feel regretful.
From here on out, we probably won't encounter any more trouble on the road.
Looking toward the direction of Qi City, Yishua spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian paused for a moment before quickly nodding in understanding.
Even the Beast King had chosen to flee just now.
If any other beasts dared to disrupt their journey now, they must truly be seeking death. Thinking this, Chen Xian's expression grew increasingly complex. He had originally thought that this escort mission would require a great deal of effort. But in the end, the fundamental reason for resolving this beast tide was actually due to Li Xiao's deterrence. Even though Li Xiao himself wasn't even present.
After the beast tide receded, the relocation team from Yun City quickly reorganized and prepared once more.
Under Su Yang's orders, the entire relocation team set off once more toward Qi City. The facts turned out exactly as Yishua had said. After the Beast King retreated this time, they encountered no trouble from even a single strange beast along the rest of their journey. Even if they occasionally spotted some beasts nearby, before the psychics could act, the beasts would panic and flee on their own. As a result, the migration convoy of Yun City even moved faster than before, closing the distance to Qi City at an accelerated pace.
However, what Chen Xian and the others did not know was,
while they were struggling to protect the Yun City migration convoy on their way to Qi City.
In Qi City,
upon seeing the section of the black serpent's body that Li Xiao had brought back, the psychics of Qi City all became excited and thrilled.
Chapter 69, Chen Xian?
In the wilderness, amidst the forest, giant trees stood tall and dense. A long, endless procession made its way through a vast forest of giant trees. Normally, after the appearance of the beasts on Blue Star, such a lush forest of giant trees would inevitably harbor beasts, though the exact number would vary. However, strangely enough, despite the clear signs of otherworldly beasts' activities in the surrounding area. Yet at this moment, aside from the commotion caused by the Yun City migration group crossing through, the forest was completely silent. The entire forest was completely silent, not even a single trace of a strange beast could be found, as if all the beasts had vanished into thin air at the same time. The stillness was eerie. After a long while, a faint, glaring ray of sunlight finally appeared before the migrating group. The exit of this giant tree forest had been reached. We're almost there.
Once we exit this forest, Qi City isn't far ahead.
At the front of the group, Chen Xian's voice rang out at that moment. Hearing Chen Xian's words, many of the weary travelers in the group perked up. Soon, the entire group emerged from the slightly dim giant tree forest. The sudden bright sunlight caused everyone, who had been in darkness for a long time, to squint their eyes. However, compared to the darkness of the forest, the warm sunlight now bathing them eased much of the fatigue they had accumulated along the way. As they exited the giant tree forest, their gaze once again swept across the horizon. Within their line of sight, the vague outline of Qi City had already come into view. Upon seeing this scene, Su Yang, standing beside Chen Xian, also wore an excited expression. For those with special abilities, traveling to Qi City was not difficult, but the most challenging part was evacuating the majority of ordinary people from Yun City. As the person who made the decision to relocate the entire city of Yunqing, Su Yang had borne an immense amount of pressure from the moment he made that choice. Now that Qi City was within reach, Su Yang's tense nerves finally began to relax. Chen Xian, thank you. Without you, it would have been much harder for us to relocate to Qi City so smoothly. Without Chen Xian leading a group of Qi City psychics to provide cover, even if they had managed to relocate successfully, few would have actually reached Qi City. In response, Chen Xian simply smiled and waved his hand.
Not at all.
Once we merge with Qi City, we'll work together to develop it further. If we can produce more psychic warriors in the future, the pressure from the beasts will be even lighter.
I never expected this relocation to take only a day and a half.
According to the original plan, even with their protection, the relocation team from Yunqing would still face numerous challenges.
The troubles encountered along the way would still be numerous.
Add in necessary detours to avoid large beast herds and rest periods for ordinary people, and it would have taken at least 2 or 3 days. But the plan didn't account for unforeseen changes. After they encountered the white beast and it retreated, they discovered that the strange beasts near the relocation team didn't need to be driven away by psychics. Instead, the beasts would flee in advance upon seeing them. With this confirmed, Chen Xian and the others decided that there was no need to take detours. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so Chen Xian chose the most direct route between Yun City and Qi City and set off again. Sure enough, along the way, the areas that should have been teeming with large herds of beasts seemed to have received some kind of message and had already fled before their migration group arrived. The vast forest of giant trees they had just crossed was no exception along the way. They barely saw a single living beast. That's for sure.
Su Yan nodded seriously in agreement with Chen Xian's words, a hint of anticipation for their arrival in Qi City flickering in his eyes.
Although in the future Yunqing would be merged into Qicheng, Su Yang would no longer be able to make decisions for the entire city of Yunqing on his own. However, in reality, after years of battling the beast tide, Su Yang had already grown weary. If he could, he would have stepped down from his position as the city's guardian long ago. With higher ranks above him, Su Yang would then be the highest-ranking official in Yunqing. Now that he had arrived in Qi City, things were different. There were at least 3 individuals whose strength surpassed his own. From now on, I won't have to worry about anything else, Su Yan thought to himself. As the two conversed, the group grew closer to Qi City. As they approached Qi City, cheers erupted from the migrating crowd. We're here. We finally made it. Woohoo, once we're in Qi City, we won't have to worry about the beast tide anymore. Thank you, powerful beings. Hearing the cheers from behind him, Su Yang couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Qi City. However, what he saw was that the city, which had previously been nothing more than a vague outline, had now become a clear, towering wall in their eyes. On the walls, one could vaguely make out an enormous number of psychics standing far apart, seemingly guarding the safety of Qi City. The number of psychics was so great that they nearly filled the entire patrol walls of Qi City. But the next moment, sensing something, Su Yang's eyes betrayed a hint of strangeness. Chen Xian. What's wrong? Nothing, I was just wondering if the patrol teams in Qi City usually require so many psychics? Ha? Chen Xian paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Su Yang's sudden question. He instinctively glanced up at the city walls. But that single glance left Chen Xian completely dumbfounded. The city walls were swarming with psychics, their numbers far exceeding those of the usual patrol team. The next moment, Chen Xian and Su Yang both felt their noses twitch. A strong smell of grilled meat wafted down from the city walls, filling their nostrils. What the hell? For a moment, the confusion in Chen Xian's eyes grew even more intense. The next moment, Chen Xian and Su Yang's bodies slowly floated upward, landing on the patrol wall. But what they saw in that brief glance was enough to leave them speechless. The scene before their eyes left them momentarily dazed. All they could see were rows of barbecue grills lined up along the city walls. The charcoal in the grills had been burned to a brilliant red, searing the air with intense heat, causing the air above the grills to warp slightly. On the grills, there were skewers of exotic beast meat, some of which had already been cooking for a while, sizzling and dripping with oil, making one's mouth water and appetite surge. Coming to his senses, Su Yang's expression grew even more peculiar as he looked at Chen Xian beside him. Old Chen, does your patrol squad really have time to barbecue when you're not on duty? Chen Xian? Chapter 70, Shivering with Cold. We're working hard to protect the relocation of Yun City. You guys are having a barbecue at home. Facing Su Yang's gaze, Chen Xian felt even more baffled. Chen Xian just wanted to say, Su Yang should ask me. But who should he ask? Chen Xian also desperately wanted to know what had happened. How could this happen in just one day? The patrols on the city walls of Qi City had even gone so far as to set up a small barbecue for him. At the same time, the psychics who were grilling with Li Xiao on the city walls also noticed Chen Xian's return. A look of surprise flashed across the face of one of the psychics. Lord Chen Xian, you're back. Saying this, the psychic grabbed a handful of freshly grilled meat skewers sizzling with oil from one of the grills. The skewers were topped with a mixture of seasonings, the aromas blending together and making one's mouth water. Lord Chen Xian, you've returned just in time. Try this grilled meat, its ingredients personally brought back by Lord Li Xiao. And this must be Lord Su Yang, right? Have some too. As he spoke, the psychic extended the skewers in his hand toward Chen Xian and Su Yang. Caught off guard, Chen Xian and Su Yang were momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, it seemed as though they had sensed something. Su Yang's gaze immediately fell on the skewers in his hands. Setting aside the aroma and flavor of the skewers themselves, with Su Yang's SS-ranked psychic abilities, he could clearly sense a powerful and intense energy emanating from this small skewer. Such a vast amount of energy left behind. Not even S-class beast meat could compare, let alone SS-class beast meat. Could this be? As if he had thought of something, Su Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Meanwhile, the voice of the psychic who had come to hand over the skewers sounded again. Gentlemen, don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat while it's hot.
If this Beast King's meat gets cold, it won't taste nearly as good. Hearing this, Chen Xian and Su Yang's hands trembled. Immediately afterward, he gripped the skewers tightly in his hands, fearing that even a single piece might fall. Beast King meat. It's actually the meat of a Beast King level beast. For a moment, Chen Xian and Su Yang could feel their hearts pounding wildly. Given their circumstances, they hadn't even tasted SS-grade monster meat a few times, let alone Beast King-grade meat. After all, up to this point, among human psychics, there were only a handful who could even face a Beast King head-on. Eating Beast King meat was nothing short of a pipe dream. Thinking this, the two instinctively turned their gaze toward a certain direction. There, a group of psychics were surrounding a person, and the one being surrounded was none other than Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao was no longer grilling as he had been earlier. The people at the grills had been replaced by other psychics skilled in grilling. After all, the half-body of the black giant serpent Li Xiao had brought back was simply too massive. If Li Xiao had been the only one grilling, it would have taken forever to cook enough for everyone. Facing Chen Xian, who was still in a state of shock, Li Xiao smiled. This time, I brought back a lot of monster meat. If I leave it for too long, I'm afraid it won't be fresh, so I thought I'd invite all the psychics in Qi City to come here and organize a barbecue. Don't blame them later. As he spoke, Li Xiao pointed toward the inner part of Qi City, beyond the city walls. Chen Xian followed his gaze and saw only the lower half of a black-scaled python lying there. That lower half. Chen Xian recognized it immediately. It wasn't the same black giant python he had seen earlier, missing half its body. Who else could it be? Of course. Besides that black giant python, no other Beast Kings had the misfortune of encountering Li Xiao. Master Li Xiao, you're too kind. Master Li Xiao is willing to give them the meat of a Beast King to eat. Chen Xian should be grateful. Coming to his senses, Chen Xian spoke up. Without exaggeration, even Chen Xian couldn't have easily shared so much Beast King meat. If it were Chen Xian, he would never use Beast King meat unless absolutely necessary. Instead, he would use some methods to preserve it and store it in the resource repository for future use. Such a generous gesture as Li Xiao's is probably unmatched in the entire world. After all, the meat of a Beast King level creature could be considered strategic level supplies. But while he thought that, Chen Xian watched the group of psychics feasting on the black giant python meat and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He had led a group of psychics to assist the migration team of Yun City in completing their relocation. Yet these guys were feasting on the meat of a Beast King level creature in Qi City. It was truly infuriating. These guys haven't gone easy on themselves. Once I find the time, I'll have to give them a proper workout to make sure they don't waste the energy from that Beast King meat. Chen Xian thought to himself with a vicious glint in his eyes. Some of the psychics who had been eating grilled meat suddenly felt a chill and shivered. Unaware of the severity of the situation, they scratched their heads in confusion. After all, they were all psychics. How could their bodies suddenly feel the cold and start trembling? Could it be because the Beast King's meat is too nourishing? One psychic muttered to himself. Meanwhile, by Chen Xian's side, Su Yang had also regained his composure after being stunned by Li Xiao's casual act of sharing the Beast King's meat. Watching Li Xiao treat the meat of a Beast King as if it were ordinary ingredients, showing no particular regard for it. Su Yang suppressed his excitement and cautiously approached Li Xiao. Before Su Yang could speak, Li Xiao looked at him and asked with a smile. I know who you are. You're the guardian from Yun City, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded excitedly. Yes, Lord Li Xiao. However, I also wish to express my gratitude once again for saving my life all those years ago. Hearing this, Chen Xian, who was standing nearby, was also surprised. Su Yang, you said Lord Li Xiao once saved your life? Yes. Su Yang nodded, looking at Li Xiao with deep gratitude and reverence in his eyes. Back then, during the initial days of the Beast Tide, his strength was not as formidable as it is now. At that time, he had ventured outside the city in search of a rare treasure and unfortunately encountered a beast horde. Many of his companions were killed on the spot, but fortunately, he was saved by Li Xiao, who happened to be passing by. It was precisely during that incident that Su Yang broke through to the SS rank thanks to that rare treasure, leading to his subsequent years of defending Yun City. It can be said that the very existence of Yun City today is inseparable from Li Xiao's timely rescue back then. And that is precisely why. When Su Yang learned that Li Xiao was in Qi City, not far from Yun City, he made the decision without hesitation to relocate the entire city of Yuncheng. Chapter 71, Qi City's power surges, but the neglected Star City? Please vote. Votes. I see. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Chen Xian's confusion finally subsided. Li Xiao also recalled the events based on Su Yang's account. It seems like there was something to it after all. Rubbing his chin, Li Xiao said. However, he couldn't quite recall the specifics. After all, back then, he had saved so many psychics offhand that he couldn't even count them all. While Li Xiao and the others were talking, Yi Shui had also arrived at the city walls from outside Qi City. Upon seeing Yi Shui's arrival, a smile curved the corners of Li Xiao's lips. Rising slowly, the psychics gathered around Li Xiao parted to make way for him. Xiao Shui, you're back.
Ishua nodded slightly, the cold and stern expression she had worn when facing the Beast King now gone. Instead, she revealed the beautiful smile befitting a young woman. However, since they were on the patrol walls, they didn't have time for a lengthy conversation. Li Xiao turned his head and glanced at Chen Xian.
Since you've already returned, I won't linger here any longer. Chen Xian nodded slightly.
Lord Li Xiao, please rest assured.
The matters that follow will be handled by us.
We will take care of Qi City for Chen Xian for a day. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Li Xiao.
Li Xiao waved his hand slightly.
Stretching lazily, he turned and walked toward the direction of Qi City, disappearing from sight. Along with Li Xiao, Yi Shui also vanished and returned to the city. Once Li Xiao and Yi Shui had completely departed, Chen Xian finally withdrew his gaze, turned his head, and looked at the large crowd waiting outside Qi City for instructions. Chen Xian paused for a moment before beginning to make arrangements.
Meanwhile, on the other side, in Li Xiao's small courtyard.
After listening to Yi Shui recount the entire details of her outing, Li Xiao nodded slightly and smiled.
It seems like you gained quite a bit from your outing this time, Shui. Ishua nodded slightly.
Although it was merely a single collision with the white-furred tiger. But from that single clash, Yi Shui had also confirmed.
With her current strength, she couldn't easily overwhelm a Beast King like Li Xiao.
But if she were to face a Beast King alone, she should be able to handle it without too much trouble. It's just a pity that the white beast ran away too quickly. If I could have fought it a little longer, perhaps I would have gained even more.
Ishua's face betrayed a hint of regret.
No one could have imagined that Li Xiao had casually slaughtered a black giant serpent in Qi City. Even with half its body gone, the black giant serpent managed to hold on and make its way to the white strange tiger, urging it to leave quickly. It's worth noting that Li Xiao hadn't even been chasing the black giant python at the time. It was simply because the severe injuries sustained by the black giant python had terrified the white tiger, coupled with the terrifying impression Li Xiao had left on the two beast kings.
This meant that the real battle hadn't even begun before it ended prematurely. There will always be another opportunity.
Li Xiao smiled. By the way, regarding the Beast King's meat, I've already arranged for someone to send the best portion to your residence.
Make sure to consume it during this time.
Meat of the Beast King's caliber should still be of significant benefit to you. Upon hearing this, a touch of emotion flashed across Yi Shui's face. Then, Yi Shui looked over at Li Xiao and asked with a puzzled expression.
What about you? The portion of the Beast King's meat isn't small. Aren't you planning to keep some for yourself? Hearing Yi Shui's question, Li Xiao shook his head with a smile. It's just Beast King meat.
It's not essential, and it won't be of much help to me. Others ate the Beast King's meat to enhance their strength and restore their abilities, but Li Xiao simply wanted to taste it. After all, compared to the Beast King's meat, the energy contained in the exotic vegetables in Li Xiao's small courtyard was no less than that of the Beast King's meat. In fact, the purity of the energy within these exotic vegetables was even higher. If it were truly just for enhancing strength, Li Xiao could easily consume these exotic vegetables daily. Additionally, during this period, the system occasionally assigned him routine tasks like clearing land, plowing fields, and watering plants. The number of vegetable seeds on Li Xiao's body has not decreased but increased, and he simply cannot use them all. If it weren't for the fact that the exotic vegetables in this small plot of land were already sufficient for Li Xiao's consumption, Li Xiao would have considered clearing another plot of land. The reason he brought back the half-body of the black giant serpent was simple. Li Xiao wanted to try something different.
But after eating too much, it became boring. I see. Yi Shui had no doubts about Li Xiao's explanation.
Given their relationship, she was naturally aware of some of the secrets within Li Xiao's small courtyard. In the small courtyard, the two chatted casually for a while. After a while, Yi Shui finally stood up to leave and return home to begin her daily cultivation of her supernatural abilities. Meanwhile, while Yi Shui and Li Xiao were chatting, Chen Xian was also not idle.
Over the next few days,
despite the influx of nearly 1 million people, Qi City remained orderly.
During this time, under Chen Xian's arrangements, many of Qi City's psychics and construction workers were assigned to participate in the infrastructure tasks.
Earlier, when Li Xiao first arrived in Qi City, he had seen another side of the city where a vast area of ruins stretched out, nearly covering half of the original city's area. That was the part of the city that had been destroyed during the Beast Tide's attack on Qi City. Although Qi City has not faced another large-scale Beast Tide. However, due to the significant decrease in the city's population, the reconstruction plan for that area of ruins has been indefinitely postponed. After all, with the current number of psychics and residents in Qi City, even if that area were to be rebuilt, it would serve no purpose. Spreading everyone out more sparsely would make rescue efforts more difficult if another Beast Tide were to strike. However, the arrival of the population from Yuncheng has resolved the issue of the ruined area in Xicheng. The number of people relocating from Yuncheng is sufficient to fill the personnel shortage in that ruined area. Therefore, that ruined area was designated by Qin Xian as the settlement site for Yuncheng. Within a few days, with the efforts of countless psychics and construction workers, in the once ruined area, simple yet functional dwellings capable of meeting the basic needs of ordinary people began to rise from the ground. As he watched more and more of the relocated residents from Yunqing being settled in, Chen Xian finally let a long-awaited smile spread across his face. In the future, once the population of Yun City is fully settled and has adapted to life in Qi City, the overall combat strength of the entire Qi City will undergo a significant leap forward.
It's almost here. Chen Xian murmured.
However, unlike Chen Xian, who was thrilled by the imminent surge in Qi City's overall strength,
on the distant other side, within the Star City Psionic Association.
At that moment, Qin Wanxiao's brows were tightly furrowed, looking extremely solemn. He couldn't tell if it was a mere illusion. Qin Wanxiao had felt that, ever since a few days ago, the connections between many cities in his Star City had grown increasingly distant.
Chapter 72, Star City's resources depleted? The Star City SSS ranked abnormal being emerges from seclusion.
Ability users. Xingqing, headquarters of the Supernatural Ability Association.
Is this Shang, the president of Anqing?
I was planning to exchange another 500 kilograms of B-grade or higher alien beast meat with you.
Is that convenient? Are you referring to the resources to be exchanged for the monster meat? That's no problem, but our resources in Star City are currently in short supply. If possible, could you extend the payment? I'm sorry, President Qin.
It's not that I don't want to help you, and I trust you, but our resources in Anqing are also very tight right now.
We simply can't spare any extra. Perhaps you should try asking someone else. Wait.
But this time, before Qin Wanxiao could speak, the sound of the call being hung up echoed in his ears.
Qin Wanxiao's expression darkened instantly.
With a loud thud, he slammed the communication device onto the coffee table in front of him.
Damn it, those bastards.
I told them it was just a temporary loan of some resources, not that I didn't plan to return them.
Do they really refuse to lend even a single resource to Xingcheng? Qin Wanxiao's eyes flashed with anger.
In recent times, due to the reconstruction of Star City, the resource reserves accumulated over the years by the Psionic Association had been in a constant state of expenditure, with few resources coming in.
Under the strain of the city's psychics.
Even with the once massive reserves of the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association, these resources had been depleted to the point of exhaustion over the past few days. Additionally, due to the shortage of monster meat, some resources had to be allocated to trade with other cities for monster meat, further increasing the resource burden on Star City.
To put it bluntly, the once well-stocked secret repository of the Psionic Association.
Now, upon entering the resource vault, one would have to walk quite a distance before even catching a glimpse of scattered resources.
The total amount stored may now be no more abundant than the resource vaults of some smaller cities.
As for the small portion that remains, the Psionic Association isn't unwilling to use it, it's simply unusable.
The reason is simple, the remaining resources are too obscure and offer minimal benefit to psychics.
Therefore, other cities are unwilling to exchange monster meat for those useless, obscure resources.
And that is precisely why.
This morning, Qin Wanxiao received news that the supply of monster meat for psychics in Xingqing was about to run out. With no other options, Qin Wanxiao had no choice but to contact other cities to try to obtain some more monster meat to replenish their supplies. Although Star City currently has no actual resources.
But given Xingqing's former prestige,
Qin Wanxiao believed that borrowing some resources in exchange for monster meat should not be too much of a problem. But the result?
Reality dealt Qin Wanxiao a harsh blow.
When he contacted the guardians of other cities, things started off normally. But when they heard that Qin Wanxiao currently had no actual resources and needed to borrow them, those city guardians all hurriedly made excuses and hung up the call.
They're all a bunch of sycophants. When my city was at its peak, which one of you didn't engage in resource exchanges with my city? Now that my city is going through a temporary downturn, you turn your backs on me?
Out of anger, Qin Wanxiao's chest rose and fell violently as he breathed heavily. As the president of the Psionic Association, he was willing to lower himself to reach out to other cities for credit, which was already a great favor. Yet, one after another, they hung up so quickly.
Was it because they now believed that Qi City also had an SSS-ranked individual, making them no longer see Xingqing as their sole reliance?
His fists clenched unconsciously, and Qin Wanxiao felt this was the most humiliating experience he had ever endured.
Just as Qin Wanxiao's entire body trembled with anger. Suddenly,
in a certain area of Star City, two terrifying psychic pressures suddenly appeared, quickly enveloping the entire city.
The exact strength of these two psychic pressures was so immense that even SS-ranked psychics couldn't compare.
At the same time these two psychic pressures appeared, Qin Wanxiao naturally detected them as well. He abruptly sat up from the sofa he had been leaning against, his anger vanishing instantly and replaced by astonishment. Within Star City, there were only two individuals whose psychic abilities surpassed those of SS-ranked psychics. Only Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS-class psychics, fit this description. Since the city was attacked by a beast horde earlier, Qin Wanxiao had diverted resources to help the two of them enhance their abilities. After enduring such a long wait, they had finally emerged from seclusion.
Qin Wanxiao walked to the window of the room and looked out.
However, in the direction where the SSS rank ability aura had previously appeared, Ing Xian and Huang Sang's figures had already shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the headquarters of the Ability Association, entering the first floor lobby. Seeing this, a flash of joy crossed Qin Wanxiao's eyes. He did not linger in the room and turned to head toward the first floor lobby of the Psionic Association. When Qin Wanxiao arrived at the first floor lobby of the Psionic Association, in the hall, Ing Xian and Huang Sang seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Though they were merely standing there, a faint yet palpable SSS rank psychic pressure emanated from their bodies. This pressure caused many psychics in the hall to feel an invisible sense of pressure. Qin Wanxiao also turned his gaze toward Ing Xian and the others. However, he saw that the despair from their defeat at the hands of the White Demon Tiger had vanished from their faces, replaced by a confident smile. "Ha, Ing Xian, you two have finally emerged from seclusion. How has your strength progressed?" Qin Wanxiao's loud laughter echoed through the hall as he impatiently asked. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian and Huang Sang exchanged glances, their lips curling into a smile as they replied confidently. "Chairman, rest assured. We have not wasted a single bit of the resources you provided. With our current strength, if we were to encounter that white-furred beast again, we would certainly not repeat the outcome of that day." As soon as they finished speaking, the aura of their abilities spread out for an instant before quickly retreating. However, from the momentary expansion of their supernatural energy, it was clear that their current strength had far surpassed what they had demonstrated during their battle with the White Tiger. "Very good, very good. With your assurance, I can rest easy." Understanding the significant increase in strength of Ing Xian and Huang Sang, Qin Wanxiao's smile grew even broader. Earlier, the reason why Xingcheng had been struggling everywhere, even struggling to secure resources, was also partly due to Ing Xian and Huang Sang. After all, a significant portion of the resources had been allocated to them. As a result, there were even some people within Xingcheng who began to question his leadership. But only Qin Wanxiao knew the truth. Now, as long as Ing Xian and Huang Sang could break through their current limits, all future challenges would be easily overcome. At that point, everyone in Xingcheng will realize just how correct their decision was. Chapter 73, Xinshan and Yishui became SSS by stealing Star City's resources. And those sycophants. A hint of coldness gradually appeared on Qin Wanxiao's face. The sycophants he referred to were naturally the other city guardians who had refused his request to extend credit and temporarily lend the meat of the strange beasts to Star City. Their attitude. Clearly, they believed that Star City was now in a downturn and inferior to Qi City, so they were deliberately distancing themselves from Star City. However, now that Ing Xian and Huang Sang have emerged from seclusion, their combat strength is no longer comparable to when they first entered the SSS rank. Does Qi City have any psychics capable of fighting SSS ranked beasts? Are they that powerful? You must remember that before this, Qi City was such a small city that it didn't even have the qualifications to challenge Xingcheng. Even with the merger with Yunqing, Qi City still doesn't have the qualifications to challenge Xingcheng. By the way, Chairman, I heard that Star City has been facing some resource shortages lately, right? At the same time, Ing Xian's voice rang out, pulling Qin Wanxiao back from his thoughts. Although they had spent most of their time enhancing their abilities, the two of them still had some understanding of the situation in Star City. Upon hearing Ing Xian's question, Qin Wanxiao snapped back to reality. He nodded solemnly and explained the current situation. Especially when he mentioned that their attempts to contact the defenders of other cities had been rejected, Qin Wanxiao emphasized his words deliberately. After listening to Qin Wanxiao's entire account, Ing Xian and Huang Sang's expressions also grew somber. How ungrateful. Those fools actually dared to distance themselves from our city just because it temporarily fell into a low point? Ridiculous. Is it because Qi City now has two SSS-ranked individuals, Yishui and Chen Xian? Ing Xian sneered. Mentioning Chen Xian and Yishui's promotion to SSS rank, Qin Wanxiao's expression also grew grim. This was something that had completely caught Qin Wanxiao off guard. Ing Xian seemed to notice Qin Wanxiao's expression, and a disdainful smile gradually spread across his lips. Oomph, they're just two newcomers to SSS rank. Why should the president bother? Just newly promoted to SSS rank. Ing Xian believed that with his current strength, even in a one-on-two situation, he could handle them with some effort. As for the fact that Yishui could hold her own against the White Tiger alone, Ing Xian and Huang Sang didn't even bother to take it seriously. From Qin Wanxiao's account, Yishui had only clashed with the White Demon Tiger once, which didn't prove anything. If one were to judge her ability to fight against a Beast King based on a single round of combat, then, when they first entered the SSS rank, they had also fought the White, and not just once. But what was the outcome? The subsequent prolonged battles ended in a disgraceful defeat. They ended up being defeated so badly by the White. As for Yishui, if the White Tiger hadn't left on its own, and the fight had continued, they wouldn't have believed that Yishui truly had the ability to engage in a full-fledged battle with the White Demon Tiger. Perhaps Yishui's fate would have been even worse than theirs. Back then she might have died on the spot. It's laughable that the city defenders would conclude that Yishui possesses the strength to confront the Beast King based on a single exchange. They were completely wrong.
They didn't even bother to think about it. How could someone who had only recently become an SSS-ranked psychic possibly possess the strength to confront the Beast King? Upon hearing Ying Xian's explanation as a genuine SSS-ranked individual, Qin Wanshou's expression immediately brightened. However, as if recalling something, Ying Xian's gaze suddenly flickered, revealing a hint of coldness. But Chairman, isn't it a bit suspicious that both Yishui and Chen Xian suddenly became SSS-ranked at the same time? Hearing this, Qin Wanshou paused for a moment, then seemed to think of something as well, causing his expression to darken. To become an SSS-ranked individual, one requires a significant amount of resources. But in a small place like Qi City, forget about 2 people. Even if all the resources in the city were pooled together, it would likely be the absolute limit to help a single person break through to SSS rank. Yet Yishui and Chen Xian managed to gather enough resources for 2 people. Could it be that when Yishui left, she secretly took a significant amount of resources from the Psionic Association? Therefore, it was thanks to the resources they brought back from the Psionic Association that Yishui and Chen Xian were able to break through to SSS rank. Thinking this, Qin Wanshou's expression grew even darker. No wonder I wondered why Qi City suddenly had 2 more SSS rank individuals. Using the resources from their Psionic Association to help other cities' powerful individuals break through to SSS rank. Then, using their newly attained strength, they attracted the attention of other cities, aiming to influence them and cause all cities to distance themselves from Star City. What a pair of ingrates! Qin Wanshou couldn't help but curse under his breath. Alright, President, calm down first. The urgent matter at hand is to resolve the issue of the beast meat. From the side, Ying Xian's voice sounded again as he looked at Qin Wanshou. President, this time, I plan to personally lead the beast hunting squad on an expedition. And I will live stream the entire hunting process. As he finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in Ying Xian's eyes. The city had been too quiet lately. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten that Star City's overall strength far surpassed that of any other city. Plus, with him and Huang Sang having emerged from seclusion, their strength had greatly increased. It was time to make a big move and completely change others' perceptions of Star City. Qin Wanshou understood Ying Xian's intentions and nodded in agreement. Alright, you'll lead the team this time. We'll stream the hunt live and let others see that our city's SSS-ranked individuals aren't just some lowly thieves who stole resources to reach that level. The chairman can rest assured that's a given, Ying Xian smiled. Hearing this, Qin Wanshou's face lit up with a rare smile. He is now eagerly awaiting the moment when other cities witness Ying Xian's true potential and see the gap between Yishui Chen Xian and newly minted SSS tier psychic and Ying Xian. He wonders how their expressions will change once they realize the difference. Will they regret not taking the opportunity to build good relationships with them during their lowest point in Star City? Back then, when Ying Xian and Huang Sang were still in seclusion, Chen Xian had to humble himself to ask others for resources. But things are different now. With the current strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang, even if one of them needs to stay in Star City, sending just one of them would be more than enough to secure ample quantities of beast meat and various resources. By then, those who had previously turned down Qin Wanshou's offer would beg to send him resources and seek his protection. They would have to see if Qin Wanshou is in the mood to agree. After all, opportunities only come once, and they failed to seize it. They can't blame Qin Wanshou for that. Thinking this, a faint smile curled the corners of Qin Wanshou's lips. It seemed as though he had already envisioned the city defenders regretting their decisions, kneeling before him and begging for shelter. Chapter 74, Li Zhao's Influence, Dried Beast King Neat. In recent days, Chen Xian had been quite busy with his affairs. Ah, is this Feng City as Feng Chairman? Are you also planning to relocate to Qi City? I'm sorry, but the people from Yun City haven't settled yet, so Qi City may not be able to cooperate with other cities on relocation for now. How about this, once I've stabilized the people from Yun City, I'll contact you at a more appropriate time. Let's keep in touch. Chen Xian spoke these words with great familiarity. After hearing the other party's tone, which was tinged with regret yet also a hint of reluctance, he finally hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chen Xian exhaled deeply. Over the past few days, Chen Xian had repeated the above words at least 10 times. Of course, each time he repeated them, it meant he had turned down another city governor who wanted to relocate their city to Qiqing. It seems that the matter of Li Xiao and Qi City can no longer be kept secret. Chen Xian's expression grew peculiar. Although he had already prepared himself mentally for the possibility that Li Xiao's presence in Qi City might be exposed when he had accompanied Yi Shui to assist the people of Yun City in their relocation. However, Chen Xian never imagined this revelation would be so complete, and the reactions of the other city guardians were also somewhat exaggerated. In just a few days, more than 10 city defenders from other cities had contacted Chen Xian. These were the ones who were more familiar with Chen Xian and had directly called him. There were even more city defenders who were less familiar with Chen Xian and felt it was too bold to contact him directly, so they opted to message him privately instead. One evening, after handling matters in Qi City, Chen Xian was about to check his messages before resting. The private messages from other city commanders nearly crashed his communication device. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit helpless about this.
If it had been just one or two, Chen Xian might have arranged the details of the next relocation with him in advance. But now, with so many cities contacting him at once, Chen Xian was feeling a bit overwhelmed. So many people were expressing their desire to relocate their entire cities together. Even the Star City Psionic Association didn't receive such treatment back then. After all, those who were willing to lead their entire cities to relocate to the Xingqing Supernatural Association back then, most of them did so because their cities had lost the ability to fight the beast tide on their own, making it an act of desperation. But Chen Xian's situation is different this time. These are cities that have managed to withstand the beast tide alone for 5 years after its arrival. While their daily lives may not be easy, they had already developed the ability to sustain long-term resistance against the beast tide. As long as the Beast King didn't appear personally, the city's normal life would largely remain unaffected. Yet, despite this, they still resolutely contacted Chen Xian, expressing their desire to relocate the entire city. This was naturally not because Qi City was so attractive. It was simply because they had heard news about Li Xiao in Qi City. That's the influence of Lord Li Xiao. The mere mention of Li Xiao's name was enough to inspire countless people to follow in his footsteps. Chen Xian's admiration for Li Xiao grew even stronger. However, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Although the defenders of so many cities had expressed their desire to relocate to Chen Xian, whether it was merging with Qi City or rebuilding their own cities near Qi City, this would be a good thing for Qi City. Cities closer together would make it easier to cooperate during beast invasions. However, relocation is not that simple. Just this one relocation of Yunqing encountered the Beast King along the way. Had it not been for the Black Giant Serpent recklessly trying to destroy Qi City while Chen Xian and the others were away, it would have ended in disaster. Instead, Li Xiao nearly lost his life, and the White Strange Tiger was also frightened by the Black Giant Serpent's injuries. Safely escorting Yun City here was no easy task. This time they had such luck, but next time, to have such unharmed luck throughout the entire journey won't be so easy. Moreover, the distances between other cities in Qi City are generally farther than the distance between Yunqing and Qi City. It seems we can only wait until we've made arrangements for Yun City before figuring out the rest one by one. Chen Xian sighed. Even though he was an SSS-ranked psychic and had Ishui's assistance, it was still unrealistic to gather so many cities together in such a short time. Just then, dong dong dong. Lord Chen Xian, are you there? A voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Hearing the knocking at the door, Chen Xian couldn't help but rub his temples to relieve the mental fatigue he had been feeling lately. Come in. As soon as he spoke, the door, which had been closed, automatically opened a crack. A psychic entered from outside. If Li Xiao were here at that moment, he would have recognized him as Su Qing, the person Chen Xian had previously assigned to assist Li Xiao in completing his tasks. You're here, Su Qing. Have you handled the Beast King's meat that Li Xiao didn't take with him? Su Qing nodded. It's all taken care of. The Beast King's meat has been dried using a special method, and the energy content within the meat has been preserved quite well. The waste during the process was no more than 10%. No more than 10%? That's not bad. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly. Less than 10% energy loss was considered extremely minimal. The key point is that the processed Beast King meat can be preserved for a long time. After all, once a Beast King dies, if its meat isn't processed, it won't take long for the meat itself to rot and decay due to various issues. Now that it has been processed, the Beast King meat can finally be stored long-term. Its effectiveness is estimated to be no weaker than some top-tier heavenly treasures. At least within their city of Qi, it is considered an extremely high-grade item. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chen Xian asked again, by the way, what did Li Xiao say about the dried Beast King meat? Although Li Xiao had not taken the Beast King's meat with him when Chen Xian and the others returned to Qi City, he had simply gone back directly. However, overall, the ownership of the Beast King meat still belonged to Li Xiao. In response to Chen Xian's inquiry, Su Qing quickly replied. Chen Xian, rest assured. As you instructed, after we dried the Beast King's meat, we immediately brought it to Li Xiao. However, Su Qing paused slightly, and Chen Xian pressed further. Only what? Su Qing shook his head. Lord Li Xiao didn't take it. He only took a symbolic amount and instructed us to send a portion to Miss Yi Shui, while the rest was to be returned to us. Chapter 75. A large number of Qi City psionics break through what has Star City up to now? Suspicious moves? As he spoke, Su Qing's eyes betrayed an inexplicable reverence for Li Xiao. He recalled how Li Xiao had casually told them to take the Beast King's meat back earlier. It was as though, in Li Xiao's presence, what they had brought was not Beast King meat at all, but merely a small gift between ordinary people. In fact, Su Qing had a feeling that Li Xiao had accepted only a small portion of the Beast King's meat. Was simply because he felt a bit awkward refusing them. Is that it? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Chen Xian's expression also grew somewhat complicated. Ever since Li Xiao arrived in Qi City, Chen Xian had had a feeling. No matter what it was, including resources that were priceless to others, placed before Li Xiao, it seemed utterly unappealing to him. On the other hand, Li Xiao. During the time Li Xiao had been in Qi City, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he had done things casually. Li Xiao had actually brought a great deal of assistance to Qi City. This included the recent decisions by the defenders of other cities to rush to the vicinity of Qi City to rebuild their cities or even merge with Qi City, all of which were closely tied to Li Xiao. Chen Xian said, since Lord Li Xiao has declined, let's store the Beast King's meat in the resource warehouse for safekeeping. After learning that Li Xiao had only taken a symbolic amount of dried Beast King meat, Chen Xian no longer insisted on forcing the Beast King's meat to Li Xiao as a gesture of goodwill. Upon reflection, Chen Xian suddenly realized he might have overthought things. His actions had instead made him seem distant from Li Xiao. After all, given Li Xiao's current status in Qi City, whether the items were delivered to Li Xiao or not was no longer of great importance. If Li Xiao wanted anything, as long as it was available in Qi City, he could simply go to the city's resource repository and take it himself, without needing to say much. Su Qing, what's your strength? Suddenly, as if noticing something, Chen Xian looked at Su Qing with a surprised expression. Su Qing had been an A-rank psychic for some time, but since Qi City lacked sufficient resources to help its psychics advance their abilities. As a result, Su Qing's ability level had been stuck at a rank for quite some time. Now, after just a few days, when did Su Qing become S rank? Moreover, at that moment, there were clear fluctuations around Su Qing, indicating that he had recently broken through his ability level. Upon hearing Chen Xian's sudden question, Su Qing's face flashed a slightly embarrassed smile. This is all thanks to the Beast King's meat that Li Xiao invited us to eat a few days ago. After prolonged cultivation, Su Qing had already become one of the stronger A-rank psychics, but what he lacked was sufficient resources to break through. Previously, he could only rely on his own efforts to improve slowly. However, the Beast King meat barbecue that Li Xiao had treated them to on the city walls a few days ago had perfectly supplemented the energy Su Qing needed. After Su Qing had fully digested the Beast King meat he had eaten that day, his breakthrough came naturally. I see. Upon hearing Su Qing's explanation, Chen Xian's eyes also revealed a hint of understanding. Actually, I wasn't the only one who broke through. Many of the psychics who ate Li Xiao's Beast King meat that day, including several who had been stuck at their current psychic power levels, also broke through. From the side, Su Qing's voice sounded again. It wasn't just Su Qing who had broken through, there were many others as well? In recent days, Chen Xian had been busy handling matters in Yunqing and hadn't paid much attention to the situation of the psychics in Qiqing. Upon hearing this good news, a flash of surprise crossed Chen Xian's eyes. All the psychics who had been stuck at their current levels had broken through. So, in just a few short days? The overall strength of Qi City has been boosted once again? The effects of the Beast King's meat seem even more powerful than Chen Xian had imagined. Originally, Chen Xian was still unclear about the specific of the Beast King's meat. However, thanks to Su Qing's words, the purpose of the Beast King's meat became immediately clear. It seems that we should pay more attention to those who are about to break through and distribute a certain amount of Beast King meat to them. After all, a single level of ability difference means that even the most powerful A-rank ability users can't match the combat power of an S-rank user. Exchanging Beast King meat for an increase in an ability user's ability realm is beneficial to Qi City. Additionally, during this period, many psychics from Yunqing and Qiqing have been working hard to build housing for the million people who have relocated from Yunqing. It won't take long before all the basic infrastructure needed for the residents of Yun City to live will be fully completed. Qi City psychics are stronger and can further shorten this time frame. Lord Li Xiao, without even realizing it, has once again done Qi City a great favor. Chen Xian felt a deep sense of gratitude once again. Alright, there's nothing else to discuss. You may go back to your duties. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile, waving his hand to signal Su Qing to leave. Su Qing didn't linger either. He bid farewell and left Chen Xian's room, carefully closing the door behind him. Once Su Qing's footsteps faded away, Chen Xian closed his eyes and stretched lazily. Buzz. Suddenly, the communicator on the table beside Chen Xian began to vibrate. Someone else is looking for me? Opening his eyes, Chen Xian's gaze flickered slightly as he looked toward the communicator on the table. He picked up the communicator and turned it on, preparing to answer the call. He assumed it was another city commander who knew about Li Zhao's current residence in Qi City, wanting to discuss the idea of relocating the city. However, this time, Chen Xian was wrong. He looked at the screen of the communicator in his hand. It wasn't a call request or a private message, but rather a public frequency known to all cities. A new message appeared. The source of the message was none other than Xingqing. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian's brows furrowed immediately. The events that had occurred earlier were still fresh in Chen Xian's memory. In any case, every time Qin Wanshao sent a message on the public frequency, it always caused some trouble. With that in mind, Chen Xian still glanced at the message sent by Xingqing Qin Wanshao. However, when Chen Xian finished reading it, his brows furrowed once more. SSS ranked personally leading a beast hunt. Let everyone get a taste of the true power of SSS ranked psychics. SSS rank? What's going on in Star City? Do they really need to deploy SSS ranked psychics for a beast hunt? In recent days, Chen Xian had also heard rumors from others about the current situation in Star City. It seemed that resources were severely scarce there. But even if resources are scarce, dispatching SSS-ranked psychics for a hunt is a bit excessive, isn't it? Or has Star City really fallen into such a dire state recently? If SSS rankers don't step in, can they even maintain their daily resource expenses? Thinking this, Chen Xian's expression grew peculiar as he clicked on the link sent by Qin Wanshao.
Chapter 76, just entering SSS rank, but don't dare to mention my Star City S. Please vote for me. The moment Chen Xian clicked on the link sent by Qin Wanshao,
the screen on the communicator suddenly shifted, revealing a brand new live stream. From the corner of the live stream screen, one could faintly make out some towering, lush trees. This no longer seemed to be within the city limits, they had clearly left the city behind. Several figures appeared in the center of the screen. Although only their silhouettes were visible, their well-equipped gear was clearly discernible. They were wearing uniform attire, with different weapons made of special metal strapped to their waists, weapons designed for use by individuals with special abilities. The one leading the group, however, wore casual, everyday attire and carried nothing on his person. In this wilderness where strange beasts could appear at any moment, he walked as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Just then, in the silent, dense forest, the sound of rustling leaves echoed, followed by the faint crackling of branches breaking. In the next instant, a dark figure burst through the air at a terrifying speed, heading toward the hunting team. The sharp claws glinted coldly in the shadowed forest, where even the sunlight was blocked. It seemed as though the next moment, its claws would slice through the air, severing every member of the hunting party in half. But just then, a ball of blue flame suddenly appeared, illuminating the giant tree forest, which had been shrouded in darkness and dimly lit. The same light illuminated the dark shadow in the darkness. A terrifying beast nearly 100 meters long, with fangs protruding from its mouth and eyes glowing with a faint green light, resembling a leopard. Generally speaking, the larger the size of a beast, the more terrifying its power. A size of nearly 100 meters already signified that this was a beast of at least SS rank, and one of the stronger ones within that rank. Roar! A low, bloodthirsty roar echoed from the mouth of the evil leopard before them. It showed no hesitation despite being discovered, and the ferocity in its eyes grew even more intense. But before the leopard could act, the eerie blue flame that had illuminated the forest suddenly expanded. Within the blue flames, an overwhelming pressure began to emanate. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure of the supernatural power, the cheetah's entire body was crushed heavily into the ground. The fierce glint in its eyes vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror. In the next instant, the blue flames engulfed the cheetah's nearly 100-meter-long body, beginning to burn it. Screams echoed through the air, only to fade away just as quickly. When the cheetah finally died, the blue flames that had enveloped the cheetah's body reformed into a small flame, which then returned to the hands of the young man wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt. From the moment the SS-ranked leopard appeared to its death, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Chen Xian watched the entire scene unfold but did not seem particularly surprised by the death of the SS-ranked beast. Killing an SS-ranked beast was no difficult task for an SSS-ranked psychic. However, as he watched the young man who had acted, Chen Xian furrowed his brows slightly, recalling something. This guy. I think his name is Ying Xian, right? However, compared to Chen Xian's composure, those who had also clicked in to watch after seeing Qin Wanshao's words were a different story. Their own strength was already weak, all at the SS rank level. Seeing Ying Xian effortlessly dispose of a beast of similar strength to themselves, they couldn't help but feel shaken. Although the overall strength of Xingcheng had declined since the previous beast tied. But with 2 SSS-ranked individuals, Star City's overall strength was still far beyond that of a small city like theirs. That psychic is named Ying Xian, right? No wonder he's SSS rank. The gap between us is indeed huge. In the public channel where Qin Wanshao had spoken earlier, someone spoke up, acknowledging Ying Xian's strength. Though Star City had been looking pretty dire lately, with that chairman Qin Wanshao pulling off a series of reckless moves. But that's that. The strength of an SSS-ranked psychic is indeed formidable. Many city guardians with similar thoughts echoed this sentiment. Qin Wanshao was unaware of the specific thoughts in the minds of these city defenders. However, upon seeing their praise for Ying Xian, a smile appeared on Qin Wanshao's lips as he began typing on his keyboard. Killing a low-tiered mutant beast is nothing for a true SSS-ranked psychic. However, I hope everyone doesn't confuse some newcomers to the SSS ranked with Ying Xian. Qin Wanshao's post was quickly seen by many city guardians. Many people's eyes flickered slightly. Among the currently known SSS ranked individuals, aside from the 2 from Xingcheng, the only ones who could be considered newly entered into the SSS rank seemed to be Chen Xian and Yishui from Qi City. Chairman Qin, what do you mean by confusing them together? Are you implying that Chen Xian and Yishui from Qi City are not as strong as your SSS ranked individuals in Xing City? A city guardian spoke up immediately. That's right. If we're talking about strength, we've all seen Miss Yishui fight against the Beast King, while the SSS-ranked individuals from your city of Xingcheng. A city guardian from another city also spoke up. Qin Wanshao's words seemed to confuse them a bit. Was this live hunting event really just an excuse to belittle the psychics of Qi City?
Within the Star City Psychic Association.
Upon seeing these skeptical replies, Qin Wanqiao's expression grew slightly colder. Humph, you few presidents, don't mistake ignorance for confidence. When did a single exchange with the Beast King become enough to prove that Yi Shui has the strength to fight it? If you're going by that logic, then the SSS-ranked members from our Star City who fought the White Tiger for so long must be many times stronger than Yi Shui, right? Upon hearing this, many of the Guardians who had previously thought Qin Wanqiao's words were problematic, merely intended to belittle Qin Xian and Yi Shui, were momentarily taken aback. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, as their own strength was only at the SS rank level, and they couldn't determine the true capabilities of those who surpassed them. However, upon hearing Qin Wanqiao's words, there was some truth to it. Or perhaps they had truly overestimated Yi Shui's strength? With this thought, many exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. Noticing the sudden silence on the public channel, Qin Wanqiao realized his words had the desired effect, and a cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Immediately afterward, Qin Wanqiao spoke again.
Everyone, don't think I'm trying to belittle anyone. Think about it, do you really believe that in such a short time, a newly arrived SSS rank ability user could possess the strength to match a Beast King? P.S. As promised, 6,000 words. I didn't break my word. Please read every day. Your daily reads really help the author's back-end data. QAQ end of chapter. Chapter 77, Ying Xian's Harvest, Qin Wanqiao's Arrogance. For a moment, no one dared to answer Qin Wanqiao's question. Although Yi Shui and Shen Xian had broken through to SSS rank, this was still considered good news for a small city like theirs. However, when it came to Qin Wanqiao's words, everyone was at a loss for words. After all, the last time Yi Shui appeared in Star City, she was only at the SS rank. Even if she had broken through to SSS rank, it wouldn't have been too long since then. In such a short time, it was indeed unlikely that Yi Shui could suddenly gain the strength to confront a Beast King. The entire chat channel fell into a moment of silence. Qin Wanqiao's lips curled into a smile. After being held back for so long. Now that Ying Xian and Huang Sang, the two SSS-ranked psychics from Star City, have emerged from seclusion, it finally gave Qin Wanqiao a chance to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Ying Xian's team was currently on a beast hunting mission outside the city. Although the live stream had only been running for about half an hour. But in just that half-hour span, starting with the SS-ranked leopard-like beast they first hunted, they went on to take down several other powerful beasts. Under the perception of Ying Xian, an SSS-rank mutant. With Ying Xian at the center, the surrounding vast area was completely devoid of any beasts. It seemed as though they were intentionally showcasing the results of this hunt. As the captain of the hunting squad, Ying Xian did not follow the usual procedure of placing trackers on each slain beast to allow other squads to receive the signal and retrieve them. Instead, he had the other members of the team carry the locators openly and follow closely behind him. Such dangerous behavior, which would normally be avoided, was now being used by Ying Xian's team as a way to attract the beast's attention. This even accelerated the beast hunting speed of Ying Xian and his team significantly. Another half-day had passed. At this point, the beast hunting squad led by Ying Xian had already hunted over 20 beasts. 2 were SS ranked, 4 were S ranked. The remaining beasts were all at least B ranked. Upon seeing the strange beasts that Ying Xian's team was casually leading behind them, many of the city guardians who had joined the livestream after seeing Qin Wanqiao's earlier announcement on the public channel, they all looked on with envy. The number of beasts hunted by Ying Xian's team in just half a day was more than what their small cities' hunting teams could achieve in a month, even if they all went out together. After all, S-rank or higher beasts were already extremely challenging for small city beast hunters. Let alone SS-ranked beasts, which are completely beyond the hunting limits of those small cities. Similarly, upon seeing the spoils of Ying Xian and his group, Qin Wanqiao burst into laughter. The smile on his face was uncontrollable. Ha, I knew I didn't misjudge Ying Xian and the others. Qin Wanqiao felt even more certain that diverting the majority of the resources from the Ability Association's resource pool to Ying Xian and Huang Sang to prioritize their breakthroughs in ability rankings was the most correct decision he had ever made. Having an SSS tier ability user personally participate in the hunt made the efficiency skyrocket compared to before. With Ying Xian leading the team, the number of beasts hunted in just half a day had already surpassed the peak period of Xingqing City. At this moment, even if Ying Xian chose to end the hunt and bring back the current prey, the total number of beasts hunted is estimated to be enough for the psychics of Star City to consume for quite some time. Moreover, it is important to note that the number of psychics in Star City far exceeds that of other cities. In other cities, the haul from this single expedition by Ying Xian alone would likely be enough to sustain a month's worth of consumption under normal circumstances. Not to mention that among the prey, Ying Xian had also hunted down 2 SS-ranked beasts. SS-ranked beasts are no longer considered resources for the daily consumption of psychics. The meat of SS-ranked beasts is itself a high-grade resource, serving as a hard currency for exchanging resources between cities. What's worth mentioning is that, over the past 5 years since the Beast Tide first arrived, SS-ranked beasts have been nearly monopolized by Star City. With the strength of psychics from smaller cities, they simply lack the qualifications to hunt SS-class beasts.
Thinking of this, a cold gleam flashed in Qin Wanxiao's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Earlier, you all thought Star City was no longer capable and went to curry favor with Qi City. Now I'll see if those cities lacking top-tier monster meat will end up begging Star City for SS rank monster meat when the time comes. Possessing such top-tier resources that other cities cannot obtain is one of the reasons why Xingqiang can develop far beyond other small cities. Qin Wanxiao is now eagerly anticipating the return of those who previously tried to borrow his exotic beast meat but made excuses to hang up on him. He wondered what kind of desperate pleas they would make when they finally reached out to him again, begging to exchange their SS rank monster meat. Thinking this, Qin Wanxiao glanced at the bottom left corner of the livestream screen of the Yingxian Beast Hunting Squad. The bottom left corner displayed the IP addresses of the city guardians currently in the live stream. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Qin Wanxiao did not find Chen Xian among the list of names below. But Qin Wanxiao remembered clearly that Chen Xian had also come to watch for a while before. Is it because he saw that my Star City had made such a huge haul this time, so he got jealous and left early? A mocking smile curled the corners of his lips. Qin Wanxiao casually snapped a photo of the prey being carried by the rear of the Yingxian hunting squad. He returned to the previous public channel. He tagged Chen Xian. President Chen Xian, I heard that you guys in Qicheng have been busy settling the refugees from Yunqing and are already overwhelmed. You probably don't have much time to hunt for monster meat, right? Besides, Qicheng is just a small city. Your resources are probably already strained, and now with all these people from Yunqing, I doubt you have enough monster meat to go around. After sending this message, Qin Wanxiao attached the screenshot of the monster hunting map. In the image, the slain beasts were piled up like small mountains. With a smirk on his lips, Qin Wanxiao continued. My city just happened to come across some exotic beasts while out hunting. The quantity isn't large, but if Chen Xian, the guild leader, is interested, you can contact me, and I can prioritize the transaction with you. After sending these two messages, Qin Wanxiao felt his mood suddenly lighten, and his breathing became exceptionally smooth, with not a trace of oppression remaining. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the first time in a while that Qin Wanxiao had laughed so freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Qin Wanxiao sent these messages, because he had specifically tagged Chen Xian's communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Chapter 78, Chen Xian's tone. Even SS grade beast meat isn't considered high grade. Resources? Recently, there have been many matters in Qi City that require Chen Xian's attention. Qin Wanxiao had previously arranged for Yingxian's Beast Hunting Squad to livestream the entire hunting process. Chen Xian had also clicked in to take a look. However, after watching for a while, he left. After all, they were both SSS ranked psychics. The SS ranked beasts that Yingxian was hunting were nothing special to Chen Xian. With such time, it was better to first resolve the remaining matters in Qi City before proceeding. Lord Chen Xian, the Beast King's meat has been fully stored in the resource warehouse. An internal message from Qi City appeared on Chen Xian's backend. The message came from Su Qing. After receiving instructions from Chen Xian, Su Qing immediately set out to place the dried Beast King meat into the Qi City resource warehouse. Below is a photo sent by Su Qing. It was a square, sealed storage room with a spacious interior that remained dry and cold. However, despite the ample space, the storage room was already filled with row upon row of neatly arranged, already cut up Beast King meat. Lord Chen Xian, one storage room cannot hold all this Beast King meat. The remaining meat is occupying approximately 2.5 storage rooms. Su Qing said. Upon seeing Su Qing's message, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Combined, it's only 3.5 storage rooms. If possible, Chen Xian would have preferred even more storage rooms for the Beast King meat. However, the dried Beast King meat could still fill 3.5 storage rooms, and this total quantity was already much more than Chen Xian had imagined. I understand. After saying that, Chen Xian made the necessary arrangements and casually put the communicator back into his pocket. But just a few seconds after Chen Xian put the communicator back in his pocket, suddenly, the pocket on the outer side of his thigh where the communicator was placed began to vibrate again. What's going on? Chen Xian furrowed his brows, took out the communicator again, thinking that Su Qing or someone else from Qicheng might be looking for him. But as soon as Chen Xian took out the communicator and saw the contents, he realized the message wasn't from within the organization. Instead, it was the latest message from Qin Wanxiao on the public frequency channel. Attached was an image, and the content of the image was naturally the photo of the hunting team led by Yingxian capturing the strange beast. The exotic beasts in the image had piled up to form a small mountain. President Chen Xian, if you're short on alien beast meat, feel free to contact me in Star City. We'll prioritize your request. Seeing the message Qin Wanxiao had sent, specifically tagging him, Chen Xian naturally knew that Qin Wanxiao wasn't being generous out of the goodness of his heart. He had simply decided to help him in Qi City. This guy, is he just here to show off his strength? Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged. With so many matters in Qi City lately, seeing Qin Wanxiao was likely just him coming to show off. Chen Xian didn't bother to say much to Qin Wanxiao and prepared to ignore him and go about his own business. But just then, Qin Wanxiao's new message appeared again.
President Qin Xian, you wouldn't be too embarrassed to ask me about exchanging supplies in Xingcheng, would you? Don't worry, even though your Qi city took in that traitor Li Xiao, I, Qin Wanxiao, am not a stingy person. If you have enough resources, we are willing to exchange SS rank top tier beast meat with you, as much as you want. Upon seeing this message, Chen Xian's expression immediately darkened. If Qin Wanxiao was just here to show off, Chen Xian wouldn't bother responding. But when it came to Li Xiao, the great man, Qin Wanxiao, SS ranked beast meat is hardly a high grade resource. Keep it for yourselves in Star City. Otherwise, you'll end up depleting your supplies and having to come borrow more later. Chen Xian replied coldly. On the other side, upon seeing Chen Xian's reply, especially the last word borrow regarding the beast meat, Qin Wanxiao's expression also darkened. SS grade beast meat isn't considered a high grade resource? President Chen Xian, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? If I recall correctly, even as the strongest psychic in Qi City, you haven't consumed SS grade beast meat more than a few times in the past few years, have you? Now that Chen Xian is an SSS rank ability user, his perspective has changed. SS rank beast meat is now considered low grade resources? I never thought that the saying sour grapes would one day apply to someone like Chen Xian, the town guardian. Qin Wanxiao said sarcastically. Although Chen Xian has also become an SSS class ability user. But as someone who has only recently entered the SSS rank, he dares to claim that SS rank monster meat isn't a high grade resource. It was clear that Chen Xian was just jealous and trying to save face. If even SS rank beast meat isn't considered a high grade resource, does that mean we have to wait for meat from a beast king rank beast? Meat from that level of beast isn't something even a small town like Qi City could obtain, let alone the current Star City. Meanwhile, on the public channel, as the two gradually escalated their argument, many city guardians dared not interrupt, leaving the atmosphere tense. Only Chen Xian and Qin Wanxiao continued their exchange. But just then, a photo suddenly appeared on Chen Xian's side. Many people looked closely. They discovered that the photo showed a storage room filled with rows of dried beast meat. However, through the screen, only the photo could be seen. Additionally, the meat in the photo had clearly been processed. They couldn't determine the quality or origin of the meat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Xian was looking at the mysterious photo he had posted. Qin Wanxiao's smile grew even more pronounced, and his eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but say, "What? Are you trying to say that the dried meat in Chen Xian's photo is more valuable than the SS grade beast meat that Ing Xian and the others just hunted down? If that's the case, then Qin Wanxiao could just take a random photo of some random meat and claim it's more precious than SS rank monster meat. Chen Xian, you're really getting more and more ridiculous. You're actually trying to be stubborn with this nonsense. What's that called again? Something like mental victory?" Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Wanxiao smiled, his lips curled in mockery. But the next moment, Chen Xian said nothing, but simply posted another photo. The perspective of this photo seemed to be from the patrol walls of Qi City. The angle of the shot was from the city wall, looking toward the interior of Qi City. The content of the photo is simple. However, at this moment, everyone who sees this photo, their gaze is drawn to the center of the photo. Yet all they see is the center of the photo. There lies half of a black python's body, covered in black scales and severed at the waist. Chapter 79, a storage room full of beast king meat? Qin Wanxiao's face burns with pain. Please vote for me. What is this? When everyone saw the half-severed black python's body in the photo, everyone's eyes widened in shock. That familiar black giant python's half-body. How could they possibly not recognize it? It was none other than the lower half of the black python they had seen during the relocation of Yunqing, its body severed in half. Although many had already secretly speculated that the black python might have suffered a major setback at Li Xiao's place. But they never imagined the loss would be so great. Previously, many had assumed that the missing half of the black python's body had been blown apart during its battle with Li Xiao. But now it was clear that this wasn't half of the black serpent's body being blown apart. It was clearly the lower half of its body that had been severed by Li Xiao and brought back to Qi City intact. Looking at this photo, for a moment, many city defenders grew even more curious about what had actually happened outside Qi City that day. However, there were no concrete video recordings. The entire process of the black giant serpent's encounter with Li Xiao on that day could only be speculated upon by them. But there was no doubt that the black giant serpent's condition that day was far worse than they had initially imagined. Wait, so Chen Xian, the president, are you suggesting that the dried meat stored in that room was made from the flesh of that black giant serpent? Coming to their senses, many of the city defenders looked at the two photos Chen Xian had posted before and after, seeming to understand something. Some couldn't help but ask. After asking, they stared at the photo of the Beast King's meat in the storage room that Chen Xian had posted, their eyes filled with envy that was almost turning into jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't reach through the photo to grab it, it was hard to imagine what they might have done. So much Beast King meat, an entire storage room full of it. Even if they were given half, or even a fifth, or even a tenth of it, they'd probably laugh themselves awake in their dreams. This was true strategic level resources, high grade no. Top tier supplies.
Compared to that, the SS-grade beast meat in Qin Wanxiao's mouth was indeed a bit lacking in prestige. Thinking this, many others who had witnessed Qin Wanxiao and Chen Xian's argument earlier began to look at them with strange expressions.
They revisited Qin Wanxiao's earlier remarks. If Chen Xian really couldn't produce any alien beast meat superior to SS class, Qin Wanxiao's words earlier were completely justified. But now, Chen Xian had actually produced Beast King grade monster meat that was countless times superior to SS grade monster meat. The situation seemed to have flipped completely. Meanwhile, at the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao's room was completely silent. The laughter that had occasionally echoed through the room earlier had now completely ceased. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao's face had lost all traces of a smile. At the moment when Chen Xian produced the Beast King's meat, jealousy, saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them, mental victory. In an instant, all the mockery Qin Wanxiao had directed at Chen Xian earlier now fell back on him, causing a severe blow. Qin Wanxiao could feel the burning pain on his face. The joy he had felt earlier from Ying Xian's successful hunt had vanished without a trace. Qin Wanxiao's fingers dug into the sofa he was leaning against.
The once pristine sofa now had several tears from his grip. Looking at the two photos Chen Xian had posted, Qin Wanxiao's eyes twisted in anger and he clenched his teeth. How could this be? How could Qi Cheng really have the meat of a beast king? How could such a small place like Qi City obtain meat from a beast king level creature? And there was an entire storage room full of it. While others envied him, Qin Wanxiao's eyes were filled with nothing but jealousy. The one who should have obtained the Beast King meat was their star city. A tiny Qi City, what does it have to offer? What Qin Wanxiao didn't know was that Qi City's current stockpile of Beast King meat wasn't just one storage room, it was 3.5 storage rooms. Otherwise, the jealousy in Qin Wanxiao's eyes would be even more intense. But even so, looking at the photo, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but feel a slight redness in his eyes. What was once merely a figurative case of red eyes had become a harsh reality for Qin Wanxiao. Humming. Suddenly, the communication device in Qin Wanxiao's hand began to vibrate. The screen displayed a message from Ying Xian. Chairman, we have successfully hunted 2 SS rank, 5 S rank, and approximately 20 A rank and B rank beasts. We are preparing to conclude this hunt and return to Star City. Under normal circumstances, seeing that Ying Xian's team had already hunted such a large number of beasts, Qin Wanxiao would have been overjoyed. However, upon seeing the message sent by Ying Xian, not even a hint of a smile could be forced onto Qin Wanxiao's face. While the results of this monster hunt seem impressive in quantity, when it comes to quality, the total value is likely less than a tenth of what Chen Xian's photo showed in a single storage facility. After all, that was the meat of a beast king. The energy contained within it, if consumed in larger quantities, it might even be enough to break through the barriers and reach SSS rank for some ability users stuck at SS for a long time. The communicator vibrated again. Upon noticing that Qin Wanxiao had not responded for a long time, Ying Xian sent another message. President? Are you not available? Upon seeing Ying Xian's prompt, Qin Wanxiao snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and suppressed the negative emotions he had felt upon learning that Chen Xian had an entire storage facility filled with Beast King meat. I understand. Come back. After replying to Ying Xian, Qin Wanxiao felt as though all the strength had left his body. He slumped limply against the sofa. As for the subsequent conversations on the public channel, Qin Wanxiao didn't want to see them, and he certainly didn't have the heart to look. Meanwhile, on Chen Xian's side, he had no idea how much psychological damage the 2 photos he had casually posted had caused Qin Wanxiao. Originally, Chen Xian didn't bother with Qin Wanxiao, he was already swamped with matters in Qiqing. But unfortunately, Qin Wanxiao was the kind of person who would take advantage of any opportunity. He had made some gains in his hunting and wanted to show off, but in the end, he even tried to take a dig at Li Xiao. Li Xiao had been instrumental in assisting Qi City recently, and as the guardian of Qi City, Chen Xian was well aware of this. Seeing Li Xiao being insulted out of the blue, Chen Xian couldn't hold back. He casually posted those 2 photos without saying a word, because he knew that those 2 photos of the Beast King's meat were more effective than any explanation. At that moment, watching the public channel where Qin Wanxiao had been so arrogant moments ago suddenly disappear as if he had vanished into thin air, with no new replies appearing, Chen Xian finally let a smile appear on his face as he stuffed the communicator back into his pocket. Chapter 80, The Seedling of the Mutant Species on the Verge of Maturity. In the midst of handling affairs in Qi City, he casually humiliated Qin Wanxiao. This was no big deal for Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian wasn't exactly a saint, he could still distinguish between right and wrong. He was well aware of who had been secretly aiding Qi City all this time. Of course, Chen Xian didn't rush to Li Xiao's side to take credit for what had just happened. After all, it wasn't even a good deed worth mentioning to Li Xiao. It might even affect Li Xiao's mood, which was the last thing Chen Xian wanted. Flying high above Qi City, Chen Xian gazed down at everything below from his vantage point. Another part of Qi City that had once been in ruins. Over the past period, the basic infrastructure had been largely completed, and many residents who had migrated from Yunqing had been settled into their new homes. At present, the residents of Yunqing can barely be considered part of Qi City. Of course, with so many people having traveled such a long distance from another city to settle in Qi City, it was clearly unrealistic to expect them to fully integrate into the local atmosphere in a short period of time. Some degree of discomfort was inevitable.
This is something that can only be addressed over time as they gradually adapt.
However, overall, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the recent developments in Qi City. On the other side, Li Xiao did not need to worry about Qi City's development as much as Chen Xian.
In the small courtyard,
Li Xiao stood in the western part of the courtyard. The 3 mutated tree saplings that Li Xiao had planted using the system's reward had undergone significant changes. Although it had only been about a month since they were planted. However, the 3 saplings no longer appeared as fragile and delicate as they had initially, as if they could be easily snapped by an ordinary person with a little effort. In just a month, the 3 saplings had grown to nearly 3 or 4 meters in height, with slender branches sprouting from the main trunk, and tiny green buds beginning to appear on the branches. Such rapid growth and expansion in such a short time is remarkable, even for these 3 mutated trees that are destined to bear enhanced fruits.
Even ordinary trees would struggle to achieve such growth. Yet, under the daily irrigation of the, which accelerates plant growth, these 3 mutated trees continued to grow at an extraordinary rate. Looking at the branches already sprouting tender buds, which might fully mature and even bear fruit in the near future, Li Xiao stroked his chin. It seems like it won't be long before we have new enhanced fruits to eat.
The daily tasks the system had assigned to Li Xiao earlier had only given him 9 enhanced fruit and 9 mental enhancement fruit. Additionally, the system had also assigned Li Xiao numerous daily tasks afterward. Unfortunately, no more enhancement fruits appeared, and the rewards were mostly random seeds of exotic vegetables.
Therefore, Li Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic for the enhancement fruits.
Although his body had developed some resistance to the enhancement fruits after prolonged consumption. Nevertheless, the enhancement fruits still proved to be far more effective for Li Xiao than the Beast King's meat. Not to mention that the taste of the enhancement fruits themselves was also very much to Li Xiao's liking. Gurgle, gurgle. He scooped up a full ladle of spring water and poured it evenly over the points where the 3 mutated trees met the soil.
The special energy within the spring water quickly took effect.
A faint glow appeared on the trunks of the 3 trees, completely covering their bark, as if forming a layer of translucent, glowing membrane.
Was it just an illusion?
The 3 mutated trees began to grow taller and thicker at a visible pace.
They're growing faster now.
Seeing this, Li Xiao smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, it seemed as though something had been detected. Turning toward the entrance of the small courtyard, a graceful figure emerged from the corner of the street, walking toward Li Xiao's courtyard. The only person who would come to Li Xiao's courtyard when there was nothing to do was naturally Yi Xue. At that moment, Yi Xue was wearing a pink tank top and a pair of shorts that reached her knees. Glancing down, one could see her smooth, flawless calves extending from just below her knees. Dressed like this, Yi Xue didn't look at all like a powerful psychic with the ability to fight a beast king.
Instead, she resembled an ordinary young woman from the city. But then again, it made sense. Before the beast tide struck, Yi Xue was just an ordinary resident of a city.
If not for the sudden arrival of the beast tide, none of the events that followed would have occurred. Soon, Yi Xue arrived at Li Xiao's small courtyard from the nearby street corner. She gently pushed open the half-open gate and stepped inside. Li Xiao set aside the water scoop he was holding and smiled at Yi Xue.
"Xue, it's been a few days. You seem to have made quite a haul again." At that moment, although Yi Xue's psychic power was not much different from a few days ago.
However, the most significant difference between her now and a few days ago was that the subtle fluctuations of her supernatural abilities had become more subdued, no longer as sharp and obvious as before.
This indicated that Yi Xue now had much greater control over her abilities.
Although the intensity of her abilities had not changed, her combat strength had definitely improved significantly compared to a few days ago.
Yeah, you really can't hide anything from you.
Upon hearing Li Xiao immediately point out her recent gains, Yi Xue's face immediately turned displeased. She had originally planned to give Li Xiao a little surprise. But in the end, Li Xiao had already revealed her current situation.
This left Yi Xue feeling a bit upset.
In front of Li Xiao, not even the slightest hint of her abilities could be concealed.
"By the way, I heard that you've been practicing with Chen Xian again lately?"
Li Xiao suddenly asked.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xue nodded slightly.
Every time Yi Xue felt her strength had broken through, she would go find Chen Xian to spar and test herself.
At first, it was fine.
But in recent days, it seemed like Chen Xian had been intimidated by her. Every time Yi Xue sought out Chen Xian for a sparring session, he would find an excuse, claiming he was too busy to accept. Li Xiao looked at Yi Xue and shook his head helplessly. Yi Xue, this girl, used to be fine, but now that she's become an SSS-ranked fighter, she's become even more eager to break through her limits. Although Li Xiao rarely goes out, staying mostly in the courtyard, he occasionally visits Qi City.
But that didn't mean he was unaware of what was happening in Qi City. Because of Yi Xue.
In fact, just a few days ago, Chen Xian had specifically come to find Li Xiao.
Chapter 81, we indeed underestimated Li Xiao's accumulation over the years.
At first, when Chen Xian heard that Yi Shui wanted to spar with him, he was actually quite willing. After all, both of them were newly promoted to SSS rank, and sparring with each other could benefit both of them. However, the more he sparred with Yi Shui, the more Chen Xian sensed something off about her. Despite being at the same level, how could Yi Shui be so much stronger than him? Especially after the last time he had protected the relocation team returning to Yuncheng. In subsequent sparring sessions with Yi Shui, even when he gave it his all, Chen Xian found it difficult to inflict any significant damage on Yi Shui. On the contrary, each time they sparred, Chen Xian seemed to lose even faster than the last time. This was almost enough to make Chen Xian lose confidence. Just a few days ago, Chen Xian finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to go find Li Xiao to ask if Yi Shui could stop challenging him to spar. Don't bully Chen Xian anymore. He has a lot of important matters to attend to in Qi City. To put it bluntly, the current Chen Xian, even if you combined all three of them, might not be a match for Yi Shui. If Yi Shui went to challenge Chen Xian again, that would truly be bullying him. Plus, Chen Xian is indeed quite busy, handling all sorts of matters in Qi City every day. Chen Xian's improvement in strength doesn't compare to Yi Shui's, who has focused solely on her training. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Yi Shui nodded obediently. However, seeing the expression on Yi Shui's face, which was obedient yet tinged with a hint of grievance, Li Xiao smiled and shook his head slightly. With your current strength, there's no point in sparring with Chen Xian anymore. Why not this? If you feel your strength has broken through again in the future, you can come find me. Chen Xian no longer had the ability to spar with Yi Shui. However, with Li Xiao's strength, facing Yi Shui was more than enough. In fact, the term sparring was an overstatement. Teaching her moves would be more appropriate. After all, while Yi Shui's current strength was no longer weak, she could even face a Beast King alone. However, to even come close to Li Xiao's current strength, she still has an extremely long path ahead of her. Even if Yi Shui were to one day reach Li Xiao's current level, by then, the path Li Xiao has already traversed would be far beyond what Yi Shui could ever imagine. The two in the small courtyard exchanged words. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the psychics in Qi City, Chen Xian, who was handling documents, rubbed his aching body. For an SSS-ranked psychic to experience muscle soreness and discomfort, it would be hard for anyone to believe. But there was nothing to be done. Recently, Yi Shui had been seeking out Chen Xian for sparring far too frequently. Add to that Yi Shui's terrifying strength. What seemed like a casual strike from Yi Shui required Chen Xian to use all his strength to block it. Over time, even someone of Chen Xian's SSS-ranked ability began to feel the strain. However, given Yi Shui's status, Chen Xian couldn't bring himself to refuse. At least Yi Shui came to Qi City with Li Xiao, and recently even helped him assist with the relocation of Yun City. Therefore, Chen Xian could only settle for a compromise and choose a middle ground, asking Li Xiao to speak on his behalf. Recalling the difficult moments he had faced during his previous sparring sessions with Yi Shui, Chen Xian sighed again. He couldn't figure out how she had managed it. Yi Shui, having just reached SSS rank, already possessed the strength to confront a Beast King. As for Li Xiao, there was no need to say more. The Beast King couldn't even land a blow against him. One Li Xiao, one Yi Shui. Their strength was simply one more powerful than the other. Why is Chen Xian so weak? Once I finish what I'm doing, I need to find some time to seclude myself and train. Chen Xian muttered to himself. After all, he couldn't keep lingering in this mediocre state. Chen Xian also yearned for it. One day, he too would possess the strength to face the Beast King alone. Meanwhile, in Star City. What? President, you mean Qi City possesses the flesh of a Beast King-level beast? The numerous beast prey floating in the air behind him, suspended by Ying Xian's abilities, suddenly lost control and crashed heavily onto an open field outside Star City. The sudden change caught the psychic ability users who had come to retrieve the beast meat off guard. They cautiously watched Ying Xian, who had suddenly lost control. However, at that moment, Ying Xian, upon hearing this from Qin Wanxiao, the joy and pride he had felt for bringing back enough beast meat to sustain Star City for half a month had completely vanished from his face. There was no other reason. It was simply because of 3 words. Beast King meat. Beast King level, beast meat. These 3 words alone made Ying Xian's entire expedition seem utterly worthless. Why had that black giant serpent lost half its body that day? The reason was that it had been severed in half by Li Xiao before it even arrived? Thinking of this, Ying Xian's expression grew even more somber. And at that moment, Ying Xian was not the only one with such an expression. Another SSS-ranked psychic from Xingqing, Wang Sang, was in the same state. They had both heard the news from Qin Wanxiao, and the two fell into an unusual silence at that moment. It seems we underestimated the years of accumulation Li Xiao gained after becoming an SSS-ranked ability user. Qin Wanxiao's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but glance at Qin Wanxiao with a touch of surprise in their eyes. The decision to punish Li Xiao. Hadn't it been a decision made by Qin Wanxiao and them together? And now, Qin Wanxiao was saying this himself. Could it be that Qin Wanxiao had no solution for Li Xiao either? But what they didn't know was that Qin Wanxiao's true thoughts were not what they seemed. The Beast King's meat that Qi Cheng possessed this time had made one thing clear to Qin Wanxiao.
The accumulation of a SSS-ranked individual over several years is indeed something others cannot catch up to in a short time.
Even though Ing Xian and Huang Sang have made significant improvements in recent days. But the gap between a few days and several years is simply too vast. With this thought, a cold gleam once again flashed in Qin Wanxiao's eyes. The current Li Xiao is indeed stronger than I imagined. But this is only temporary. Two Beast Kings, one had already been severely injured by Li Xiao and would likely require a long time to recover. The other had temporarily chosen to hide as well. But isn't this also the time Star City can use to develop steadily? What's the point of having a storage facility full of Beast King meat? If it weren't for Li Xiao's years of accumulation to become an SSS-ranked warrior, what qualifications would he have to obtain it? Qin Wanxiao's deep voice sounded again. Now, our Star City is nearly out of its lowest point, and the city's reconstruction is almost complete. It won't be long before Star City can return to normal. Once Star City resumes normal operations, with their resource acquisition capabilities, supplying the resources needed for Huang Sang and Ing Xian to enhance their abilities will not be difficult. Li Xiao may have the advantage of time, but does Qi City possess the same resource acquisition capabilities as Star City? The advantage Li Xiao gained through time will eventually be narrowed, then matched, and finally surpassed by Star City. At that point, even if the Beast King reappears, Ing Xian and Huang Sang will undoubtedly possess the ability to confront the Beast King alone. At that point, the Beast King's flesh will no longer be exclusive to Qi City. They too would possess it. Chapter 82. This shall serve as repayment for the resources Li Xiao has enjoyed from Xingqing all these years. A small repayment for all the resources he has enjoyed from Xingqing over the years. Li Xiao. Shen Xian. Qi City. They won't be able to celebrate for long. The future Beast King will also become a hunting target for the psychics of Star City. Thinking of this, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but let a cold smile slip from the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he had heard that after Li Xiao went to Qi City. In Qi City, Qin Xian practically treated Li Xiao like a deity, pampering him with the finest food and drink, while Li Xiao didn't have to lift a finger or take on any responsibilities. Just a psychic. And one who didn't even care about the bigger picture, acting solely on his own whims, yet he was treated so well by Qin Xian. Such a psychic would be utterly useless and unremarkable in their Star City. It's laughable that Qin Xian is so proud of Li Xiao for helping them hunt down a storage facility full of Beast King meat. A storage facility full of Beast King meat seems like a lot? But when it comes to actual use, how long could that storage facility's worth of Beast King meat sustain consumption? 2 months? Or just 1 month? Moreover, they forcibly severed half of the Beast King's body. Qin Wanxiao admitted that with over 5 years of accumulated strength, Li Xiao is indeed very powerful now. But, to obtain so much Beast King meat from the Beast King. Under the Beast King's counterattack, Qin Wanxiao didn't believe Li Xiao would emerge unscathed. How much of that stored Beast King meat would Li Xiao need to consume to recover his injuries? Would even half, or a third, be left for Qi City to use? Or perhaps even the remaining portion of the beast meat would be claimed by Li Xiao for his own use in enhancing his strength? Qin Wanxiao did not believe that Li Xiao, who had abandoned Xingqing without a second thought, would be so generous as to give the Beast King meat to Qi City for free. Now that some time had passed since the incident, Qin Wanxiao had recovered from the shock of discovering the stockpile of Beast King meat and began to piece things together. As the president of the Star City Supernatural Abilities Association, he was well versed in the distribution of various resources. While the storage facility appeared to hold a large quantity of Beast King meat, filling the various gaps in consumption would require far more than a single storage facility. Even 2 would be insufficient. That Beast King meat might impress others, but it couldn't fool him, Qin Wanxiao. Alright, let's first recycle and process the batch of beast meat brought back by Ing Xian. Coming to his senses, he looked at the pile of exotic beast meat that had been thrown outside the city walls of Xingqing, piled up like a small mountain. Qin Wanxiao waved his hand, signaling the recycling team that had been waiting nearby for some time to come forward and take the beast meat back to Star City for processing. Although the value of this batch of exotic beast meat couldn't compare to the Beast King meat stored in Qi City's warehouse, it was still sufficient to cover the city's normal consumption for half a month, unlike the previous situation where each psychic's share of beast meat had been halved. Moreover, Ing Xian and Huang Sang had already emerged from seclusion. Within 7 days at most, everything in Star City would return to normal, and all the damages caused by the Beast King's attack on Star City would be fully compensated. At that point, all the psychics in Star City will be able to withdraw from the city reconstruction tasks. Going out to obtain resources, hunt beasts, and maintain the normal operations of Star City will no longer be an issue. Li Xiao? Poof. He probably never imagined that by exhausting himself to hunt down half a Beast King, he would inadvertently grant Star City such a prolonged period of stability, allowing it to recover steadily. This could be seen as Li Xiao finally repaying a small portion of the debt he owed to the Star City Psionic Association for all the benefits and resources he had enjoyed over the years. Of course, this cannot erase the guilt of Li Xiao's decision to leave the association, which led to significant losses for Star City and the Psionic Association during the Beast Tide. In the future, once Star City returns to normal and Li Xiao's 5-year advantage at the SSS level is caught up by Ying Xian and the others, the countless casualties caused by the Beast King's attack on Star City will inevitably be held against Li Xiao.
Qin Wanxiao thought coldly. Meanwhile, on the other side, hundreds of miles away from Xingcheng,
this place was desolate, with towering trees everywhere. 5 years ago, before the beast tide arrived, this was a remote mountainous region with few inhabitants. Other human cities that had been reduced to ruins were still visible, albeit faintly, after 5 years of being overrun by the beasts and the subsequent rampant growth of vegetation following the revival of supernatural abilities. However, in this region, which had always been a rugged mountainous area, the already scarce human traces had been completely erased over the past 5 years. At this moment, amidst the densely forested mountains,
a small patch of forest seemed to have been struck by some terrifying, massive creature.
Trees are snapped in half by an immense force, leaving behind sharp, jagged edges on the broken trunks. Meanwhile, the white tiger and the black python, whose body was now only half intact, were hiding among the debris. Ever since that day, when the white tiger saw the gruesome sight of the black python with half its body severed, it had even abandoned the migration group it had been traveling with and fled immediately, taking the black giant serpent with it. It seemed to be out of fear that Li Xiao would pursue and kill them. The white tiger and the black python abandoned the human ruined city where they had once made their home. They chose to hide in this densely forested mountain range, which was farther from Qi City and more secluded. Over the past few days, the two beast kings have remained here, not moving a single step. By now, the severed section of the black giant serpent's body has now formed a thick, grotesque layer of scar tissue, no longer bleeding profusely as it did initially.
Meanwhile, the black giant serpent coils itself around a massive tree. Around the tree, countless oddly shaped, differently colored fruits are piled up. Without exception, each of these strange fruits emits a strong energy fluctuation. Each strange fruit contained an extremely concentrated amount of energy. Even a single such strange fruit, if consumed by an S-rank or even SS-rank psychic, would have an extremely powerful effect. Over the past 5 years since the beast tide descended, areas that humans cannot easily access are no challenge for these beasts, especially the beast kings among them. The wild-grown celestial treasures and precious resources in these areas are equally abundant. At that moment, the black giant serpent's tongue flickered out.
The exotic fruits piled around the giant tree seemed to be drawn by some special force, all floating into its mouth. Soon, the black giant serpent had devoured all the exotic fruits. The severed and scarred area of the black giant serpent's body seemed to have grown thicker than before. At that moment, the black serpent's snake-like eyes slowly opened. Over the course of several days, with the assistance of the white strange tiger, it had consumed an unimaginable number of heavenly treasures. It finally began to recover from its near-death state. Chapter 83. The fear of the white strange tiger and the black giant python stems from the beast kings of other. The beast kings of other regions. Previously, the black giant python had suffered injuries that were by no means minor. Half of its body had been severed. Additionally, the subsequent long-distance escape further drained the black giant python of its vitality. Had the black giant python not been a beast king-level creature with extraordinary vitality, any other beast would have been dead beyond salvation. Even so, the black giant python was already on the brink of death in a highly dangerous condition. Had it not been for the white beastly tiger securing several highly effective exotic fruits for it, its fate would have been uncertain. Now, although the black giant python's aura remains extremely weak, at least its life has been truly preserved.
What exactly happened to you that day?
From the side, the white beast's deep voice echoed slowly. It looked at the black giant python and stood up from its crawling position. Although it knew that the black giant serpent had encountered Li Xiao that day, which was why it had ended up like this. But this was also what puzzled the white strange tiger. They had already witnessed Li Xiao's immense power when he led the beast horde to attack Star City. If the black giant serpent knew this, it should have fled the moment it saw Li Xiao. It couldn't possibly be as foolish as the black giant ape that died at Li Xiao's hands, waiting until it realized it couldn't defeat Li Xiao before fleeing. This had puzzled the white for a long time, and now that the black giant python had recovered from its near-death state, it finally asked. Upon hearing the white's words, the black giant serpent, who had just felt a glimmer of joy in its serpentine eyes for having survived, saw it vanish instantly. In its place was deep terror. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, the black giant python had also chosen to flee the moment it first spotted Li Xiao. But that guy named Li Xiao is stronger than the one I saw back in Star City. Hearing this, the white tiger's eyes narrowed involuntarily.
Stronger? What do you mean by that?
They led the beast horde to attack Star City, and the time between the relocation of Cloud City and the attack was no more than half a month.
Half a month? That guy named Li Xiao has grown stronger again? And the extent of his growth is no small matter. If Li Xiao's strength is still at the same level as when he first encountered Star City, the white demon tiger was confident that, although it couldn't defeat Li Xiao, it could escape immediately and remain unharmed. But it's just a half-month interval. A black giant python of comparable strength to it is now struggling to even flee in the hands of that human psychic named Li Xiao? Does that mean that if the black giant python and the white-clad demon had swapped their missions back then? If it had led the beast horde to Chi City instead, it would have met the same fate? No. Perhaps it would have fared even worse than the black giant python. After all, the black giant serpent managed to escape from Li Zhao's grasp. And that was with the black giant python possessing a similar ability to sever its tail to survive. But what about it? If it had lost half its body, it would probably have died on the spot. Thinking this, the white tiger's once majestic and ferocious tiger eyes changed, becoming restless and uneasy. Back when Li Xiao was still stationed in Star City, the white tiger and the black giant snake had faced off against him countless times. Though they hadn't gained much, they certainly hadn't ended up in such a dire situation. Now, merely appearing before Li Xiao posed an immense threat to their very lives. That man named Li Xiao, is he really human? For the first time, the two beast kings felt a sense of helplessness, their hearts filled with despair. They increasingly regretted their decision to choose this region. If they had never come to this region and never encountered Li Xiao, with their beast king level strength, what would their fate have been? But now, it's too late. The two beast kings who still remained alive. Given the black giant python's current injuries, while it had managed to survive, it would likely take an unknown amount of time to fully recover to its former peak condition. Just as the white tiger and the black giant serpent, the two beast kings, were weighed down by their heavy hearts. Suddenly, three terrifying surges of supernatural power suddenly appeared, descending upon this rugged mountain range. Who? The white tiger raised its head, its voice low and vigilant. In the next instant, three enormous figures, each as massive as the white demon tiger's 100-foot-long body, appeared in the distant sky. The three terrifying figures charged toward the area where the two beast kings were located at an incredible speed. One was a crimson-colored demon wolf with cold, piercing eyes, as if shrouded in crimson flames. A golden-haired lion with a majestic and domineering posture, its robust build utterly terrifying. The last one, however, appeared somewhat ordinary, resembling a black bear magnified hundreds of times over, with an extremely grotesque and terrifying appearance. Even a casual glance would likely leave ordinary people stunned by its appearance. What is even more noteworthy is that this black bear was the largest among the three beast kings, towering over the other two by an entire circle. The three beast kings approaching this area seemed to be following the black bear as their leader. At the same time, the black bear in the front had already reached the vicinity of the white tiger. Its massive body plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground. Under the amplification of its terrifying size, the ground began to shake violently. A massive crack spread out in all directions from where the black bear had landed, forming an extremely exaggerated canyon. The distant mountains trembled as well, with many mountain peaks shattering into pieces, causing significant commotion. At the same time, the white tiger and the black python also recognized the three beast kings that had descended before them. The expressions on their faces changed involuntarily. These three beast kings were from another region. Normally, beast kings from different territories do not enter each other's domains. But now, it's you. What are you doing here? The deep voice of the white-furred tiger echoed. In response, the three beast kings remained silent, except for the crimson flame-covered demon wolf, whose icy voice slowly echoed. You too, you've made us search high and low. You actually hid here? Are you that afraid of those humans? Hearing this, the white demon tiger and the black giant serpent's gazes grew even more intense. What do you mean? The white tiger's claws retracted slightly, leaving several distinct marks on the ground. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, the crimson flame demon wolf's wolf-like eyes once again turned toward the white-furred tiger and the black-scaled python. In the next instant, without any warning, the crimson-colored energy fluctuations surrounding the crimson flame demon wolf began to expand. The white tiger and black python's expressions changed drastically. Boom! However, all that could be seen was the crimson flame demon wolf at the center. Scarlet-red demonic flames erupted from its body, slicing through space, and crashed toward the two with a thunderous roar. Chapter 84. Since you cannot handle the humans here, then let them out of this area. The white demon tiger was still holding its own. Feeling the scorching demonic flames approaching before it, the white tiger raised its claws to block the attack. The sharp tiger claws collided with the blazing demonic flames, causing the white demonic tiger to retreat several steps and dispel the sudden surge of flames. The black giant serpent, however, wasn't faring as well. Such an attack would normally pose little threat to it. But it had just been pulled back from the brink of death, and its current combat strength was not much stronger than that of a newly promoted SSS-rank psychic. The scorching demonic flames struck the black giant serpent's waist, sending its body flying violently backward, with a faint smell of burning lingering in the air. The black serpent, which had only just regained some of its strength, grew weak once more, glaring angrily at the crimson flame wolf that had attacked it. Don't look at me like that. After all this time, the humans in the area you were responsible for haven't been dealt with, and several beast kings have even died. The crimson flame demon wolf showed no change in expression in response to the black giant serpent's glare. After speaking, its cold, wolf-like eyes looked down on the white strange tiger and the black giant serpent with disdain. The area where the three beast kings, the crimson flame demon wolf, the white strange tiger, and the black giant serpent resided.
The humans there had long since been routed by the three Beast Kings, with not even a single intact human city left standing. All the humans had either been killed or fled under the onslaught of their beast horde. If it weren't for the fact that those humans were as insignificant and scattered as insects, the few humans still surviving were scattered in small groups, mingling in the wilderness, making them difficult to target. Otherwise, the human population in that region would have been wiped out long ago, though it is nearly so now. However, on the side of the white and black, according to their knowledge, two Beast Kings have already perished here. Even when they came to investigate personally, the two remaining Beast Kings were severely injured, and the black giant python was clearly in a critical condition.
With so many Beast Kings, only one remains intact. This makes them find it utterly laughable. It was a complete disgrace to the Beast Kings. You two worthless creatures, we came here only to say that if you can't handle the humans here, why not hand this area over to us? As for the two of you, either follow us quietly and drink some soup or get out of here. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf spoke in a cold tone.
Hearing the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's icy words, the White Strange Tiger and the Black Giant Python felt their hearts grow even heavier.
Though what the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf said was true.
But being spoken to so ruthlessly, the two felt a deep sense of humiliation. The White Strange Tiger spoke in a low voice.
The humans here are different from those in your world. Different? In what way?
Upon hearing the White Strange Tiger's words, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes betrayed even more contempt.
Or are you implying that there are already SSS-ranked human psychics here? SSS rank?
In the region they had previously inhabited, there had been human psychics who had reached that level as well. But what was the result? They were easily killed by them, and the survivors abandoned the city and fled with the remaining humans.
Though those humans also possessed devices resembling technological missiles capable of saturation attacks. But the Beast Kings could sense their approach and escape in advance. How many times could those humans use such methods?
It was nothing more than a desperate struggle. But what they didn't know was that without Li Xiao's existence, the two Beast Kings of the White Tiger clan could have easily drained human forces in the same manner. But it was precisely because of Li Xiao's existence that the cities unable to withstand the Beast Tide on their own all migrated to Star City, eventually forming an extremely massive city like Star City. In the end, it was because that human psychic named Li Xiao inexplicably chose to leave Star City that its massive scale was partially destroyed. As a result, the White Beasts no longer wished for all cities to continue gathering. Instead, they refrained from intervening directly, allowing smaller cities to remain isolated and helpless, continuously drained of their strength.
Tell me, what is your decision? Stay here or leave?
The voice of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf rang out once more, gazing at the two Beast Kings of the White. Upon hearing this, the white-scaled tiger and the black giant serpent both revealed a hint of bitterness in their eyes.
Leave this place? Where could they possibly go?
The path back to the Beast Kings had been sealed off once more, and besides, they couldn't possibly return so easily. And in this world, most regions had already been claimed as territories by different Beast Kings. What remained were only the desolate regions that even the lowest-ranked beasts refused to venture into. The White Demon Tiger's deep voice echoed, as it furrowed its brows and spoke slowly. We are willing to stay, but at least we are fellow Beast Kings. When the time comes to claim the rewards,
share the results?
Let you have a taste of the soup would already be generous.
Don't think you're getting the short end of the stick. Before it could finish, the cold laughter of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf echoed.
As the words fell, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body emanated a powerful aura, and crimson-colored energy fluctuations erupted outward. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's ability strength was indeed at the Beast King level, and its total ability output was even comparable to that of the white-colored Demon Tiger. However, this time, the White Tiger and the Black Python seemed to sense something, and their eyes widened. What is this? Within the crimson energy fluctuations emanating from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body, there was a peculiar energy present. This energy, though it appeared to be only a tiny speck. However, when comparing their mass, this tiny amount of special energy is as different from the Beast King's ability energy as gold is from scrap iron. This was a level of power that the current world simply couldn't reach. At that moment, the White Demon Tiger and the Black Giant Serpent stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with sheer terror.
Chi City. The blue-colored energy fluctuations outside Chi City seemed to transform into dazzlingly bright and vibrant beams of light. Countless blue energy afterimages lingered in the wake of Yishua's passage. After Li Xiao told Yishua not to seek out Chen Xian for a sparring match and instead come to him, Yishua immediately proposed the idea of sparring with Li Xiao to test how strong she truly was at this point. However, a full-scale battle between SSS-ranked opponents, even if it was likely to be a one-sided fight by Yishua, would inevitably cause immense commotion and destruction. Therefore, Li Xiao took Yishua outside the city of Qicheng. At this moment, the battle between Li Xiao and Yishua had already been raging for nearly half an hour. During this time, the patrol teams on the city walls of Qi City were nearly blinded by Yishua's abilities. The good news was that those patrol teams had gotten an up-close view of the entire battle between the two SSS-ranked psychics. After a while, the faint blue energy fluctuations that had been flickering non-stop for nearly half an hour outside Qi City finally began to fade.
Chapter 85, The Mystery of Li Xiao's Power. After reabsorbing the psychic energy fluctuations she had previously released unrestrainedly around her body back into her body, Yi Shui came to a stop. A few strands of hair, disheveled from the recent battle, fell across her brow. On her forehead, tiny droplets of sweat glistened, trickling down her cheeks. After the intense battle, it was evident that the chaotic fluctuations of her supernatural abilities were still evident within her body. Her face had also turned slightly red from the earlier intense battle. Beside her, upon seeing Yi Shui come to a halt, Li Xiao also stopped in his tracks. Unlike Yi Shui, who had clearly just endured a fierce battle. At that moment, Li Xiao remained calm and composed, with not a single wrinkle on the clothes he wore, despite the recent battle. It was as though the one who had just engaged in a sparring match with Yi Shui was not Li Xiao, but someone else entirely. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as Li Xiao approached Yi Shui. Not continuing? The flush on Yi Shui's face, caused by the massive expenditure of her abilities, had not faded. Instead, the intense battle with Li Xiao had depleted the majority of her supernatural energy. Now that she had stopped, it was as if a student had just finished a 1,000-meter physical test and, in the moment of stopping to rest, felt an even more intense wave of fatigue spread throughout her body. Let us stop. My supernatural abilities are almost depleted, and I haven't even touched the hem of your robe once. Yi Shui shook her head, and as she spoke, a hint of despair flashed across her face. She had initially believed that with her current strength, she could face the Beast King alone. Though she wasn't a match for Li Xiao, she at least thought she could force him to take her seriously. But the result of the recent battle. Without exaggeration, Yi Shui had nearly drained all her supernatural abilities, yet she hadn't even touched Li Xiao's robe a few times. At first, Yi Shui had thought it was because she was sparring with Li Xiao and hadn't used her full strength. But later, she realized it was all her own overthinking. Even if she had truly given it her all, it wouldn't have made much of a difference in front of Li Xiao. Having only recently attained SSS rank, your current strength is already quite impressive. Seeing the dejected expression on Yi Shui's face, Li Xiao said with a smile. Though she knew Li Xiao's words were mostly meant to comfort her. But upon hearing those words, the dejected expression on Yi Shui's face faded considerably. But looking at Li Xiao, who had just fought a battle with her and didn't even have a single strand of hair out of place, curiosity couldn't help but well up in her eyes. If her opponent had been Chen Xian, then with her current strength, she could easily take on 3 of him. But facing Li Xiao just now, Yi Shui had a feeling that even if 3 of her combined, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. There weren't many SSS-ranked psychics. However, there were quite a few SS-tier psychics in the second tier. Back in Star City, Yi Shui had also faced off against other SS-ranked psychics before. According to Yi Shui's understanding, the strongest among the SS-ranked ability users and the weakest among those newly entered into the SS rank were indeed different. However, if 3 or 5 newly promoted SS-class individuals were to surround and attack the former, the outcome would still be the same. They wouldn't stand a chance against the superior force. As long as the target hadn't surpassed the SS-class threshold, their only option would be to flee. Unlike Li Xiao, who, despite being at the same ability level, had a strength disparity that was as vast as heaven and earth. With Li Xiao's current strength, if he were to take action against Chen Xian, they would appear to be on the same level, both SSS class. But a single strike from Li Xiao would likely leave Chen Xian either dead or severely injured. The disparity in strength between them is even greater than that between an ordinary person and an S-rank ability user. Is Li Xiao really still SSS class? Or could it be that, at some point in the past, Li Xiao quietly broke through to a level above SSS and has been keeping it hidden from others? And since no one asked, Li Xiao simply didn't mention it? Thinking this, Yi Shui couldn't help but voice her doubts. Are you really SSS class now? Or have you already broken through to the next realm? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, a hint of contemplation flashed across his brows. After a moment, Li Xiao snapped out of his thoughts, looked at Yi Shui, and shook his head slowly. Probably not yet. Probably? Li Xiao nodded slightly. The breakthrough of an ability user is not merely a breakthrough in strength, it is a step toward advancing to a higher level of existence. From an ordinary person to the lowest ranked E-class psychic. In everyday life, although psychics continuously accumulate their abilities and gradually enhance their strength, their mental power and physical strength also grow slowly. However, it is only during each major breakthrough in their cultivation that their spiritual energy, physical strength, and abilities undergo a qualitative leap. This is precisely why different ranks and grades exist among psychics. From an ordinary person to the current SSS rank, Li Xiao's body has undergone 8 such qualitative leaps. Therefore, SSS rank psychics are sometimes referred to as 8th tier psychics. However, even after reaching the 8th tier SSS rank, Li Xiao's strength continues to grow daily. Such growth is merely a byproduct of the continuous enhancement of his abilities and does not constitute the 9th qualitative leap. When the Beast Tai first struck Blue Star, Li Xiao had only recently attained SSS rank. At that time, even when facing the Beast King, Li Xiao was not as composed as he is now, and each battle left him with numerous injuries. However, after each battle, Li Xiao's strength continued to grow. Finally, when the Beast Kings attempted to unite and eliminate Li Xiao, they realized it was already too late. It wasn't until he withdrew from the Star City Ability Association and obtained the system that the system's rewards enhanced fruits and exotic vegetables helped him significantly shorten the time it took for his strength to grow.
Is it a bottleneck? Not exactly.
After all, even now, Li Xiao still hasn't felt that his strength has reached the SSS tier limit. He continues to improve steadily, and his total psychic energy keeps growing.
Since both the intensity and total amount of his abilities are improving, how could there be a bottleneck?
What's even more noteworthy is the half-hour battle he had with Li Xiao earlier. Yi Shui had expended at least 95% of her total abilities. The entire battle was even more intense than when he fought the White Tiger of the Beast King.
And Li Xiao?
The total amount of ability he had expended earlier did not even exceed 5% of his total ability. Moreover, the less than 5% of energy he had expended had already fully recovered during the brief pause after the sparring ended. At times, Li Xiao even began to doubt whether there were any new realms beyond the SSS rank. The subsequent power rankings were merely a matter of accumulating psychic energy strength. After all, there were certain things that even Li Xiao himself could sense were amiss. Whether it was his ability strength or the total amount of ability, his comprehensive data was far more exaggerated than that of any other SSS rank individual.
Chapter 86, Those Who Have Come from Other Regions.
Shaking his head slightly, Li Xiao decided not to dwell on the matter further. Continuing to dwell on it would hold little significance for him. After all, his psychic ability strength and total psychic ability were improving every day, and his power was constantly growing. As long as he was clear about that, there was no issue. If he ever reached the limit, it would be good news for Li Xiao. During their conversation, a small portion of the supernatural energy consumed by Yi Shui had already begun to recover. The sweat beads on her forehead had been cleared away using her abilities, and her flushed face gradually returned to its normal state. This sparring session with Li Xiao didn't allow her to bring out his true strength. However, Yi Shui's gains were by no means insignificant. For the first time, she had fought with everything she had, and she could feel that her control over her supernatural abilities had become much more precise after this battle. Once she fully recovers, the gains should be even greater.
Then let's return. Li Xiao's voice rang out again, intending to return.
Upon hearing this, Yi Shui did not refuse and nodded in agreement.
Immediately, the two headed back toward Qi City.
Soon, the two of them arrived at the patrol walls of Qi City. On the patrol walls, numerous patrol teams with special abilities gazed at Li Xiao and Yi Shui with a mix of awe and respect. Though, with their abilities, they couldn't even clearly see the previous battle between Li Xiao and Yi Shui. However, while patrolling the city walls, they still sensed the terrifying supernatural energy fluctuations from the previous battle between the two individuals. This was far more intense than the minor skirmishes they usually faced against beasts. Then again, Li Xiao and Yi Shui were both SSS rank psychics. If the commotion had been too small, that would have been the real oddity. The patrol teams passing by Li Xiao gave him and Yi Shui a nod and a salute. Li Xiao and Yi Shui didn't put on any airs. They smiled and returned the greetings to the patrol team members who had saluted them, leaving them feeling honored and surprised. The sparring session had just ended. Given the nearly exhausting amount of energy Yi Shui had expended earlier, it would be quite challenging for her to recover fully on her own in such a short time.
The exotic vegetables I planted a few days ago should be ripe and ready to eat.
Go to my small courtyard and pick some fresh ones to replenish your abilities.
I should be harvesting them anyway,
Li Xiao said. Given the energy content of those hybrid vegetables, a few leaves should be enough for Yi Shui to fully restore the energy she had expended.
Upon hearing Li Xiao's suggestion, Yi Shui nodded slightly.
Their exchange seemed utterly unlike that of powerful ability users, sounding more like ordinary residents of the city.
It seemed to be exactly that.
During this period, aside from the previous trip to Qi City for a friendly competition,
Li Xiao's daily activities were no different from those of ordinary residents in Qi City. At this point, the two figures finally disappeared from the patrol walls.
Meanwhile, at the Qi City Psionic Abilities headquarters in Chen Xian's room, before him was a display screen. On the other side of the screen, there was another figure.
If Su Yang were here, he would recognize him immediately.
It was none other than Fengyan, the guardian of Fengcheng Town near Qi City, whom he had warned earlier to relocate there immediately. However, at that time, although Fengyan had some suspicions about Su Yang's warning, he dared not be certain. As a result, when Fengyan wanted to approach Chen Xian to propose the plan to relocate the entire city, many other town guardians from smaller cities had already sent the same message to Chen Xian beforehand, leaving Fengyan deeply regretting his decision. Of course, the main reason Chen Xian chose to call Su Yang and even make a video call was not to discuss relocating Fengcheng to the vicinity of Qicheng.
Mr. Feng, are you serious? Have outsiders really arrived from other regions?
Chen Xian's eager voice rang out, his tone both tense and curious. The outsiders Chen Xian referred to were not aliens from beyond Blue Star. Back when the beasts had not yet descended, human footprints were scattered across the entire Blue Star. However, after the beasts arrived, due to the beasts, not only did transportation between cities become extremely difficult,
But communication between different cities also became extremely difficult.
Except for the initial period after the beasts first appeared, cities could still maintain contact with each other. However, shortly after the arrival of the strange beasts, under the destruction caused by the beast hordes, the communication infrastructure of all cities was completely devastated. To the extent that, for a significant period of time, all communication between cities was completely severed. After a prolonged period of time, cities in close geographical proximity managed to restore communication. However, even though communication was restored, the methods of communication between different cities were no longer as convenient as before, and the costs were extremely high. What was once a global network spanning the entire Blue Star now only allowed nearby cities to receive signals from one another. As for cities farther away, Chen Xian and the guardians of other cities naturally attempted to establish new communication channels. However, their abilities as psychics were limited. Additionally, it seemed that different Beast Kings had territorial boundaries. Traveling to other Beast Kings' territories is extremely dangerous. Often, before they could make contact with people from other cities, the teams of psychics who ventured out were quickly attacked by unfamiliar beast tribes. This resulted in significant losses among the psychics. In the end, everyone abandoned the plan. However, Chen Xian now learned from Fomin that people from other regions had arrived. This news left Chen Xian thrilled. After all, the last time they heard news of other human cities beyond their own territory was 2 years ago. That was when their cities had united to send out an exploration team. However, the news they received was not encouraging. Other human cities were also suffering from attacks by different beast kings and beast waves. Some human cities were even in worse shape than theirs.
2 years have passed since then. How are the other human cities faring? Have they successfully repelled the beast kings, or?
Chen Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath, glancing at Feng'an on the other end of the screen, waiting for his response. However, Feng'an remained silent, his expression solemn. Moments later, Feng'an on the other end of the screen raised his hand.
He removed the camera equipment in front of him and repositioned it.
At that moment, Chen Xian noticed that Feng'an seemed to be inside a hospital ward. And when Chen Xian saw the scene inside the ward, the slight excitement that had just begun to stir in his heart vanished instantly, and his heart sank heavily.
Chapter 87, The Escaping Survivors, An Even Worse Situation.
All he could see inside the ward were 3 neatly arranged hospital beds. Each bed held a motionless figure, making a total of 3 people. At that moment, the 3 of them lay motionless on the beds, their eyes tightly closed, seemingly suffering from severe injuries and already unconscious.
As Chen Xian looked at the 3 figures displayed on the screen, his brows furrowed.
Beside him, Feng'an's voice sounded at the right moment. They are the survivors who escaped from other areas during the disaster.
Survivors?
Chen Xian quickly noticed the choice of words in Feng'an's statement.
Yes, survivors.
On the other side, Feng'an looked solemn and nodded slightly.
He then proceeded to recount the entire incident to Chen Xian.
The incident had occurred roughly half a day earlier. At that time, the Special Abilities Squad patrolling the city walls of Fengcheng was conducting its routine patrol, keeping watch for beast swarms. Although, prior to this, perhaps due to the relocation of Yunqing, the 2 beast kings, the White Tiger and the Black Python, had suffered a major defeat, resulting in significantly fewer beast waves in other cities during this period. However, routine patrols could not be relaxed. It was then that the patrol members in Fengcheng noticed, with their keen senses, that another beast horde was beginning to gather not far from the city. At first, they assumed it was a lull after the recent period of calm.
However, they soon realized that the beasts were not targeting Fengcheng.
But later, they realized that the beast's target was not Fengcheng. Instead, ahead of the beast horde was a group of humans being chased and attacked. Seeing this, the patrol members of Fengcheng naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. Upon learning that others were being chased by the beast horde, Feng'an also decided to take action personally, repelling the beast horde, which wasn't particularly strong to begin with. As for the identities of those being chased by the beasts, at first, Feng'an didn't think much of it. He assumed they were a beast hunting squad from another city that had unfortunately been caught in the beast horde's attack. However, he later discovered that among them were not only psychics but also a small number of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would never venture outside the city. Moreover, no ordinary person would willingly leave their own city. After inquiring further, they finally learned the truth. The people being chased by the beast horde were not from cities within their communication range. Rather, they had previously attempted to establish contact with cities in more distant regions, but those efforts had failed. Unlike their own region, where human cities could still withstand the beast tide, the region where these survivors had originally come from had been nearly completely destroyed by the beast tide. The human cities in that region had completely lost the ability to directly confront the beast tide. So, all those who were still alive chose to abandon the city and scatter in all directions in order to survive. Along the way, some died, and others became separated. In the end, only a small group of people remained, those who had been saved by Feng'an earlier. Otherwise, these people would likely have become prey for the beasts. The 3 people lying unconscious on the hospital beds were the 3 strongest psychics among the survivors. One was an S rank, and the other two were A ranks. It was precisely because they had fought fiercely to protect the ordinary people in the group, enduring the most intense attacks of the beast horde, that they managed to survive until Fengyan and the others discovered them and rescued them. However, after the rescue operation ended, these three psychics were completely exhausted, and with their severe injuries, they fell into a coma on the spot and have not regained consciousness to this day. After hearing Fengyan's account, Chen Xian's expression also changed slightly. The human cities in this area, though still unable to completely ignore the beast tide crisis. However, at least the human cities that are currently holding out on their own still possess the ability to confront the beast tide independently. As long as the Beast King does not appear in person, ordinary beast waves are unlikely to cause significant damage to the cities. Especially Star City, along with the recently emerging Qi City. With the presence of SSS-ranked psychics, ordinary beast waves would merely serve to increase their supply of beast meat. However, the area where these fleeing survivors have arrived. Recalling Fengyan's previous account, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Nearly all human cities have been destroyed by beast waves? All humans were forced to flee? Thinking about it, Chen Xian felt an even heavier weight on his heart. He had considered that the situation in other regions might be dire. But he never imagined it would be this bad. Did you ask any of the surviving refugees how their cities were destroyed? Chen Xian took a deep breath and asked. Fengyan nodded slightly. I did, but aside from these three psychics currently being treated, most of the survivors were ordinary people. From what the ordinary survivors told me, their cities were apparently attacked by powerful beasts that couldn't be fought off even by the strongest psychics. That's why the cities were destroyed by the beast horde. As for the specifics or the true strength of those powerful beasts, perhaps we'll have to wait until these three psychics wake up to find out. After hearing Fengyan's words, Chen Xian fell into a brief silence. Even the most powerful psychics couldn't resist? Unconsciously, Chen Xian's mind conjured the images of the white demon tiger and the black giant serpent, the two beast kings. If there was any level of beast powerful enough to overwhelm psychics, it could only be the beast kings. Of course, Chen Xian also understood that the destruction of the city where the survivors were located could not have been caused by the white tiger and black python. Other regions were also home to powerful beast kings. Thinking this, Chen Xian felt a tinge of tension in his heart. As an SSS-ranked individual, Chen Xian was well aware of just how powerful the beast kings truly were. With his current SSS rank strength, he could easily overwhelm ability users of lower ranks. If a beast king were to appear, the extent of their crushing defeat would be even more exaggerated than his own. The reason why the human cities in this area had managed to survive for so long was simply because of Li Xiao's presence. After all, without an SSS-ranked psychic to confront the Beast King head-on, no matter how they resisted, they would only be slowly dying. Though most of the time, Li Xiao had been stationed in Star City. But precisely because of Li Xiao's presence, much of the Beast King's attention was still focused on him. In a sense, this alleviated a great deal of pressure for the small city that initially didn't even have an SSS-ranked psychic. However, in other areas, if there were no such powerful individuals like Li Xiao to confront the beasts, it might have truly. Chen Xian didn't continue his thoughts. Or perhaps, there was no need to think further. The fleeing survivors had already proven that some of Chen Xian's suspicions had already come to pass. Chapter 88, Chen Xian's Speculations, the Terrifying Possibility. If there were any psychics capable of opposing the Beast King on their side, these people wouldn't have fled all the way here. Do other cities know about the news of these fleeing survivors? As if thinking of something, Chen Xian's voice rang out again, asking. We don't know yet, but from what these survivors have said, there are many of them, though they're scattered. If nothing goes wrong, other cities might also encounter these fleeing survivors in the coming days. Moreover, I plan to release this information in advance so that the defenders in other cities can prepare in advance. Fengyan said. After finishing his words, Fengyan turned his gaze toward Chen Xian, seemingly waiting for his response. At present, Chen Xian possessed SSS tier strength, and with Qi City's overall strength having surged dramatically, it was no longer inferior to Xing City. Therefore, Fengyan also intended to seek Chen Xian's opinion. However, Chen Xian remained silent. Announcing this information in advance and notifying the other cities posed no issues. After all, this time, they were likely facing a beast, a matter of life and death for everyone. Proceed as you said. Chen Xian said. After speaking, his gaze shifted to the other side of the screen, where the three psychics lay unconscious on the hospital beds. Once these psychics wake up, we can ask them for more details and also determine the true strength of the strange beasts they encountered. I understand, Fengyan nodded. After discussing everything, Fengyan finally mentioned to Chen Xian his plan to relocate Fengqing to Qicheng. The information obtained from these escaped survivors had made Fengyan even more determined to relocate the entire Fengqing to the vicinity of Qicheng. Maple City did not possess the same formidable strength as Qi City. If, one day, Maple City were to face a similar catastrophic disaster, if there were no other cities nearby to come to their aid, then, perhaps all the people of Fengqing would end up like these fleeing survivors. This was something Fengyan did not want to see happen. Only by heading to Qi City could Fengyan feel at ease. After all, Qi City currently has a total of 3 SSS-ranked individuals, even one more than Xing City, and one of those 3 SSS-ranked individuals is Li Xiao. After a moment's thought, Chen Xian also responded to Feng Yan's proposal. If you truly have this intention, you can start preparing in advance during this time. When the day comes to actually relocate, you can contact me beforehand. However, at that time, I may only relocate your city to the vicinity of Qi City for reconstruction, rather than merging it into Qi City. The follow-up work for Yun City's relocation has been largely completed in recent days. Chen Xian can now focus on other matters. However, this time, Chen Xian did not intend to merge all other cities with Qi City. The total population of Yunqing alone would be a massive challenge to integrate into Qi City's way of life. If there were several more cities, the level of difficulty would likely increase exponentially. This was also something Chen Xian had considered earlier. In recent days, the number of city governors who have contacted him expressing their desire to relocate to Qi City has been overwhelming. If all of them were to move to Qi City at once, the city simply couldn't handle such a massive influx of people. With the exception of Yuncheng, in the future, Chen Xian plans to have the other relocating cities settle near Qi City, with Qi City as the center, and rebuild from there. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Feng Yan's face also showed a hint of joy. Although they cannot be directly merged into Qi City to enjoy the protection of multiple SSS-ranked individuals, but being able to rebuild their own city near Qi City would significantly enhance their security. Then I'll get started right away, Feng Yan said eagerly. Chen Xian nodded. After exchanging these words, the two finally ended the communication. However, the communication was disconnected. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Xian's expression remained somber. During his conversation with Feng Yan, there was a suspicion that Chen Xian had not voiced. The reason these surviving refugees had fled here was that all their human cities had been destroyed. If all the human cities in that region had been completely destroyed, then the beast kings of that region would also have lost their targets. And what about those beast kings who had lost their targets? Would they also one day appear before them? Interfere in the conflicts between beast kings and human cities in other regions? Originally, the black giant serpent was severely wounded by Li Xiao, so for a long time, they would only have to face a single white tiger. But now, if those beast kings who have already destroyed human cities in another region also arrive here, what are they supposed to do now? Suddenly facing the threat of several new beast kings appearing out of nowhere. In this region, how many cities have the strength to stand up to them? With so many beast kings, can Lord Li Xiao handle them? Chen Xian couldn't bring himself to think any further. Ah! A long sigh escaped Chen Xian's lips. He had thought that after becoming SSS ranked, Qi City would thrive, and with further development, even the white demon tiger and black giant serpent would find it extremely difficult to attack Qi City. But now, the troubles caused by the white tiger and the black python, the two beast kings, had not yet been properly resolved. The arrival of the surviving refugees had brought Chen Xian such a devastating piece of news. I hope I'm just scaring myself. Chen Xian sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after ending the call with Chen Xian, Feng Yan's expression of joy did not fade. He put away the camera he had been using to communicate with Chen Xian. Feng Yan did not forget the content of his earlier conversation with Chen Xian. He took out his communicator and sent a message to the public channel, informing everyone about the situation regarding the surviving escapees. Everyone, if you encounter any abnormal beast-tide outbreaks in the coming days, dispatch special ability teams to investigate the situation. It is highly likely that those survivors inadvertently attracted the beast tide's attack. Attempt rescue efforts whenever possible and gather as much information as you can. After finishing his final reminder, Feng Yan put away his communicator. Next, he could begin preparing for the relocation of Fengcheng. With that thought, Feng Yan opened the ward door and stepped out. But just then, he seemed to notice something. A faint sound echoed within the ward. Feng Yan turned his head toward the bed by the door. The eyelids of the S-class psychic suddenly twitched. As if stimulated by something intense, he suddenly jolted awake from his comatose state. Before Feng Yan could ask anything, the S-class psychic, who had suddenly awakened, spoke in a voice filled with fear and panic. They're coming, quickly, run. Chapter 89, Coming with Enthusiasm, Leaving with Satisfaction. Chen Xian awaits. A large number of residents from Yuncheng had been relocated. Although those residents from Yuncheng were all uniformly settled in the area that had been reduced to ruins during the beast tide attack on Xicheng. But so much time has passed since then. The ruins have long since been transformed into row upon row of residential buildings. With stable housing conditions, there was no longer a need to live in temporary tents. The streets of Qi City are now bustling with many residents from Yuncheng, making the atmosphere on the streets much livelier than usual. Some of them are strolling around, while others are shopping. Occasionally, patrol officers with special abilities pass by to maintain order within the city. After all, even the smallest city has hundreds of thousands of residents, and now with the merger of Yun City, which has a population no less than that of Qi City, maintaining public order within the city has become an indispensable task. Of course, compared to the patrols on the city walls guarding against beast hordes, the patrol teams within the city are not particularly powerful. They are primarily composed of patrol teams made up of ability users ranging from the lowest E rank to B rank.
At this ability level, dealing with beasts would be extremely challenging.
However, maintaining public order within a city is more than sufficient.
Ding, congratulations, host.
The daily task take a half-hour walk has been completed. The reward fragrant flower scent has been distributed. Hearing the sudden system voice in his ears, Li Xiao stopped walking amidst the dense crowd. Perhaps due to the 5 years he spent stationed in Star City, Li Xiao's mental state had been in a state of prolonged fatigue. Since leaving Star City and arriving in Qi City over a month ago, Li Xiao had rarely left his residence. Now, after over a month of relaxation, the mental fatigue that had been lingering around Li Xiao had finally begun to ease. Previously, Li Xiao had little desire to go out and preferred to rest in the small courtyard. The system would assign him tasks like watering and fertilizing plants almost every day. This even led Li Xiao to believe for a time that the daily check-in system would only assign this task. However, this morning, after waking up, Li Xiao suddenly felt like going out to explore the streets of Qi City. The system's check-in task also changed in line with his mood.
It seems like this daily check-in system is pretty intelligent.
Li Xiao smiled, but then a faint, pleasant fragrance suddenly filled the air on the street. Only to find that, at some point, an exquisite bouquet of flowers with a deep, mysterious blue as its main color had appeared in Li Xiao's hands. Everyone on the street who caught the scent of the flowers felt their mental and physical fatigue begin to fade. Especially the residents who had recently moved from Yun City, the various pressures they had endured during the relocation were instantly alleviated when the fragrance appeared. Li Xiao gently sniffed the fragrant flower in his hand. The fragrance contained a special energy. Ordinary people could only sense that their spirits were greatly invigorated upon smelling the fragrance, but those with special abilities could perceive that their spiritual energy was continuously increasing due to the scent. System produced, guaranteed quality. It's not just a slogan. This delicate and enchanting flower, despite its outward appearance, is also a highly advanced celestial treasure.
Wait a moment.
I could bring it back to the courtyard, plant it in the soil, and water it with the spring water from the divine spring. It should live for a very long time. Li Xiao had no intention of eating the flower to enhance his mental energy. For Li Xiao, using it to enhance his spiritual energy was not as valuable as bringing it back to add some scenery to his small courtyard. After all, the courtyard was indeed a bit empty, aside from the 3 mutated trees still growing which were expected to fully mature in another half-month and the few exotic vegetables. He put away the fragrant flower in his hand. After a while, the lingering fragrance of the flower finally faded from the street, leaving many people with expressions of lingering desire. After completing the daily system assigned dissemination task, Li Xiao didn't rush back immediately. The system's tasks were merely a side effect of what Li Xiao wanted to do and never conflicted with his goals. The daily system had never forced Li Xiao to complete certain tasks. Li Xiao wanted to rest in the small courtyard, so the daily system assigned him the task of watering and fertilizing the plants. When Li Xiao wanted to go out for a stroll, the daily system assigned him a walking task. The only downside was that the daily system's tasks always included a clause prohibiting the use of supernatural abilities. Li Xiao shook his head and continued his stroll. Half an hour was far from enough to dampen Li Xiao's enthusiasm. Li Xiao recalled the last time he had such a leisurely stroll, which seemed to date back to before the Beast Tide had descended upon Blue Star. After the Beast Tide struck Blue Star, he had been invited by the Star City Supernatural Ability Association to fight against the Beast Tide, and for 5 whole years, he hadn't had a proper rest, let alone any spare time to stroll through the streets of Star City. Without exaggeration, Li Xiao was no more familiar with the environment of Star City after the Beast Tide than an ordinary person. On the other hand, Qi City, where he had been living for some time, had given him more free time, so Li Xiao's understanding of Qi City was not unfamiliar, and in fact, it surpassed his knowledge of Star City. Shaking his head, Li Xiao didn't bother to think about it further. As for Qin Wanxiao and Star City, they held no meaning for Li Xiao anymore. Whether it was good or bad, Li Xiao didn't bother to think about it much. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of Qi City for a while longer. At that moment, Li Xiao didn't see himself as a powerful psychic. Instead, he felt like an ordinary person. He came with enthusiasm and left with satisfaction. As his interest waned, the time had already reached the afternoon. Li Xiao strolled leisurely toward his small courtyard. As he neared the small courtyard where he lived, he seemed to have noticed something. Li Xiao raised his eyes and looked toward the entrance of his small courtyard. The gate was tightly closed, but standing beside the closed door was a figure. It was Chen Xian, whom he hadn't seen in several days. Li Xiao slowly approached. As soon as Chen Xian saw Li Xiao returning, he immediately smiled and hurried forward to greet him. In fact, Chen Xian had already arrived at the entrance to Li Xiao's small courtyard earlier that morning. Upon discovering that Li Xiao was not home, Chen Xian was also somewhat surprised, as he had always been able to find Li Xiao here before. However, he soon learned from his subordinates with special abilities where Li Xiao was. Today, Li Xiao had gone out for a stroll, which was highly unusual, and seemed to be in a good mood. Upon hearing the description from his subordinates, Chen Xian's initial plan to find Li Xiao directly also faded away. After all, Li Xiao had finally gone out with such high spirits to explore Qi City. If Qin Xian were to interrupt him now, it might ruin his mood. Therefore, Chen Xian chose to wait at Li Xiao's doorstep until Li Xiao returned.
Chapter 90, the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association welcomes everyone to join us.
Having an SSS-ranked psychic who had been the guardian of a city for many years and held the highest status, wait for half a day. Such treatment is something that only Li Xiao could possibly receive in this world.
Looking at you, it seems like you've been waiting for quite some time. It's been a few days since we last met. Do you have something new to discuss with me?
Don't worry, as long as your strength hasn't improved, Xiao Shui shouldn't come looking for you to spar anymore. Looking at Qin Xian, who was walking quickly toward him, Li Xiao assumed he had come regarding the matter involving Yi Shui and spoke up. However, upon learning earlier that Li Xiao and Yi Shui had left Qi City to spar, Chen Xian had already realized that Li Xiao had likely already mentioned the matter of asking Yi Shui not to challenge him to a duel anymore.
Thank you, Lord Li Xiao.
However, Chen Xian has come this time for another matter.
Chen Xian spoke up.
Li Xiao casually pushed open the courtyard gate, gesturing for Chen Xian to come in and speak slowly. Chen Xian followed Li Xiao and also stated the purpose of his visit. Lord Li Xiao, in the coming days, there may be several small cities relocating to the vicinity of Qi City and rebuilding their settlements.
Another city relocation?
Upon hearing this, a hint of puzzlement flashed across Li Xiao's eyes. If he remembered correctly, he had already discussed the matter of Yun City's relocation with Chen Xian previously. In the future, if similar matters arise, Chen Xian could make the decision on his own. Yet now, because other small cities were seeking to relocate near Qi City, Chen Xian had come to him again. Li Xiao's gaze flickered slightly as he turned his head to look at Chen Xian.
Your purpose in seeking me out isn't simply to discuss this matter, is it?
As he spoke, the strange expression in Li Xiao's eyes faded. In his hand, he held the elegant, fragrant flower of a deep blue color that the check-in system had rewarded him that morning. After glancing once more at the arrangement within the small courtyard, Li Xiao turned around and walked toward the entrance of the courtyard, intending to plant the fragrant flower there. Chen Xian was also drawn by the fragrance emanating from the flower Li Xiao had suddenly taken out. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Chen Xian suddenly realized that his spiritual energy was beginning to grow slowly. He looked at the exquisitely crafted flower in Li Xiao's hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. However, he quickly snapped out of it. He also revealed the true purpose of his visit to Li Xiao. Lord Li Xiao. If the information I received is accurate, besides the white demon tiger and the black giant python, there may be a new beast king about to appear in our region. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao, who had been preparing to plant the fragrant flower, paused slightly. He turned his head and looked at Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian made no attempt to hide anything and recounted all the information he had obtained from Fengmin and Fengcheng.
After listening to Chen Xian's account, at that moment, Li Xiao's gaze couldn't help but flicker. As the first SSS-ranked psychic in Xingcheng, although over the years, Li Xiao's opponents had always been the white tiger and the black python. As for the beast kings from other regions, Li Xiao had heard of them but knew little about them. So, the reason you mentioned earlier about relocating to cities near Qi City is because of this? Yes, Chen Xian nodded.
After all, the sudden appearance of several unknown beast kings with unknown strength and backgrounds.
No one knows when those unfamiliar beast kings might suddenly appear in their cities. This would be a devastating disaster for those small cities. Given that, it would be better to relocate to the vicinity of Qi City now while there's still time, at least to have some protection. Though, the appearance of these beast kings was merely based on the assumption that the surviving refugees had managed to escape here. But no one dared to take that risk. The cost of failure could very well be the complete destruction of their city, just like the cities of those who fled. Originally, Chen Xian had only agreed to relocate Fengcheng. However, after Fengmin made the matter of the fleeing survivors public, other cities could no longer sit idly by and began contacting Chen Xian. Even without Chen Xian's protection, there would inevitably be casualties along the way, so the defenders of those cities decided to relocate voluntarily to the vicinity of Qi City. After all, suffering some casualties is better than having the entire city wiped out. Over the past 5 years since the beast tide struck, which city that has survived to this day has not suffered severe casualties? The only city with the least losses, Xingcheng, was because Qin Wanxiao drove Li Xiao away, causing half of Xingcheng to be destroyed by the beast tide. It might still be under reconstruction now. I understand. Go and do as you're told.
Li Xiao nodded slightly. Hearing Li Xiao's approval, Chen Xian felt a surge of confidence and was about to take his leave.
Wait.
Suddenly, Li Xiao called out to Chen Xian. Chen Xian stopped in confusion, only to see Li Xiao walk over to the small plot of land where the exotic vegetables were growing. He pulled out a few tender shoots that had just matured from the field. Your progress has been too slow lately. Make sure to work harder and improve faster. After saying that, Li Xiao tossed the vegetables to Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian was startled. He knew exactly how valuable those exotic vegetables were. Apart from the piece of ability-enhancing fruit Chen Xian had eaten, the effect of these vegetables was stronger than any heavenly treasure he had ever seen. Chen Xian fumbled around, quickly using his abilities to carefully catch the vegetables Li Xiao had thrown over, afraid that any noise might cause a few leaves to fall off, damaging the integrity of the energy within. Holding the strange vegetables close to his chest, Chen Xian inhaled the sweet scent of the vegetables and felt his abilities begin to surge. If he were to consume all of these, his abilities would surge, allowing him to withstand a few more attacks from Miss Yixue.
Thinking this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was already the boldest thought in Chen Xian's mind. As for comparing himself to Li Xiao, Chen Xian dared not even think about it. Thank you, Lord Li Xiao.
Li Xiao said nothing more, merely waving his hand.
With that, Chen Xian finally departed.
After leaving Li Xiao's small courtyard, he returned to the headquarters of the psychics in Qi City. Chen Xian carefully stored the few exotic vegetable plants Li Xiao had given him as if they were treasures. He then took out his communicator and sent messages to the city guardians who wished to relocate their cities near Qi City. Upon receiving Chen Xian's response, the city defenders quickly replied, stating they would prepare to relocate their entire cities as soon as possible. Just as Chen Xian had finished discussing matters with the city defenders, suddenly, his communicator rang.
The message came from a public frequency. Sender.
Xingqiang Psionic Association, Qin Wanxiao.
Message content.
Attention all city leaders, if you are concerned about being attacked by unknown beast kings, please contact Star City to discuss relocation plans. The Star City Supernatural Association will do everything in our power to protect everyone during the relocation process.
Xingqiang Supernatural Association welcomes everyone to join us.
Chapter 91. After waiting in vain for half a day, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but take the initiative.
Contact.
It is worth mentioning that
Qin Wanxiao suddenly sent this message.
Basically, aside from Chen Xian from Qi City, Qin Wanxiao tagged all the other city guardians one by one. In the headquarters building of the Psionic Association in Xingqiang. It had been nearly half a day since Fengyan had made public the information about the fleeing survivors.
Since the information was disclosed on a public frequency, Qin Wanxiao naturally learned of it as well.
However, compared to the smaller city defenders who had become tense upon receiving the news, as the president of the Xingqiang Supernatural Association, Qin Wanxiao showed no signs of worry. Instead, the news brought a smile to his face, one he hadn't shown in days. The fact that these fleeing survivors had managed to escape to their territory. That meant the beast kings who had destroyed the cities of the fleeing survivors were also highly likely to appear here. The appearance of several unfamiliar beast kings, in theory, is not a good thing.
But Qin Wanxiao knew.
Due to the potential appearance of these unknown beast kings, the most tense situation was not in their star city.
Rather, it was the smaller cities that didn't even have any SSS-ranked psychics.
Over the past 5 years, the guardians of each city had also managed to uncover some of the patterns in the movements of the white tiger and the black python. They also understood why the white tiger and the black python had not chosen to act personally and destroy their small cities. It is precisely because of the powerful star cities that protect them. If those small cities knew they couldn't survive on their own anymore, they would inevitably choose to migrate collectively. To prevent all human cities in this region from eventually uniting, the white tiger and black python refrain from taking direct action on a daily basis. Instead, they adopt a strategy of boiling a frog in slow water, periodically sending out beast hordes to gradually weaken the smaller cities. This seems more like a balance maintained between the human cities in this region and the two beast kings, a balance that has persisted for a long time.
However, just half a day ago, due to the message sent by Fengyan,
the balance that had been maintained for so long now showed signs of being broken.
No one knows.
Those unfamiliar beast kings who might have followed the surviving refugees to this place. How many there are, how strong they are, or what kind of bizarre abilities they possess. Unlike the white-furred tigers and black giant serpents, everything about these unfamiliar beast kings remains a mystery. What's more, no one knows whether, if these unfamiliar beast kings were to act one day, they could completely annihilate a small city without it even having time to react.
This is why Qin Wanxiao laughed upon hearing the news.
Their star city had not received any collective relocation of living forces from other cities for a very long time. Additionally, the previous attack on Star City had caused its development to regress significantly. However, the appearance of these unfamiliar beast kings who might very well come to their region.
Qin Wanxiao didn't think the defenders of those small cities could withstand the pressure. Who would dare to bet that if those unfamiliar beast kings appeared, their city wouldn't be the first to be targeted? Therefore, shortly after receiving this news, Qin Wanxiao began to wait leisurely.
He was waiting for the defenders of those small cities to contact him, to propose the idea of relocating their entire cities to Xingqiang. Even in the short time since then, Qin Wanxiao had already nearly finalized his plans for how to accommodate those small cities once they were relocated. How to arrange for the ability users and the resources they would bring. But now, half a day had passed, and Qin Wanxiao discovered that his private chat was eerily quiet. Not only had no other city defenders from smaller cities contacted him, there wasn't even a single message from anyone looking to chat casually. So Qin Wanxiao couldn't sit still anymore. He had just sent out an invitation for all cities to join Star City, tagging all the city defenders except Qin Xian from Qi City.
Then,
The public channel remained completely silent.
a deathly silence. After Qin Wanshao sent out the invitation,
Not even a single new message appeared. This even made Qin Wanshao wonder if it was because the previous beast tide had caused damage to Xingqiang. Had caused the signal reception devices in Star City to not be fully repaired yet, and they had suddenly malfunctioned, which is why he hadn't received any new messages. Another considerable amount of time passed.
there was still no new information on the public frequency. Those guys can't even find a single SSS-ranked individual. Do they really not fear that those unfamiliar beast kings will descend and destroy their city? Qin Wanshao clenched his teeth, his expression looking grim. But he wasn't ready to give up.
He scrolled up the public frequency channel to find the sender of today's first message, Fengyan, who had publicly shared the information about the surviving escapees.
Qin Wanshao's private chat interface with Fengyan of Fengcheng. Mr. Feng, since these refugees managed to escape to our city, the beast kings that destroyed their city might very well come after them. Your small city, without the protection of an SSS-ranked individual, could be in serious danger. Why not relocate to my Star City sooner rather than later? With the protection of Star City, we can guarantee your safety. Message sent successfully.
Meanwhile, after discussing the matter with Qin Xian early in the morning, Fengyan had already begun preparing for the relocation of Fengcheng.
Regarding the relocation of Feng City, Fengyan dared not delay for even a moment. Who knows when the beast kings that followed the fleeing survivors might truly arrive in their city. Moreover, for Fengyan, those unknown beast kings were no longer mere speculation. After ending his conversation with Chen Xian, among the three unconscious psychics, the S-ranked psychic had regained consciousness. Though it was only a brief moment of consciousness, he soon fell back into unconsciousness. However, from the brief time the S-class psychic was conscious, and from what he said, Fengyan had clearly learned that those beast kings had indeed been pursuing them and had arrived in this area together. Moreover, the number of beast kings was not just one, but a full three. This news further intensified Fengyan's sense of urgency.
He dared not act like the city of Yunqing had done earlier, slowly selling off resources that couldn't be carried, regardless of whether other cities would react to this news. Even if a city did accept them, Fengyan was unwilling to linger for several more days in Fengcheng, waiting for other cities' psychic teams to arrive and take the resources. In response, Fengyan had already made a decision.
The resources that couldn't be taken were simply left behind.
If the crisis posed by those unfamiliar beast kings is resolved in the future, they can consider returning to see if they can take them back.
Chapter 92. The reason no one contacted Qin Wanshao has been decided. They will relocate to Xiqing? If we're talking about the initial relocation of Yun City, it took over a week to prepare.
Fengyan was confident that it would take no more than 5 days for Feng City to be fully prepared. With that in mind, Fengyan also planned to leave the city's headquarters for those with special abilities and enter the city to check on the progress.
But just then, a faint vibration began to emanate from Fengyan's mouth.
Pulling out the communicator in his pocket, Fengyan looked surprised. Earlier today, when he had publicly shared information about the refugees, many city defenders had privately messaged him to inquire about the details. But now, half a day had passed, and those who needed to contact him should have already done so. At this moment, Fengyan opened the screen, and immediately, Qin Wanshao's message inviting Fengcheng to relocate to Xiqing appeared before his eyes. If this had happened before, hearing Qin Wanshao actively invite them to relocate from Fengcheng to Xiqing,
Fengyan probably wouldn't have refused the request. After all, back then, Xiqing was under the command of Li Xiao. Its security was far beyond what a small city like theirs could match, and with the arrival of those unfamiliar beast kings, Fengyan would have been eager to approach them. But now,
looking at the message Qin Wanshao had sent, Fengyan's expression grew peculiar. Everyone knows that Xiqing was able to attract so many cities because of Li Xiao. Now that Lord Li Xiao has been driven out of your Star City, though your Star City still has 2 SSS-ranked individuals. But why would anyone choose Qi City, where Li Xiao is? Fengyan couldn't think of any reason to relocate his city to Xiqing. However, since it was a kind invitation from Qin Wanshao, Fengyan didn't intend to reject it outright. Mr. Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but as for relocating to Star City, I have no plans at the moment. Let's just forget about it. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Xiqing Supernatural Abilities Association. Upon seeing Fengyan's reply, Qin Wanshao's expression immediately darkened.
No plans? Forget it? How could he just forget it?
Over the past half day, Qin Wanshao had already mapped out the relocation of these small cities to Star City. He had already figured out how to allocate their psychics and resources. But now, hearing Fengyan say he has no plans for now and just let it go. Could it be that Fengyan truly isn't afraid that his city will be destroyed by those unfamiliar beast kings? President Feng, won't you reconsider? If we destroy all the cities of those refugees, the strength of those beast kings might even surpass that of the White Tiger and Black Python beast kings combined. Are you really willing to watch your city be completely annihilated by the beast king's attacks? Qin Wanshao sent the message. Upon seeing Qin Wanshao's message, Fomin, who had originally planned to go and check on the current preparations in Fengcheng, also turned pale. Whether the Beast Kings would appear so soon was still a question. But from the way Qin Wanshao spoke, it seemed as though he was implying that if they didn't relocate to Xingqing, the Beast Kings would destroy Fengcheng within the next few days. Was Qin Wanshao suggesting that Fengcheng wouldn't even be able to hold out for the 5 days needed to complete the relocation preparations? Being suddenly cursed that his city would be destroyed in the coming days would leave anyone in a foul mood. Feng Yan's expression grew slightly colder. Mr. Qin, regarding the matter of Fengcheng, I have my own plans. There is no need for you to worry about it. After speaking, Feng Yan was about to put away the communicator. However, on the other end, Qin Wanshao clearly had no intention of ending the conversation. Having finally received this threat from an external Beast King, how could Qin Wanshao possibly let these smaller cities slip away so easily? They all represented a significant number of psychic warriors and resources. Phone Chairman, I urge you to reconsider. I reached out to you because the information about those unfamiliar Beast Kings came from you. If we wait any longer, other city leaders may come looking for my city. At that point, my city may not be able to spare enough psychic teams to escort you during your relocation. After sending this message, Qin Wanshao's expression also grew somber. It was clear that Feng Yan's repeated refusals had greatly angered Qin Wanshao. After all, he was the president of the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association, and the association had 2 SSS-ranked powerful supernatural beings. Yet this minor figure from Maple City, Feng Yan, couldn't even find a single SSS-ranked individual in his entire city. Yet he had the audacity to reject 2 consecutive invitations without so much as a nod of respect. What an ungrateful fool! Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Yan looked at the final message sent by Qin Wanshao. Feng Yan's expression finally turned completely cold. President Qin, the matters of Fengcheng are none of your concern. I have already made contact with President Chen Xian of Qicheng, and preparations will be completed in the coming days. We will relocate to Qicheng. Should any city presidents in the future wish to relocate to your star city, I wish you all the best. Alright, if Mr. Qin has no further business, please do not disturb me again. If we delay any further, it may conflict with the relocation schedules of other city presidents to Qi City. After saying this, Feng Yan's face remained cold, as if he feared Qin Wanshao would continue to harass him. Briefly blocked information related to Qin Wanshao. Meanwhile, on the other side. Upon seeing Feng Yan's final words, Qin Wanshao held the communicator in his hand, motionless, like a puppet. He seemed to have frozen in place. After a long while, his gaze swept over the last 2 messages Feng Yan had sent. Especially the last short segment. Relocating to Qicheng. To avoid conflicting with the schedules of other chapter leaders. The city being prepared for relocation to Qi City isn't just Fengcheng? In other words, had he waited all this time for nothing? Those city leaders who haven't contacted me yet have actually already made arrangements with Chen Xian and are preparing to relocate to Qi City? In an instant, a surge of intense anger flooded Qin Wanshao's mind. Qin Wanshao's eyes and face turned bright red. Damn it, damn it. Chen Xian, Qi City. You all deserve to die. Bang 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 bang. The sound of something being violently smashed echoed from Qin Wanshao's room. The entire room where Qin Wanshao was located began to tremble slightly. Even outside the room, on the corridor of that floor, the psychics from the Psychic Association who happened to be passing by could clearly sense the immense commotion coming from Qin Wanshao's room. At the same time, a member of the Psionic Association who was hurrying toward Qin Wanshao's room, about to knock on the door, paled slightly and paused in his movements. This was already the countless number of times he couldn't remember Qin Wanshao had lost his temper. Chapter 93, The Escaping Psychics and Qin Wanshao's New Plan. After a while, the commotion in Qin Wanshao's room, which had nearly shaken the entire hallway and caused the entire floor to tremble, finally subsided. Inside the room, having regained his composure from his anger, Qin Wanshao was still breathing heavily. Even now, Qin Wanshao couldn't accept it. Feng Yan had chosen to relocate the entire city, but his target was not Xingqing, it was Qicheng. A city that had previously struggled to even sustain itself. What was so appealing about it? Just because there were a few more SSS-ranked individuals? SSS-ranked? Doesn't his star city have any? Moreover, how could the overall development of that tiny Qi city compare to the years of accumulation in Star City? And those who chose to relocate to Qi City instead of their Xingqing? Unappreciative. Unappreciative. Out of anger, Qin Wanshao's entire body trembled violently at that moment. At that very moment, outside the room, the psychic who had come to report the news also sensed that the room had fallen silent. He waited a little longer. The psychic who had come to report finally took a deep breath, gently knocked on the door, and then cautiously said, "Chairman, there is something to report." After saying this, the psychic outside the room waited quietly. However, during the waiting period, he clearly felt a sense of anxiety. Time seemed to stretch endlessly at that moment. Though it was only a matter of seconds, in his perception, it felt like half an hour had passed. After a while, the psychic who had come to report finally heard footsteps inside the room suddenly sound, approaching the door. The tightly closed door handle was turned from the inside, revealing a small crack. The crack widened and the door swung open completely,
revealing the face of Qin Wanshao inside the door, still looking dark and angry. "Speak. What is it?"
Qin Wanshao's voice rang out, causing the psychic who had come to report to flinch slightly. But he forced himself to report.
"It's like this, Chairman.
Just now, a hunting team from our city returned early, and they brought back some psychics who were being chased by beasts. According to these psychics, they do not seem to belong to our region but are refugees who fled from elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanshao, whose face had been dark and angry, suddenly raised his gaze and stared directly at the association psychic who had come to report.
"What did you say? Psychics who fled from other regions?" "Yes, that's correct. Is there a problem, President?" Seeing Qin Wanshao's sudden reaction, the reporting psychic's heart immediately began to race. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the reporting psychic suddenly noticed that the gloom and anger on Qin Wanshao's face began to fade. Instead, a peculiar expression flashed in Qin Wanshao's eyes. The news about the fleeing survivors had been obtained half a day earlier from Feng'an. Originally, Qin Wanshao had assumed that other cities would need some time to encounter these fleeing survivors. Yet, in just half a day, his city had already encountered these fleeing survivors. A peculiar thought crossed Qin Wanshao's mind. Qin Wanshao looked at the psychic who had come to report. "How strong are those psychics? How many of them are there in total?" Upon hearing this, the psychic reporting to him hurriedly replied. "Chairman, there are 9 of them in total. 1 is S rank, 4 are A rank, and the rest are also capable psychics with B rank strength. According to them, many others fled with them. Their original group was much larger, but they were attacked by a large beast horde along the way and eventually scattered. These few were fortunate to encounter our beast hunting squad and were rescued." Hearing this, Qin Wanshao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Earlier, when Feng'an had publicly shared information about the surviving refugees, he had only provided a general overview and mentioned that Fengcheng had currently taken in several refugees. However, he had not provided detailed information about the refugees, such as whether they were ordinary people or individuals with special abilities. However, now, upon hearing the report from the psychic in front of him, Qin Wanshao finally realized that among the refugees who had fled here, there were actually quite a few capable psychics. S rank and A rank, with the lowest being B rank psychics. Such strength would be considered a core force even in their own city. And this was merely a very small contingent among the fleeing refugees. If we could successfully integrate all the fugitive psychics into Star City and make them part of its strength, that would undoubtedly represent a significant boost to Star City's overall strength. Qin Wanshao's gaze flickered at that moment. Thinking this, a look of impatience flashed in his eyes as he turned to the psychic who had come to report, and Qin Wanshao asked, "Where are the psychics who were rescued? I want to meet them." "They are in the main hall of the Psionic Association headquarters. If the chairman wishes to meet them, please wait a moment, I will bring them up immediately." After receiving Qin Wanshao's approval, the psychic who had come to report hurriedly headed downstairs. Shortly after, Qin Wanshao, who was waiting at the door, saw the figure of the ability user who had come to report reappear from the staircase. Behind him were several unfamiliar-looking individuals, each bearing injuries. These people were naturally the escapees he had mentioned earlier, the psychics who had been accidentally rescued by the Star City hunting squad while on an outing. However, despite having been rescued from the beasts and entering the safe territory of Xingcheng, their expressions remained tense. "This is Qin Wanshao, the president of the Xingcheng Supernatural Ability Association. It is President Qin who wishes to meet with you." The ability user who had reported the situation introduced him to the people behind him. Upon hearing this, the fleeing psychics immediately turned to look at Qin Wanshao and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, President Qin. Thank you for the Star City Psychics' life-saving efforts." It was unclear when it had started. Outside Star City, those smaller cities that had once sought to curry favor with him were now treating him with increasing disdain. Seeing the respectful attitude of these non-Star City psychics toward him, Qin Wanshao finally smiled. He smiled and waved his hand. "No need to thank us. As fellow humans, saving you from the beasts was merely a small favor. I came here to ask you something. Besides the few of you, what is the exact strength of all the others who fled here?" Chapter 94, Changing Targets. Qin Wanshao wants to recruit refugee superhumans? Qin Wanshao's question was very straightforward. He had no intention of hiding his true purpose. After a brief moment of anger, Qin Wanshao had already come to a decision. Those town guards of the small cities were all blind, thinking that by heading to Qi City, they could seek its protection and live in peace. Qin Wanshao no longer bothered to care about their fate. When the day comes that those unfamiliar beast kings finally set foot in Qi City, destroying the entire city and shattering the very foundation these city defenders believed to be their greatest reliance, only then would they truly understand what regret truly meant. But by then, even if they wanted to return to Xingcheng City to seek shelter, it would depend on whether Qin Wanshao agreed. At this moment, Qin Wanshao had already shifted his focus from relocating those small cities to targeting these fleeing psychics. After all, they are all psychics.
Compared to those small cities that already had complete cities and their own leaders, Qin Wanshao believed that these psychics, whose cities had been destroyed and whose leaders were nowhere to be found, would be easier to control and could be more readily integrated into Star City's military forces. Moreover, these escapees likely carried some portable resources with them. If you add it all up, the accumulated resources of a city before its destruction might not be any less than those of a small city. Since they are all resources, they would also be beneficial to the Star City.
Upon hearing Qin Wanxiao's question,
the Sade's psychics on the other side revealed a look of difficulty on their faces and shook their heads slightly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Qin.
This time, all our cities were destroyed. The number of ordinary people who escaped and the number of psychics are too large for me to specify.
But the only thing I know is that even many SS-ranked psychics managed to escape.
However, the beast tide was too overwhelming, and we were all scattered.
Upon hearing the first part of their explanation, Qin Wanxiao's face showed some disappointment. However, when he heard that even SS-ranked psychics were among the escaping psychics, his expression changed instantly. SS-ranked psychics were considered elite even in their own city.
Such psychics, even if just one joined, would be of great help to the entire Star City.
And there were quite a few SS-ranked ones who had escaped.
Qin Wanxiao didn't care much about the ordinary people who had escaped, more or less didn't matter to him.
But these SS-ranked psychics, if they could be recruited into the city. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but breathe a little more rapidly. He looked at the few people in front of him. Do any of you have a way to contact others?
If so, I'd like to ask you to send out a message on my behalf, stating that Star City is willing to provide shelter to all fugitives. All fugitives are welcome to come to Star City for protection. Upon hearing this, the strongest S-class ability user among the few ability users present showed a hint of contemplation in his eyes.
He then spoke. We do, Mr. Qin.
Many of us carried communication devices during our escape, but we were too busy fighting off the beast horde to communicate with each other. However, I can share the frequency we normally use for communication with you. You can send the message first, and once the others have escaped the beasts, they might be able to receive the message from Xingcheng.
Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's eyes lit up with joy, and he nodded. If that's the case, then please inform them accordingly. Having learned the specific communication frequency from these fleeing psychics, Qin Wanxiao did not linger any longer. He had the psychic who had initially come to report the situation take them away, arrange accommodations for them, and provide medical treatment and rest. Without wasting any more time, Qin Wanxiao switched the communication frequency to the one mentioned by the S-rank psychic and began sending messages continuously. Meanwhile,
in a remote area of the wilderness, terrifying tremors echoed continuously from the ground. A massive horde of beasts, too numerous to count, gathered together, seemingly moving toward a single target in unison. At the forefront of this vast horde of beasts was a sizable group of humans. At a glance, the human group appeared to number nearly 1,000. Within the group, there were not only powerful psychics but also ordinary people. They were none other than the survivors who had fled after their city was destroyed. At that moment, the psychics in the group were stationed around the perimeter, protecting the retreat of the entire group. Unfortunately, many of them glanced back at the beast horde. They could clearly sense that the distance between the beast horde and the fleeing group was growing ever closer. If they continue in their current state, it may not be long before this human group would be completely overtaken by the beast horde. Just then, some individuals with special abilities suddenly released their powers, but not to fight the beasts. Instead, they used their abilities to grab numerous ordinary people and hurl them toward the beast horde behind them.
Screams echoed from the mouths of the ordinary people being thrown.
The beast horde behind them temporarily halted for an instant. However, the cost was that the bodies of those thrown out were instantly torn apart and crushed into meat by the beasts, which then devoured them.
After completing this,
the psychics who had thrown the ordinary people toward the beast horde released their psychic abilities once more. Their speed surged, and they broke away from the group, flying off into the distance. Only now did the remaining psychics still fighting the beasts within the ranks react, their eyes widening in horror as they watched the fleeing psychics disappear into the distance.
What are you doing? But the angry shouts from behind them.
Those who had already fled far away did not even bother to acknowledge them.
Instead, their speed increased even further, and they soon vanished from everyone's sight.
The group of psychics who had fled accounted for a full third of the total number of psychics in the group. The disappearance of 1/3 of the psychics. The pressure on the entire group to withstand the beast tide suddenly intensified. At the rear of the group, many beasts had already closed in. Although the remaining psychics in the group slowed down and moved to the rear to block the beast's advance. However, with the number of psychics suddenly reduced by 1/3, their resistance was significantly weaker than before. From the initial desperate struggle,
in less than 10 minutes,
many of the psychics were already covered in injuries, and their psychic abilities were being depleted at an alarming rate.
They were beginning to show signs of being unable to continue.
Perhaps it wouldn't be long before these psychics' abilities were completely depleted, marking the annihilation of the entire group.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
those psychics who had already fled the ranks saw the beast horde chasing them disappear and finally stopped running. Chapter 95, Using the lives of ordinary people to block the beast tide for us, they died a worthy death. After the prolonged escape, they finally unleashed their latent abilities to accelerate and break away from the group. The intense expenditure of their abilities had already depleted the limited reserves of power within their bodies. Fortunately, the beast horde that had been relentlessly pursuing them from behind had vanished without a trace. This gave them a brief moment to catch their breath. After a while, the chaotic energy fluctuations of these psychics finally stabilized, recalling their actions from earlier. At that moment, a small number of psychics finally showed signs of struggle and guilt on their faces. Do you think what we did earlier was really the right thing to do? These survivors who had managed to escape were constantly being chased by the beast horde, suffering losses every moment. They had fled all the way here from such a great distance. At the beginning, the group that had dwindled to just over 1,000 people was at least 10 times larger than it was now. Now, with only a fraction remaining, they had chosen to abandon everyone else for their own survival. At this moment, after the fact, a sense of guilt and self-reproach once again surfaced in their hearts. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. What's so bad about that? Most of those who couldn't escape were just ordinary people. Compared to their deaths, we, as psychics, possess unlimited potential. As long as we survive, we'll be able to save more people in the future. Those ordinary people sacrificed their lives to block the beast tide for us. They died a worthy death. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the speaker. It was a man dressed in black, with a cold expression on his face. Judging by the intensity of the psychic energy emanating from him, he was a top-tier S-class psychic, and perhaps even on the verge of becoming an SS-class psychic. The reason they had chosen to use other ordinary people as bait and break away from the group was not entirely due to circumstances. Part of the reason was that he had planned and orchestrated it in advance, which is why the operation was so well organized. And think about it carefully. Even if we had stayed and continued to hold our ground, our fate would have been the same: annihilation by the beast horde. Since that was inevitable, why not sacrifice those who were already doomed to die and give us, who already possessed decent abilities, a chance to survive? At the same time, the voice of the man in black robes sounded again. His words showed no remorse for the ordinary people he had abandoned as bait for the beast horde. To Wang Shan, such psychics were inherently superior beings with a higher life form. The only reason he had been willing to protect these ordinary people in the past was because the city offered good benefits for psychics, and he himself wasn't in much danger. But now, even his own city had been destroyed by the beast tide, and the strongest SSS-ranked psychics, along with the SS-ranked ones, had scattered in all directions, their fates unknown. Who would still be willing to risk their lives for those ordinary people? With his current strength, as long as he could survive, he could escape to any city and undoubtedly secure a decent life. After all, he wasn't just an ordinary S-rank peak-level individual. In his current state, he has the potential to become an SS class at any moment. Once he truly becomes SS rank, he would even be considered the top combat power in some small cities. And in larger cities, he would be among the top-tier combat forces. With such power, why would he risk his life for others? I have done everything I could to protect those ordinary people and bring them here. If they can't survive now, it only means their time has come. Wang Shan said coldly. Hearing Wang Shan's words, the few psychics who had previously shown traces of guilt and remorse on their faces finally looked a bit better. The guilt and remorse vanished, and their emotions and expressions shifted in just a few seconds. Or perhaps, deep down, they had never truly felt remorse or guilt. The remorse and guilt they had previously displayed were nothing more than an attempt to justify their actions, using ordinary people as bait for the beast horde to secure their own escape and to seek a modicum of psychological comfort. Now, some have offered reasonable explanations for their actions. The so-called guilt and self-blame have vanished completely. Captain Wang Shan, you're right. Only those of us with special abilities can survive and better fight the beasts. Those ordinary people were going to die anyway. It's better for them to die meaningfully for us. One of the young men, who had previously looked guilty, smiled and agreed. The expressions on the faces of the other psychics around them also relaxed, clearly agreeing with this logic. As the old saying goes, better a friend die than a poor monk. But the problem was that, compared to them, those ordinary people weren't even worthy of being called fellow practitioners. Those who refused to flee with them could only blame themselves for their choice. If they wanted to risk their lives to protect ordinary people from the beast horde, they had to be prepared to pay the ultimate price. They couldn't blame the others. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Shan nodded slightly and didn't say much more on the topic. The threat from the beasts had temporarily subsided. Without the threat of the beasts, they finally had time to survey their current surroundings. Unfortunately, the area they had escaped to was clearly beyond the scope of their known territory. Chen Xian's earlier mention of information blockage and inability to communicate had never been one-sided. Wang Shan and the others were equally clueless about this area. Let's first determine our exact location. Wang Shan spoke up, intending to take out his communicator to see if any other escape teams had sent messages. But the moment he activated the communicator, suddenly, messages with time intervals began to pop up one after another, eventually reaching the top of the screen.
Wang Shan looked at the sender of these messages.
He discovered that all the messages originated from the same person. The name was Xingqing Supernatural Association Qin Wanxiao. This is Qin Wanxiao of the Star City Supernatural Association. The association is guarded by multiple SSS-ranked supernatural beings and is willing to shelter all survivors whose cities were destroyed by the beast tide. If any survivors receive this message, please come to the coordinates. Looking at these identical messages one after another, Wang Shan noticed that, basically, every so often, this person named Qin Wanxiao would send out a new message with the same content.
Scrolling up the chat interface, Wang Shan could see the messages Qin Wanxiao had sent. The most recent message was sent 3 minutes ago, while the oldest one was sent 14 hours ago. Upon seeing this, Wang Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 96, Wang Shan and the others' decision heading to Star City? If Wang Shan remembered correctly, this person named Qin Wanxiao was sending messages on a public frequency band, which was normally where they openly chatted. However, the specific frequency signals seemed to be known only to the cities within their specific region. It was unlikely that others could accidentally tune in. Could it be that some people have already gone to this so-called Star City Supernatural Association? That's why our public frequency is now known to them? This seemed to be the only possibility. Just as Wang Shan was deep in thought, the psychics around him, who still had their communicators on, also took them out. The moment they opened their communicators, they saw the exact same situation as Wang Shan. Messages from someone named Star City Psionic Association Qin Wanxiao kept popping up. This Star City and this person named Qin Wanxiao, I seem to have some recollection of them. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a young man in his 20s. They had all fled from the same area. Though they weren't from the same city, they knew each other to some extent. Wang Shan and the others knew the young man's identity. His name was Qin Xing, from a small city. He was an ability user with an ability strength rated at S-class, though his actual power was slightly weaker than Wang Shan's. In that small city, aside from 2 SS-level guardians, this ability user named Qin Xing was considered a top-tier expert in the next tier. You said you have an impression of this Star City and Qin Wanxiao? Looking at Qin Xing, Wang Shan immediately asked. Everyone else also turned their puzzled gazes toward Qin Xing. In response, Qin Xing nodded slightly. Yes, 2 years ago, our city received information from a team of ability explorers from another region. According to that team, they were from this area and were a joint team formed by multiple cities. Among them were ability users from Star City. 2 years ago? Is that true? We haven't heard anything about it? Upon hearing Qin Xing's words, the brows of everyone present furrowed slightly. They were considered some of the stronger psychics in their city, yet they had never heard of this before. That's normal. Qin Xing's expression remained unchanged despite the others' confusion. Back then, our city was the first to establish contact with that group of psychics. We also notified your city's defenders afterward. However, after that group returned, they went completely silent and never contacted us again. Eventually, we gave up. If communication could be re-established between the two sides in the future, these individuals would naturally hear the news from their city's defenders and even complete a mission to re-establish communication. However, this matter was never followed up on. Over time, if no one brings it up again, the matter will naturally be set aside by the city guardians who were aware of it. Qin Xing was able to learn about this incident solely because the information originated from their city, making it first-hand knowledge. That was 2 years ago. Under the onslaught of the beast horde, their city was completely destroyed. Upon seeing the message from Star City on the communicator, Qin Xing finally recalled the incident from long ago. I see. How large is Star City in total? Is it really as described in the message, with multiple SSS-ranked psychics? Everyone nodded thoughtfully, while Wang Shan turned to Qin Xing and continued his question. Upon hearing this, Qin Xing's face grew pensive, as if recalling the information he had obtained 2 years prior. Back then, their city had not only exchanged information with that ability squad but had also shared a significant amount of intelligence. After a moment, as if recalling something, Qin Xing snapped out of his reverie. However, his tone had clearly grown excited. I remember now. According to the information from 2 years ago, Star City already had an SSS-ranked psychic at that time, and Star City's development was the strongest in this region. With 2 years having passed, Star City's overall strength must be even more terrifying. So, the information coming from the city called Xingqing isn't a lie? Yes. Qin Xing nodded firmly. Upon hearing Qin Xing's words, including Wang Shan, the surrounding psychics all revealed a look of surprise on their faces. They had originally thought that after escaping from the beast horde, they would have to endure a long period of fleeing. But now, the appearance of Star City had greatly alleviated their urgent situation. With their abilities, they were certain to receive favorable treatment in Star City. I plan to head to Star City. What about you all? Wang Shan spoke up. The other psychics naturally shared the same thoughts, and none of them refused. After all, they had fled their previous group to survive.
Now that they had learned of a city like Star City, which was so powerful and home to multiple SSS-ranked psychics, recruiting them as refugees, how could they possibly refuse? In this region, there was likely no safer place than Star City. If that's the case, let's set off. Wang Shan spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, his abilities reactivated, and the other ability users around him did the same. After confirming the coordinates of Star City, the group flew off in a specific direction. As for the ordinary people and some of the psychics they had abandoned earlier, left behind to serve as bait for the beast horde, they had long since been forgotten by Wang Shan and the others. They never believed those people could survive to expose their actions. Given the sheer scale of the beast horde in the time that had passed, even if they hadn't all been killed by the beasts, they were likely already on their last legs. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Wang Shan and the others had anticipated, after Wang Shan and the others left, the situation for this group grew increasingly dire. The already severely depleted combat strength of the psychic warriors grew even weaker. Yet the overall number of beasts remained unchanged. In just a matter of minutes, many psychics began to feel their abilities dwindling rapidly. Worse still, some psychics had already suffered casualties under the beast tide's assault. At that moment, whether they were ordinary people being protected or psychics fighting the beast horde, despair was evident in everyone's eyes. After finally escaping to this place, were they all going to be wiped out? In their despair, many psychics found that the intensity of the psychic abilities they were releasing had weakened significantly, and they began to accept their fate. Just then, from the rear of the once vast and terrifying beast horde, the panicked screams of countless beasts suddenly echoed, sounding extremely frantic. A faint blue-colored psychic energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The moment this blue-colored ability fluctuation appeared, both the beasts and the psychics felt an overwhelming pressure from an intense psychic force. Chapter 97, Wang Yang's Mixed Feelings. The immense pressure originally emanating from the beasts seemed to vanish into thin air in an instant. At that moment, the once ferocious beasts, which had been madly charging toward the fleeing squad, intent on tearing them apart and killing everyone, suddenly ceased their charge toward the fleeing squad on the brink of being torn apart. Strangely, they did not retreat toward the direction they had come from either. Instead, it seemed as though an indescribable, terrifying presence was blocking the rear of the beast horde. To save time, all the beasts let out terrified screams and charged wildly toward the open spaces on either side, attempting to escape. Within the group, those with supernatural abilities who felt their powers nearing depletion and were on the brink of despair paused their actions in confusion, clearly unsure of what was happening. After all, these beasts only needed to charge their defensive line for another 3 minutes at most, and their defenses would likely be shattered. At that point, not only the psychics but also the ordinary people sheltered behind them would be torn apart and slaughtered like sheep among wolves. But, just as the beasts were about to succeed, they suddenly retreated instead? Suddenly, a man within the group, his body covered in blood, whether his own or the beast's, moved his eyes. Wang Yang was one of the strongest psychics in this fleeing squad. Like the psychic named Wang Shan who had previously broken away from the group to escape, he was a psychic at the peak of the S rank. The reason their escape group had managed to hold out for so long was largely due to Wang Yang's desperate efforts to block the beasts. Had it not been for Wang Yang's desperate defense against the oncoming beast tide, the group would have suffered casualties at least several times greater than before, if not been completely wiped out. At that moment, Wang Yang's gaze swept across the beast tide, fixating on its rear. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It was because, within his perception, there was an extremely terrifying psychic energy approaching from the rear of the beast horde. SS class? No. Wang Yang had encountered many SS class psychics before. This psychic energy was far beyond SS level. Wang Yang's pupils contracted tightly. The next moment, the faintly blue supernatural energy that had previously occupied only a small portion of Wang Yang's vision surged skyward, as if the sky itself had been shrouded in a faint blue hue. Among the once ferocious beasts before him, a sense of panic and fear began to spread. Immediately afterward, the desperate screams of countless beasts echoed through the air. A gaping void tore open from the rear of the beast horde, stretching straight toward Wang Yang. Looking through this gap that ran through the beast horde, one could see all the way to the end. All that could be seen was a cold-eyed woman gazing indifferently at the beast horde. The overwhelmingly oppressive blue-colored energy fluctuations emanating from her body were the source of the pressure. Behind the woman, a small group of about 10 people followed closely. However, under the influence of the blue-colored energy fluctuations, the 10 or so individuals, who were no slouches themselves, were completely overshadowed, their own abilities completely obscured. In fact, the small team of around 10 people didn't even get the chance to act. At that moment, the woman with the cold expression gently raised her hand. Between her palms, an increasingly blinding indigo blue energy began to emerge. A slender hand pressed downward through the air. The ground in front of her sank several inches into the air. Countless beasts that had been fleeing suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Their bodies froze in place. From a great distance away, Wang Yang could clearly hear the crunching sounds of bone straining under the immense pressure emanating from the massive beasts' bodies. Immediately afterward, a large number of beasts unable to withstand the pressure collapsed sideways, crashing onto the ground and writhing in agony.
Unfortunately, such agonizing cries did not last long.
A blue light swept over their bodies, taking away the last remnants of life from the creatures.
Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yang's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly.
A certain suspicion in his heart grew even stronger.
This power. Absolutely, without a doubt. It had definitely reached SSS rank. I never expected that besides Fang Yan, there were other human SSS rank psychics here. Indeed, the decision to flee here was correct.
At that moment, Wang Yang, who had been fleeing from the beasts for days, finally felt a slight sense of relief. But soon, as his expression relaxed, a hint of gloom flickered in Wang Yang's eyes.
Recalling the moment when those few beast kings descended upon their city. Every single one of those beast kings was SSS rank.
Even Lord Fang Yan, whom everyone had always regarded as invincible, had been soundly defeated by those few beast kings and had vanished without a trace. Compared to those beast kings,
their human SSS rank warriors, both in numbers and individual strength, were far inferior. I wonder if those beast kings will follow us here. Thinking this, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a mix of tension and fear. For a moment, Wang Yang's mindset was torn between joy and worry. However, the others had no idea what Wang Yang was thinking. The cold, elegant woman emanating a faint blue aura of supernatural energy was none other than Yixue. Earlier, when he had learned about the surviving refugees who had fled here from Chengxian, Yixue had voluntarily expressed her intention to lead a team of energy users to investigate. Given Yixue's strength, she would not hesitate to face a beast king alone. Even if there were multiple beast kings, escaping would not be difficult for Yixue. Therefore, after presenting this idea to Li Xiao, he naturally agreed. Since Li Xiao had agreed, Chen Xian had no objections either, and soon a special abilities squad that frequently went out on hunting expeditions was assembled to accompany Yixue. Now, the team led by Yixue had been away from Qi City for half a day. After half a day, aside from scattered beasts outside the city, they had not encountered any fleeing survivors and were preparing to return. However, just moments ago, within the range of Yixue's psychic senses, she detected abnormal agitation among the beast hordes. Upon arriving with the team, they finally discovered Wang Yang and his group fleeing. Fortunately, we didn't arrive too late. Yixue's palm pressed down once more, releasing her blue-colored ability.
Before her, another large number of beasts fell to the ground.
Countless beasts lay dead at Yixue's hands. Those still alive felt an overwhelming sense of fear.
They fled to both sides at an even faster pace. The speed at which they fled in the face of death far exceeded the speed at which these beasts had initially chased their prey.
In just a moment,
apart from the numerous corpses of beasts littering the ground,
the few remaining beasts that were still alive had also fled completely. Chapter 98, Concentration of Spiritual Energy. Yixue did not pursue the few remaining beasts that had escaped. The blue-colored spiritual energy surrounding her gradually retracted as she turned her gaze toward the group of fleeing creatures that had finally relaxed after the beasts had either died or fled. At the same time, Wang Yang, the strongest member of the group, also noticed Yixue's gaze. He took a deep breath, approached Yixue, and spoke gratefully. "Thank you, sir, for coming to our aid. Without your help today, our entire group would have been wiped out by the beast horde." Yixue waved her hand dismissively. Facing Wang Yang, the cold expression on her face faded, revealing a smile. "There's no need to thank me. We were here for you." Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion in his eyes. But before Wang Yang could ask, Yixue had already explained the reason for their outing. After hearing Yixue's explanation, Wang Yang's face also revealed a look of sudden understanding. "I see." He had initially thought that Yixue's appearance was a coincidence. But now it was clear there was no such thing as coincidence. It was simply that other fugitives had already made contact with the city's psychics in this area and learned of their existence. Thinking this, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. "Since you fled here because your city was destroyed, would you be willing to go to Qi City?" Yixue's voice sounded again from the side. Upon hearing Yixue's words, Wang Yang snapped back to reality. Originally, even if Yixue hadn't brought it up, Wang Yang would have definitely suggested it himself. After all, within his group, aside from the psychics like them, there were many ordinary people. Continuing to lead them on the run was not a sustainable solution. They, the psychics, were still manageable and could hold on for a while longer. But the ordinary people in the group were mostly on the brink of collapse. From his previous conversations with Yixue, Wang Yang knew that the city she mentioned was the one she was currently in. Wang Yang hurriedly said, "If Qi City doesn't mind taking us in, we'd be more than happy to go. In that case, we'll trouble Yixue to lead the way." Upon hearing this, Yixue smiled, "It's no trouble. Besides, we were also hoping to learn more about those beast kings from you." As she spoke, Yixue waved her hand behind her. The number of beasts killed by Yixue on the ground was so numerous that they couldn't be left there to go to waste. The small team that had followed Yixue arrived and, upon receiving the signal, began collecting the bodies of the slain beasts. Bringing these beasts back would provide a significant supply for the entire city of Qi for an extended period. This was second nature to Ishue. After all, back in Xingcheng, as an SS-ranked individual. Even though she was one of the few female SS-ranked individuals, this did not mean she had done less than her peers. Additionally, having spent her days by Li Xiao's side, the missions she had undertaken were even more numerous than those of some of her peers. Before long, Wang Yang's team, which had become somewhat disorganized after the Beast Tide, was fully reorganized. Many of the psychics who had been injured in the recent battle received basic first aid. Led by Yi Shui, the group headed back toward the direction of Qi City. The shattered ruins of the human city, buried under countless towering trees and vine-like plants after 5 years of ability revival, only revealed faint, inconspicuous traces. Countless massive beasts roamed the ruins. Powerful A-rank and even stronger S-rank beings roamed this region. But at this moment, regardless of how powerful these beasts are, they all maintain the most humble posture, crawling on the ground. With such low spiritual energy concentration, you've been beaten into this state by those psychics? It seems we underestimated the two of you. The ground trembled slightly at that moment. In the distance, several figures far more terrifying than ordinary beasts approached slowly. A white beast resembling a tiger and a black serpent were at the rear. Before them stood the 3 beast kings who had recently descended upon this place. The crimson flame demon wolf, the golden lion, and the black bear, whose power was the most terrifying and whose size was even larger than the other beast kings. The one who had just spoken was the crimson flame demon wolf, who had recently taught the black giant serpent a lesson. When they first arrived in this area, they couldn't sense anything. However, after spending more time here, they have discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy in this area is alarmingly low. It was only about 60 to 70% of what they were accustomed to. The crimson flame demon wolf, with its cold and disdainful wolf-like eyes, glanced at the white strange tiger and black giant serpent behind it. It's hard to believe that you could fall into the hands of an SSS rank being born in such harsh conditions. Even in a place where the spiritual energy concentration is only 60 to 70% of what they are responsible for in their own territory. The SSS ranked beings born here have already beaten the 2 white tiger beast kings into this state. If they had gone to other places, these 2 beast kings might fare even worse, becoming the first batch of beast kings ever to be completely annihilated by human psychics? Hearing the mockery and taunts from the crimson flame demon wolves, a flash of anger flickered in the eyes of the white tiger and the black python. They wanted to say that if they were ordinary SSS ranked beasts, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. But the problem was that among the SSS ranked beings, a monster had emerged. A monster far beyond the ordinary. Of course, this wasn't the first time the white demon tiger and the black giant serpent had been insulted by the crimson flame demon wolf in recent times. Earlier, they had mentioned Li Xiao's existence to explain his unusual nature. But unfortunately, the crimson flame demon wolf didn't take it seriously, attributing everything to the fact that the 2 beast kings were useless. Now, the white tiger and the black python have also given up on trying to explain. Perhaps only they, who had also faced Li Xiao directly. They alone could comprehend the true extent of Li Xiao's power. However, the fleeting anger and restraint in the eyes of the white strange tiger and the black giant python. The crimson flame demon wolf also noticed them. However, it did not care. Perhaps in the past, upon seeing another beast of the same rank being humiliated, the crimson flame demon wolf would have grown wary. But now, things were different. Having nearly annihilated all the humans in that area, opening a small spatial fissure in that area once again. Although the fissure only lasted for a very short time, the benefits they gained, along with the rewards they obtained, were beyond imagination. Especially that sliver of energy whose intensity and quality far surpassed that of a Beast King level ability. Though that energy was scarce. However, it granted the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf the absolute confidence to face any SSS tier opponent without fear and crush them effortlessly. That was the true difference in quality between 2 entirely different levels of power. Without energy of the same level and quality to counteract it, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf did not consider any SSS rank to be its match. Chapter 99, The Cumulative Power of the Snowball Effect. Unless, among the SSS ranked beings it faces, there is also an existence with the same high-quality energy as itself. But in this world called Blue Star, currently, there are very few SSS ranked ability users, let alone surpassing SSS rank. Moreover, given the current strength of Blue Star, it simply cannot support the existence of beings beyond the SSS tier. As long as others do not possess that same high-quality energy. For instance, against a white tiger with comparable psychic power, the Crimson Flame Wolf is confident. Even if it were to face 3 or 5 of them at once, the victor would inevitably be itself. Back when they first arrived on Blue Star, the strength of all the Beast Kings was roughly on par, with little difference between them. However, with the passage of time, the gaps between the Beast Kings have become increasingly evident. A step ahead means a head start. The future. All that remains is for the restrictions to be lifted. Those Beast Kings who were the first to receive rewards might even be able to break through the SSS rank limit first. Thinking this, the Crimson Flames and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes flickered with anticipation.
Due to its excitement, the crimson flames swirling around its body seemed to grow even brighter, distorting the air around it in waves.
It glanced at the white and black behind it. The crimson flame demon wolf seemed to want to mock them further. However, before it could say anything else, a deafening, muffled sound suddenly rang out, cutting off the crimson flame demon wolf's voice. It was the black bear that had been silently leading the way at the front who finally spoke. Enough of that. How is the beast horde gathering? Though it was merely a simple inquiry. But it still caused the crimson flame demon wolf's expression to grow solemn, no longer the previous contemptuous mockery. Even the crimson flame demon wolf, who believed itself capable of taking on 3 or 5 white alone, dared not show the slightest arrogance in the presence of this black bear. The number of beasts gathering is almost there. It won't be long before we reach our target. Soon, we will be able to launch an attack on the Star City and Chi City. The crimson flame demon wolf spoke with its head lowered. As its words fell, it licked its crimson tongue, and its wolf eyes flashed with a brutal, bloodthirsty gleam. Though they did not regard human psychics as a threat. However, during this period of gathering the beast tide, they had learned from the 2 beast kings, the White Tiger, about the distribution and scale of human cities in this area. Most cities did not even reach SSS rank. Only 2 cities, Xingcheng and Xiqing, possessed SSS rank status. From the 2 white-furred beasts, they learned that the human psychics who had defeated them and forced them into hiding were likely in Chi City, one of the 2 cities. When the time comes, I will go to Chi City. The crimson flame demon wolf cast a dismissive glance at the 2 dejected white tiger beasts behind him and spoke slowly. It also wanted to see for itself what made the human psychic who could defeat 2 beast kings so thoroughly so special. When the time came, it would take action personally. How long could that human psychic withstand its attacks? Perhaps only by personally slaying that human psychic in its own hands. The white tiger and the black python would have no excuse for their defeat. The crimson flame demon wolf's eyes grew cold. Since you're heading to Chi City, the city known as Xingcheng will be under my jurisdiction. Beside him, one of the 3 beast kings, a golden lion with a muscular build and a majestic appearance, spoke up. That's correct. The purpose of summoning such a massive beast tide for so long was not merely to deal with a single city. Rather, they aimed to eliminate all SSS-ranked cities in this region in one fell swoop. After all, once all the SSS-ranked human psychics here are dealt with, the remaining human cities that don't even have SSS-ranked individuals will inevitably end up as lambs led to slaughter, easily crushed and annihilated by them. In a few short words, they have already divided up their next targets. Meanwhile, in Xicheng, in a quiet courtyard, 3 mature trees stood in a row, their trunks seeming even more towering and robust than a few days ago. Among the branching limbs, tender buds were beginning to emerge and small, unremarkable fruits were gradually taking shape. However, these fruits, still in their early stages, are clearly inedible. Even the largest one was no bigger than a marble, lacking the enticing appearance and fragrance of a ripe fruit. At that moment, under the shade cast by the 3 trees, a young figure leans against the trunk of one of the trees. Feeling the ever-growing surge of powerful energy within his body, Li Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion once more. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Although the enhanced fruits on these 3 mutated trees have not yet grown during this period. However, using these exotic vegetables daily is no less effective than Li Xiao consuming large quantities of the highest grade celestial treasures every day, and without any side effects or aftereffects. To put it bluntly, Li Xiao's total amount of supernatural abilities is indeed increasing. However, the daily increase in his total supernatural abilities shows no signs of slowing down or stalling. Instead, it resembles the snowball effect after initial accumulation. He is extracting more spiritual energy from the exotic vegetables each day. The spiritual energy drifting in the surrounding heavens and earth is also being absorbed by him at a faster rate than before. In just a few days, Li Xiao could feel that the increase in his total supernatural ability had already exceeded 10%, and the current rate of increase was still accelerating. For a low-tier psychic, a 10% increase might not be significant overall. However, as an SSS-ranked ability user who had been immersed in this world for years, with the assistance of the system's various rare treasures, the total amount of supernatural abilities within his body had already become incalculable. A mere 10% increase in total ability. This was already several times greater than the total ability of an ordinary SSS-ranked ability user. Yet, despite this, Li Xiao still felt that he had not yet reached the true bottleneck of his current realm. This gives Li Xiao a very strange feeling. What lies beyond SSS rank? What exactly is it? Li Xiao muttered to himself, seeking an answer. Unfortunately, with Li Xiao's current strength, there was no one on Blue Star who could answer his questions. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, Li Xiao seemed to sense something. His gaze suddenly turned toward the gates of Chi City. Immediately afterward, Li Xiao's figure slowly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already on the patrol walls of Chi City. Standing on the patrol wall and looking out, he saw a familiar figure leading a group of nearly 1,000 people, heading back toward Chi City. Chapter 100, a total ability far surpassing that of dozens of peers of the same rank. Unanswered questions.
The familiar figure Li Xiao saw was none other than Yi Shui. However, it seemed that Li Xiao was not the only one who had noticed Yi Shui's return. The city walls, which had previously only been patrolled by routine patrol teams. Chen Xian's figure appeared shortly after Li Xiao did. When Chen Xian saw Li Xiao, he paused for a moment before quickly approaching him.
Lord Li Xiao?
Turning his head to look at Chen Xian, who seemed a bit puzzled, Li Xiao shook his head and spoke softly.
Come take a look.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xian did not ask any further questions. Soon, the 1,000-strong force led by Yi Shui also arrived outside the city walls of Qiqing. The patrol teams on the city walls, upon seeing this, quickly dispatched a patrol team to the city gates and opened the tightly closed gates. Upon seeing the gates open, the special abilities squad that had accompanied Yi Shui out of the city organized everyone to enter the city in an orderly manner. Yi Shui did not follow them through the city gates. A faint blue glow flickered around her body as she slowly floated upward, landing directly on the patrol walls. Even before she was close to Qi City, Yi Shui had already noticed Li Xiao waiting for her on the patrol walls. Looking at Li Xiao, a smile appeared on Yi Shui's face. Li Xiao returned the smile.
Back already? Was the journey uneventful? Yi Shui shook her head. The journey was safe.
There seemed to be fewer abnormal beasts outside recently, and we didn't even see a single SS-ranked one.
However, we were lucky today.
Not long after we set out, we actually found some fleeing psychics and made some extra gains. As she spoke, Yi Shui glanced at the pile of monster corpses piled up at the rear of the group outside the city.
With so many beast corpses, the small team Yi Shui had let out clearly couldn't bring them all back.
Fortunately, the number of psychics in this group of fugitives was quite large. Without the threat of a beast tide, even with limited resources, they could each take on a share of the burden. They brought back every single beast that Yi Shui had killed.
Miss Yi Shui's abilities are still reassuring. Chen Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Shui and praise her.
Earlier, in the entire city of Qi, aside from himself, the only ones who could be of any help were the S-rankers.
However, S-rank clearly faced numerous challenges they couldn't handle outside the city. Now that Li Xiao had brought Yi Shui to Qi City, Chen Xian noticed that his daily tasks seemed much easier.
Many tasks that had previously required his personal attention were now being handled by Yi Shui as part of her duties. And this was all without Li Xiao intervening. Upon hearing Chen Xian's praise, Yi Shui responded with a modest smile.
Chen Xian is too kind. Now that I've settled in Qi City, it's just a small favor within my duties. Upon arriving in Qi City, Yi Shui's experience was similar to Li Xiao's.
In Qi City, they experienced a sense of ease and freedom that Star City had never known before.
Throughout Qi City, from top to bottom, the respect shown to them was genuine and heartfelt.
Under such circumstances, Yi Shui naturally did not mind lending a hand to do something for Qi City. Just like Li Xiao, who rarely interfered in Qi City's affairs. But if Chen Xian ever encountered trouble and truly needed Li Xiao's help, Li Xiao would likely be willing to lend a hand.
By the way, I have something I'd like to ask you to help me with.
Suddenly, Li Xiao's voice rang out from the side.
Sir Li Xiao, please don't mention it. If there's anything you need, just say the word.
There's no need to talk about helping or not helping. Both of their gazes fell on Li Xiao. Chen Xian spoke without hesitation. Yi Shui beside him did the same.
That's right. If there's anything, just say it.
However, unlike Chen Xian, when Yi Shui finished speaking, the look in her eyes toward Li Xiao was filled with a touch of confusion. Given Li Xiao's abilities, what could possibly require their assistance? Li Xiao said, I want you to relax your minds and let me observe the supernatural abilities within your bodies.
Observe the supernatural abilities within our bodies?
Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Yi Shui and Chen Xian were both taken aback. It seemed they hadn't expected Li Xiao's offer of help to be so simple.
However, this favor.
It wasn't that big of a deal, but it wasn't exactly small either. The only difficulty was completely letting go of one's guard. After all, completely letting go of one's mind and allowing another's perception to enter one's body was essentially equivalent to handing over one's life to the other person. Unless there is 100% trust, no one would willingly open their mind completely and allow another person's perception to enter their body to examine their condition.
But Li Xiao is an exception.
So it's just this small matter. If Lord Li Xiao wishes to see, then let him see. Chen Xian laughed, and as soon as he finished speaking, he completely let go of his mind, with no defenses at all. Yi Shui did the same, completely opening her mind in front of Li Xiao, feeling no pressure at all.
The faint, indigo blue glow clinging to her body flickered and vanished completely.
Seeing the two in such a relaxed state, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile.
Thank you.
After speaking, Li Xiao did not hesitate, dividing a portion of his mind into two streams, entering Yi Shui and Chen Xian's bodies to inspect them. Midway through entering their bodies, the two streams of consciousness Li Xiao had split off encountered no resistance or obstruction whatsoever. This indicated that Yi Shui and Chen Xian had not only voluntarily lowered all their defenses toward Li Xiao. It also meant that their subconscious minds and instinctive reactions were equally without any guard against Li Xiao.
Not long after,
Li Xiao's mind carefully examined the two of them inside their bodies. Withdrawing his mind, Li Xiao remained silent. However, Yi Shui and Chen Xian noticed that Li Zhao's expression seemed a bit off.
Lord Li Xiao, is something wrong? Chen Xian asked instinctively.
In response, Li Xiao maintained his expression, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. The reason Li Xiao had earlier suggested observing the two of them's abilities was because he was increasingly aware of the vast yet limitless total amount of supernatural abilities within his own body. Earlier, after observing the total amount of supernatural abilities within the two individuals, Li Xiao could clearly sense that
if Chen Xian's current total ability was 1, then Yi Shui's current total ability level would be 3. Both are SSS-ranked psychics, one a newcomer and the other capable of fighting a Beast King alone. The threefold difference in total ability between the two is understandable. But the problem lies here. If we convert Li Zhao's own total ability into a numerical value, Li Zhao's total ability, at least 60 times that of Chen Xian and 20 times that of Yi Shui. Such a massive disparity in total ability. This seems to have far exceeded the upper limit for psychic abilities within the same realm. This left Li Xiao feeling utterly bewildered and at a loss. Unfortunately, there was no one to provide an answer. Chapter 101, Abandon the city and flee directly, the only way to survive. Fengcheng. A few days of brief preparations. The time spent was less than half of what it took in Yincheng. Over 90% of the personnel and supplies in Fengcheng have been organized. The number of people moving around the specialized hospital for psychics in Fengcheng has significantly decreased. However, in a certain ward, 3 neatly arranged hospital beds. The 3 figures who had been unconscious due to their injuries have now fully regained consciousness. Fenghan stands by one of the beds. The person lying on the bed in front of him was none other than the S-ranked ability user who had been fortunate enough to be saved by the Fengcheng ability users among the 3. The second time he regained consciousness, his injuries had eased, and his thoughts had become much clearer. However, the atmosphere in the ward was now incredibly tense and oppressive. So you're saying you don't want us to relocate Fengcheng to Qicheng? Fenghan's expression grew grim. Earlier, he had received news that the 3 psychics who had fled here had finally regained consciousness. His subordinates had also reported that they had important matters to discuss with him. But the result of their visit was this. They were here to stop him from going to Qi City? If it weren't for the fact that these 3 were refugees who had personally encountered those unfamiliar Beast Kings, Fenghan would likely not even bother to give such a suggestion a second thought. If you fear that Qi City cannot protect us, rest assured. Qi City has several SSS-ranked individuals. Looking at the 3 on the sickbed, especially the S-rank ability user, Fenghan spoke. But upon hearing this, the 3 on the hospital bed showed no sign of joy. Especially the S-rank ability user. Instead, a more somber expression appeared on his face as he shook his head. SSS? That's not enough. It's far from enough. If an SSS-class psychic were truly capable of opposing the Beast King, they wouldn't have ended up with their own city destroyed and fleeing in disarray. Back then, they believed that with SSS-ranked psychics, even if the Beast King himself descended, they would be unharmed. But reality dealt them a crushing blow. When the Beast Kings finally acted, they realized the gap between SSS-ranked psychics and Beast Kings was truly vast. Looking at Fenghan, who maintained absolute trust in the SSS-ranked psychic, this S-class psychic felt as though he were seeing his former self and the vast majority of others. We've been fleeing for some time now. Those Beast Kings shouldn't be too far behind us. If you're willing to trust me, take advantage of the time we have left and evacuate everyone in the city immediately. The farther you go, the better. Only then might we have a chance to survive. The deep voice of the S-rank ability user sounded once more. From the destruction of his own city and the defeat of what was once considered the invincible SSS class, this seemed to be the best advice he could offer. To survive, they must abandon their fixed city and flee collectively. Though if they did, the entire fleeing force would face immense hardships in the wilderness without the protection of a city. But this was still better than the day the Beast King descended personally and wiped out the entire city. Recalling the day the Beast King personally destroyed their city, this S-class ability user shuddered uncontrollably. It was a truly despairing, apocalyptic scene. Out of the entire city, fewer than 1 in 10, or even 1 in 100, managed to escape alive. There was one more thing the S-rank ability user did not mention. Back then, when the 3 Beast Kings personally intervened, their first target was the city's housing SSS-ranked psychics, intending to eliminate the strongest psychics among humanity first. Those Beast Kings did indeed succeed. This time, the 3 Beast Kings have come here, and they will likely do the same. The city he is currently in, known as Maple City, would not be their first target. Now, Fenghan scoffed at his own words. Perhaps, only when they witness the city's harboring SSS-ranked psychics suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the Beast Kings and flee in disarray. Only then will they realize the true terror of the Beast Kings. That might be the moment when Fenghan and the others finally heed his advice and choose to flee together. Without saying another word, the S-rank ability user's eyes grew somber, his mood sinking. The Beast King is coming. Another region of human cities is about to fall. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far from Star City.
A group of several dozen psychic warriors slowly came to a halt. After a long journey, even these formidable psychics had once again exhausted their abilities to the limit. Now, as they approached Star City, they could faintly see a massive city in the distance,
though they could only catch a glimpse from afar. But Wang Shan and the others could already sense the immense scale of the city. It was even on par with the cities they had once inhabited, which were home to SSS-ranked psychics. According to the coordinates in the information, that area ahead should be Star City. Looking at the coordinates on his communicator, Wang Shan spoke. Behind him, many of the psychics following him all showed signs of excitement in their eyes, gazing toward the vast city ahead. While the scale of a city cannot be directly equated to its overall development or the combined combat strength of its psychics. However, maintaining the stability of such a massive city would undoubtedly require a significant number of psychics. Otherwise, those smaller cities wouldn't have left the ruins of cities destroyed by the beast tide to rot for so long without attempting to repair them. After all, with insufficient population and psychics, even if those cities reduced to ruins by the beast tide were rebuilt, it would hold no significance for their own cities and would only increase resource consumption. It seems that the reports mentioning multiple SSS-ranked individuals in Star City are not false. A psychic exclaimed with a look of surprise. At that time, the human cities in that region had not yet been destroyed by the beast tide. Nor had any city managed to cultivate multiple SSS-ranked individuals. Using the resources of an entire city to cultivate a single SSS-ranked individual was already their limit at the time. Some cities were even worse off, lacking the resources to cultivate an SSS-ranked individual at all. The overall strength of this Star City is likely far greater than any city in our region. With Star City's strength, it might actually be able to stop those beast kings. Finally, we'll be safe. Ha, it was indeed the right decision to abandon those ordinary people and use them to hold back the beast tide for a while. If we had foolishly risked our lives for those ordinary people, we might not have even had the chance to reach the Star City. Thinking this, many of the psychics in the group couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were grateful for their decisive decision earlier. Chapter 102, Survivors arrive at Star City, Qin Wanxiao's friendly attitude. At least, the deaths of those ordinary people weren't entirely meaningless.
Once we join the Star City in the future, we'll secure good positions, kill more beasts, and that will be our way of avenging them.
After speaking, the many psychics present nodded in agreement.
It seemed as though they had completely forgotten their earlier mindset, where they had only cared about their own survival, abandoning others, and even deliberately throwing some into the beast tide to slow its advance. Alright, I've already contacted Qin Wanxiao, the president of Star City.
He's just responded.
We should head to Star City immediately. He'll come to greet us personally. Wang Shan's voice rang out once more from the side.
Chairman Qin Wanxiao is coming to greet us personally?
Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across everyone's eyes, and their lips couldn't help but curve into smug smiles.
Xingqiang was home to multiple SSS-ranked psychics.
And Qin Wanxiao, as the president of the Xingqiang Supernatural Abilities Association, had personally come to greet them upon hearing of their arrival.
This clearly demonstrated how much Qin Wanxiao valued them.
It seems like we've come to the right place after all. One psychic ability user spoke with a smile. Originally, they had planned to spend some time integrating into Star City. But now, judging by the attitude of Qin Wanxiao, the president of the Supernatural Abilities Association, if they wish to do so, they should be able to secure a decent position in Xingqiang fairly quickly.
Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's not keep President Qin Wanxiao waiting. Let's continue on our way.
After saying this, Wang Shan and the others did not linger any longer. They headed toward the vast Star City, which was beginning to take shape in their minds.
Before long, the vague outline of Star City began to grow larger in their eyes.
When Wang Shan and the others were still hundreds of meters away from Star City, they noticed that outside the city there were already many people who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. A middle-aged man at the front of the group suddenly spoke up.
Everyone, are you the group led by Captain Wang Shan mentioned in the previous communication? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Shan and his group stopped and approached the group. Looking at the middle-aged man speaking in the group of psychic warriors behind him. From this team of psychics, Wang Shan could sense that each member seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. This made Wang Shan and the other psychics feel more confident. I am Wang Shan from the previous communication. Are you Mr. Qin Wanxiao, the president of the association? Wang Shan asked the middle-aged man politely. Yes, I am Qin Wanxiao. Both parties confirmed their identities.
Wang Shan smiled, and Qin Wanxiao, who had come to greet him personally, also smiled. Normally, based on the previous communications, which indicated that Wang Shan and his group had the highest-ranked individual at S-tier peak, it was not worth Qin Wanxiao coming out personally to greet them. However, in recent times, those small cities had all been ungrateful, all wanting to go to Qi City, while not a single person had contacted their Star City.
Qin Wanxiao could only shift his recruitment efforts to these fleeing psychics.
As the first group of fugitives to voluntarily come to Star City, Qin Wanxiao did not hesitate to lower his status and personally greet them to show his regard for them. With Wang Shan and the other survivors who had fled to Star City as guarantors,
Qin Wanshao believed that more fleeing survivors would inevitably choose their star city.
If Li Xiao were here now and saw Qin Wanshao's attitude, he would be stunned to realize that back then, when facing the pressure from the Beast King and there were no truly powerful psychics capable of standing up to him, Qin Wanshao had also been so polite in inviting him multiple times. However, later on, Li Xiao's contributions became too great, and he began to surpass Qin Wanshao's control, prompting Qin Wanshao to adopt a different persona. However, now, facing Wang Shan and the others, Qin Wanshao's second face has completely vanished. The gaze he cast upon Wang Shan and the others was as kind as could be, showing not the slightest trace of the arrogance one might expect from the president of the Star City Supernatural Abilities Association. President Qin, from now on, whenever we come to Star City, we will trouble you to take care of us. Wang Shan spoke respectfully to Qin Wanshao. Feeling the respect from Wang Shan, the smile on Qin Wanshao's lips grew even broader. This was exactly the attitude he wanted. This was precisely what he, as the president of the Xingqing Supernatural Abilities Association, should possess. Those from smaller cities didn't know their place, but these people who had just endured the hardships of the beasts now understood just how valuable Star City truly was.
Captain Wang Shan, you're too kind.
There's no need for such consideration. Your trust in coming to our city is a testament to its value. Once you're here, rest assured that the threat of beasts will be handled. Even if the Beast King were to arrive, our city's strength would easily handle it. By the way, Captain Wang Shan, are there any ordinary people among the group you brought with you? Glancing at Wang Shan and the group of psychics behind him, Qin Wanshao asked.
Upon hearing this, Wang Shan and the others' expressions flickered imperceptibly.
Immediately, a look of deep sorrow appeared on Wang Shan's face. There were originally more of us, but we encountered a beast tide, and only a few of us survived.
Is that so?
Take care of yourselves,
Qin Wanshao said.
However, this matter was merely a casual inquiry for him.
To Qin Wanshao, these were just ordinary people.
Even if they did join Star City, they wouldn't make much of a difference.
As long as more of these psychics could join Star City, that would be the best outcome. After all, what Star City currently lacked was the combat strength of psychics. The more psychics there are, the better.
Captain Wang Shan, you've traveled a long way to Star City.
You must be tired.
Why don't you rest first?
Once you've rested, we can discuss other matters in detail. That sounds good.
Upon hearing that Qin Wanshao did not dwell on the fact that their group was so small, Wang Shan and the others unconsciously sighed in relief. Led by Qin Wanshao, the group set off once again towards Star City. In a vast plain far removed from all cities. If someone were to look down from the sky at that moment, they would discover that the plain, which should have been lush and green, was instead covered in a dense, dark mass.
Upon closer inspection,
they would realize that it was not a dark, dense mass at all.
The vast expanse of blackness was clearly formed by an immense horde of beasts gathered together.
This is an unprecedented scale of a beast horde. At the very center of the beast horde, several terrifying beings, whose sizes far exceeded those of any other beasts, stood towering above the rest.
Chapter 103, The Rise and Fall. The true target of the beast horde? Anqing. Compared to other cities,
Anqing is the farthest from other cities and is located in the most remote area.
Therefore, in the outskirts of Anqing, are home to numerous beast herds, excluding the Beast King, on a daily basis. If this were any other city in such a geographical location, the entire city would have likely chosen to relocate long ago. However, in the past, compared to other cities, apart from Star City, Anqing boasts the strongest overall power of supernatural beings. There were a full 5 SS-ranked psychics. Among them, 2 had been at the peak of SS rank for several years, just one opportunity away from breaking through to SSS rank. Additionally, Anqing's remote location meant that if it were to relocate, leaving the city would make it far more difficult to withstand the beast waves compared to other cities. Therefore, over the years, Anqing has remained steadfastly alone here, especially when the Beast King does not personally descend. The entire city of Anqing has been self-sufficient and self-sustaining. But today, the peace of Anqing was suddenly shattered. A violent tremor, akin to an earthquake, suddenly spread throughout the city, catching the psychics patrolling the city walls off guard. What's happening?
Feeling the intense tremor, the teams of psychics patrolling the city walls paled slightly. Once they regained their composure, they turned their gaze toward the source of the tremor.
With just a single glance, their eyes betrayed deep fear. What is that? But all they could see from their vantage point on the patrol walls was a vast, dark mass gathering below.
A vast, dark tide of beasts was gathering. The extent of the beast horde was immeasurable, and its total number was beyond count.
If, in the past, a beast horde numbering in the tens of thousands reaching 5 digits had already been a catastrophic disaster for any city. But now, the horde they could see was already in the tens of thousands, and that was just the beginning. Moreover, this was merely the portion visible within their line of sight. The areas beyond their line of sight are even more unimaginable. How many beasts could possibly be lurking there? 10,000 beasts?
Such an unimaginable scale had once only existed in their nightmares. But now, it was a reality before their very eyes.
It's over. It's over.
In Anqing, a psychic on patrol along the city walls saw his expression instantly turn to despair. Once, they had taken pride in the fact that their city, Anqing, was home to 5 SS-ranked psychics. They believed that as long as the Beast King did not descend personally, they could withstand any beast tide. But now, that belief had been completely shattered. So many beasts. Even if the 5 SS-ranked psychics of Anqing were to stand still and fight, they would likely be unable to kill them all before their psychic powers were completely depleted. No need for the Beast King. This overwhelming tide of beasts, too numerous to count, is more than enough to bring utter destruction upon their city. And such a massive commotion. How could the top-tier psychics within Anqing not have noticed it? On the patrol walls, 5 figures appeared. They were the 5 SS-ranked psychics of Anqing. All 5 of their gazes were fixed on the dark, surging tide of beasts appearing outside Anqing. The expressions on their faces were unspeakably grim. Such a scale. Our city is doomed. One of them spoke despairingly, with no intention of resisting. Quickly evacuate everyone. Abandon Anqing. Run. Another SS-ranked psionic quickly spoke up, aiming to evacuate everyone from Anqing. A beast tide of this scale would be impossible to withstand even if the number of psychics in Anqing were doubled. There was only one option: flee. Flee immediately. Perhaps that might allow more people in Anqing to survive. At that very moment, the 5 SS-ranked psychics couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. They had originally believed that as long as the Beast King did not come, Anqing would be safe. Therefore, unlike other smaller cities, they had not planned to relocate the entire city, deeming it unnecessary. But, the appearance of this wave of beasts has completely shattered their previous plans. A beast tide of this scale could only be truly dealt with by the 2 cities that possessed SSS-ranked psychics, perhaps. Evacuate everyone immediately. We will do our best to resist these beast tides for some time. Whether we live or die now depends entirely on our own fate. An SS-ranked ability user addressed the patrolmen on the city walls, who were staring blankly in shock. They had not evacuated Anqing earlier due to overconfidence in their own strength. Now, as the beast horde attacks Anqing, staying behind to fend them off would be their way of making amends. Upon hearing the order, the psychic teams patrolling the city walls snapped out of their trance and prepared to return to Anqing to notify everyone to evacuate. But just as these ability user squads were about to leave, suddenly, the 5 SS-ranked psychics who had already resolved to die suddenly noticed something. They could only see the vast horde of beasts in the distance continuously gathering, growing denser and more numerous by the moment. However, when this wave of beasts gathered to a certain extent, the original black mass split into 2 equal black masses from the center. The 2 dark masses of beasts did not head toward the direction of Anqing. Instead, they each changed direction. Soon after, the ground once again trembled from the rush of the beast horde. From the patrol walls of Anqing, one could see the beast horde retreating at an extremely terrifying speed, quickly disappearing from sight. The tremors on the ground also subsided as the beast tide receded. Only those on the patrol walls of Anqing stood frozen in place, unsure of what was happening. Those beast waves weren't targeting our Anqing? One person, his face pale, muttered under his breath. But the next moment, glancing toward the directions where the 2 scattered waves of beasts were heading, he seemed to have realized something. Their pupils contracted sharply once more. In a region too distant to be seen even from the highest point of Anqing. A vast plain. This plain was also the original point where countless waves of beasts had first gathered. At this moment, with the beasts having departed, the ground of the plain had once again turned green, with no traces of the beasts remaining. Let them handle matters over there. A dull voice suddenly echoed across the plain. A massive black bear's silhouette loomed over the area in front of it, casting a huge shadow hundreds of feet wide. By the black bear's side, a white tiger and a black python stood motionless. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and Golden Lion, who had arrived here with the Black Bear, had already departed with their respective portions of the beast horde toward the locations of Star City and Chi City. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and the Golden Lion to bring back good news. Chapter 104, The Power of Native Beings. The beast horde is about to descend. What's wrong? Are you worried they won't be able to handle those 2 human cities? Suddenly, the massive beast king, the Black Bear, turned its head and looked at the white tiger and black python beside it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the white tiger and black python flickered slightly. But before the 2 beast kings could speak, the Black Bear's voice rang out once more. What's happening over there is none of your concern. With their abilities, even if those human psychics have some tricks up their sleeves, the reward they obtained last time is more than enough to sweep everything aside. If you truly wish to meddle, then stay behind and prepare with me to open the fissure. As he spoke, the Black Bear gently raised one of its bare paws, revealing a claw. The claw gently tapped the space in front of it. The previously motionless space suddenly gave way to a tiny black dot appearing out of nowhere. If this had happened at night, the tiny black dot would likely have gone unnoticed. But it was broad daylight, with the sun shining brightly and visibility excellent. If one were to gaze closely at the black dot, one would notice that its blackness seemed extraordinary and profoundly deep. Layers of light gather around the black dot, but it might just be an illusion. These rays of light gathering around the black dot are being constantly absorbed and devoured by this tiny black dot. Immediately afterward, new light sources appear, only to be absorbed by the black spot once again. One of the black bear's claws has also pierced the center of the black spot. As the bear's paw rotates, the black spot, which was originally only a tiny speck, suddenly expands in volume by several times. The speed at which the surrounding light was being swallowed up grew increasingly frequent. The black bear attempted to use the same method to expand the black spot. But this time, the black spot seemed to have reached its maximum expansion limit, remaining the same size no matter what method the black bear employed, completely motionless. The white tiger and the black python also watched the black bear's movements. As the kings of beasts, they naturally understood what the black bear was doing, opening a fissure to communicate with the main realm. Of course, the black dot the black bear had opened was currently in its most basic state. They cannot gain any benefits from such a tiny black dot fissure. To truly open the fissure, next, we can only wait for them to gather enough native life energy. The black bear withdrew its paw, standing motionless with a piercing gaze, resembling a mountain, gazing in the direction where the crimson flame demon wolf and the golden lion had departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the movements of the two scattered waves of terrifying beasts did not go unnoticed by the cities they passed through. Additionally, before the beast waves had even arrived, the 5 SS rank psychics from Ansheng, who had first spotted the beast waves, had already sent out alerts. When the small cities finally saw the beast waves approaching, all the defenders of the small cities were plunged into a state of panic and despair. However, it didn't take long. Just like the 5 SS ranked psychics in Ansheng, the defenders of these small cities discovered the true target of the Beast King did not seem to be them. Based on the different directions the beast tide was advancing in, as observed by the different small cities, the defenders gradually pieced together the beast tide's movement patterns into a map. Soon, a shocking and bold hypothesis emerged in the minds of these city defenders. They suddenly realized these two waves of beasts, first discovered by Ansheng and later scattered, their true target seemed to be the two cities of Qi City and Xing City, which housed SSS-ranked psychics. Combined with the recent reports of escaped survivors, many city defenders seem to have realized something, their hearts stirred by a wave of shock. Meanwhile, news of the two large waves of beasts heading toward Qi City and Xing City also quickly reached the two cities. Qi City, holding a communicator. Chen Xian looked at the public frequency currently open on the communicator, where messages were being sent by one small city defender after another. Even as an SSS-ranked psychic, Chen Xian's expression had grown tense. Just moments ago, he had also received news of the beast tide heading toward Qi City. This time, the beast tide was only half the size of the total beast tide. The total number far exceeded any previous beast tide he had ever witnessed. Such a beast tide could not possibly be the result of beasts gathering naturally. There must be a beast king manipulating them from behind the scenes. Moreover, such a massive beast horde could not possibly be assembled by beasts from a single region alone. Beast kings from other regions have not only arrived, they have even brought along the beasts from their original regions. The combined forces of beasts from both regions have finally coalesced into such a colossal horde. Thinking this, Chen Xian unconsciously tightened his grip on the communicator, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. The sheer size of the beast horde was not what worried Chen Xian the most. What worried him most were the beast kings that had come alongside the tide. It was highly unlikely to be the familiar white beasts or black serpents they were accustomed to. An unfamiliar beast king with little to no information available. The survivors who had fled had only heard very little about these beast kings. A beast king whose true nature was completely unknown. A beast king capable of completely destroying an entire region of cities. How powerful is it? Chen Xian did not know, but he understood. If these beast kings could reach this place and enter the territory of the white tiger and black python, and these two beast kings paid them no heed, their power must surpass that of the white tiger and the black python. Xingcheng. On that day, Wang Shan and the other fleeing psychics were taken in by Star City. In the following period, Star City gradually recruited many more fugitive psychics. Moreover, these psychics had managed to survive so long in the midst of the beast horde, so their own strength was naturally no weak either. The number of A rank and even S rank psychics was also significant. The addition of these fleeing psychics immediately boosted the intermediate forces of Star City significantly. Rest assured, once you arrive in Star City, you need not worry about the threat of the Beast King. With Star City's capabilities, blocking the Beast King is a mere formality. Once you have adapted to life in Star City and become involved in its daily affairs, we will prioritize providing resources to assist those among you who are currently at the peak of their ability to break through to the next level. Looking at the psychics who had joined Star City in recent times, Qin Wanshao spoke with a cheerful expression. Hearing Qin Wanshao's words, the psychics who had just fled to Star City and were finally able to relax let out a sigh of relief. They never expected Qin Wanshao to value them so highly. Not only was he allowing them to join Star City, but he was even willing to prioritize resources for breaking through their ability levels. Thank you, President Qin. Many psychics spoke gratefully. Seeing the excited and grateful expressions on the faces of the many fleeing psychics before him, Qin Wanshao felt even more at ease.
At the same time, the communicator in Qin Wanshao's embrace suddenly vibrated.
Chapter 105, Qin Wanshao's correct decision. Feeling the vibration of the communicator in his arms, Qin Wanshao's smile faded significantly.
In recent times,
apart from matters within Star City, the news coming through the communicator from outside Star City was mostly bad news for Qin Wanshao.
And now, due to the arrival of these fugitive psychics seeking refuge in Star City, Xingqiang is currently hosting a grand welcome ceremony.
Virtually all members of the Psionic Association and even many residents of Star City have gathered to watch. If it were an internal matter within Star City, the psychics there probably wouldn't bother going through the trouble of contacting him via the communicator. They could just come directly to report in person. Thinking this, the last trace of a smile vanished from Qin Wanshao's lips and his brows furrowed slightly. However, out of curiosity, Qin Wanshao slowly pulled out his communicator from his pocket.
Several critical pieces of information immediately appeared before Qin Wanshao's eyes.
Beast Tide, unknown Beast King, heading toward Star City and Qi City.
Meanwhile, on the side,
whether they were the psychics from the Psychic Association, the main targets of the welcome ceremony, the group of psychics who had fled to Star City, or the Star City residents who had come to the outskirts of the welcome ceremony to join the commotion, they all noticed Qin Wanshao's expression, and the previously joyful atmosphere grew slightly tense. The ordinary residents of Star City were too far away, and the psychics from the Psychic Association who were closest knew that Qin Wanshao's temper wasn't exactly the best. Only the group of newly arrived escaped survivors were unaware of the situation.
Wang Shan, one of the most powerful among the escaped survivors, spoke up. Mr. Qin, what's going on? Upon hearing Wang Shan's question,
Qin Wanshao raised his head and looked at Wang Shan. A faint smile finally appeared on his face as he feigned an expression of utter indifference.
Oh, it's nothing major.
We just received word that a beast horde is about to attack our city, and the leader of the horde seems to be a beast king. Although relations between Star City and other cities had been somewhat strained recently. However, as fellow humans, the smaller cities that received news of the beast horde did not withhold any information from Qin Wanshao. Just now, the reason why Qin Wanshao's brows finally sank completely was because he had learned the reason behind the impending beast tide approaching Xingqiang. Furthermore, according to information from other smaller cities, the Beast King leading the Beast Horde is highly unlikely to be either the white or the black, but rather an unfamiliar Beast King who arrived alongside these fugitives. Upon hearing Qin Wanshao's casual mention of the Beast King of the Beast Horde, the expressions of those with special abilities all changed slightly. After all, the reason they had left their homes and fled to seek refuge was due to those Beast Kings.
And now,
they had only just arrived in Star City, barely settled in.
Those Beast Kings had actually caught up with them again? For a moment, Wang Shan and the other fleeing psychics all looked grim.
Many psychics from the Psychic Association and ordinary Star City residents who had heard news of the Beast Kings and the Beast Tide from the outskirts also began to show signs of panic. In such a situation, Qin Wanshao would have certainly shouted angrily. But with Wang Shan and the other newly arrived fugitive psychics present, Qin Wanshao couldn't afford to act too harshly. The gloom on his face faded, and he forced a relaxed smile. Everyone, it's just a Beast Tide led by a Beast King. There's no need to worry so much. Have you forgotten that our Star City has 2 SSS-ranked psychics? A single Beast King wouldn't be enough to cause any real trouble for our city. In the past, a single Beast King might indeed have caused quite a stir in their city. However, after the city's previous ordeal, they had learned their lesson. The city had poured an enormous amount of resources into Yingxian and Huangsang over the past period, and their strength was no longer comparable to what it once was. Now, if just one Beast King were to come to the city and attempt to cause any destruction, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. After saying this, Qin Wanshao turned to look at the 2 people standing beside him. The 2 SSS-ranked individuals of Star City, Yingxian and Huangsang. Upon seeing Qin Wanshao's gaze, Yingxian and Huangsang both wore expressions of calm and indifference. The chairman is correct. A single Beast King is not enough to pose any threat to our Star City. As the words fell, a powerful aura of extraordinary abilities emanated from both Yingxian and Huangsang. The powerful aura spread out, instantly putting everyone present under immense pressure. However, the powerful aura emanating from Yingxian and Huangsang appeared quickly and vanished just as swiftly. By the time the crowd felt their breathing slightly stall, everything had already returned to normal. However, at that moment, those who had truly sensed the intensity of Yingxian and Huangsang's abilities, including Wang Shan and the other fleeing psychics who had arrived earlier, felt their tension ease considerably. Back then, some of their cities also had SSS-ranked individuals. However, no city had ever had 2 SSS-ranked individuals like Star City. Moreover, this time, it wasn't multiple Beast Kings who had come, but just one. Was it because they had destroyed so many human cities that the Beast Kings deemed it a waste to deploy multiple Beast Kings at once? With President Qin's assurance, we can rest easy. Wang Shan spoke up. Of course, Qin Wanshao replied with a faint smile. Then, he shifted the topic slightly. You need not worry about the threat of the Beast Kings. However, according to intelligence, the Beast King heading toward our star city is accompanied by a significant number of beast hordes. At this point, Qin Wanshao paused briefly.
Wang Shan and the others immediately understood Qin Wanshao's meaning and smiled as they spoke. Chairman Qin, rest assured. Since the Beast King can be handled by the two elders, Ing Xian and Huang Sang, the remaining beast horde will certainly not be ignored once we join Star City. This opportunity to fight alongside the psychics from the Psychic Association will also help us get to know each other better. That's excellent. Qin Wanshao burst into laughter as well. Indeed, the decision to recruit these fleeing psychics into Star City was the right one.
They had only just joined Star City and were already able to transform into real combat power to resist the beast tide. If those smaller cities were to arrive, they might drag their feet, taking time to integrate into Star City, let alone turning them into combat-ready forces.
We might even have to weaken our own psychic warriors' overall strength by protecting those small cities. Fortunately, those guys didn't come to our Star City. Thinking this, Qin Wanshao couldn't help but snort to himself. He felt even more contempt for those small cities that hadn't chosen his Star City. Chapter 106, those two were defeated by such human psychics. In a few words, the rough plan for this battle against the beasts was finalized. Qin Wanshao and Wang Shan, along with the others, were all very satisfied. The former naturally gained a significant boost in combat power from the additional capable psychic warriors. The latter, however, were relieved that they no longer had to deal with the threat of the Beast King. They only needed to deal with ordinary beast swarms. Moreover, in Wang Shan's view, with so many psychics in Star City, even if they joined the ranks fighting the beast tide, they wouldn't have to exert much effort and would face little danger. As if thinking of something, Wang Shan looked at Qin Wanshao and spoke. Qin President, I heard you plan to recruit all of us psychics who fled the city into Star City. With the beast tide approaching, this is the perfect opportunity. I have a suggestion. While the beast tide is approaching Star City, why not broadcast real-time footage of the battle against the beasts, allowing everyone to see? When those still fleeing and undecided about coming to Star City witness our city's overall strength, they may be more inclined to join us, and this would also showcase Star City's true power. As he spoke, Wang Shan had already referred to Star City as our Star City, as if he had already fully integrated into Star City. He smiled at Qin Wanshao and offered his suggestion, then grinned, as if he thought his idea was excellent. It could attract fugitive psychics and showcase Star City's overall strength. However, what Wang Shan didn't notice this time was, after he had made this suggestion, Qin Wanshao and the others' expressions suddenly became extremely peculiar. Their eyelids twitched involuntarily. The previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned strange. After a moment, Wang Shan finally noticed something was amiss. Mr. Qin, is there something wrong with my suggestion? Coming to his senses, Qin Wanshao couldn't help but cough. He naturally couldn't say it outright, but Wang Shan's earlier suggestion live streaming a battle against the beast horde to showcase Xingqing's strength had left a bitter taste in his mouth. Qin Wanshao and the others had some unpleasant memories associated with it. Moreover, those unpleasant memories were from just a short time ago, when Star City had last faced the beast tide. Cough. There's no problem. According to the information, I just think the beast tide is approaching quickly. With this much time, it would be better to prepare for the beast tide in advance. I see. Wang Shan didn't harbor any suspicions about Qin Wanshao's words. Since the beast tide was imminent, the welcome ceremony naturally couldn't continue. Qin Wanshao briefly spoke a few more words before ordering everyone to disperse and make preparations. Phew. In Qi City, Chen Xian's greatest concern had not materialized. From the survivors who had recently arrived in Qi City, Chen Xian learned that the Beast King was not alone. The Beast Kings that had destroyed the survivors' cities numbered 3 in total. However, fortunately, through the small cities along the way that had not been struck by the beast tide, Chen Xian finally obtained the information. The Beast King who had come to Qi City this time was only one. As for what the remaining Beast Kings are currently doing, Chen Xian had no time to dwell on it. The immediate priority was to find a way to deal with the Beast King and the beast tide. However, the relocation of other cities will have to be postponed for a while. As if thinking of something, Chen Xian furrowed his brows slightly. The timing of the beast tide arriving at Qi City coincided precisely with the point when those smaller cities were nearly ready to depart, which was indeed rather fortuitous. Fortunately, the defenders who had previously made arrangements with Chen Xian understood the current situation and all expressed their understanding. Furthermore, they all planned to dispatch some special ability teams to reinforce Qi City to the best of their ability. However, Chen Xian refused. Setting aside the speed of the beast horde, it was uncertain whether the special ability teams attempting to come to the rescue would arrive in time. Even if they did manage to arrive in time, the special ability teams coming from those small cities wouldn't make much of a difference to the overall situation. The true outcome of the battle would still depend on those of SSS rank and above. The unfamiliar Beast King. I wonder if we can take him down in one go. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xian couldn't help but keep a solemn expression. The unknown is always the most troublesome.
Unfortunately, regarding the true information about those Beast Kings, not only have they only managed to shelter a few of the highest S-rank ability users during this time,
even the true SS-ranked psychics know little about them.
On the battlefield of the Beast King level, aside from those of the same SSS class who have engaged in actual combat with them, there are no others.
And those SSS-ranked individuals are said to have been severely injured in battles with the Beast Kings, with their fates unknown. It seems we can only wait until the live streaming equipment is ready. Chen Xian muttered.
Of course, Chen Xian's arrangement to have the psychics in Qi City set up the live streaming equipment was not for the same reason as Qin Wanqiao's to showcase Qi City's combat strength and attract others to join. The reason for setting up the live streaming equipment was purely to disseminate information about the unknown Beast King as widely as possible and share it in real time. Once they understood the Beast King's combat style and special abilities, other cities would not be caught off guard if they were attacked again.
But just then, before Chen Xian could continue his thoughts,
as if sensing something, his figure flickered and appeared on the patrol walls.
Chen Xian's gaze fixed on a distant direction.
The rumbling vibrations from the ground grew louder and closer. Within his line of sight, amidst the dark, surging tide of beasts, a demon wolf with a fierce gaze and its body shrouded in crimson flames could be faintly discerned.
Is that where Qi City is?
Before the massive and densely packed horde of beasts, the crimson flame demon wolf stood tall and proud, its crimson flames flickering unpredictably as it moved. When Chen Xian sensed the beast horde's arrival, the crimson flame demon wolf's sharp and ferocious wolf eyes also turned toward the direction of Qi City.
Just a single glance, though the distance was considerable.
But with the crimson flame demon wolf's perception, it could sense that within Qi City there were two beings with psychic abilities reaching the SSS rank level.
One was roughly at the initial stage of SSS rank, not worth mentioning if it wished, it could easily crush them.
The other was slightly stronger than the first. However, in the eyes of the crimson flame demon wolf, it was only on par with a white tiger. If it were to face them directly, even without using the high-quality energy it had obtained, it would not take much effort to dispose of them easily. If it were to use that high-quality energy obtained as a reward, within 10 rounds, defeating the opponent would be a piece of cake.
Those two were defeated by human psychics of such a low standard?
A hint of disdain flashed in the crimson flame demon wolf's eyes.
Chapter 107, the two of you, come at me together. Maple City. Ability Users Headquarters. Except for a small team of psychics responsible for routine patrols. At that moment, nearly all rank and above psychics in Maple City had gathered here. Before them, in the main hall of the Supernatural Abilities headquarters, there was a large LCD screen that nearly covered half the wall. The screen briefly flickered before stabilizing. At that moment, as they watched the images displayed on the screen, the expressions of all the A rank and above psychics in the hall were solemn. Among them was Fengqing's strongest combat force, Fomin.
The images displayed on the screen were the real-time footage being shared by Chen Xian with all other cities. At the very center of the screen, a massive horde of beasts could be faintly seen approaching at an incredibly terrifying speed. At the forefront of the beast horde stood a demon wolf engulfed in crimson flames. An unknown, unfamiliar beast king. Looking at the terrifying form of the beast king, Bongyan's heart sank to the depths of despair. Unlike the white and black they had faced earlier, this beast king was a truly terrifying existence that had completely destroyed an entire region of human cities.
As if recalling something,
Fomin suddenly shifted his gaze to his side.
Beside him stood three figures of psychics standing alone. They did not belong to Fengcheng.
They were the escapees who had been rescued from the beasts by Fengqing psychics not long ago. Not long ago, their injuries had been healed, and they had regained consciousness. Chen Xian had activated real-time video sharing for all cities, and Fengin had naturally invited them as well. After all, compared to these psychics who knew nothing about the situation, these three individuals, who had possibly witnessed the unknown Beast King firsthand, should possess more information. But before Fengin could voice his doubts, he had already noticed that the three psychics, including the strongest S rank among them, as they looked at the real-time footage on the screen, where the figure approaching Qi City was growing ever closer, their eyes had already betrayed a look of sheer terror. Such expressions seemed to have provided Fengin with some sort of answer, causing his heart to grow even heavier.
Chen Xian, Qi Cheng. Could they survive this crisis? If not, would their small city truly have to follow the fate of the survivors who had fled here? Abandon their city and flee in advance? Fengin dared not think any further. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside Qi City, the vast horde of beasts was closing in on Qi City once again. Upon realizing that within Qi City there was only one SSS-ranked individual who had just entered the SSS tier, and another SSS-ranked ability user whose strength was no more than that of a white tiger, the crimson flames surrounding the crimson flame demon wolf grew increasingly turbulent. The contempt in its eyes gradually diminished. Its arrival at this city called Qi City was not merely for a casual visit. Though it looked down on the white tiger, a beast king who had repeatedly suffered losses at the hands of humans. But they were still beast kings. What the white tiger failed to accomplish, it would complete for the white tiger. By then, that creature would have no other excuses. And incidentally, once we VE dealt with this city called Xichang and collected enough native spiritual energy, we can reopen the spatial fissure and receive another decent reward. Thinking of the next reward, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes couldn't help but gleam with anticipation. With that in mind, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was about to issue an order to the beast tied behind it to charge forward. But before the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's howl could sound, as if sensing something, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's wolf eyes turned back toward the direction of Chi City in the distance. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in its wolf eyes. Within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's perception, a group of individuals with varying levels of ability were emerging from the city and heading toward its location. According to human psychic ability rankings, the strength of those individuals seemed to be roughly within the B rank to SS rank range. In terms of total numbers, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf glanced at the vast horde of beasts behind it. The number of human psychics was so small that even if it were split into two, the beast tide alone could easily annihilate them all. Furthermore, the two SSS rank psychics it had sensed earlier had also left the city and were currently at the forefront of the human psychics. These humans, instead of staying in the city to wait for death, actually dared to come out on their own? Are they afraid that I will order the beast horde to attack the city, and these humans don't have enough strength to resist, so they want to block us in advance? The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf thought to itself, but the contempt in its eyes grew even more intense. These human psychics, in its eyes, were not worth mentioning. Perhaps the only ones who might cause it any trouble were those two SSS-ranked individuals, but even then, it would only be a minor inconvenience. Come out then. I'll destroy your two human SSS-ranked individuals, the last hope of your kind. The rest of you won't choose to continue resisting, will you? A cold gleam flashed in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes. At the same time, several figures appeared in its line of sight from the direction where Xichang was located. They were exactly as the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had sensed earlier. At the forefront were naturally Yishui and Chen Xian, the two SSS-ranked individuals. Behind Yishui and Chen Xian were numerous psychics. They were nearly all of Qi City's remaining strength. It was worth noting that it seemed to be due to the previous incident where Li Xiao had grilled some Beast King meat. Excluding Yishui and Chen Xian, the group of psychics following the two now included a significant number of newcomers at the SS or S rank levels. However, even so, compared to the massive scale of the beast tide before them, the number of psychics in Qi City still falls short. Yishui and Chen Xian also noticed this. Yishui's cold gaze fixed on the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, but she spoke to Chen Xian instead. The number of beasts in this wave is too large. I will try to block this Beast King. You and the others should handle the rest of the wave. Without Chen Xian, an SSS-ranked individual, participating, the sheer number of beasts would likely wipe out all the psychics in no time. Without the psychics, the next to suffer would be Qi City itself. I understand. Chen Xian nodded solemnly in response, saying nothing more. His strength was still insufficient to face the Beast King alone. Joining forces with others to confront the beast horde beneath the Beast King was the best decision. Yishui's voice was unhidden and also reached the ears of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's wolf-like eyes flickered with a hint of contempt and mockery. The two of you, there's no need to divide tasks. Attack together. If you can truly defeat me, I'll order the beast tide to retreat. What's the harm in that? Chapter 108, The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's surprise, Yishui's combat power. The moment the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf finished speaking, the restless beast horde behind it also fell silent at that moment. One after another, the beasts crawled behind the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, showing no signs of movement. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf stood tall, its majestic form towering over the crowd, taking a few more steps forward. Along the way, it left several massive footprints. As the crimson flame surged across its body, an increasingly terrifying aura emanated from it, sweeping toward Yishui and the others. Yishui and Chen Xian were still unharmed. However, the group of psychics behind them, whose abilities were not yet at the SSS level, felt an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Without exception, their abilities slowed down, their breathing grew labored, and their faces turned bright red. Yishui's beautiful eyes flashed, and a streak of blue ability swept past, dissipating the terrifying pressure from the Crimson Flame Wolf. The situation behind her improved significantly. Chen Xian turned to look at Yishui. He was intrigued by the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's words. If the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf truly intended to halt the Beast Tide's advance and engage in a clash of top-tier forces with them first, that would naturally be beneficial for Qi City. But those words came from the mouth of a beast. Who could tell if it was true or false? If he were to fight against Yishui and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, and the Demon Wolf were to renege on its word and order the Beast Horde to resume its attack, without Chen Xian leading the way, the number of psychics in Qi City would be no match for such a massive Beast Horde. Stay here and keep an eye on the Beast Tide's movements. I'll go test the Beast King's strength. Yishui's voice rang out again, addressing Chen Xian. With Yishui speaking up, Chen Xian no longer hesitated. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Yishui. Be careful. Yishui nodded slightly, and her blue psychic energy emanated from her body. Her SSS-ranked ability perception locked onto the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Before the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf could say another word, Ishua's body had already vanished from her original position. At that moment, aside from Chen Xian, another SSS-ranked ability user, whether they were human psychics or the beasts within the beast horde, they could only perceive a fleeting glimpse of a blue light reflected in their pupils. As their gaze followed that faint blue glow to its end, Ishua's figure reappeared, already standing before the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The two of them were as different in size as an ant compared to a giant. However, Ishua showed no fear and charged forward boldly. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf seemed taken aback that Ishua would dare to attack so boldly, especially alone. Ishua was the SSS-ranked individual the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had previously detected, whose psychic power rivaled that of the White Tiger. The remaining Qin Xian, who had just entered the SSS rank, was merely an afterthought. The reason why Qin Xian and Ishua were sent together earlier was simply because it believed that whether there was one more or one less, it made little difference in its presence. This was the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's confidence in its own strength. Thinking this, it looked at Ishua, who had already approached it. A cold gleam flashed in the Crimson Wolf's eyes. I originally planned to eliminate both of you SSS-ranked individuals at once. Since you've come to your death first, I'll grant you your wish. However, once you're dealt with, that other one probably won't dare to stay here anymore. Crimson flames spread out from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body, and the ground beneath its feet quickly dried up, turning into sand. The surrounding space began to warp under the intense heat. Roar! Many nearby beasts felt the sudden surge of heat, their thick hides stinging painfully. They let out panicked growls and hurriedly backed away. For a moment, a large area centered around the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was completely dried out, forming a vacuum zone with not even a single drop of moisture remaining. The only thing remaining was Ishua, who had launched an attack on the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. At that moment, Ishua was enveloped in a layer of blue-colored energy membrane, completely isolating the surrounding heat. In her hands, the dark blue energy ripples spread out like water waves, causing spatial tremors in their wake. Though the attacks appeared light and ethereal, the destructive power they contained was terrifying. Chen Xian, who was observing Ishua's battle from a distance, sensed something amiss. His gaze involuntarily grew solemn. If that attack had been aimed at him, he would have been in serious trouble. Miss Ishua's strength. She's grown even stronger. In the next instant, the deep blue energy ripples had already reached the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The crimson flames surrounding it seemed to be affected, growing weaker and more subdued. The sudden change caused a hint of surprise to flicker in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes. Ishua's attack, though subtle, seemed to have detected a hint of threat from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. This human. In its astonishment, the crimson flames engulfed the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, and a massive wolf claw struck forward with force. The two collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted, spreading outward in all directions. Sensing danger approaching, all the beasts in the beast tide behind the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf let out a piercing scream and hurriedly retreated to the rear. Chen Xian's expression also changed slightly. He swung his palm, leading the group of psychic beings to retreat a considerable distance. Similarly, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and Ishua also retreated during this exchange. At that moment, the gravity in Ishua's eyes grew even more intense. Although it was only a brief encounter. But Ishua could clearly sense that the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's strength seemed to surpass that of the white beast she had faced earlier. If it weren't for the frequent sparring sessions with Li Xiao over the past period, Ishua's strength would not have increased so much. The situation just now might have put Ishua at a disadvantage with that single strike. However, at this moment, unlike Ishua's solemn expression, the strike had not gained any advantage, and instead, she had just suffered a minor setback due to her haste. A hint of anger flickered in the eyes of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Human, I admit it. Your strength seems to surpass my expectations. Earlier, I underestimated you. As the words fell, seemingly driven by anger, the crimson flames surrounding the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf surged even more violently. Its aura surged violently, growing even more terrifying. Before Ishua could act again, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf darted forward, closing the distance, and its terrifying wolf claws struck down, intending to crush Ishua outright. However, Ishua would not simply take this attack head-on. Her reaction was lightning fast. She dodged aside and, taking advantage of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's momentary stiffness as its claws struck down, counterattacked. The battle between the top-tier SSS class and the top-tier Beast King erupted, shocking the entire arena. Meanwhile, as Ishua and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf engaged in their true battle, not far away, on the patrol walls of the city, where only a few remaining psychics remained, a figure had silently approached. Chapter 109, An Unforeseen Situation, The Enraged Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Due to the unprecedented scale of this beast tide, far surpassing any previous beast tide, coupled with the presence of an unknown Beast King leading the charge, the already scarce psychics on the city walls were tense. Even within Qi City itself, the joyful and relaxed atmosphere that had prevailed since Li Xiao's arrival had vanished, replaced by a oppressive tension.
However, all of this changed the moment Li Xiao stepped onto the patrol walls. With an unfamiliar Beast King appearing, Li Xiao naturally couldn't help but feel curious. However, at that moment, as he looked at the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, which was already engaged in battle with Yixue, causing massive destruction and chaos, the curiosity in Li Xiao's eyes quickly faded. Judging by the intensity of its abilities, this Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was no less powerful than the white or the black he had encountered before. At most, it was only slightly stronger. With such power, it could destroy all human cities in another region? Li Xiao was puzzled. The survivors had only recently fled, which meant that these unfamiliar Beast Kings hadn't always had the power to destroy those human cities. To have maintained the integrity of their cities and retained the ability to fight against the beasts for 5 years after the Beast Tide arrived is sufficient proof that those cities had a strong foundation. Or perhaps Li Xiao was overthinking it. The region where all human cities were completely destroyed must have faced far worse conditions over the past 5 years than Li Xiao had imagined. Has 5 years of perseverance already reached its limit? Li Xiao didn't know and didn't dwell on it further. The human cities that had been destroyed were already a fait accompli. If these fleeing psychics were willing to join Qi City, Li Xiao wouldn't object. Not far away, the massive beast horde, which seemed so formidable to others, might easily destroy a city. But to Li Xiao, it was nothing special. In fact, Li Xiao didn't even need to intervene. If it weren't for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf leading the pack, someone like Chen Xian, who had just entered the SSS rank, could waste some time and still have the ability to block them. The reason Li Xiao hadn't yet intervened to crush the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf outright. It was simply because Yixue's strength was constantly improving. Even without Li Xiao's intervention, Yixue already possesses the ability to confront the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. This Beast King could make a decent opponent for Xue. A faint smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. Although Yixue had made significant breakthroughs in her strength recently, she would occasionally seek him out for sparring sessions to test her limits and see if the gap between her and Li Xiao had narrowed. However, in reality, Li Xiao was reluctant to discourage Yixue. As Yixue grew stronger, the total amount of within Li Xiao's body was expanding at an even more terrifying rate. Back then, when Li Xiao had checked the total amount of within Yixue and Chen Xian's bodies, it was 20 times that of Yixue and 60 times that of Chen Xian. Now, a rough estimate suggests it has increased by several more times. Now that Yixue has finally encountered an opponent who can fully unleash her abilities, Li Xiao is more than happy to watch her perform. If the battle between Yixue and Li Xiao is like Yixue facing some invincible wooden dummies in a game, then facing the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf is more like a battle between players of the same level. Both sides would sustain injuries, with each attack channeling 100% of their focus, aiming to defeat the opponent while ensuring their own damage is slightly less than the opponent's, and relying on the slightest accumulated advantage to ultimately emerge victorious. They were evenly matched. He patted the shoulder of the patrol squad leader who had come over, causing the patrol squads on the city walls to completely relax. Li Xiao continued to stand on the wall, watching the battle unfolding in the distance. The battle between the Beast King and the SSS-ranked warriors did not require the prolonged duration one might expect. A single clash could last days or nights. Instead, due to their overwhelming power, both sides dared not relax their guard for a moment. Every attack was a fatal strike, a full-force assault. Even the Beast King and the SSS-ranked psychic were no exception. The intense battle in such a short time caused the total amount of their abilities to deplete rapidly. At this moment, the battle between Yixue and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had already lasted for over 10 minutes. In those minutes, under their relentless combat, the massive, overwhelming tide of beasts retreated time and again. Chen Xian also led the psychics to retreat a considerable distance, nearly returning to the inner city of Qi City. The surrounding ground was shattered and cracked under the terrifying intensity of the battle. Especially in the central area where Yixue and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf were locked in combat, the aftermath of the battle had created the most massive traces, forming a huge, deep crater. If no one came to reinforce the area afterward, it would take an unknown amount of time for it to naturally recover. At that moment, Yixue and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, who were engaged in battle, suddenly separated. Yixue's face was drenched in sweat, her complexion slightly flushed from the immense exertion, and she was panting heavily. Apart from Li Xiao, Yixue had never encountered an opponent as powerful as this one. Fortunately, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's power had not yet reached an unstoppable level. By maintaining the current situation, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf no longer had the opportunity to attack Qi City. Thinking this, Yixue felt somewhat relieved. On the other hand, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. From the initial disdain toward Yixue, its expression turned solemn, then grew heavy, and up until now, it has yet to subdue Yixue. An intense flame of anger began to rise uncontrollably in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes. This was completely different from what the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had anticipated. According to its calculations, with its power, it should have easily crushed the SSS-ranked psychic from Qi City and swept everything aside. Ultimately, it would completely destroy Qi City, transforming it into the primordial energy of the local creatures to reopen the spatial fissure. But at this moment, Not only could it not destroy Chi City, but even taking down the first SSS rank psychic in Chi City was proving to be a challenge for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Demon Wolf, with your strength, continuing this battle will only lead to an uncertain outcome. It's best to retreat. Yi Shui's cold voice rang out. Currently, both she and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had expended a significant amount of their abilities, and continuing the battle would likely result in a stalemate. Having already completed the task of battling a Beast King of comparable strength, Yi Shui intended to speak up and order the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf to retreat. After all, if the battle continued, she could single-handedly block the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, and even if the remaining Beast Horde attacked, with Chen Xian present, they would be unable to cause much harm. However, Yi Shui did not expect that her words did not cause the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf to retreat even slightly.
Instead, it completely enraged the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf.
Crimson flames erupted from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's pupils in an instant.
Retreat? A stalemate? A cold, anger-filled voice rang out. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. The once bright sky seemed to be crushed by some force, gradually darkening. At the same time, a strong sense of danger surged in the hearts of Yi Shui and Chen Xian. Meanwhile, as if sensing something, Li Shao's eyes suddenly snapped open, gazing toward the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Chapter 110, Star City returns to its peak? The true terror of the Golden Lion. Xingcheng. Outside Star City. The same idea. Because the number of beasts in this wave far exceeded any previous wave. Qin Wanxiao was also afraid that the newly rebuilt Star City would be struck by the Beast Horde. Countless psychics from the Psychic Association had already established temporary defenses at a safe distance outside Star City. Meanwhile, within the temporary defensive lines established by Star City, one by one, members of the Psionic Association were ready for battle. Their supernatural abilities were surging to the point of nearly overflowing. To counter this beast tide, Star City had made thorough preparations in a short time, aside from the psychics responsible for maintaining order within the city. All other psychics have been deployed to the defensive lines. At the forefront, standing at the very front of the defense lines, were Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS-ranked psychics. In the past, there had never been a situation in Star City that required the two SSS-ranked psychics to unleash their full power. Therefore, even the psychics from the Psychic Association were unaware of the true strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang. However, with the beast tide imminent and about to strike, they were now on the temporary front lines. The other psychics finally sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Ying Xian and Huang Sang. Unlike when they first reached SSS rank. At this moment, the energy aura surrounding the two of them had grown even deeper. Even though standing nearby, simply gazing at them, couldn't help but feel an immense pressure building within them. This caused many concerned Psychic Association members to feel reassured. The strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang is becoming increasingly enigmatic. The terror of the beast tide was growing by the day, and this time, the Beast King leading the tide was an unknown entity. However, their Star City had not stood still either. Watching this scene and the reactions of the association's psychics, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but smile. All his previous preparations to enhance the combat power of Ying Xian and Huang Sang had not been in vain. After this battle against the beast tide, the entire Star City would have no objections to him, and no one would question his past decisions. It's just a pity that, according to the information, the Beast King that arrived this time is not the White Beast Tiger. Otherwise, we could have avenged the defeat from that day. He looked toward the direction where the beast tide was steadily approaching Star City. Though the sounds of the beast horde had not yet reached them. But based on the strength of their abilities, Ying Xian and Huang Sang could already sense that the beast horde was approaching. However, the aura of the Beast King leading the horde was entirely unfamiliar. A hint of regret flashed in Ying Xian's eyes. Huang Sang nodded slightly beside him. They had never forgotten what the White Demon Tiger had done to them. Taking advantage of their initial entry into the SSS rank and their insufficient strength, it not only inflicted severe damage on Star City but also reduced the 3 SSS-ranked individuals to just 2. If that white-colored strange tiger dared to come again, they would certainly intervene and leave it behind, making it pay for what it had done that day. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar Beast King. Never mind. Since it's not the White, we'll just kill this Beast King and consider it an advance payment from the White for what it did to us. You're right. Huang Sang nodded slightly. Just as the two were talking. On the temporary defensive line erected outside Star City, many psychics suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. The tremors grew louder and closer, moving at an incredible speed. Soon, a massive horde of beasts began to approach in plain sight. The beast horde is coming. Everyone, be on alert. The voice rang out, causing all the psychics to steady themselves. Surrounding them, psychic fluctuations surged, and they quickly prepared to confront the beast horde. At the same time, at the forefront of the beast horde, the imposing figure of a golden lion grew larger and larger, coming into view of everyone. The golden lion's body was shrouded in terrifying golden energy fluctuations, exuding a powerful aura that caused many psychics to feel short of breath from a distance.
Among those who had come alongside the Star City Psionic Association members were the newly arrived fugitive psionic users who had recently joined Star City. Upon seeing the Golden Lion, their eyes betrayed a hint of tension and fear.
This Golden Lion was one of the Beast Kings that had destroyed their city. Seeing it again now, how could they not feel panic in their hearts? But at that moment,
two different psychic pressures, unlike those of the Beast Kings, appeared, enveloping all the psychics and dissipating the pressure they had previously felt from the Golden Lion Beast King.
All the discomfort and panic vanished in an instant. We will handle the Beast King. You deal with the remaining Beast Horde. Facing the Golden Lion, Ying Xian and Huang Sang, though aware of their greatly enhanced strength, did not relax their guard for a moment, choosing to act simultaneously. With Ying Xian and Huang Sang taking the initiative, they engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion. With the direct threat from the Beast King gone, the remaining psychics from Xingqiang also calmed down. The horde of beasts that followed the Golden Lion was vast in number. Even without the Beast King, it could easily wipe out a small city. However, Star City was no ordinary small city. Besides the two SSS-ranked individuals, the number of other worldly beings of other ranks in Star City was far greater. Looking at Ying Xian and Huang Sang, who were already locked in combat with the Golden Lion and showing no signs of being at a disadvantage, the Star City psychics, as well as those who had recently joined Star City as refugees, couldn't help but feel reassured. Someone shouted aloud. Lord Ying Xian, rest assured. The remaining beast tide is in our hands. The terrifying horde of beasts clashed with the Star City psychics, creating a scene of unimaginable terror and grandeur. Qin Wanshao did not intervene directly. As the president of the Psionic Association, he remained at the rear, adjusting strategies and battle plans in real time, a far wiser choice than rushing into the fray. At that moment, seeing the Star City psychics holding their own against the Beast King and the Beast Horde, Qin Wanshao couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This had once been routine for Star City, but due to Li Zhao's defection, the city had fallen into decline for a long time. Now, under his leadership, Star City had finally returned to its former glory. Thinking this, a hint of coldness flashed in Qin Wanshao's eyes. Everyone thought Star City was finished. Once we repel this beast tide, I'll see who still dares to say Star City is weak. Those who had pinned their hopes on Qi City were the ones he truly despised. Qin Wanshao wondered what they would do when they saw Qi City being easily overrun by the beast tide, unable to put up any resistance. Meanwhile, the battle between the Star City psychics and the beast tide had reached a fever pitch. Ha, the Beast King is nothing special. Ying Xian and Huang Sang's laughter echoed through the air. Oh, is that so? A deep voice echoed slowly. Amidst the battle, the Golden Lion suddenly transformed into a golden light and retreated a short distance. It hadn't expected that the two psychics from Xingqiang actually had some strength, capable of holding it back for so long. Under normal circumstances, the Golden Lion could have easily disposed of these two psychics with a little more time. But now, the Golden Lion didn't want to drag this out any longer. Within the Golden Psychic Glow, it seemed as though a special energy had been added. In the next instant, the Golden Lion's psychic energy surged violently. The Golden Psychic Energy collided once more with the psychic energy of Ying Xian and Huang Sang. But this time, the three abilities were no longer entangled in the initial state, unable to harm one another. Despite being of the same level. Yet at this moment, it was as though snow had encountered blazing sunlight. Under the golden energy of the Golden Lion, the energy surrounding Ying Xian and Huang Sang was being eradicated at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the sudden increase in energy consumption, the calm and relaxed expressions in their eyes vanished instantly. In their place was deep terror. Boom! Terrifying energy explosions erupted from the SSS-ranked energy users and the Beast King's battlefield in the sky, causing all the energy users and beasts on the ground to freeze in place. Immediately afterward, under the terrified stares of everyone, the Golden Lion stood effortlessly and arrogantly in the sky, unmoving. On the other side, two disheveled figures were suddenly blasted away, their fate unknown. End of this chapter. Chapter 111, The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's Ace in the Hole, Surging Power. That vast, endless green plain. After the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and the Golden Lion, the two Beast Kings each led away a group of beast hordes. The Black Bear at the front, being the strongest, fell silent. Its massive body stood still, like a sculpture. Before it, a tiny, deep black dot hovered motionless in the air, showing no signs of change. Behind it, the White Demon Tiger and Black Giant Serpent, the two other Beast Kings, dared not breathe a word. It had been quite some time since the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and the other Beast Kings had left this place. The three Beast Kings still remaining on the plain had been waiting for a long time. And just then, the Black Bear, which had been motionless like a statue, finally stirred. The White Tiger and the Black Python, the two Beast Kings, seemed to sense something as well. They raised their heads and fixed their gaze in the same direction. However, all they could see in the direction their gazes were fixed on. A dark red, thread-like special energy appeared from the distance, swiftly approaching their location at an incredible speed. From this dark red, thread-like energy, the White Tiger and the Black Python felt a peculiar sensation in their hearts. But before the two Beast Kings could react,
A massive paw belonging to the black bear extended out, and the black bear's paw tightly grasped the dark red thread that had drifted in from the distance, its length unknown. The dark red thread, once held by the black bear, no longer maintained its thread-like form but quickly transformed into a liquid-like substance, coating and enveloping the massive bear paw. At the same time, the black bear's gaze once again turned toward the deep, black spatial portal it had created but could no longer expand. The massive bear paw suddenly thrust forward, reaching into the interior of the black hole.
The next moment,
the black hole, which had seemed to have expanded to its limit, suddenly began to change, no longer maintaining its original size but instead being constantly stretched outward.
an increasingly profound darkness began to seep out from within.
At that moment, it wasn't just the surrounding light that was swallowed by the black hole.
Instead, a large area around the black hole was completely transformed into darkness.
Within the stretched-out black hole, a terrifying aura surged forth, as if some horrific entity was about to emerge through the ever-expanding passage.
What is this?
The white tiger and the black python stared at the scene, their breathing growing rapid, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Such a scene had been imagined countless times, yet never once had they been able to witness it in reality.
And now, before their very eyes, the fissure was finally about to open?
As they watched the deep black fissure continue to expand and grow in scope, the white tiger and the black serpent grew increasingly excited.
But in the next instant,
when the fissure channel reached approximately 3 meters in length and width, the original expansion momentum suddenly came to a halt. No matter how much strength the black bear exerted to expand the fissure channel, it once again fell into its initial frozen state.
It neither grew larger nor shrank, but remained exactly as it was.
Upon witnessing this scene, the white strange tiger and the black giant python both couldn't help but pause in surprise.
Why did it stop? It's only about halfway done. It seems that the native life force we've collected so far is still insufficient.
The black bear's muffled voice echoed slowly. Seeing that the fissure channel could not continue to expand, it slowly retracted its massive bear paw. Those terrifying bear eyes turned toward the direction from which the dark red thread had originated. If I recall correctly, this direction was where the golden lion had led the beast horde away.
Since we've already made significant gains here, the demon wolves should be close by now. According to the white and black, the two cities in this area, each housing a human SSS-ranked psychic, are not vastly different in strength. The only difference is that one of the human SSS-ranked psychics is particularly formidable. However, no matter how formidable an ability user may be, under the true dimensional assault of the power they have obtained, the black bear does not believe any unexpected outcomes will arise, nor does it believe human ability users have even a sliver of a chance to defeat them. Thinking this, the massive black bear's body shifted slightly, and its head turned to look in another direction. A pair of bear eyes, many times larger than a human's, revealed a profound intent. The direction the black bear was looking at.
There, the crimson flame demon wolf was leading the beast horde away.
However, the next moment,
as if sensing something, the previously deep-set eyes of the black bear suddenly flickered with a hint of surprise and uncertainty.
Chi City. On the patrol walls.
The sudden darkening of the sky did not affect Li Xiao's vision in the slightest.
On the contrary, at that moment,
Li Xiao's gaze fixed on the figure beyond Chi City, where, amidst the darkening sky, the crimson flame demon wolf stood out most brilliantly, its body shrouded in crimson flames. Li Xiao's heart trembled at that moment. His eyes couldn't help but betray a sense of intense shock. It was not because of the terrifying aura the crimson flame demon wolf had just unleashed, which could even alter the heavens. But, just moments ago, Li Xiao had sensed it. His own supernatural abilities had been stirred. At that moment, the breakthrough barrier beyond the SSS rank that Li Xiao had not felt for a long time.
It seemed as though he had finally found a clue. But at that moment, the crimson flame demon wolf had not detected the slightest abnormality.
Its pair of wolf eyes, filled with anger, stared intently at Yi Xue. The crimson flames swirling around its body grew even more terrifying, and the light in the sky grew increasingly dim.
At this moment, the crimson flame demon wolf seemed to have transformed into the brightest, most terrifying fire beast in the darkness.
Everything around it was crushed beneath the crimson flames. The prolonged battle with Yi Xue earlier had failed to defeat her, which filled the crimson flame demon wolf with rage from within.
A mere human SSS-ranked individual, what ability does it possess, and what right does it have to fight me for so long? These human SSS-rank beings should be easily crushed under its feet.
Thus, the crimson flame demon wolf decided not to maintain this state any longer. It awakened a thread of high-quality energy surpassing the level of a beast king from within its body.
At the same moment the crimson flame demon wolf underwent this transformation. Yi Xue and Chen Xian also sensed it immediately.
Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian led the group of newly emerged psychics, who had yet to do anything, and retreated back into Chi City.
Yi Xue also wanted to retreat.
But the moment that thought crossed her mind,
the crimson flames of the crimson flame demon wolf vanished from her pupils in an instant. When the crimson flames reappeared in Yi Xue's pupils, the crimson flame demon wolf was now mere inches away from Yi Xue. Terrifying crimson flames erupted, attempting to completely incinerate Yi Xue. Yixue reacted swiftly, enveloping herself in a shimmering blue aura.
However, this time, the two were no longer evenly matched. Instead, the crimson flames devoured the indigo blue energy with a terrifying force, consuming it until nothing remained.
Chapter 112, The Opportunity to Break Through Beyond SSS Rank. In the blink of an eye,
the dark blue energy that Yixue had released around herself as a defensive barrier was swallowed up by the crimson flames, leaving only a small portion remaining.
This scene doesn't look like a battle between equally matched psychic warriors and a beast king.
It was more like a complete annihilation across realms.
A growing sense of danger crept into Yixue's heart. Yixue's cold face grew grim.
This crimson flame demon wolf had previously demonstrated strength that did not seem fake. It was roughly on par with her own, making it difficult to determine a clear winner. Yet now, the crimson flame demon wolf's power had surged to several times its previous level.
Was it hiding its true strength all along? Was it just a toy with me? Yixue couldn't help but think this. The crimson flame demon wolf's cold, piercing eyes fixed intently on Yixue. Originally, it had no intention of using this tactic until the very last moment. But after fighting for so long, the crimson flame demon wolf realized that if it continued in its current state, it would still be unable to defeat Yixue. Human psychic, your strength is indeed formidable. But, you will still die. Gazing at Yixue, the crimson flame demon wolf bared its rows of sharp teeth, which glowed with a cold light, and its icy voice echoed. In the next instant, the crimson flames surrounding Yixue expanded further, nearly devouring the last remnants of her blue-colored abilities. Once all her abilities were consumed, it would be Yixue's turn. Not far away, Chen Xian, who had already returned to Qiqing with the other psychics, also showed signs of anxiety in his eyes. Chen Xian's gaze quickly shifted to the figure standing at the highest point of the patrol wall. The special power unleashed by the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had caught them completely off guard. If there was anyone who could defeat the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf now, it might only be Li Xiao. However, after glancing in the direction of Li Xiao, Chen Xian froze. For the previous second, Li Xiao had been standing exactly where Chen Xian was looking, but in the next instant, he had vanished from everyone's sight. Die, and be reduced to ashes, human psychic. Facing Yixue, who was nearly at the limit of her resistance, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf raised its claws, intending to deliver the final blow. But just as the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's claws were about to strike down and crush Yixue completely, a faint sound suddenly echoed through the air. In its perception, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf realized that beneath its feet, a counterforce had suddenly appeared, resisting its attack. Under this force, its claws could not descend even an inch. The wolf claws retracted, and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, with its crimson flame-filled eyes gazing down from above, looked down. However, before it could react, an unfamiliar figure had appeared before Yixue. This person was not the one who had not acted earlier, the newly arrived SSS-ranked individual. His aura was barely perceptible, completely concealed. In fact, at first glance, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf almost mistook him for an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person possess the strength to withstand its full power claw strike? This human city called Qichang. There is actually a third human SSS rank? A flash of astonishment flickered in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes. But the next moment, a cold, murderous intent reappeared. What difference does it make if there's another human SSS rank? For it now, let alone one. Even 3 or 5 SSS-ranked human psychics like Yixue attacking it together. Their final fate would be to be reduced to nothing but bones under its wolf claws. Looking at the unfamiliar human youth who had suddenly appeared, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf spoke with a tone of contempt and mockery. You humans have some nerve. I've defeated the strongest SSS-ranked individual in your city. Since you're not planning to take advantage of this opportunity to escape with your people, are you confident that your strength surpasses that of the one I just defeated? Ignoring the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's mocking tone, Li Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head slightly and looked at Yixue. How about it? Were you satisfied with this battle? It was quite good. Once I fully recover, I should be able to make significant progress. Yixue's slightly pale face lit up with a sweet smile as she looked at Li Xiao and said. During the previous battle with the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Yixue had nearly depleted over 90% of her supernatural abilities. It was no less than the extent of her ability depletion during her first sparring session with Li Xiao. However, from start to finish, including the moment when the Crimson Flames were about to reduce her to ashes, not a single trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Because Yixue understood that as long as Li Xiao was there, she would be safe. Even if Li Xiao allowed Yixue to engage in a fierce battle with the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, the worst-case scenario would be that she would be injured, but her life would be safe. Sure enough, at the moment when she was on the brink of death, Li Xiao intervened. Just a few more breaths, and Yixue would have been completely burned to ashes? That was impossible. This merely highlighted Li Xiao's unwavering composure from start to finish. Since that's the case, you may return to rest first. Li Xiao smiled gently, and a gentle energy appeared, sending Yixue back to the patrol walls of Qiqing. Several female energy users attempted to approach and assist Yixue, checking her condition. However, she waved them away.
Li Xiao's attitude only served to intensify the anger in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's eyes.
Human, did you not hear me speaking to you just now?
The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, filled with rage, swung its claw, enveloped in terrifying crimson flames, toward Li Xiao. This strike was even more terrifying than the previous attack on Ixue. Li Xiao's complete disregard for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf sent it into a raging frenzy. If it were any ordinary SSS-ranked opponent, a single strike like this would have been enough to shatter them into dust. However, Li Xiao did not seem to be facing a Beast King at that moment. Instead, he was going about his daily routine. He casually turned his head. He looked up at the crimson wolf claws descending from above. Li Xiao did not retaliate immediately. Instead, his gaze fixed on the supernatural ability clinging to the wolf claws, the unique power of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The exact strength of this ability, to be honest, was only slightly stronger than that of a Beast King like the White Tiger. The only difference was that Li Xiao could clearly sense that the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's ability contained something special. Feeling this peculiarity, Li Xiao suddenly closed his eyes gently. At that moment, Li Xiao could clearly feel the energy within his body growing increasingly restless.
At the same time, the previously fleeting sensation that could help him break through his limits reappeared. It wasn't an illusion. There was truly something on the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf that could help him break through.
With this thought, Li Xiao's excited eyes suddenly snapped open.
Chapter 113, This Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. At that moment,
the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, for some reason, it felt a chill coursing through its entire body. The terrifying crimson flames burning around its body seemed to be affected, growing weaker by a few degrees.
However, at that moment, the crimson claws of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf were about to strike down.
About to crush Li Xiao completely. The anger generated by being ignored by Li Xiao caused the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf to ignore the fleeting sensation of fear. Die! The crimson flames boiled. The surrounding land instantly turned into vast stretches of sand, devoid of all moisture. But at that very moment, as the crimson flames were about to completely engulf Li Xiao's eyes slowly opened. Looking down from above at Li Xiao, who was about to die under its wolf claws, the Crimson Flame Wolf's eyes involuntarily locked with his for a fleeting moment. But in that brief instant of eye contact, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's heart. The mind, which had been clouded by anger, began to clear. The next moment, an incredibly powerful supernatural ability suddenly appeared within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's perception. In the instant that this colossal energy appeared, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, which should have been the most eye-catching and dazzling presence at the scene, along with the swirling crimson flames filling the sky, suddenly seemed to be swept by a violent storm, flickering and fading, as if they were about to be completely extinguished. What is this? Unfortunately, before the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf could determine the source of the colossal supernatural power, the momentum of the colossal supernatural power shifted abruptly, becoming extremely dangerous and violent. Boom! The violent and terrifying energy nearly engulfed the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf entirely. Scarlet flames swirled around the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, attempting to resist. But the moment the two energies made contact, the wolf's eyes betrayed deep fear. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf could sense it. This sudden, terrifying supernatural power was indeed SSS ranked. But, after using that energy surpassing SSS rank in quality, what ordinary SSS ranked psychic could possibly be its match? Even if they could hold on for a few more breaths, it would only prove how incredibly powerful that ability user was. But why, right now, are the crimson flames surrounding me being swiftly extinguished by this terrifying ability? Instead, the suddenly appearing terrifying ability remains as powerful as ever, emanating an overwhelming aura. How could a low-quality SSS class ability possibly achieve all of this? This is impossible. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf roared. It tried to release more crimson flames to counter the terrifying attacks sweeping in from all directions. But alas, because of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's resistance, the terrifying attacks generated by the surrounding abilities not only failed to weaken but became even more ferocious than before. Li Xiao stood within 100 meters of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. 100 meters may seem far, but when measured against the colossal size of the Beast King, it was merely a stone's throw away, just a few steps. The source of the terrifying energy that completely enveloped the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and continuously released its dreadful attacks was none other than Li Xiao. Looking at the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf struggling desperately to break free from the energy barrier, the excitement in Li Xiao's eyes grew even more intense. This excitement was no less than when he had broken through to SSS rank, and perhaps even surpassed it. This is the power. The power beyond SSS rank. Today, I have finally witnessed it. The attacks the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf faced were not what it had imagined. The more it resisted, the stronger it became. This Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was indeed the strongest Beast King Li Xiao had ever encountered. It wasn't that the total amount of its innate abilities was extraordinary. On the contrary, that wasn't the main point. What was more important was Li Xiao could sense that within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body, there existed a special kind of energy.
This energy is bound to its abilities.
This is what allows the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's abilities, even when only a fraction is used, to match the strength of 5 SSS ranked abilities of the same level, or even more in quantity.
This was why Yi Xue's abilities were instantly neutralized after the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had fully utilized its trump card. The intensity of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's abilities was simply too high. Even Li Xiao couldn't avoid it.
But, at most, the intensity of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's abilities could not exceed 10 times that of an ability user of the same rank.
How much total ability has Li Xiao accumulated over this period of time? The last time he calculated it in detail, it was around 60 times that of Qin Xian and 20 times that of Yi Xue. Over the past few days, Li Xiao's total ability power has only increased. Apart from that, such a massive accumulation of ability total. It's not to say that Li Xiao's ability strength is equal to that of Yi Xue and Qin Xian, though there's no significant difference in quality. But Li Xiao's current ability strength is roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 times that of Qin Xian and Yi Xue combined. This Beast King is indeed far beyond the White Demon Tiger or Black Giant Python before it has already consumed 10% of my total psychic energy. Li Xiao thought to himself. Feeling the current state of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf,
Li Xiao estimated that if he truly wanted to completely deplete the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's supernatural abilities, he would likely need to expend 10% or even more of his total supernatural abilities. If the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had not fought with Yi Xue earlier and consumed some of its energy, if Li Xiao had started the battle earlier, he would have had to expend 30% of his total abilities. Only then could he have subdued it.
Terrifying indeed. 30% of Li Xiao's total ability was equivalent to the combined total ability of several SSS ranked ability users. With a slight flick of his thoughts, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Li Xiao's body once more, enveloping the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. As time passed, despite the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's ability strength far surpassing that of an SSS ranked ability user, but in the face of Li Xiao's seemingly endless torrent of power, the burning crimson flames surrounding the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf gradually began to fade. At that very moment, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf also sensed the source of the ability that had left it in such a dire state. Its wolf-like eyes turned toward Li Xiao, who was 100 meters away, yet seemed close enough to touch. In the wolf's eyes, there was a look of deep disbelief. It had never imagined that after obtaining the reward for opening the fissure, there would be an SSS ranked, and even a native human SSS ranked psychic, forcing it into such a state. The overwhelming total power of the ability. Even though the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had encountered far more terrifying beings in the past, but none of them possessed the endless supply of abilities like Li Xiao, as if they were endless. Your abilities, could they possibly be inexhaustible? Looking at Li Xiao, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf spoke in a voice filled with astonishment and a hint of fear. The contempt for human psychics that had been present earlier had vanished. In its place was its own tension and unease. Li Xiao's appearance had surpassed its understanding of human supernatural beings in this world. Chapter 114, The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf with nowhere to escape. Looking at Li Xiao, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's aura had unconsciously weakened by a third. The crimson flames surrounding it also shrank in size due to its weakened aura, now significantly smaller than before. At that moment, it suddenly recalled the matter the White Demon Tiger had mentioned multiple times before. Within Qi City, there was an extremely peculiar SSS-ranked psychic. His power was utterly terrifying, beyond the realm of normal logic. Even before it arrived, the White Demonic Tiger, though it disliked it, had warned it once more to be cautious. But, up until just now, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had dismissed the White Tiger's words as nonsense, as an excuse for failure. But now, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf seemed to have finally understood the White Demon Tiger's words. It wasn't an excuse. It's because the city called Qiqing has an SSS-ranked human psionic whose power surpasses the bounds of normal logic. So powerful that, even the rewards obtained from activating the fissure last time are insufficient to counter it. Run! A thought suddenly flashed through the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's mind. Just breaking free from Li Xiao's ability had nearly depleted most of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's abilities. If they didn't run now, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf wouldn't think it could escape unscathed. At that moment, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf seemed to have transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing from everyone's sight and leaving behind only a crimson shadow. The reward from the last time the spatial fissure was opened not only enhanced the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's combat power but also significantly increased its speed. It was far beyond what ordinary SSS-ranked psychics or Beast Kings could match. Now that it had returned to Qi City, many psychics who had participated in Li Xiao's wall barbecue were present. They had all witnessed firsthand how fast the Black Giant Serpent had fled when facing Li Xiao. Having tasted that Beast King barbecue, many of the psychics had already surpassed a major threshold in their strength. Although their own speed is far inferior to that of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, at least they can still barely keep up with its speed. At least twice as fast as the Black Giant Serpent that had severed its tail to escape. But this time, watching the crimson flame demon wolf disappear into the distance in an instant, Li Xiao's eyes flickered with an unfamiliar expression for the first time. He didn't care about ordinary beast kings or their flesh. Even if the black giant python had come to Qi City, after cutting off half of its body, he wouldn't bother to pursue it further. But this crimson flame demon wolf was different. Its body contained what Li Xiao needed to break through the SSS rank. A cold gleam flashed like lightning, sweeping toward the massive wave of beasts that had come alongside the crimson flame demon wolf. At Li Xiao's glance, all the beasts cowered on the ground in terror, letting out panicked howls. At the same time, where Li Xiao stood, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 As the sound faded, Li Xiao's figure had already vanished from his original position. Only Qin Xian and Yi Shui, two SSS-ranked psychics, could barely keep up with Li Xiao's movements. The other psychics could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a flash of light. Scarlet flames streaked across the sky like meteors. Behind the crimson flames, however, there was another light, moving much faster but less conspicuous, approaching at an even more exaggerated speed. In order to obtain something from the crimson flame demon wolf that could help him break through the SSS rank barrier, Li Xiao finally unleashed his full power for the first time. Prior to this, his sparring with Yi Shui or facing other beast kings had only been minor skirmishes. Feeling the commotion behind him, the crimson flame demon wolf felt his heart race with fear. That human SSS ranked individual was terrifyingly powerful, with speed that was simply absurd. Such strength. If the crimson flame demon wolf didn't know that no being above SSS rank could exist in this world, it would have believed that Li Xiao had already surpassed SSS rank. Stay where you are. As the crimson flame demon wolf stood in shock, a massive hand formed from psychic energy suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the path the crimson flame demon wolf had prepared to flee. The hand was a kilometer in diameter, enormous in size. Even the crimson flame demon wolf, standing 100 zheng tall, felt a profound sense of insignificance beneath it. Facing this giant hand, the crimson flame demon wolf felt a strong sense of danger deep within its heart. The source of the danger was not the giant hand itself. Though terrifying, the giant hand was not powerful enough to threaten the crimson flame demon wolf's life. But if this giant hand could grasp it, it could slow down its escape. Li Xiao behind it was the true source of the crisis in the crimson flame demon wolf's heart. Boom! The terrifying giant hand suddenly struck down, and the supernatural abilities beneath it seemed to be completely sealed off. The crimson flame demon wolf's eyes betrayed its panic. It didn't think that if it really fell into Li Xiao's hands, its fate would be any better. At some point, the crimson flame demon wolf's mindset had shifted from that of a butcher and a killer into that of a fleeing fugitive being hunted down. The crimson flame demon wolf sought to use its physical strength and its high-quality abilities far surpassing ordinary SSS rank to forcefully create a gap in the massive hand of the ability. But alas, the idea was good. Reality was cruel. Every time the crimson flame demon wolf used its abilities to create a thin opening in the giant hand, the next moment, an even more terrifying ability would converge on the gap, completely sealing it shut. Behind him, Li Xiao also closed in on the crimson flame demon wolf in the briefest of moments. I told you, you can't escape. The cold voice rings out again, faintly tinged with desire. Li Xiao hasn't felt this way about anything in a long time. Breaking through the SSS rank was one of them. This time, it wasn't a massive supernatural hand, it was Li Xiao's own palm, reaching out to grab the crimson flame demon wolf. Seeing this, the crimson flame demon wolf nearly lost its mind in terror. It was hard to believe that such a top-tier beast king could now be reduced to this state before a human. It collided with the psychic hand at an even more terrifying frequency, but to no avail. Under the threat of death, the crimson flame demon wolf turned around, attempting to launch its final desperate attack at Li Xiao. Unfortunately, in its final moments of consciousness, it was Li Xiao's hand, which had somehow produced a pitch-black beast-slaying longsword. The black glow of the beast-slaying sword grew larger in its pupils, completely filling its vision. Outside Qi City, Li Xiao, who had just left not long ago, returned at an astonishing speed. Boom! The thunderous crash of a heavy object hitting the ground caused the entire city of Qi to tremble briefly. At that moment, everyone could clearly see what the heavy object that had landed was. Motionless, with no signs of life, the crimson flame demon wolf. The entire scene fell silent as everyone held their breath involuntarily. Li Xiao slowly descended back onto the city of Qi. A deafening cheer erupted suddenly. Chapter 115, a special substance capable of breaking through SSS rank and above. Another beast king had fallen at Li Xiao's hands. I knew it. As long as Lord Li Xiao intervenes, there will be no unexpected outcomes. On the walls of Qi City, countless psychics had flushed faces and excited expressions, clearly thrilled. They were all cheering for Li Xiao for killing another beast king level beast. The fall of a beast king level beast. Even though this beast king hailed from another region, its demise had unknowingly eased the immense pressure on everyone. Earlier, when they saw the crimson flame demon wolf use its trump card and nearly suppress Yi Shui, many were startled. Originally, they believed that with Yi Shui's strength, she could withstand the crimson flame demon wolf.
However, later, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body erupted with an energy intensity far surpassing SSS rank, nearly effortlessly subduing Ishue. They finally realized that these beast kings from other regions, capable of reducing human cities to ruins, were far from as simple as they appeared on the surface.
But fortunately, at this moment, the true strongest being in the entire city was standing before Li Xiao.
This unfamiliar beast king, even as he neared his end, had no choice but to fall. Looking at Li Xiao's casual expression as he brought back the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's corpse,
many couldn't help but suspect that perhaps even slaying the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf hadn't taken much effort from Li Xiao.
The beast tide that had gathered around them had already dispersed by more than half when the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf fled earlier. The remaining small portion of the beast horde had also fled completely because Li Xiao had brought back the corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Although the number of these beasts was large.
But aside from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, not a single one was of SSS rank. With the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf leading the charge, there might have been some hope.
But with the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, the leader of the beasts, dead, the rest dared not linger.
After all, there is a fundamental difference between SSS rank and anything below it. Don't be fooled by the sheer size of this beast tide, which far exceeds any previous one. If it weren't for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf leading the charge, perhaps Chen Xian, along with the psychics from Qi City, could easily halt this wave of beasts. While countless psychics in Qi City cheered,
Li Xiao, who had brought back the corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, stood quietly above its skull. However, Li Xiao's tiny figure was utterly insignificant compared to the massive form of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The fatal wound of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was located on its head, between its two eyes, at the brow. There was a tiny blood hole that was extremely small for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf.
Such a small hole.
If it had been anywhere else, it would have caused no harm to the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Even with a slight activation of its abilities, it could have healed quickly. However, earlier, during the pursuit of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Li Xiao wielded the beast-slaying longsword, and when the longsword pierced the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's brow, he controlled the sword to unleash its full power. The sword's inherent destructive force, combined with the terrifying supernatural abilities Li Xiao had channeled into it, instantly extinguished all life within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, leaving it unable to even resist. The tiny wound still oozed a faint trickle of blood. Under normal circumstances, Li Xiao might not have paid it any mind. But at this moment, Li Xiao actively used his supernatural abilities to envelop the bleeding wound.
"We can't waste this," Li Xiao murmured. Of course, he didn't think the blood of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was particularly valuable. He hadn't let the Black Giant Python escape earlier. When the Black Giant Python severed its tail to survive, its blood splattering the ground, Li Xiao had already used his abilities to catch all of it. However, from the blood of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Li Xiao could sense an extremely substance one that could cause his own supernatural abilities to stir and break through the SSS rank limit. Therefore, Li Xiao was unwilling to waste even a drop. Upon bringing back the corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Li Xiao also used his own perception to scan every part of its body. He reached a conclusion. That mysterious substance capable of breaking through the SSS rank limit seemed to have been integrated into the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's flesh and blood during the previous battle. The most straightforward method to consume these substances that could help him break through the SSS rank limit would be to devour all the flesh and blood of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. But, looking down at the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's corpse, which was countless times larger than himself, Li Xiao fell silent for a moment. Although, with his current strength, Li Xiao could, if he wished, activate his abilities to keep himself in a state of digestion for 24 hours a day. With each bite, the flesh and blood of the Beast King would be instantly digested. But with such a massive body, doing so would likely consume an unimaginable amount of time. No, that's too wasteful of time. Li Xiao shook his head, dismissing the idea. Immediately afterward, it seemed as though he had thought of something. In Li Zhao's hand, the ordinary-looking black-colored beast-slaying longsword reappeared. Holding the beast-slaying longsword, he lightly sliced off a piece of flesh from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, simultaneously using his ability to ensure that not a single drop of the Beast King's flesh was wasted. Li Xiao held the sword in one hand and the Beast King's flesh in the other. In the next instant, a special ability emerged from Li Xiao's body, attaching itself to the piece of Beast King flesh mixed with blood. Within the ability attached to Li Xiao, an immense pressure suddenly emerged. The Beast King's flesh held by Li Xiao seemed to sense the pressure and began to converge toward the central area. However, this pressure did not instantly compress the piece of Beast King flesh into an extremely small volume. Instead, the meat under compression quickly returned to its original state. However, if Qin Xian or Yi Shui, two SSS-ranked ability users, were present beside Li Xiao at that moment, they would have noticed. On the piece of Beast King meat in Li Xiao's hand, a mysterious energy that should have been evenly distributed across its surface was being continuously compressed. Soon, the evenly distributed mysterious energy was completely compressed by Li Xiao into a small point in one corner of the Beast King's meat. Its specific volume was pitifully small. Li Xiao's eyes lit up instantly.
He had originally only been trying to see if he could gather the mysterious energy within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf into one place. If he could do that, he would only need to consume the piece of Beast King meat containing the concentrated mysterious energy to absorb it all. It seemed that it was indeed possible. With that thought, Li Xiao no longer hesitated and placed the piece of Beast King meat back into the empty space where the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had been cut. In the next instant, Li Xiao's overwhelming supernatural power enveloped the entire body of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The evenly distributed mysterious power within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was swiftly compressed by Li Xiao toward a specific area.
Chapter 116. Don't mention 3 meals a day of Beast King meat, even 30 meals a day. We'd be willing to eat it 30 times a day.
Soon, the mysterious substance contained within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's corpse was completely compressed by Li Xiao into a palm-sized piece of meat. Li Xiao swung his beast-slaying longsword lightly, severing the palm-sized piece of Beast King meat. Compared to eating the entire Beast King, it was clearly much more convenient to eat just this piece of Beast King meat.
To be safe, Li Xiao checked the entire body of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf once more.
Upon confirming that the mysterious substance within its body had been completely gathered into the piece of meat in his hand, Li Xiao finally felt at ease. At the same time, Yi Shui, Chen Xian, and several other psychics left the city and returned to the outskirts, where they joined Li Xiao. Including Chen Xian, many psychics stared at the massive corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf before them.
Everyone's expressions were complex.
They had initially believed that this beast tide would be a tough battle. But now, coming to their senses, everyone realized. This so-called tough battle, from start to finish, seemed to have only involved Yi Shui and Li Xiao in actual combat. Even Chen Xian had merely served as a spectator during this so-called hard-fought battle. Chen Xian's primary role was to lead the group of psychics out with great fanfare. Then, upon seeing the commotion growing larger as Miss Yi Shui battled the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, he quickly led the group of psychics back to Qicheng. Back and forth, he didn't accomplish much. For a time, the expressions of the many psychics in Qi City grew even more complicated. If one were to evaluate the situation from the perspective of the Beast King, who had already been killed by Li Xiao, they would have wanted to say, this massive terrifying beast tide seemed to pose less of a threat to Qi City than the usual small-scale beast tides. After all, when facing those smaller beast swarms, even SSS-ranked psychics like Chen Xian wouldn't intervene, and most of the time, it was up to their patrol teams to drive them away, often sustaining injuries in the process. But this time, with such a massive beast tide, they didn't even get a chance to act. Li Xiao stepped in and resolved it directly.
Could this be considered a 100% casualty-free resolution of a large-scale beast tide? Many people thought about it with strange expressions.
Looking at Li Xiao standing atop the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's skull, the crowd of psychics present either looked at him with awe or admiration, but no one dared to approach Li Xiao. Only Chen Xian and Yi Shui, 2 SSS-ranked psychics, approached Li Xiao. Lord Li Xiao. Chen Xian called out softly to Li Xiao, who remained motionless. Upon hearing Chen Xian's call, Li Xiao finally turned his head and looked at Chen Xian. He put away the piece of Beast King meat he had cut off, which contained that mysterious substance, and the beast-slaying long sword. Chen Xian, you've all come over. Looking at Chen Xian and Yi Shui as they approached, a smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. At that moment, Li Xiao's smile was incredibly joyful, coming straight from the heart. Not only Chen Xian, but even Yi Shui had never seen Li Xiao smile so genuinely before. Now that the beast tide has ended, remember to take the Beast King's meat back and process it properly. Don't waste it. Li Xiao looked at Chen Xian and spoke. Earlier, Li Xiao had compressed the mysterious substance contained within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's body into a piece of meat. However, the inherent power of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf itself, or the colossal energy contained within the Beast King's flesh, Li Xiao had not touched. If he had, that small piece of Beast King meat would likely explode from the immense energy gathered from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's massive body. The reason he was able to condense the mysterious substance into a piece of meat the size of a palm was solely due to the unique properties of that substance. This is not some massive quantity of energy. Rather, it is a high-quality energy surpassing the SSS class. Though it appears terrifying and capable of overwhelming ordinary SSS class entities, its overall quantity is not large. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Chen Xian couldn't help but pause for a moment. He pointed at himself and then looked down at the corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf under his feet. Ah, Lord Li Xiao, are you saying that the entire body of this Beast King is to be handed over to me, Xi Chang? Yes, do you expect me to keep it for myself and eat this Beast King's meat 3 times a day for the rest of my life? Li Xiao looked at him in confusion. To be honest, the Beast King's meat wasn't particularly useful to Li Xiao. Even if it did, eating Beast King meat 3 times a day might be bearable for a short time. But over time, one might end up going mad from eating it. If anyone had heard Li Xiao's thoughts at that moment, including Chen Xian, they would have all shouted, I'm willing. Not just 3 meals a day of Beast King meat. 30 meals a day, every meal Beast King meat they'd be willing to. Even the single meal of Beast King meat barbecue with Li Xiao had benefited many psychics in Qi City greatly. If they could really eat Beast King meat every meal, the abilities of the psychics in Qi City might undergo another major leap forward. Seeing Li Xiao's dismissive attitude toward the Beast King's meat, anyone else would have been accused of showing off. But when those words came out of Li Xiao's mouth, they sounded so smooth and reasonable.
Because at that moment,
everyone was unaware that just moments ago, Li Xiao had obtained something far more precious than Beast King meat or anything else in the world. Chen Xian wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Li Xiao's expression clearly showed he was in a hurry, as if there was something more important he needed to do. If there's nothing else, Chen Xian, you should arrange for someone to clean up the mess. After speaking, Li Xiao no longer lingered, his figure flickering, and he vanished without a trace. Before leaving, Li Xiao's voice rang out once more, serving as a reminder.
Oh, and for the next while, don't come bother me. With that, Chen Xian also refrained from saying anything else.
He thought to himself that since everything in Qi City belonged to Li Xiao, if Li Xiao ever needed something like Beast King meat in the future, he could simply take it from the Qi City resource repository. Waving his hand, Chen Xian instructed the team of psychics to begin dissecting the corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, a Beast King level creature, aiming to process all the Beast King meat as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a secluded wilderness area,
due to the gathering of the beast horde,
the survivors fleeing in the wilderness were, for the first time, not attacked by beast hordes. Occasionally encountered beasts were only scattered, weak individuals.
This was because there were also escaping psychics from Qi City.
From the escapees with special abilities who had arrived in Qi City, Chen Xian also learned about their communication frequency. The shared visual feed Chen Xian had previously set up was not limited to the headquarters of ability users in other cities. Chen Xian had also sent a link accessible for viewing on the frequency band where these survivors normally communicated.
At that moment,
a group of fugitives, numbering around 200 to 300, consisting of both ordinary people and psychics, was on the move. At the front was a psychic, surrounded by many other psychics from the group. They were all watching the shared screen link sent by Chen Xian. Upon finishing, shock was evident in the eyes of everyone present.
Chapter 117, Star City, it's over.
Although their group only numbered around 200 or 300, it didn't seem like much. They had fled from their destroyed city, traveling a great distance. Along the way, countless people had died, and countless other fleeing groups had encountered them and merged together. Their group of just 200 or 300 people was made up of individuals from at least several different cities. And looking at the shared vision, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf leading the endless tide of beasts at the forefront.
A small portion of the psychics in the group couldn't help but reveal fear in their eyes.
This Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was none other than the very culprit who had destroyed their city. The scenes of the city being destroyed and the strongest among them being easily defeated kept flashing through their minds during their escape and rest periods. Now, the very creature responsible for the destruction of their city had followed them to this area of human cities that had yet to be destroyed.
Did we escape here for the better or the worse? Will we end up harming the people here?
Looking at the shared footage displayed on the slightly dirty communicator, many psychics felt a sense of despair.
Driven by the instinct to survive, they refused to give up hope and chose to flee.
However, the Beast Kings who had destroyed their cities seemed to have anticipated their plans. Before many of them could establish contact with the human cities in this area, the Beast Kings had already led their hordes to attack the human cities, using the unfamiliar signals that had appeared on their public communication channels during this period. They were no longer completely unaware of the human cities in this region. They knew the strength of the human cities that still existed in this area.
There were only 2 cities with SSS-ranked psychics.
One of them was the city of Qi, which had been targeted by the Crimson Flame Wolves and their beast horde. However, unfortunately, as survivors of their own city being completely destroyed by the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf,
they fully understood the terror of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Ordinary SSS-ranked individuals are no match for the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf.
According to the information obtained recently from someone named Qin Wanxiao, this city called Qi Chang seems to have recently risen to prominence. The only city with a real chance of withstanding the beast tide seems to be the long-established stronghold known as Xingcheng. However, the real-time footage shared on the communicator exceeded their expectations. It was the female psionic warrior named Ishue who had been the first to engage the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf in battle. Her combat power seemed to have surpassed that of the SSS-ranked psychics in their original city, matching the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf in strength. And then, when the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf finally revealed its true abilities, it sent shockwaves through the psychics. Because these psychics realized that the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's peculiar techniques had never been used even when it faced the SSS-ranked psychics from their city. Was it because they deemed them unworthy of using, or had the strength of these Beast Kings grown even stronger over time? Fortunately, Li Xiao's timely arrival easily subdued the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, pursued it, and left its corpse outside Qi City. Only then did the psychics, who had been filled with fear, finally calm down. This was precisely why they had gathered together, their faces filled with awe. Originally, when Ishue first appeared and demonstrated power far surpassing that of ordinary SSS-ranked individuals, it had already given them a glimmer of hope. However, Li Xiao's performance in the end, completely overwhelming the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf throughout the battle. It made them realize, could SSS-ranked psychics really be this powerful?
The threat from the Beast King had been so easily neutralized? The psychics here are far stronger than us. Many psychic warriors who had previously looked exhausted were now rejuvenated. Learning that human psychics could so easily kill the Beast King reignited their hope. The power of this city called Qicheng exceeded their imagination. Immediately, another thought crossed everyone's minds. If Qi City was this powerful, what about Star City? Over the past period, due to Qin Wenxiao's desire to recruit these fleeing psychics into Star City, messages had been continuously broadcast on their public frequency, providing information and showcasing Star City's strength to better persuade these fleeing psychics to join Star City. Although they had heard of Qi City, they knew very little about it. If they had only seen today's shared real-time footage of Qi City's battle against the Beast King, they would undoubtedly lead their forces to Qi City without hesitation. However, based on the various pieces of information they had obtained previously, in fact, their small team was already on its way to Star City. If they were to turn back now and head toward Qi City, the distance along the way would likely add many dangers. Never mind, they're all human cities. If Qi City has such powerful strength, Star City probably isn't too shabby either. A psychic spoke up. Over the past period, leading the entire team to evade the Beast Tide and fight against the beasts, they were exhausted. They couldn't afford the losses the team would suffer from prolonging the journey any further. For them, as long as they could lead the team to a city that could shelter them, that would be enough. Let's keep moving. Someone spoke up. Taking advantage of the brief moment, they had all regained some of their abilities and were able to continue triggering them. Everyone nodded slightly, then signaled the entire team to begin moving according to the coordinates provided by Xingcheng. During this time of rushing, according to the coordinates, they were not far from Star City. After a while, the strongest S-rank peak-level ability user in the group looked out into the distance. In his line of sight, the vague outline of a massive city began to take shape. A smile gradually spread across his face, and he turned to speak to the others in the group. But just then, from the direction of the vague city outline in the distance, several terrifying psychic energy fluctuations erupted in an instant, spreading out like waves. Not only did this S-rank peak-level psychic feel it, the other psychics in the group also sensed this terrifying aura. Gazing into the distance, two human-shaped SSS-class psychics stood high in the sky. Before them stood a colossal Beast King, so massive that its form could be clearly seen even from such a great distance. A golden lion with a majestic and terrifying presence. Another group of psychics within the team also showed signs of fear in their eyes. Similar to the psychics who had previously seen the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, the cities where these terrified psychics came from had been destroyed by this golden lion. Boom! Terrifying psychic fluctuations swept through the area once more, and an even more terrifying, heart-stopping aura emanated from the golden lion. In the next instant, the two SSS-ranked psychics were suddenly blasted away, their fates unknown. The Golden Lion's attack not only sent the two SSS-ranked psychics flying but also pierced into the massive city in the distance. The vast city was reduced to rubble in an instant. In a daze, they seemed to hear the terrified screams of countless people, and the frantic figures of countless people rushing to escape the city. Their minds were consumed by a single thought. The Star City is doomed. End of this chapter. Chapter 118, The End of Seclusion, Li Zhao's Harvest. Qi City. Li Zhao's small courtyard. Since the day Li Xiao slew the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and declared his intention to go into seclusion, asking no one to disturb him. To prevent Li Xiao from being disturbed, a large area around Li Zhao's small courtyard was temporarily sealed off by Chen Xian, prohibiting anyone from entering. In the days that followed, the entire courtyard remained unusually quiet. Even the exotic vegetables and the three mutated trees within the courtyard had not been watered by Li Xiao. These plants were actually top-tier celestial treasures with inherent strength. The primary effect of this supernatural spring is merely to accelerate their growth rate. If they were ordinary vegetables or fruits, they would likely wither within a few days without watering. Just then, a terrifying surge of supernatural energy suddenly erupted from the small courtyard where Li Xiao was, spreading out in all directions. It originated from the simple bed within the room, where Li Xiao's eyes suddenly opened. As expected, these things can help me enhance my strength. At that moment, Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with an excitement he had never felt before. Over the past few days, Li Xiao had completely consumed the mysterious substance contained within the piece of Beast King meat. After completely absorbing the mysterious substance, Li Xiao finally gained a clear understanding. If one were to compare his previous process of continuously increasing his total ability while slowly improving the quality of his abilities along the way, such behavior was akin to climbing a mountain, except that halfway up, the path ahead vanished, forcing Li Xiao to spread out in all directions. This resulted in Li Zhao's height on the mountainside remaining unchanged. However, the paths on either side had been expanded by Li Xiao to an incredibly wide expanse. But after absorbing the mysterious substances from the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Li Xiao could sense that his height above the mountain slope had risen slightly, taking a few more steps toward the summit. This was no longer simply an increase in the total amount of his abilities. Although the total amount of the mysterious substance was not large. However, Li Xiao could sense that
His total quality of supernatural abilities had significantly improved, no longer increasing slowly by tiny increments. This represented a small leap in the quality of his supernatural abilities. It's a pity that the quantity of that mysterious substance is too small, far from enough for me to truly advance beyond the SSS rank. A hint of regret flashed in Li Xiao's eyes. However, upon further reflection, the total quantity of supernatural abilities within the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was actually not that large. It was solely due to the mysterious substance that its supernatural ability strength far surpassed that of ordinary SSS rankers, allowing it to overwhelm other SSS rankers. Without the existence of this mysterious substance, whether the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf could have passed through Ishua's trial was still uncertain. Soon, a look of confusion began to appear in Li Xiao's eyes. In his quest to break through the SSS rank barrier, Li Xiao had spared no effort. However, before encountering the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Li Xiao had never found anything that could help him break through his limits. Where did the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf obtain such a mysterious substance? Shaking his head slightly, Li Xiao did not dwell on the matter further. After all, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had already been slain by him earlier, and even if he wanted to ask it anything, there was no opportunity to do so. Suddenly, Li Xiao let out a soft exclamation. After absorbing the mysterious substance, the increase in his strength had left Li Xiao's spirit and abilities in an excited state. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Xiao briefly used his abilities to check on the situation in Qi City over the past few days. But just as he glanced over, Li Xiao suddenly noticed. At the city gates of Qi City, there were now many more people. Most of them were covered in dust and dirt, with a listless expression on their faces. Moreover, they were divided into small groups of varying sizes. Some groups had only a few people, while others had dozens. Some groups numbered over 100. There were ordinary people, as well as those with special abilities. Additionally, at the city gates of Qi City, several teams of Qi City's special ability squads were stationed, with Chen Xian present as well. They are checking the physical condition of these people and asking them some questions. After clarifying everything, they finally arranged for the people in each group to enter Qi City. Just as Li Xiao activated his perception to envelop the entire city of Qi, Chen Xian, who was at the city gates of Qi City, seemed to sense something as well. Although he was only at the initial stage of SSS rank, his perception was far beyond that of ordinary SSS rank ability users. Chen Xian's gaze flickered slightly, as if sensing something, and he looked toward the direction of Li Xiao's small courtyard. Has Lord Li Xiao awakened? A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as Chen Xian turned to the Qi City psychic squad beside him, giving them instructions before disappearing from the spot. His figure flickered, and Chen Xian had already vanished from his original spot. When Chen Xian reappeared, he had already arrived outside Li Xiao's small courtyard. Chen Xian did not rush in but instead waited quietly. After a short while, from within the courtyard, Li Xiao's voice slowly echoed out. Come in. Don't stay outside. Upon hearing Li Xiao's voice, Chen Xian finally relaxed completely, pushed open the courtyard gate, and stepped inside. At that moment, Li Xiao also opened his own door and walked out. Lord Li Xiao, have you emerged from seclusion? During this time, due to the entire corpse of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Chen Xian had not been overly frugal and had consumed some of the Beast King's meat to sustain himself, aiming to make up for the time he had neglected his cultivation due to handling affairs in Qi City. But at that moment, Chen Xian looked at Li Xiao as he emerged from the room. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel that Li Xiao's strength had grown even more terrifying, becoming utterly unfathomable. The consumption of the Beast King's meat over the past few days seemed to have done nothing to narrow the gap in strength between Chen Xian and Li Xiao. Instead, the gap between them had grown even wider. Earlier, I noticed there were many outsiders near the city gates of Qi City. They shouldn't be from the cities that were planning to relocate here recently, should they? Li Xiao asked. Upon hearing Li Xiao's question, Chen Xian nodded immediately and explained the origins of those people. Of course not. It seems they are survivors who fled after Li Xiao killed the Beast King. As for the cities that have already agreed to relocate with me, it may take some more time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. After all, based on Li Xiao's previous perceptions, he had already guessed their identities with near certainty. Asking Chen Xian again was merely to confirm. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Li Xiao's gaze fell on Chen Xian's face. At that moment, Chen Xian wore an expression as if he had something to say but held back. If there's anything on your mind, just speak up. There's no need to hide anything from me. Li Xiao spoke up. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Chen Xian finally decided not to hide anything. Taking a deep breath, he slowly uttered a few words. Lord Li Xiao, Star City is doomed. Chapter 119, the latest news from Star City. Although Chen Xian understood. Since Li Xiao had left Star City, he had paid no attention to anything related to it. But he couldn't help but admit. The situation in Star City this time was simply too serious. So significant that Chen Xian felt compelled to inform Li Xiao. And the timing of the incident occurred shortly after Li Xiao had slain the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and was preparing to enter seclusion. The source of the information was Chen Xian's casual glance at the public frequency used by the fleeing refugees.
Just a casual glance. Chen Xian was stunned to discover the news that left everyone speechless.
The group of fugitive psychics who sent the message also warned everyone not to return to Star City to avoid unnecessary disaster. Soon after, Li Xiao also heard the basic details of the incident from Chen Xian.
So you're saying that Star City couldn't withstand the beast tide led by another unknown beast king?
Li Xiao asked Chen Xian slowly.
Chen Xian nodded slightly.
As he spoke those words, a faint tremor flashed through his heart.
It wasn't just that they couldn't withstand it. It was a devastating loss. The situation in Star City had been dire even before this. But at least Xingqing was still standing. But this time, under the attack of that unfamiliar beast king, Xingqing can be said to have been completely overwhelmed by all its psychics. Even the 2 SSS-ranked psychics of Xingqing couldn't escape, easily defeated by that unfamiliar beast king. The remaining people, without the protection of SSS-ranked psychics, they were like sheep among wolves, and Star City suffered immense losses in an instant.
In the end, Star City was left in ruins. The Star City Psionic Association was unable to leverage its geographical advantage to withstand the beast tide. All psychics and residents of Star City, whether ordinary people or psychics, were either killed in the beast tide or fled the city, forming countless fleeing groups. Such a tragic scene. Apart from Chen Xian, who had witnessed the initial arrival of the beast horde on Blue Star, it was only recently seen on the bodies of the psychics who had fled. It was unforeseen that such a scene would unfold in Star City, once the strongest city in the region. Though the Star City wasn't completely wiped out. However, the city itself had been destroyed, and the remaining refugees, scattered into countless small groups, likely faced a grim fate. It was precisely for this reason that the number of fleeing groups arriving in Qi City in recent days had surged, necessitating the city to dispatch personnel to screen and relocate them one by one. Most of them had been lured by Qin Wanxiao's exaggerated descriptions of Star City's strength, only to arrive too late and find the city already destroyed by the beast tide. The only fortunate thing was that their group, due to the presence of many ordinary people, had slowed down, preventing them from joining Xingqing in time and leaving them with some room to retreat.
I see.
We should accept these refugees from other regions and help them recover. Once they're back on their feet, they'll be a valuable addition to Qi City's strength.
Li Xiao nodded, his eyes flickering briefly before returning to calm. As for matters concerning Star City, Li Xiao simply couldn't muster much interest. Chen Xian understood Li Xiao's meaning and did not say anything else. After reporting to Li Xiao about some important matters in Qi City over the past few days, such as the fact that the meat of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf's Beast King had already been properly handled, Chen Xian chose to take his leave. As for Yi Shui, given the relationship between Yi Shui and Li Xiao, it was only natural that she would come to check on him immediately upon learning that his seclusion had ended. However, it seemed that after the battle with the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, Yi Shui had deeply realized that her strength was still insufficient. Shortly after Li Xiao ended his seclusion, Yi Shui also announced that she would go into seclusion to further enhance her strength. Upon hearing about Yi Shui, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile again, shaking his head slightly. If Yi Shui hadn't gone into seclusion, he would have wanted to tell her that the gap between her and the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf wasn't that great. It was merely because the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf had obtained that mysterious substance, which granted it such terrifying power. If Yi Shui also possessed those mysterious substances, the strength she could unleash would not be much different from that of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. However, since Yi Shui was currently in seclusion, Li Xiao didn't plan to wake her up. After all, gaining a little more strength couldn't hurt. With a faint smile, Li Xiao watered the exotic vegetables and the 3 mutated trees that had not been watered for several days. They received the nourishment they had been deprived of for several days. The moment the spring water from the Divine Ability Spring touched their bodies, the leaves of the plants began to tremble slightly, and a faint spiritual energy glow emanated from their surroundings. They eagerly devoured the spring water from the mystical energy spring, seeming to grow more mature with each sip. Li Xiao's gaze fell upon the 3 mutated trees. On the branches of the mutant trees, tender buds began to bloom into flowers and fruits. The last time he had looked, the fruits were only tiny seeds, but today they had grown significantly larger. A faint, delicate fragrance could be faintly detected. It's almost time. Li Xiao smiled softly and walked back into the room. Outside the small courtyard, Chen Xian reached out and summoned the psychic stationed outside Li Xiao's small courtyard to come forward. Due to their location within the city, these psychics were not particularly powerful, ranging from C rank to B rank. Their identities were part of the law enforcement squad responsible for maintaining order in Qi City. A few days earlier, when Li Xiao had gone into seclusion, Chen Xian had arranged for the law enforcement teams in Qi City to seal off the area around Li Xiao's residence. There's no need to seal off this area anymore. Looking at the psychics from the Qi City law enforcement squad standing before him, Chen Xian spoke. Understood, Lord Chen Xian. Upon receiving Chen Xian's orders, the surrounding psychics all nodded in response. After speaking, they left the courtyard, clearly beginning to lift the blockade on the area. Having handled this minor matter, Chen Xian did not immediately return to Qi City to oversee the process of integrating the surviving refugees into the city. After all, the other psychics in Qi City weren't just there for show. Such a minor matter did not require Chen Xian to personally oversee every detail. His senses faintly spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. Except for the small courtyard where Li Xiao was located, which had been intentionally sealed off to prevent ordinary people from approaching. The streets in other areas of Qi City were actually much more bustling than usual. Faint voices of people enjoying themselves could be heard. This joyful atmosphere was completely different from Chen Xian's impression of Qi City, where everyone, from psychics to ordinary people, was in a tense state, anxiously waiting for today to end and tomorrow to begin. How long has it been since I last took the time to properly look at Qi City? Standing there, Chen Xian murmured to himself. Chapter 120, Qi City is on the right path. Taking advantage of Li Xiao's seclusion ending, he came to see Li Xiao. At this moment, he had already left Li Xiao's small courtyard. Chen Xian felt as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. When it came to major matters, he didn't need to worry about how to face the powerful Beast King, as Li Xiao was there to handle it. As for minor matters, many of the psychics in Qi City could also lend a hand to help him out. This sense of ease was something Chen Xian hadn't felt since the Beast King had arrived on Blue Star. For a moment, Chen Xian found himself a bit unsettled. Especially the changes in Qi City over the past period had even surprised him, as the guardian of Qi City. As he walked into the street next to Li Xiao's small courtyard, Chen Xian could see that the people around him no longer carried the daily fears, anxieties, tensions, and worries that had once filled their hearts. Instead, there was joy, relaxation, comfort, and delight. Most of the people on the streets of Qi City were ordinary citizens. However, the atmosphere among the former was one of despair and tension. The latter, however, were filled with hope. Chen Xian could see that some people who had gathered to play were stopping at a small stall selling fried tofu. Each person bought a portion and ate while walking. This was not merely to satisfy their hunger, but a genuine enjoyment of the food. This was a scene that should not have appeared in a small city like Xichang. Looking at the scene before him, which was completely different from his memories. The key to everything was Li Xiao. Clearly, Li Xiao was the one capable of bringing about such a transformation in his city. Yet the people of Xingqing didn't appreciate him at all. Instead, they went out of their way to drive him away. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xian recalled what had just happened in the small courtyard. A sigh escaped Chen Xian's lips. Earlier, when Li Xiao learned of the great disaster befalling Xingqing, his expression flickered briefly before returning to calm. If it were anyone else, they might have thought Li Xiao was cold and heartless. But only Chen Xian understood. The disaster in Xingqing was not anyone's fault. If they had not driven Li Xiao away back then, how could things have come to this? A once thriving city lay in ruins, with survivors fleeing in disarray to escape the beastly hordes. The city is filled with joy, comfort, and happiness, brimming with hope. These were emotions that the residents of Xingqing should have cherished, yet they took them for granted and handed them over willingly. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out. "Hey, it's Lord Chen Xian." Upon hearing the joyful voice, Chen Xian snapped back to reality. Only to see a resident of Qi City passing by who seemed to have noticed him. As the voice echoed, the street fell silent for a moment. Immediately, countless pairs of eyes turned toward Chen Xian, their gazes filled with admiration and reverence. "It's really Lord Chen Xian. I saw the real Lord Chen Xian." "Put. Lord Chen Xian has always been alive. What nonsense are you talking about?" Many people on the street immediately gathered around, eager to get a closer look at Chen Xian. Such a chaotic scene left even Chen Xian, who had been feeling a bit melancholic, momentarily startled. In the past, Chen Xian had also walked past ordinary people in the city. But back then, everyone in Qi City was busy fighting against the beasts, so they didn't have much time to do anything else besides maybe exchange a greeting with Chen Xian. But now, these people were acting way too crazy. However, faced with the crowd closing in around him, Chen Xian didn't immediately choose to leave. Instead, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, a genuine, heartfelt smile. "If we don't talk about specific strength." In fact, back then, Li Xiao and Chen Xian were of similar status, both serving as guardians of their respective cities. But at this moment, Chen Xian felt incredibly fortunate that no acts of ingratitude had yet emerged within Qi City. Though since Li Xiao and Yi Shui joined, Chen Xian was no longer the strongest psychic in Qi City. However, in their daily interactions, the other psychics still showed Chen Xian the same respect they had always shown him, without any decrease or change due to Li Xiao and Yi Shui's arrival. They admired Li Xiao and Yi Shui for their immense power, but they had not forgotten Chen Xian's initial contributions. Now, seeing this group of Qi City residents who were acting somewhat toward him, Chen Xian's feelings of sorrow and melancholy vanished completely, replaced by a genuine smile. Many street vendors and peddlers rushed to offer their goods to Chen Xian. Unfortunately, Chen Xian could only take a few items from them, some to eat and some to play with. The excitement in the eyes of the Qi City residents whose items had been taken by Chen Xian grew even more intense. After refusing for a while, Chen Xian explained that he had many